Jing City, the most exclusive VIP ward. Chen Tong's heart stopped beating. Mr. Chen Tong passed away peacefully at 8:09 a.m. on September 23, 2045, aged 85. Thus, a legendary tycoon of the business world officially took his final bow. The news spread like wildfire. In this age of advanced networks, nothing could be hidden. Chen Tong's hospital room was packed with people. The same was true throughout the hospital, so many had come. Some were grief-stricken, some mourned in silence, some sighed with regret, and others secretly rejoiced. All had come to witness this moment. The all-powerful business magnate had passed away peacefully. Yet at that very moment, a translucent figure rose from the withered body, standing at the foot of the bed, silently observing the scene. Can a soul feel pain? The answer is yes. The ethereal form felt dizzy, every part of its body burning as if scorched by flames, unbearable agony. After decades of struggle in the business world, are there any unfulfilled wishes left? Just as he was writhing in pain, a voice boomed in his mind, like thunder striking his very core. The searing pain vanished. He stood frozen in place. Can a soul communicate with others? The answer is yes. A radiant, white-clad figure stood before him, emanating a holy light, with a pair of wings, one as pure white as snow, the other as black as ink. It gazed silently at Chen Tong. Chen Tong was bewildered, meeting the figure's gaze. The noisy hospital room fell completely silent. His vision blurred, then cleared. A bloated silhouette emerged before his eyes, illuminated by the holy light. Are there any unfulfilled wishes? The answer is yes. Chen Tong, who had clawed his way through the business world for decades, starting from nothing, at his peak capable of making or breaking fortunes with a wave of his hand. He had graced the Forbes list countless times, commanding everything he desired. But if there was one wish left unfulfilled, the iron door, locked with countless chains, swung open. It opened the deepest regret of his heart. Chen Tong crouched on the ground, letting out a bitter chuckle. He laughed and laughed, until tears streamed down his face. In my entire life, I've had countless riches and women, the finest food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Yet, I fail my wife and my unborn child. Chen Tong's voice, somehow, had become hoarse. His eyes were bloodshot, his body feeling as if being peeled layer by layer, the buried memories from the depths of his heart being gruesomely uncovered. Everyone wondered. Chen Tong started from nothing, his wealth incalculable, beautiful women countless. Why didn't he marry any of them, leaving behind a son or daughter? He never conceived a child with any woman. Some speculated he might be infertile. But in truth, he once had a wife, and she was carrying his child. And that child had already been in her womb for 5 months. That year, he was 20, becoming a husband and a father. But who could have known the burden he carried? In 1980, every household was poor, barely having food for the next meal. He idled away his days, hanging out with a gang of so-called bros, forgetting who he was and where his home was. His wife was newly pregnant, a time when she needed nutrition, yet she was pale and emaciated, her arms as thin as bamboo poles. Worried that poor nutrition would lead to fetal malformation or stillbirth, she took advantage of a dark, moonless night to steal the only old hen from a neighbor's house, hoping to stew some soup to nourish her body and give her unborn child a better start. Unfortunately, she was caught. The family was notoriously petty and refused to let her go. The next day, they gathered the entire village to witness her shame. Unaware, Chen Tong heard about it on the way and, accompanied by his bros, went to join the spectacle. At 20-something, saving face was everything. Seeing young Wenjing crouched on the ground, holding her belly and unable to lift her head under the torrent of abuse, a surge of anger welled up from within him. Tonight, he would teach this wretched woman a harsh lesson for making him lose face. Unintentionally, Yang Wenjing looked up and saw Chen Tong. Thinking she had found a savior, her tear-streaked face turned to him, pleading for rescue with her eyes. But Chen Tong grew even angrier, his rage boiling over. He chose to ignore her and walked away. On the way, he picked up a finger-thick wooden stick, saving it for later. However, when he returned home that night, he found Yang Wenjing had hanged herself from a beam, her sunken eye sockets wide open, dying with unfulfilled resentment. Yang Wenjing chose an extreme way to leave a world not worthy of her. It was this tragedy that made Chen Tong grow up and mature. The past unfolded like yellowed, old photographs, page after page. Chen Tong knelt in the hospital room, sobbing uncontrollably. His entire body felt as if being cut slowly with a blunt knife, bleeding profusely. I'm truly not human. He bit his teeth. Feng Kong slapping his own face. The next second, holy light enveloped him. His already translucent form gradually dimmed until it vanished. Dazed, he opened his eyes. The intense light was slightly blinding, so he closed them again, waited a moment, then slowly opened them once more. His mind was foggy. Was this heaven? Why was there blinding sunlight in heaven? Wasn't he dead? He had seen his own spirit detach from the lifeless body, watched the hypocritical tears of those around him. Why? Was his head throbbing? Faintly, he heard footsteps, timid and light. He struggled to sit up, shaking his head. The door was open. Before him was the back of a woman in the yard aback he recognized instantly. This silhouette had appeared countless times in his dreams, distant and unreachable. He had even sought out women who resembled her to keep by his side. But they were never her. Was he dreaming or hallucinating? Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong tried to speak, his voice hoarse, calling out. Clearly, his voice was too soft. The woman outside didn't hear him. Yet, to his surprise, he noticed his voice had changed. It was no longer the gasping, dying rasp, but full of maturity and vitality. Chen Tong looked down. His arms, though thin, were strong and Li, his palms free of wrinkles. His clothes were ragged, with several large holes, threads dangling from the sides. One foot had a sock, the other was bare. This wasn't his favorite outfit from his youth. Memories finally became clearer. He suddenly stood up and walked toward the figure outside. At that moment, the woman outside heard the movement. She quickly turned, her clear, bright eyes looking at Chen Tong in terror, her voice trembling. "See, Chen Tong, you're awake?" Chapter 2. There's still time. Yang Wenjing's voice trembled. Her eyes filled with fear as she instinctively took a step back. Chen Tong froze. The fog in his mind gradually cleared. His memories of this life and his past life experiences rapidly sorted themselves, and a single thread emerged. He finally remembered. Right now, he was still the village's going the scoundrel, a good-for-nothing, worth less than roadside dog dung. A parasite, a pest to the people. Standing before Yang Wenjing, his body trembled with emotion, staring intently at her, breathing rapidly, his eyes red. But in Yang Wenjing's eyes, Chen Tong's demeanor was a precursor to rage. She didn't know what she had done to offend him. Tears streamed down instantly, her voice filled with begging. "Please, don't hit me. There's a child in my belly." Chen Tong froze. Large tears rolled from his bloodshot eyes, wetting his chest. His lips trembled, but he remained silent. But he was back. He had been reborn. Yang Wenjing and their unborn child had been his lifelong nightmare, haunting his heart, his greatest regret and guilt. Now, they were right before him, alive and well. He had so much he wanted to say, but the words stuck in his throat, heavy as 1,000 jin, bitter and impossible to utter. The nearly year-long torment had made Yang Wenjing live in hell every moment. How could a few words change that? Chen Tong was at a loss. He rubbed his hands together, looking at Yang Wenjing's dry, lifeless hair, her colorless, emaciated face, and felt a pang of pain. If you remember correctly, a year ago Yang Wenjing, though thin, was very beautiful. Big eyes, a delicate face, a long black braid tied at the back. She was the dream girl of many young men in the village. In just a year, he had ruined her like this. But the simple act of rubbing his hands made Yang Wenjing flinch in terror, taking several steps back. "Ah!" she cried softly, tripping on the soil behind her and falling backward. Fortunately, Chen Tong was quick, grabbing her arm and pulling her up. A disaster was averted. Yang Wenjing trembled, not daring to pull away from Chen Tong's hand, slowly crouching to the ground, her body shaking with fear, her head lowered, mumbling, don't hit me, there's a child in my belly, there's a child in my belly." Chen Tong's heart ached. He released Yang Wenjing's bony arm, standing there speechless. He wasn't human, he was a beast. Just this unintentional gesture had terrified her so much. "What's for lunch today?" Chen Tong asked. Yang Wenjing flinched again. "Nothing." "Nothing?" Chen Tong was puzzled, his tone inadvertently sharpening. After all, he had just returned, he was still adjusting, his memories fragmented and chaotic. Yang Wenjing instinctively retreated to the corner, her arms wrapped around her belly, head lowered, not daring to speak. There was no food at home, the last sweet potato was gone. She had been drinking plain water for 2 days. Chen Tong walked around the room, finding nothing. Looking at the pregnant woman, 5 months along, so thin she couldn't weigh 80 jin, he felt pain again. Yang Wenjing, no matter what, never do anything against the rules. Take good care of the child in your belly. Leaving these words, Chen Tong strode out. He knew that, during this year, Yang Wenjing had been in hell, not just physically tormented by him, but mentally as well. His current kindness would be misunderstood as ulterior motives. Only actions could gradually dispel her doubts. Reborn for a second life, he would ensure his wife and unborn child lived a good life. Chen Tong left. In the yard, only young Wenjing remained, wiping her tears in the corner, murmuring, "Child, don't blame your mother. Your mother has nowhere else to turn. Without nutrition, how could the child in her belly develop properly?" Chen Tong turned right out the door, still on that familiar muddy path. Across the muddy path lay vast rice paddies. It was 1980. The wrong path had been abandoned, and the household responsibility system was being implemented. Each family finally had their own land. It was the best of times and the worst of times. Chen Tong's village, Qinghe village, was surrounded by small mountains. Now, each family had their own farmland, high morale. Even the older children were dragged into the fields to work. Just as Chen Tong stepped out, he saw many people working in the fields. It was almost Dragon Boat Festival, and everyone was busy planting rice seedlings. Many children, grunting, carried bundles of rice seedlings along the ridges in the fields, handing them to their families. Seeing Chen Tong emerge, several children's eyes lit up. Holding their dirty little heads high, they shouted at Chen Tong, "Brother Chen Tong, are you going fishing or catching loaches? Take me with you." "Brother Chen Tong, you said last time you'd take me to earn money. Why didn't you call me? I want to go fishing. There's no food at home." Seeing Chen Tong, many children were excited. When idle, Chen Tong never worked in the fields, instead leading a group of older kids to collect bird eggs, catch fish, and pick wild fruits in the mountains. The kids had fun and enjoyed following Chen Tong. But the next second, they were grabbed by the ear and dragged to the other end of the field. "Don't shout nonsense. Don't associate with this lot. Learn nothing good. Only follow the worthless." Calling him brother, get to work. If you don't work hard, you won't even have food for Qingming Festival. The adults scolded their children in front of Chen Tong without hesitation. Qingming Festival? Ancestral worship. Every family would bring out their precious stored food, offer it to their ancestors, then share some with the children. Chen Tong suddenly froze. If you remember correctly, Yang Wenjing had gone out to steal a chicken the night before Qingming Festival. He looked up. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Tomorrow was Qingming Festival. Everything was still within reach. The urgent priority now was to get Yang Wenjing a proper meal, then stay by her side, preventing her from doing anything foolish. "Fish," he suddenly remembered saying. "Snails at Qingming are better than fat geese." Yang Wenjing was most lacking in nutrition now. He turned and ran toward the river, determined to catch fish and collect snails. He would make sure Yang Wenjing had dinner tonight. Watching Chen Tong dash away in a cloud of dust, the villagers working in the fields shook their heads, their eyes filled with disdain. But they were used to it. With such a beautiful wife, if he just worked hard, they might not become plump, but at least have enough to eat. Not like now, his wife surviving on chaff and vegetables, pregnant and so thin she was unrecognizable. Such a disgrace. Someone sighed, continuing their work. Chapter 3. Grilled fish, stir-fried chives with snails, and fragrance. 20 minutes later, Chen Tong arrived by the riverside. Qinghe village is enveloped by mountains, with numerous streams crisscrossing the landscape. However, due to safety concerns, the deepest part of the stream, which lies not far from the village, only reaches Chen's chest. In all of Qinghe village, if it comes to foraging for bird eggs on the mountains or fishing in the waters, Chen Tong would be the undisputed champion. He often spent his time away from home, relying on these pursuits to satiate his hunger. In truth, his diet was not lacking. It was merely that without proper tools, he could not catch much at a time. Now, it was not just him who needed to eat. There was also Yang Wenjing and her unborn child to consider. Gazing at the crystal-clear stream before him, Chen Tong knew he could not afford to delay. He shed his shirt and began to fish and gather snails. Having done this numerous times, his hands and feet were nimble, and soon he held a lively little crucian carp, wriggling in his grasp. In the 1980s, the stream water was still unpolluted, and in the rice paddies, no one even thought of using pesticides. He could see fish gliding gracefully through the water, their movements stirring the surface, while others took shelter among the rocks. The water was a bit chilly, and in the past, he would have climbed ashore by now. But now, having been reborn, he had the chance to start anew. With determination, Chen Tong tossed the little crucian carp onto the bank. His fingers deftly searched among the crevices of the stones, and he was successful in his endeavors. Besides the crucian carp, he also caught some sluggish tiger fish and slender white fish. In no time, a lively collection of small fish gathered along the shore. The stream's water was refreshing, and he took a moment to hop about on the bank. The fish he had caught would suffice for a meal, but he still needed to gather some snails. The villagers held conservative views regarding food, and few indulged in snails. Moreover, every household faced a shortage of oil, making it difficult to prepare flavorful dishes from fish and snails. The earthy taste was hard to swallow. He managed to collect several dozen pounds of snails and, glancing at the sky, realized time was slipping away. He wanted to treat young Wenjing to a good meal that evening. Her gaunt and frail appearance tugged at his heartstrings. As the sun began to set, wisps of smoke rose from the earthen houses, signaling that it was mealtime. Chen Tong placed the snails and fish onto his shirt, wrapping them up before hastily making his way home. Upon arriving, he found that the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a dim light over the mud and straw house. Inside, he saw young Wenjing sitting there, lost in thought. As she noticed Chen Tong's return, she appeared somewhat flustered, unsure of where to place her hands. The house contained not a single grain of rice. While there were fields, Chen Tong had never taken to farming. His routine revolved around three things: coming home to eat, mistreating Yang Wenjing, and mingling with his unruly friends. Originally, Yang Wenjing had intended to tend to the fields herself, but her pregnancy made movement cumbersome, compounded by years of inadequate nutrition and the dual torment from Chen Tong, leaving her unable to manage such tasks. She gently touched her belly, her eyes reddening as she dared not meet Chen Tong's gaze. "Is there any oil left at home?" Chen Tong inquired, knowing that without oil, nothing could be made palatable. Yang Wenjing, slightly dazed, was uncertain of Chen Tong's intentions. There remained only a small bowl of rapeseed oil, which she typically could not bear to use. Chen Tong exhaled, relieved that there was oil available. He circumvented Yang Wenjing and retrieved 2 small iron basins from the house, pouring the fish and snails from his clothing into them. A man sat nearby, washing the small fish with well water. Yang Wenjing regarded Chen Tong with suspicion, unsure of his intentions. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Could it be that Chen Tong intended to poison her and the child within her? Summoning an unexpected courage, she resolved that even if she were to be harmed today, she would protect her unborn child. "Where did you acquire the fish? What are your intentions? Do you mean to poison me and my baby?" Having just finished cleaning the small fish, Chen Tong looked at Yang Wenjing with unprecedented tenderness, unperturbed by her words. "These fish are from the village creek. It's not as if we lack food at home. For tonight, you and the baby shall make do, and I will earn money tomorrow." Yang Wenjing was aware that Chen Tong occasionally caught fish and ventured into the mountains for bird eggs. However, she had never witnessed him bring anything home, neither fish nor eggs, nor even a feather or fish scale. For a moment, she was left speechless. Since that morning, she had sensed a subtle change in Chen Tong, yet the torment of the past year had left profound shadows in her heart. Could a prodigal truly return? She did not believe it, nor dared to. "Please, sit down. I will call you when the fish is ready," Chen Tong said, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that only tangible actions could prove his sincerity. He meticulously cleaned the snails and extracted some of the meat, mindful that there was little oil at home. If he cooked them with the shells, it would not only be greasy, but also unclean. After an hour had passed, dusk fell, and Chen Tong gathered a pile of firewood. The flickering flames illuminated Yang Wenjing's face, revealing the turmoil in her eyes. She remained seated at the doorway, silently observing Chen Tong's every move. Chen Tong skewered the fish with wooden sticks. The smaller ones were placed on the clean blue bricks next to the fire to roast. Meanwhile, the iron pot had heated up, and seeing only half a bowl of vegetable oil remaining, Chen Tong poured the entire contents into the pot. A pang of heartache struck Yang Wenjing as she furrowed her brows. That oil could sustain her for quite some time. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. As he added ginger, garlic, and scallions, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Chen Tong then tossed in the chosen snail meat and stir-fried it over high heat. After a while, he added the chopped leeks and some chili peppers from the small vegetable patch in front of their earthen house, along with a few greens for their usual porridge. In these frugal times, few would indulge in such extravagance as using half a bowl of oil to sauté greens and snail meat. The enticing scent filled the small courtyard, greatly whetting one's appetite. Nearby, the fish sizzled as oil dripped down, releasing the savory aroma of meat. Yang Wenjing could not recall the last time she had eaten meat. Roasted fish and stir-fried leeks with snails, how delightful. Having completed the meal preparations, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chen Tong brought out the dirty little wooden table and set it beside the fire. The evening air was cold, and he worried for Yang Wenjing's health. "Let us eat. We have no rice left, so we shall have to make do with some hot water. Chen Tong handed the largest grilled fish to Yang Wenjing. The crispy golden skin revealing the tender white flesh within, exuding warmth and fragrance. With a sudden rush of emotion, tears streamed down Yang Wenjing's face as she hesitated to accept the fish, uncertain of Chen Tong's intentions. Was this a sumptuous meal meant to expel her from Qinghe village? She dared not entertain further thoughts. Observing her reluctance, Chen Tong gently guided her to the table. Rest assured, you may eat without worry. There are no soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, or chicken essence. Though the taste leaves much to be desired, it will fill our bellies tonight. After a considerable pause, Yang Wenjing finally lifted her chopsticks to sample the chives and snail meat, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 4. Earning a little money to support the household. Having finished the grilled fish and stir-fried chives with snails, Chen Tong took the initiative to tidy the dishes, suggesting that Yang Wenjing take a leisurely stroll around the courtyard to aid digestion. It felt surreal to her, as if she were in a dream. Had Chen Tong truly transformed? This was a complete turnaround, a remarkable change of 180 degrees. Though the meal could hardly be deemed delectable, it was infinitely superior to what she had endured previously. Indeed, it felt like a feast to Yang Wenjing. Before long, Chen Tong emerged with the remaining snails, having cooked them with ginger in the pot. With a slender iron wire in hand, he meticulously extracted the snail meat under the flickering light of the fire and the moon. Witnessing this, Yang Wenjing felt a stirring in her heart. He was diligently working. Wenjing, shall we have a conversation? Chen Tong spoke while he worked, noting that tomorrow was Qingming Festival, a day he wished to earn some money to provide her with a truly good meal, fragrant rice, and succulent pork belly. Yang Wenjing observed him, her heart swelling with emotion. For the first time in a year, Chen Tong had called her by her name, prepared a meal for her, and taken the initiative to help. Such gestures were beyond her wildest dreams. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, she halted, standing rigidly to the side. Chen Tong smiled gently, the firelight dancing in his eyes. He rose, casually wiping his hands on his clothes, and beckoned her to sit on the bench. You've suffered so much this past year. I assure you, from now on, every meal will feature white rice, and there will always be meat. His voice, though soft, carried an unwavering conviction. Please, do not despair or act foolishly for the sake of the child you carry. Chen Tong remained concerned that Yang Wenjing might not believe him and could resort to desperate measures, like stealing chickens from the neighboring families. A flicker of fear crossed Yang Wenjing's clear eyes. Was Chen Tong hinting at something? Could he possibly suspect her intentions? Yet, her body had lacked nourishment throughout her pregnancy, and worry for her unborn child weighed heavily on her mind. Silently, she gazed at the flickering flames, reflecting on her identity as a sent-down youth, someone who valued dignity and had been educated from a young age. If it were not for the child she carried, tomorrow at noon, I promise there will be meat and eggs on the table. Chen Tong reassured her once more, hoping to quell her anxieties. Yet, in truth, Yang Wenjing found it hard to believe. Marrying Chen Tong had been a matter of desperation, and she was well aware of his past. For the past 2 decades, Chen Tong had known nothing of hard work, living off the family and his elder siblings before their separation, leading a life of idleness. After the division of the family, matters escalated further. Chen Tong, having married Yang Wenjing, resorted to violence and verbal abuse, showing no regard for her even during her pregnancy. He immersed himself in a tumultuous lifestyle with a group of dubious friends, solely focused on his own satisfaction, leaving Yang Wenjing to fend for herself. Confused and at a loss for words, Yang Wenjing felt a growing weariness and decided to retire for the night. She sensed a change in Chen Tong. Though whether for better or worse, it could hardly be more dismal than their current situation. As she lay in bed, Chen Tong's words echoed in her mind, wondering if he would manage to fulfill his promises the following day. Some shadows and scars, after all, cannot be erased by mere words or the passage of a day or two. Greater hope often leads to greater disappointment, a thought too daunting for Yang Wenjing to entertain. The fear of nurturing hope only to be met with despair weighed heavily on her heart, threatening to be the final straw. Tonight, however, she could not indulge in petty theft. Chen Tong worked late into the night, meticulously sorting through the river snails meant for sale the next day. As dawn broke, the village rooster heralded the morning. He sprang from his bed, remnants of last night's grilled fish still awaiting him. Heating water in a pot, he placed the fish in a bowl before setting it to steam. Their poverty left them with scant provisions, forcing them to make do. He then grabbed a basket and a bundle of rope from home. The basket held the freshly sorted river snails, and he hastily harvested a generous portion of chives from the garden before rushing out the door. Having been reborn into such destitution, the first thought that crossed Chen Tong's mind was the pursuit of wealth. Yet in the 1980s, even the farmers in the small mountain village struggled, not to mention the nearby county town, where business was a rarity. To him, however, these circumstances represented opportunity. Everything appeared to him as gold: river snails, chives, and even the mugwort growing by the roadside. He was confident in his ability to provide young Wenjing and their unborn child with a life rich in white rice and meat at every meal. Before long, Chen Tong arrived at the fishing spot from the previous day, where vast patches of mugwort awaited him. Although some had been harvested by the villagers of Qinghe, the surrounding mountains ensured an abundance of vegetation. His destination was Huayin County, 12 miles away. The dewy mugwort was in high demand, and he planned to promote his chives stir-fried with river snails as well, anticipating a fruitful harvest. The county boasted state-owned enterprises, meat processing plants, and agricultural supply cooperatives. If his memory served him correctly, there was also a residential building for employees of public institutions, where the residents were not financially constrained. As dawn broke, he effortlessly gathered bundles of mugwort, a task trivial for a 20-year-old. After collecting around 30 pounds of mugwort, he also added some water celery to his basket. Stir-fried water celery with meat was a dish that tantalized the taste buds, particularly appealing to the palates of the county's public sector workers. The 12-mile journey was neither too far nor too close. An hour and a half later, he arrived in the county town. By 7:30 in the morning, he located the residential building for the employees of public institutions. At this moment, families across the neighborhood are rising to prepare breakfast, and many have ventured out to purchase fresh vegetables. Today marks the Qingming festival, a time for ancestral veneration, and thus, the meals must be worthy of reverence. One must approach their ancestors with filial piety. Chen Tong crouched by the roadside, placing bundles of freshly tied mugwort at the curb. The vibrant green of the mugwort still glistened with dew, creating a striking sight. Water celery, snail meat, and chives were neatly arranged nearby. Numerous sharp-eyed middle-aged women, passing by, soon spotted the vivid green. "Hey, young man, is that mugwort?" Before Chen Tong could respond, several women gathered around him. With a smile, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and said, "It's Qingming festival today, and I came early to sell some mugwort, wild water celery, and snails." Mugwort is an essential item for the festival, used in offerings. It is said that boiled eggs with mugwort can remedy women's migraines. Chen Tong recalled the benefits of mugwort and enthusiastically shared this information. "Indeed, it looks quite fresh," one woman remarked. "Of course, it was just picked this morning by the river," Chen Tong replied, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. In these times, very few engage in roadside commerce, which quickly drew a crowd. Chapter 5. Sold out. Chen Tong cheerfully introduced the freshly picked mugwort, and it was clear that a few women were tempted to buy. "Sister, this is just harvested. I arrived early to ensure the ladies purchasing mugwort could feel assured. Most importantly, mugwort boiled with eggs is good for women's health." One middle-aged woman, nodding, expressed her interest. "How much is the mugwort? What is the price per pound?" Chen Tong responded with a grin. "It's 40 cents per pound. I rushed over this morning without a scale, so I'll estimate it by hand. If I give you less, you can come back for more. If I give you more, consider it a gift from me." 40 cents per pound. This price was quite acceptable, especially given the freshness of the morning harvest. However, who among the middle-aged women purchasing vegetables would not seek a bargain? The woman feigned a pained expression, pointing at the mugwort on the ground. "Young man, I sincerely wish to buy some. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" Chen Tong replied, "Sister, my clothes are still damp from the morning dew. I traveled over 10 miles to ensure freshness. This mugwort is a labor of love, taking advantage of the Qingming festival." Having risen from humble beginnings, Chen Tong had encountered all sorts of people and could read them well. This woman was undoubtedly interested in buying, merely attempting to save a few coins. His polite demeanor, coupled with a warm smile and a friendly address of sister, made him quite approachable. All right, seeing as you are so earnest, I'll take 3 pounds. The middle-aged woman conceded, noticing Chen Tong's perspiration and the effort he had put in. Without further haggling, Chen Tong scooped up a handful of mugwort from the ground. Having been in the business for many years, he knew that while precision was important, a slight margin of error was acceptable. His hands, though lacking a scale, could estimate fairly well, and he tended to give a little extra. Sister, rest assured, you will receive more than enough mugwort. When you get home, weigh it. And if it's less, I shall provide you with an additional 3 pounds. The woman took the mugwort and smiled broadly. This young man certainly knew how to get things done. Everyone enjoys a little advantage. After paying, the middle-aged woman noticed the black and white spiral shell meat in Chen Tong's basket and inquired, "What is that? Is it for sale too?" Chen Tong followed her gaze, pointing to the spiral shell meat. "This is spiral shell meat, 70 cents a pound." "Spiral shell meat? You mean the shelled ones from the river? Can that be eaten?" The middle-aged woman still held a degree of trust in Chen Tong, particularly because of his sweet talk. In the 1980s, few people consumed spiral shell meat, so it was not surprising for her to be unaware. "Madam, spiral shell meat is highly nutritious, rivaling that of eggs, especially when stir-fried with chives. It's a man's station for energy and a woman's beauty salon, providing boundless strength. If your husband eats it, he will be as strong as an ox in the fields." Many middle-aged women's eyes lit up. Their husbands worked diligently during the day, and after dinner, they would collapse into bed, snoring loudly, leaving little room for leisure activities. Although they didn't quite understand the analogy of a station and a beauty salon, they certainly recognized the strength of a laboring ox. Is this spiral shell really more nutritious than eggs? The middle-aged woman was somewhat skeptical. Her land hadn't been tilled in ages. She wasn't alone. Many other onlookers shared her sentiment, as their husbands toiled hard during the day, and at night, with no television, they gathered in groups of women to chat. "Madam, you can secretly enjoy spiral shell stir-fry tonight," Chen Tong suggested knowingly. "The spiral shells and chives are not abundant." "All right, I'll take a pound of spiral shell meat and chives." The middle-aged woman was resolute. This young man appeared trustworthy, not like a fraud. In these times, folk remedies often came from the countryside, which lent them a degree of credibility. Holding the mugwort, spiral shells, and chives, the woman left in high spirits, her smile wide. "Young man, I would like a bit more mugwort tomorrow. Could you bring some along with the spiral shells and chives?" As she departed, her steps felt lighter. What one eats matters, especially if it could give her husband more strength. Thus, she intended to indulge him. Certainly, Chen Tong was equally delighted. As the remaining middle-aged women began to make their purchases, and the crowd continued to grow, if one didn't buy now, there would be nothing left. Whether it would prove effective would be revealed tonight. Once the crowd dispersed, not a single stalk of mugwort remained, nor any spiral shell meat or chives. Even the water celery had been sold by Chen Tong. Gazing at the emptiness before him and the jingling coins in his pocket, Chen Tong beamed with joy. At that moment, the first woman who had bought mugwort and spiral shell meat returned, accompanied by several other women of similar age. "This is the young man selling mugwort and spiral shell meat. Oh no, it's all gone." Clearly, the woman was there to refer business to Chen Tong, her thoughts lingering on the spiral shell meat stir-fried with chives. "Apologies, you arrived too late. I've sold out." Chen Tong chuckled apologetically. "Tomorrow, I will bring you more mugwort and spiral shell meat." The woman nodded, saying, "Don't forget tomorrow." She returned home, declaring that the young man had generously given her an extra ounce of mugwort. "The snails must be stir-fried with chives," she reminded loudly. Casting a glance at the departing figure, the elder sister turned back, smiled, and nodded. Chen Tong tidied up the basket and rope, then sought refuge in the shade of a tree, carefully counting the small change from his pocket. Approximately 30 pounds of mugwort at 40 cents per pound yielded a total of 11 yuan and 50 cents. 8 pounds of snail meat at 70 cents per pound amounted to 5 yuan and 20 cents. 5 pounds of chives at 10 cents per pound totaled 50 cents. 7 pounds of water celery at 20 cents per pound equated to 1 yuan and 20 cents. Though busy, Chen Tong, who had an innate sensitivity to numbers, remembered every detail with clarity. This morning, his total earnings amounted to 18 yuan and 40 cents. A stack of coins clutched in his hand stirred a myriad of emotions within him. This was merely the beginning. He was determined to work hard to ensure a good life for young Wenjing and their unborn child. Chen Tong stretched his limbs, delaying his departure as he observed his surroundings for a while longer. The residential building, although not lacking in income, offered only a limited variety of foods, presenting a promising opportunity for him. He planned to return tomorrow, although the middle-aged woman expressed a desire for mugwort to boil with eggs for her health. Chen Tong understood her true cravings were for snail meat and chives. Chen Tong departed for the county's supply and marketing cooperative, akin to a modern supermarket where nearly everything one desires can be found. However, some items required corresponding vouchers. Otherwise, prices would significantly increase. In a small mountain village like Qinghe, even with vouchers, residents could scarcely afford rice, flour, or meat, rendering a trip to the county cooperative impractical. Only those employed by the government could regularly enjoy white rice and shop there. Chapter 6. Purchasing meat and rice. Though Qinghe village was not far from the county town, during that era, no one entertained the notion of engaging in business. Each household diligently tended to their newly allocated fields, working fervently. Unfortunately, throughout the year, little profit was made, and every penny was stretched to its limit. The primary food sources for Qinghe village were sweet potatoes and corn, both easily grown and stored. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Tong was met with a dazzling array of goods, all priced with handwritten tags displayed at the cashier's counter. Lacking grain and meat vouchers, he found the prices considerably inflated. He inquired, discovering that 1 pound of rice cost 20 cents, but without a grain ticket, it would be 23 cents, a 3-cent increase. Flour was 25 cents per pound, but without a ticket, it would rise to 27 cents. 2 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of flour, Chen Tong stated, deciding to purchase a small amount for immediate needs, as he anticipated frequent trips to the county in the future. The sales clerk weighed the items and wrapped them in an used newspaper. Chen Tong extracted the appropriate amount of small vouchers from his pocket and handed them over. He then purchased some kerosene, soy sauce in a bag, chicken essence, and eggs, essential items for daily living. He glanced at the light bulbs displayed on the counter, but ultimately decided against buying one. Although Qinghe village was surrounded by mountains, it was conveniently accessible, and thus the village had electricity. However, the use of electricity incurs costs, and only a handful of households in the village can afford electric lamps. The majority rely on kerosene lamps, and some villagers retire for the night as soon as darkness falls. One must consider that wealth is not abundant. First and foremost, securing basic sustenance takes precedence. Chen Tong exited the supply and marketing cooperative, burdened with numerous packages tied with hemp rope. The basket could hardly accommodate such an array of goods. Upon stepping out, he noticed a vendor selling pancakes. Inquiring about the prices, he found that plain pancakes were 5 cents each, while meat-filled ones cost 20 cents. He purchased 4, 2 of each variety. Famished after carrying several dozen pounds and traversing over 10 miles without a sip of water, he settled on a nearby bench to devour 2 of the pancakes, tucking the remaining 2 into his coat to bring home for young Wenjing. He hoped that by the time he returned, the pancakes would still be warm. Without delay, he hurried towards the meat processing plant, where several butcher shops awaited at the entrance. The newspapers displayed an abundance of glistening pork. Chen Tong quickened his pace to reach the butcher's stall. "How much for the pork?" he inquired. "Bring your meat ration coupons," the vendor replied without lifting his head, engrossed in sharpening his knife. Frowning, Chen Tong explained, "I don't have any coupons." "No coupons?" The vendor sounded surprised. It was rare for someone to attempt purchasing meat without them in these times, and the price would be significantly higher. Lean meat is 2 yuan per pound, and fatty meat is 2 yuan and 20 cents. "How much do you want?" The vendor quoted the prices for those without coupons, which were indeed steep. With a coupon, the cost would be 20 cents less per pound. In the 1980s, every household struggled financially. Fatty meat could be rendered for oil and stored for an extended period, with the resulting lard being a delectable addition to meals. Therefore, lean meat was cheaper than fatty meat. However, for Chen Tong, the distinction was irrelevant. He requested 2 pounds of each, as young Wenjing required nutrition that balanced both types. Truth be told, had he spotted any milk, he would have undoubtedly purchased some as well. Regardless of the cost, he could not deny his wife nourishment, nor could he allow their child to suffer. The vendor worked swiftly, expertly slicing and packaging 2 pounds of lean meat and 2 pounds of fatty meat in newspaper, tying it with twine before handing it to Chen Tong. The total came to 8 yuan and 20 cents. Chen Tong produced the money, having earned 18 yuan and 4 cents that morning, leaving him with little remaining. He could not help but smile wryly. In these times, to enjoy meat and white rice at every meal required substantial earnings. By midday, Chen Tong returned to the entrance of their small courtyard, where young Wenjing paced anxiously, her brow furrowed. Upon seeing him approach with his heavy load, her expression darkened further. The first thought that crossed her mind was the source of his money. He had purchased quite a lot. Could it be that he had resorted to theft? Such an act would lead to imprisonment, leaving a permanent stain on his character. "You bought something? Where did you get the money?" she queried, tension evident in her tone. This was the first time she had questioned him so pointedly, driven by her concern for the unborn child. Would the infant be born to a fatherless existence, burdened with the stigma of having a thief for a parent? Observing young Wenjing's anxious demeanor, Chen Tong recognized her misunderstanding. He promptly placed the items on the table and reassured her, "This money is earned through my own efforts." "Completely clean. You earned this money?" Yang Wenjing replied, bewildered. "Indeed, today marks the Qingming festival. Last night, I selected some snail meat and harvested a few bunches of chives from the field. I also gathered some mugwort by the village creek and took them to the county town to sell." "Really?" Yang Wenjing felt a tremor in her heart. Could it be that Chen Tong truly ventured out to earn money? "Rest assured," Chen Tong reassured her, patting his chest, suddenly recalling something. He retrieved a warm pancake wrapped in newspaper from his pocket, having purchased 4 in total, 2 savory and 2 vegetarian. He consumed the 2 vegetarian ones, saving the savory ones for Yang Wenjing. "What is this?" Yang Wenjing inquired, her heart fluttering once more. Chen Tong had bought her something. "This is a pancake. I bought 4. I was simply too hungry and couldn't resist eating 2 first." Chen Tong smiled with a certain innocence, extending the pancake towards her. He refrained from specifying the kinds of pancakes he had purchased. Yang Wenjing's eyes glistened with moisture, her arms quivering slightly. She confirmed once again, "The money you earned, it's truly clean?" "Yes." Chen Tong placed the pancake into Yang Wenjing's hands, saying, "Eat it while it's warm. It won't taste as good when it's cold. I'll go prepare dinner now." With that, he turned and entered the house, leaving Yang Wenjing in a daze. She had noticed the items in the basket: oil, eggs, and other daily necessities, along with 2 large bundles wrapped in newspaper, seeping with oil. That was meat, pork. Such an abundance of goods must have cost a fortune, and her mind began to race. Moreover, Chen Tong had not been a stranger to thievery. He had an elder brother named Chen Hao. Initially, the 2 brothers lived together with their parents. Their courtyard housed 3 rooms, 1 main house, and 2 side rooms, all made of mud. Chen Hao was the antithesis of Chen Tong. He diligently farmed and raised livestock, cattle, pigs, and ducks. In contrast, Chen Tong had always preferred an easy life, scheming and treading down dubious paths. A year ago, Chen Tong, in a bid to treat his so-called friends to a meal in the county town, had stolen their plowing ox and a small black pig weighing less than 34 pounds to sell. He also took all the duck eggs, which he usually saved for sale. Upon discovering this, Chen Tong's father was so enraged that he collapsed, his vision darkening. Chen Hao, disassociating himself from this brother, moved out to live separately, taking their parents to the edge of the village to build a new home. It could be said that Chen Hao now lived in hardship, subsisting on but 1 meal a day. Chapter 7. A fragrant meal. While Yang Wenjing was lost in thought, Chen Tong had already organized the various items he had purchased. 2 pounds of lean meat and 2 pounds of fatty meat lay prominently on the dilapidated wooden table. Essential supplies such as eggs, oil, rice, and flour were all present. Though it fell short of future standards, such a bounty was considered quite affluent in the small mountain village of Qingha. Even the wealthiest families in the village might not be able to afford such provisions. As Yang Wenjing took a bite of the still-warm pancake, her previously icy heart seemed to gain a flicker of warmth. Can a person truly turn over a new leaf after wandering for over 20 years? Or is it merely a fleeting whim? Chen Tong was unaware of Yang Wenjing's thoughts and had already immersed himself in work. He meticulously cleaned both lean and fatty meat, placing them separately in small bowls. His first task was to render lard. Today, without fail, he intended to cook with lard, as even rice mixed with lard would be fragrant and delectable. Unintentionally, he caught sight of Yang Wenjing standing at the doorway, illuminated by the soft light. A mere shadow of her former self despite being 5 months pregnant, looking as thin as a bamboo pole. He could hardly fathom how she had endured the past year. A pang of guilt swept over Chen Tong. He felt he had been utterly neglectful. It was imperative that Yang Wenjing enjoyed meat with every meal and a daily egg for breakfast, for he could earn money. He had already chopped 2 pounds of lard into sizable chunks, and the iron pot was thoroughly cleaned. He poured in a small amount of hot water and added the cut lard. When Yang Wenjing approached to tend the fire, Chen Tong gently declined her assistance, insisting he could manage the task himself. The pot began to bubble vigorously, and he skimmed off the froth with a wooden spoon, maintaining a gentle flame beneath. In these times, every household was in dire need of lard, with empty bellies to contend with. As the rich aroma of the melting lard wafted through the air, Chen Tong couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "How delightful!" Moments later, the lard was nearly ready, the cracklings taking shape, golden and sizzling with a flurry of tiny bubbles. In this small mountain village, most people used earthenware jars for storage, and his family was no exception. Ideally, a sprinkle of prickly ash would enhance the flavor. But poverty had left many unaware of such luxuries. Chen Tong ladled the rendered lard into a dish, setting aside the cracklings. After they had cooled slightly, he carefully offered a piece of crackling to young Wenjing. "Try this," he urged. As she looked up, their eyes met, his gaze warm with kindness, causing her cheeks to flush. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. "I just had pancakes. I'm not hungry," she stammered, leaning closer. Chen Tong lowered his head until it almost brushed against her face, saying, "This is for the baby in your belly." Yang Wenjing's face reddened even more, the warmth of his breath palpable against her skin, her earlobes nearly bursting with color. Hesitantly, she reached out, taking the crackling and savoring it slowly. Chen Tong then turned away, as he had yet to prepare the meal. He sliced the lean meat and set it aside before cracking 2 eggs and whisking them vigorously with chopsticks. Without tomatoes at home, he could only make steamed eggs. The vegetable patch outside yielded a few chili peppers and small greens, which he picked, washed, and chopped with precision. His actions were methodical, betraying none of the waywardness of a petty hoodlum who had drifted for 2 decades. Their household possessed 2 pots. One was already used for steaming rice. Though the amount of rice bought today was modest, it sufficed for the 2 of them, likely lasting a couple of days. However, he planned to venture to the county town early the next morning to earn more money and stockpile additional rice. The first dish he intended to prepare was stir-fried meat with chili. The iron pot, still unwashed, was heated and crackled as the fire continued to burn. As the scorching oil met the chill of cold water, a symphony of sizzling sounds erupted, while white mist rose from the iron pot. Before adding the slices of meat, Chen Tong deliberately tossed in a few dry twigs, transforming a gentle flame into a roaring fire. It is on this vigorous heat that the meat truly flourishes. Indeed, as the meat hit the pan, the contrast of temperatures unleashed a tantalizing aroma that enveloped the entire courtyard. Standing at the doorway, Yang Wenjing was irresistibly drawn to the enticing scent, involuntarily swallowing hard. Her heart began to race with an overwhelming sense of fear. She dreaded that this might merely be a fleeting dream. She feared that at the moment she sat at the table, the enchanting scene might vanish before her eyes. This aroma embodied the essence of daily life, the very essence of the seasons. It was a reflection of her long-held desires since marrying Chen Tong. Yet, over the past year, she had come to understand the depths of despair. Suddenly, she felt as though she had ascended to the heavens, yet everything seemed so surreal. The warmth of the kitchen atmosphere felt like ethereal mist lifting her into the clouds, a dreamlike illusion. Since Yang Wenjing's arrival in the countryside, the only taste of meat she had savored was during the New Year, while on regular days, the delight of sweet potatoes was a rare treat. Meanwhile, the other iron pot released a gentle plume of steam, gradually rising, as a thin veil of moisture settled upon the small dwelling. Inside that pot, white rice simmered. Everything unfolded so unexpectedly. Chen Tong ladled out the pork, perfectly cooked to 7/10 doneness, and then added chili peppers, stirring diligently. The fragrant essence of the chilies dispersed into the air. The harmonious blend of meat, rice, and chilies wove together the very fabric of their new home. The freshly sautéed pork was returned to the pot, accompanied by soy sauce, salt, MSG, and a pinch of sugar. This sugar, procured from the supply cooperative, was quite costly. Yet Chen Tong did not hesitate to indulge. Just as the pork and chilies were nearing completion, a handful of freshly picked scallions was sprinkled on top. The glistening pork and vibrant green chilies exuding a rich aroma. Following this, Chen Tong added a small spoonful of freshly rendered lard into the iron pot, prompting a pang of concern within Yang Wenjing. Was it truly necessary to use so much oil? However, Chen Tong was unfazed as he tossed in fresh greens, skillfully maneuvering the wooden spoon up and down. The pot crackled and popped, mirroring Yang Wenjing's own tumultuous emotions. At last, the vegetables were perfectly sautéed. The feast was laid upon the table, an olfactory delight wafting through the air. The room was dimly lit. Lunch was served in the small courtyard. The pork with chilies, steamed eggs, greens, and fragrant rice constituted an extravagant spread. The entire courtyard was infused with the savory aroma of meat, igniting an insatiable appetite. In the adjacent yard, Chen Tong's aunt, Yang Sumei, was busily engaged in her own tasks, her hands never idle. At this moment, the wild grasses and vegetables were thriving in a frenzy of growth, requiring daily attention as they raised pigs. Suddenly, she paused, lifting her head in curiosity. What was this delightful scent that stirred her cravings? Oh heavens, it was the aroma of meat. She tilted her head, raising her nose high, inhaling deeply, as her stomach growled in response. This intoxicating scent seemed to waft in from the neighboring yard. Suddenly, she dispelled the absurd thought. Chen Tong, not in a million years. Chapter 8. The sun rises in the west. Yang Sumei is Chen Tong's little aunt, and her husband, Chen Wenhai, is the youngest brother of Chen Tong's father. However, this little aunt is remarkably shrewd and loves to scheme. Before Chen Tong separated from his second brother, Chen Hao, their interactions were quite minimal. The reason was simple. It was all about land and money. At that time, land was allocated based on the number of people, with 1 acre per person. Yet, Yang Sumei cunningly seized all the land belonging to Chen Tong's grandparents, under the pretense of farming it for the elderly couple. As time passed, it became her own land, leaving the old couple without even a morsel to eat. Fortunately, Chen Tong's grandparents had several children, with his father being the third in line, affectionately known as Chen Laosan. Above him were an elder uncle and an elder aunt, while the youngest was the neighboring uncle, whom the elderly couple favored the most. Now, the grandparents reside at the home of the elder uncle, while Chen Tong's father and elder aunt occasionally provide them with some assistance. 2 months ago, Yang Sumei caught a piglet, and early that morning went to the foot of the mountain at the village entrance to gather wild grass, constantly calculating how much she could earn from such hard work over the year. Unexpectedly, around 11 or 12 o'clock, she caught a whiff of a meaty aroma. Whose household is so extravagant as to have a meal at 11? Surely, one should eat around 2:30 in the afternoon, lest they go to bed starving and unable to sleep. Yang Sumei paused her work, lifting her head high. This is truly the scent of meat, and it is extraordinarily rich, wafting into her own yard. Yang Sumei inhaled deeply, saliva pooling in her mouth, overwhelmed by the tantalizing fragrance of meat. How utterly enticing. After a moment, Yang Sumei finally realized it must be from the old Zhu family next door. The father-in-law of the Zhu family is the production team leader from the neighboring village and occasionally manages to procure some pork to support his daughter, who married over. Throughout the year, households could only enjoy meat during the new year, and now, merely 3 months in, such a delicious aroma fills the air. Who else could it be but the Zhu family? Yang Sumei wiped the corners of her mouth, feeling frustrated. Her own husband works in the production team, idling away the days and barely managing to fill their bellies. To think he could secure some pork is a far-off dream. She recalled that during the new year, her eldest daughter, married in the county town, had sent some money to buy a piece of marbled pork. The taste was truly exquisite. Thinking of her daughter made her lips curl upwards involuntarily. Though she had not given birth to a son, she was blessed with 2 wonderful daughters. These 2 daughters are remarkable. Once the second daughter graduates and secures a stable government job, she would not only enjoy pork, but also lamb, beef, and various other meats. Enduring hardship now would lead to a future of plenty. My good days are yet to come. Yang Sumei resumed her work with renewed vigor. However, before long, he observed old Zhu carrying a shovel past his doorstep, seemingly heading to the fields to labor. Old Zhu, what are you up to? Yang Sumei elevated her voice, perplexed, given that the Zhu household was supposedly preparing a meal. Zhu Kongwu paused momentarily, gazing at Yang Sumei with a look of bewilderment, replying, "At this hour, what else could one do but work in the fields?" Work? This left Yang Sumei momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, I caught the aroma of your cooking. The scent of pork wafted into my courtyard. Zhu Kongwu appeared stunned again, glancing up at the blazing sun in the sky and remarked, "Cooking at this time? Isn't that a waste of food?" With a grin revealing his aged yellow teeth, he hoisted his shovel, stating, "I still have to tend to the fields and perhaps scout the mountains for wild mushrooms." With that, he ambled away, muttering without a backward glance. The scent of pork, the act of cooking. This woman must be succumbing to her cravings. Shaking his head, he trudged onward. Yang Sumei stood once more in a state of disbelief. It couldn't he possibly be from the Zhu household? That rich fragrance had permeated her own courtyard. Her neighbors included the rascally son from the old Sen family. Who wouldn't he lift a finger even if his wife were starving? And then there was the Zhu family. If it wasn't he from them, Could it be from that Chen Tong fellow? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. The sun could rise from the west, and it would still be unthinkable. She began to doubt whether her own cravings were playing tricks on her. Raising her head again, she leaned against the wall bordering Chen Tong's yard, inhaling deeply. It was the scent of meat. Undeniably, it was the fragrance of meat. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Yang Wenjing might be stealing. Yet, she quickly shook her head. Yang Wenjing was a sent-down youth with inherent pride. She couldn't fathom how she had succumbed to Chen Tong's charms. Just days ago, Yang Wenjing had come to borrow sweet potatoes, which she had refused. Could it be that she had truly set aside her pride to steal? That simply wouldn't he do. She must report her and see her imprisoned. Wenjing, come to dinner. At that moment, she heard Chen Tong's voice emanating from next door. Yang Sume felt a jolt. Could it be that she was so hungry that she was hallucinating? Dinner? Could that enticing scent truly be wafting from that rascally boy's home? She looked up at the sun, confirming it had not risen from the west. Her heart raced with a maddening itch. Without delay, Yang Sume dashed into her house, retrieved the tallest stool she had, and leaned it against the wall. Cautiously, she climbed atop it, attempting to peer over the wall. However, the earthen wall she had insisted on building was too high, obstructing her view entirely. No, it cannot be. I must be losing my mind from hunger. Yang Sume tried to reason with herself, thinking how could that rascal Chen Tong afford meat? Yet the aroma lingered in her nostrils, refusing to dissipate. Her heart felt as if it had been pricked, a profound discomfort settling within her. Meanwhile, in Chen Tong's small courtyard, 2 bowls of steaming, pearly white rice stood, pristine and inviting. The aroma wafting from the cast iron pot, slowly simmered over an open fire, was simply exquisite. On a weathered wooden table lay 3 dishes, presented with care. Come, eat, Chen Tong urged, as he placed a generous piece of meat in Yang Wenjing's bowl, glistening with succulent juices. Let us call this dish spicy stir-fried meat, he suggested, though meat stir-fried with pepper seemed more appropriate. The bowl was brimming with meat, and the fragrance was irresistible. You must eat as well, he insisted. Yang Wenjing felt a sense of unreality, cautiously picking up a greasy piece of lean meat and savoring it slowly. It was delicious. Truly, it was divine. Tears began to fall uncontrollably, each drop a testament to her overwhelming emotions. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Chen Tong asked. Concern etched on his face as he observed her. Yang Wenjing merely shook her head, her chopsticks still poised near her lips, rendered speechless. Chapter 9. Preparations. Their meal together spanned quite some time, as Yang Wenjing's long-standing malnutrition had left her stomach quite small. A bowl heaped high with rice was more than she could consume in one sitting. Moreover, Chen Tong continuously served her more meat, anxious that she might not be satisfied. Thus, she could only manage to eat slowly, prolonging the meal considerably. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly the best meal she had enjoyed since coming to the countryside. Reminiscent of a festive feast, there was meat, eggs, and fragrant white rice. Chen Tong had ensured ample portions of meat and had also steamed a bowl of eggs, leaving them with more than enough to spare for dinner. After the meal, Chen Tong began to clear the dishes. Yang Wenjing felt restless and wanted to help. Be mindful of the child, Chen Tong smiled, his eyes sparkling like the stars above. Yang Wenjing felt her cheeks flush. It seemed Chen Tong had indeed changed. Once the cleanup was complete, Chen Tong rested on the small bed for a while, as he had tasks to attend to in the afternoon. Needing to catch more river snails, he had refrained from harvesting the leeks from the garden in front of the courtyard earlier that day, as he was envisioning a dish of stir-fried leeks with river snail meat. Yet, leeks grow rapidly, and with each harvest, they regrow. As long as the dish was well prepared, he was not concerned about whether the families in the county would enjoy it. Every household wished for their men to be as robust as an ox. This time, equipped with a bamboo basket from home, he could at least collect 30 pounds of snails. After the meal, he strolled leisurely, passing by his neighbor's gate, heading towards the small creek at the village's edge to forage for snails. Meanwhile, since the moment Yang Sume caught a whiff of the meat from Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing's home, she had been half concealed at her door, vigilantly observing their every move. She longed for the gift of heightened senses to glean every detail. Even while working in her yard, her mind was distracted, frequently glancing towards the door. When Chen Tong passed by with his basket, a spark of excitement ignited within her. She hastily wiped her hands, stained with grass juice, on her apron and tiptoed softly to the door's crack. Stooping slightly, she peered through the gap, scrutinizing Chen Tong's every action. What could he possibly be doing with that bamboo basket? The first thought that crossed Yang Sumei's mind as she watched his retreating figure was one of intrigue. Then came a second thought, tinged with suspicion. This young man is acting rather mysteriously. Could he be up to something illicit? As thoughts swirled in her mind, Yang Sumei pondered the improbability of Chen Tong having stolen once in the morning and then again in the afternoon. Such audacity was beyond belief. A look of perplexity crossed her face as she struggled to comprehend Chen Tong's intentions. Yet deep down, she was reluctant to admit that both Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing had enjoyed a sumptuous meal today. She couldn't help but wonder if he had brought something to show his respect to her aunt. As she mumbled to herself, fatigue overwhelmed her hands, and her mind was consumed with speculation about Chen Tong's purpose for carrying the bamboo basket. The door to her home remained ajar, awaiting his return. Meanwhile, Chen Tong strolled leisurely with the bamboo basket in hand, whistling a cheerful tune. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. Those who run slowly have no food to eat. Those who run slowly will starve. This afternoon, he could distinctly sense a shift in Yang Wenjing's perception of him. Her feelings towards him had finally begun to soften. A promising beginning is half the battle won. He resolved to earn a decent living, ensuring that Yang Wenjing and their unborn child would be well-fed and warmly clothed. As he contemplated this, he glanced down at his tattered trousers and the well-patched shirt he had worn for years. Yang Wenjing's garments bore even more patches. This thought tugged at his heart. She had endured considerable hardship alongside him this past year. 15 minutes later, Chen Tong arrived at the creek, where numerous villagers were still busy working in the fields. Young children were busily digging for ants and insects in the soil. Upon spotting Chen Tong, their eyes sparkled with joy. One slightly older boy, around 7 or 8 years old, named Ernyo, came from a poor family and had never attended school, instead helping out at home. "Brother Tong, tomorrow, take us to the back mountain to find mushrooms and wild game." His dirty face and dark eyes were filled with anticipation. This was a pastime Chen Tong frequently indulged in, and upon hearing his call, a group of 10 or so children would often follow him to the back mountain to collect bird eggs, catch rabbits, and hunt small birds. Chen Tong smiled warmly at Ernyo and said, "Your mother is coming." Ernyo recoiled, peeking over the ridge of the field to see his mother standing upright and looking their way. Brother Tong, the wind is strong. Let us sneak away next time." And with that, Ernyo dashed off. However, Chen Tong reflected thoughtfully on the snail shells in his hands. As evening descended, the sunset painted the sky with hues of gold, casting a warm glow over the fields and the water's surface. Chen Tong had filled his bamboo basket with a substantial 30 pounds. He hurried home, knowing that the task of shelling the snails was no small feat and could not be delayed. Passing by Yang Sumei's doorstep, he noticed her leaning against the doorframe, hidden from the view of those outside. The basket was heavy and dripping with water. Suddenly, Yang Sumei realized he had gone fishing, a common endeavor for Chen Tong. She shot him a disapproving glance, ready to turn away, but then paused, her thoughts racing. But wait, the fish from that river carried a muddy scent and were not substantial, lacking in flavor. They would only leave one feeling nauseous. Thus, most villagers, aside from children who might roast them, hardly consumed such fish. So, from where did he procure the meat? Yang Sumei's thoughts were persistently occupied by the tantalizing aroma of pork that lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. In the evening, Chen Tong's uncle, Chen Wenhai, had just dealt with some trivial matters in the production team and was ambling home with his hands behind his back, huffing and puffing. Only 2 sweet potatoes remained in the pot. Although they had been roasted to perfection, the monotony of eating them throughout the year was becoming unbearable. Chen Wenhai sighed deeply, brushed off the ash, and took large bites. In the pitch-black kitchen, Yang Sumei suddenly poked her head out. "Wenhai, why are you back so late?" Startled while concentrating on his sweet potatoes, Chen Wenhai nearly dropped his food. "You woman, sneaking up on me in the dark like a ghost. Can't you walk without making a sound? What's wrong with you, a grown man, being so timid? If you have nothing to hide, why fear the ghosts knocking at your door? Why are you shouting at me?" Chen Wenhai was in a foul mood today, burdened by the affairs of the production team. With neighbors involved, it was impossible to take sides. A trivial matter had consumed his entire day, leaving him with no time to attend to matters at home. It was utterly exasperating. Returning home to darkness and extracting 2 sweet potatoes from the pot could easily lead to frustration. Chapter 10. The Argument Next Door. Chen Tong's smirk at Prophet's Chen Wenhai found himself vexed. Whenever Yang Su-mei was disinclined to cook, she would toss 2 sweet potatoes into the pot. Coupled with the day's events, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his temper. Yang Su-mei was known for her fiery disposition, a well-known figure in Qinghe village. She never backed down in arguments. You're brave at home, but take that courage elsewhere. Go confront your nephew next door. Did 2 sweet potatoes truly inconvenience you? Let me tell you, Yang Wenjing is starving. I didn't lend her even one, all for the sake of you having an extra bite upon your return. Now you think you've gained some prowess, don't you? Go next door and see. Take a look in their bowl. Is there not the aroma of pork wafting through? Yang Su-mei's voice rose. The rural night was unusually quiet, and her loud outburst caught the attention of Chen Tong, who was in his yard sorting through snail meat. Although he could not discern the specifics of their conversation, the escalating tension was unmistakable. A grin spread across his face as he felt a surge of mischief. Yang Su-mei had always targeted him, speaking ill of him behind his back, claiming that having a son was inferior to having a daughter, and that her daughter was far superior to him. Chen Wenhai, initially taken aback by the mention of a nephew, pondered, which nephew? He soon realized that Yang Su-mei was referring to Chen Tong, having heard her say next door. Yang Su-mei snickered. Who else but that useless little brat? Let me tell you, today that boy's family had spicy stir-fried meat, and I even caught a whiff of rice. That good-for-nothing can feast on pork, while you, toiling in the production team, are left with nothing but sweet potatoes and corn. How can you even bear it? Chen Wenhai's mind was somewhat muddled. It took him a while to comprehend Yang Su-mei's implication. Chen Tong had indeed dined on meat and rice that very afternoon. In a fit of laughter, Chen Wenhai exclaimed, "Meat? That young lad? I suspect you're simply craving it yourself." Yang Su-mei's expression immediately turned icy as she retorted, "You dare suggest I am simply driven by desire? Chen Wenhai, have you grown bold?" With that, she reached into the darkness, seizing an unknown object, and struck Chen Wenhai. "Ah, my head!" he cried out, turning and fleeing into the courtyard. In this household, the formidable matriarch often resorted to tears, tantrums, and threats of self-harm, occasionally invoking her family to exert pressure upon him. Thus, he had no choice but to swallow his grievances. The commotion escalated, causing quite the ruckus. While Chen Tong listened with amusement from the courtyard, chuckling at the antics of the elderly couple. After about half an hour, tranquility returned. Chen Wenhai gingerly touched his head and inquired, "Today is Qingming Festival. Have you honored our ancestors?" He gestured toward the meager offerings of corn and sweet potatoes. "This is rather scant. Tomorrow, purchase some meat to properly pay respects to our forebears, ensuring that Arya may secure a golden opportunity." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Yang Su-mei momentarily set aside her concerns, her mood brightening instantly. Reflecting on it, she pondered that perhaps she had indeed been driven by cravings, misinterpreting the situation. "Wenhai, how is your head? Does it still ache?" The sweet tone of her voice made Chen Wenhai feel queasy, prompting him to hastily retreat indoors. Meanwhile, Chen Tong had finally finished cleaning the river snail meat. Out of 38 pounds of snails, only 16 pounds of meat had been extracted, yet it was sufficient. Coupled with the chives from the field, he planned to gather some wild vegetables the following day, minimizing the amount of mugwort he would bring home, thus ensuring a nice sum of money in his pocket. The next day, at the break of dawn, Chen Tong rose early. He slept in the outer room, while Yang Wenjing rested in the inner chamber. He poured the leftover rice from the previous night into an iron pot, added water, and placed an egg in as well. Alas, lacking milk, the meal's nutrition was somewhat lacking. He splashed cold water on his face and took a knife to the field to harvest chives, placing them in a basket before heading towards the village entrance. There, he sought water celery and mugwort. Today, he picked a significant amount of water celery and only a little mugwort. Qingming Festival had already passed. As dawn broke, he finished his tasks and wiped the sweat from his brow. An hour and a half later, he arrived at the family courtyard in the county town, just as housewives began to emerge to buy groceries. At the familiar spot, Chen Tong set down his basket and water celery, waiting patiently. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted the same older sister from the previous day, hurrying towards him. From a distance, she called out, young man, you truly are a man of your word." Chen Tong stood up, beaming as he greeted her. "Do you have river snails today? How about chives?" The older sister peered into the basket, her face lighting up with delight. "I'll take 3 pounds of river snails and 2 pounds of chives." Chen Tong noticed that her complexion was particularly rosy today, exuding an air of joy. "How about it, sister? The river snail meat and chives are indeed top-notch, aren't they? She covered her mouth, unable to hide the joy in her eyes, and replied, truly exceptional, like a fine treasure. A radiant smile graced her face, overflowing with happiness. A few pounds of mugwort, please. Boiled eggs pair quite well with it. I would also like a pound of water celery. The sister's mood is exceptionally delightful as she glances around, searching for acquaintances. Hey, come on, you lot, hurry up. She spots familiar faces and quickly beckons them over. This delightful dish of stir-fried chives with river snails is something I can only share with a select few, allowing them to purchase first. How's everything? By the way, how is your old Lu doing at home? Chen Tong recognizes a few of them, as they were there yesterday, though the vegetables had all sold out. Without uttering a word, the sister simply gives a thumbs up. In an instant, they comprehend her meaning. Come on, young man. Give me 2 pounds of river snails and 1 pound of chives. I also want some of that water celery. It's delicious when stir-fried with meat. I'll take 2 pounds of snail meat as well. Chen Tong finds himself surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals, a living advertisement that quickly draws a crowd. The sister also joins in, assisting Chen Tong with his promotion. Mugwort boiled eggs are beneficial for women's health, she exclaims. Stir-fried water celery with meat is delectable, and stir-fried snail meat with chives will give your men immense strength. This time, within less than half an hour, everything Chen Tong brought was sold out. Young man, you must come often. The stir-fried snail meat with chives is truly remarkable. The sister beams with joy. Thank you so much for your help today. Chen Tong expresses his sincere gratitude, acknowledging that the best sales come from satisfied customers. Indeed, I appreciate your efforts, the sister replies, her face radiant with a smile as she waves goodbye to Chen Tong, gazing at his bulging pockets. Chen Tong is elated as he steps into a quieter area to tally his earnings. A total of 265 yuan. The warm bills in his hand bring him great joy. Yang Wenjing, you shall have meat every day from now on. Chapter 11. Yang Sume follows for just over 20 yuan. A public sector worker in the county town barely earns 30 yuan a month. He has merely made that in a single day. However, this is still far from sufficient. He must devise more lucrative avenues. Small endeavors will ultimately lead nowhere. Having not eaten breakfast and occupied with tasks all morning, his stomach now grumbles audibly as he gathers his belongings, pondering his next meal. Just after rounding a corner, he hears a cacophony of voices. Boss, my noodles, hurry up. Add more green onions. I don't want any chili. I can't handle the heat. Accompanying these shouts is a rich aroma of noodles that wafts enticingly towards him. Chen Tong's eyes instantly brighten, and simultaneously, his hunger intensifies. In these times, an empty stomach makes it truly difficult to accomplish tasks. Chen Tong squeezes into the crowd and casually finds an empty table to sit at. Boss, I'll have a bowl of noodles. Certainly. Sir, please take a seat. Your noodles will be ready shortly. The boss's voice is robust and full of vigor. Before long, a steaming bowl arrives. Here is your bowl of bone broth noodles. The table is adorned with green onions and chili oil for self-serving. The boss's wife, bustling about, swiftly places the bowl in front of Chen Tong before turning to attend to her other duties, her hands never resting. Chen Tong was not particularly fond of spicy food, yet he poured a bit of chili oil nonetheless. This chili oil was authentic, made entirely from simmered peppers. Unlike the modern concoctions laden with numerous additives that obscure the original flavor of the chili, Chen Tong's stomach growled with hunger. He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a generous portion of noodles, blowing on them briefly before eagerly placing them in his mouth. Wow, scalding, exhilarating. The proprietor served a hearty bowl of noodles, crafted from fine white flour, hand-pulled, and delightfully chewy, bouncing in his mouth. Chen Tong savored the bliss that food brought him, a sensation he had not experienced for many years in the present day. Although he was wealthy and often indulged in exquisitely presented dishes, he had lost touch with the fundamental essence of food. In truth, people during this era had larger appetites compared to the future, primarily due to the demands of physical labor. The consumption was significant. Despite the generous serving from the owner, Chen Tong still felt unsatisfied. He drank the broth down to the last drop. How much do I owe you? He inquired as he stood to settle the bill. 5 dimes per bowl. In this age, noodles were considered a luxury ingredient, especially with the rich broth made from large bones and 2 slices of meat. 5 dimes for a bowl was still reasonable. However, as Chen Tong prepared to leave after paying, he remained oblivious to someone who had been watching him intently from a shadowy corner. From the moment he appeared at the noodle stall, A pair of eyes had been gleaming with interest. This person was Yang Sume, holding half a kilogram of pork, which cost her a whole yuan. She felt a pang of regret. She had come to the county to buy meat, and, passing by the noodle stall, was irresistibly drawn in by the enticing aroma. The stall was not far from the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, and she stood there for a while, swallowing her saliva in anticipation of the delightful smell. Just as she was about to indulge her curiosity, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. That rascal, Chen Tong. Shocked, she concealed herself in a secluded spot, intently observing his every move. She witnessed Chen Tong sit down, call over the proprietor, and order a bowl of noodles. Watching him relish the meal left her utterly astonished. With each bite he took, she mumbled to herself in disbelief. She saw him finish the entire bowl, her craving intensifying. Then, she watched as he paid, her eyes widening like saucers. This lad is indeed wealthy. A bowl of noodles is not cheap. How could a country bumpkin afford it? She watched Chen Tong pay and then leave, momentarily stunned before straightening up, her gaze never straying from him as she trailed him from a distance. She was determined to uncover his intentions. She followed him directly into the supply and marketing cooperative, and seeing him prepare to purchase something, she waited a few minutes before darting inside. Stealthily, like a thief, she feared being discovered by Chen Tong. Hiding in a corner, she lowered her head, pretending to peruse the items, while her eyes covertly searched for Chen Tong's figure. Rice, noodles. Yang Sume felt a lump in her throat. She was not there to buy matches and kerosene. How much rice and flour could that possibly be? As Chen Tong placed the carefully wrapped rice and flour into the basket, Yang Sume found it hard to believe. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. Convinced that this lad would surely run off, unable to afford the payment. Alas, when Chen Tong produced a stack of cash, her last shred of hope was utterly shattered. Cash. A stack of cash. Clutched in Chen Tong's hand. Why wasn't it in mine? As Yang Sume watched Chen Tong pay and walk away, realization dawned on her. I must follow. I need to see where he goes next. At the entrance of the meat processing plant, she spotted Chen Tong near the butcher's stall, gesturing as if to indicate how much pork he desired. Indeed, the butcher skillfully sliced a substantial piece of pork, wrapping it in newspaper. Yang Sume felt a surge of dizziness. This pork, 2 pieces of lean and 2 of fatty meat. What a hefty chunk. How much would that cost? How long would it last? Glancing at the half a pound of meat tied with twine in her own hand, she suddenly found it lacking in appeal. That scoundrel Chen Tong. Why should he enjoy better food than I? Such a large piece of meat, worth several coins, no doubt. Yang Sume deliberately chose not to wrap her pork in newspaper, wanting to flaunt it instead. She longed to hang the pork around her neck and return to the village, showcasing to the villagers of Qinghe that, just a few months after the new year, she, Yang Sume, was once again enjoying meat, having married a fine man. How extravagant. Yang Sume glanced at the pork in her hand, then back at the butcher's stall, watching Chen Tong's silhouette grow fainter. Gritting her teeth, she stomped her foot, steeling herself. Approaching the butcher, she decided to add half a pound of lean meat. Previously, she had purchased half a pound of fatty meat, which could be rendered into lard, lasting a long while. Seeing Chen Tong buy such a large piece of pork made her envious. How could her own consumption be inferior to that of her husband and the child she carried? Grabbing her pork, Yang Sume hurried after Chen Tong, eager to see when he would return home. As she walked, regret began to creep in. Had she spent too much? She shouldn't have compared herself secretly. That extra coin could have been saved for months before she needed to buy meat again. Upon returning home, her confidence faltered, her voice lacking its usual firmness. Never mind. Now that she had made the purchase, she would ensure that everyone in the village knew. She, Yang Sume, was eating meat. She would proudly hold her bowl at the door, displaying her pork to the passing villagers. Chapter 12. A midday feast. Yang Sume had followed Chen Tong all the way to Qinghe village, her heart heavy with unease. Sighing deeply, she entered the courtyard and sat in a daze. To this day, Yang Sume could not fathom where that scoundrel had acquired such money. A bundle of cash. Meanwhile, in the adjacent house, Chen Tong had returned home, placing the freshly bought ingredients on the table. Young Wenjing observed the perspiring Chen Tong. Her heart stirred once more. In truth, there was still rice and flour left. How could they possibly be consumed so quickly? Yang Wenjing hesitated, words caught in her throat, ultimately choosing silence. Chen Tong raised his head and smiled faintly, saying, "Today, I earned a total of 26 yuan, and there are still 8 yuan left. You can take this money for now." With that, He produced a stack of bills and handed them to Yang Wenjing. "No, it's unnecessary," Yang Wenjing declined, stating, "What you bought is sufficient for quite a while, and it's inconvenient for me to go out right now." She placed the money Chen Tong had offered onto a small wooden table and retreated into the room. Chen Tong shook his head with a smile, undeterred. He aimed to gradually alter Yang Wenjing's perception of him. This time, the ingredients brought to the county had sold swiftly, leaving ample time. Chen Tong glanced at the sun, estimating it to be around 10 o'clock, far from mealtime. Yang Wenjing had eaten well that morning, so she likely wasn't hungry yet. Nevertheless, he was determined to concoct a dish for her. In his previous life, he had struggled to ascend to the pinnacle of the business world, rising from nothing and enduring hardships that only he could understand. Thus, his culinary skills were exceptional. Remembering the fresh and tender water celery at the village entrance, he thought to himself how it yielded juice with a mere pinch, so tender. This water celery was best when stir-fried with pork, tantalizing the appetite and palate. However, due to the poverty in Qinghe village, few could afford meat, and hence, no one knew its delightful flavor. After washing the pork, he placed rice and flour in the kitchen before turning to grab a basket and departing. He was indeed heading to pluck the freshest and most tender water celery for his midday stir-fry. As he passed by Yang Sumei's door, she was puzzled again, wondering what this young man was up to with a basket. In the past, she would have paid little attention. The moment he stepped outside, she could have guessed his intentions. But now, things were different. This young man had started making money and had found a way. Yang Sumei was truly a shrewd woman. Observing Chen Tong as he left, she casually secured the door and took her hoe, stepping outside. Until she unraveled how Chen Tong was earning money, she would feel unsettled, itching with curiosity. This rascal was succeeding. Perhaps Yang Sumei could achieve something too. After all, it was often said that women could hold up half the sky. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Tong was at the village creek, gathering water celery. Simultaneously, he contemplated another method of making money, the river snails, which could rival the richness of fatty geese. However, past the Qingming festival, the flesh of the snails would soon become dry and tough, losing its palatability. The opportunity to profit from snails was fleeting. There was an abundance of water celery, far more than he could consume. In just a few minutes, he had gathered a generous handful, sufficient for lunch. Wasting food was disgraceful, and he was resolute in avoiding it. Looking at the bundle of water celery in his hands, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The moment he lifted his gaze, he spotted Yang Sumei approaching with her hoe along the path. However, Chen Tong chose to ignore her. Yang Sumei had spoken ill of him on numerous occasions, not only disparaging him, but also criticizing Yang Wenjing and his parents. In the past, he would have been indifferent to her words, but now, things had changed. Yet, Yang Sumei was unconcerned, as she genuinely looked down upon Chen Tong. For over 20 years, he has been a layabout, a trait inherited since birth, unchangeable, akin to a dog that cannot resist the allure of refuse. As Yang Sumei trudged by with a hoe, she caught sight of Chen Tong holding a handful of water celery, vibrant and glistening with dew. What purpose does this serve? Will it enhance the flavor of a dish? A significant question loomed in her mind. She approached her own plot of land, where Chen Wenhai was also present, his eyes wide with astonishment. What was he doing in the fields instead of gathering pig fodder at home? Get back to your work. Yang Sumei considered her task of utmost importance, more so than feeding the pigs. Knowing that Chen Tong had found a way to earn money, she yearned for a daily indulgence of meat. Chen Wenhai, perplexed, felt an unspoken dread of the household's matriarch, forcing him to labor in silence. This woman, it seemed, was not thinking clearly. Had she not returned with meat? Why then? Was she still brimming with ire? Having harvested the water celery, Chen Tong lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. Qinghe village was encircled by mountains. Though none were particularly tall, yet the biodiversity was rich. The hills were home to wild beasts, bamboo groves, and a plethora of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Nature's bounty was abundant. A spark ignited in his eyes. This could be a lucrative venture, and he couldn't help but contemplate the supply and marketing cooperative. If he could consistently deliver mountain goods to the cooperative's doorstep, then a reliable stream of income would surely follow. Determined, he placed the water celery in a basket, donned his shoes, and merrily made his way up the path leading to the hills. Yang Sumei observed the direction Chen Tong was headed. It did not appear to be toward home. Where could he possibly be taking that handful of water celery? In these times, who would even consume such a thing? As she watched, it seemed he was heading toward the village's edge. A realization dawned on her. Chen Tong's parents lived near his elder brother, Chen Hao, at the village's periphery. He must be seeking money. Yang Sumei felt a sense of relief. It was likely he would exhaust his parents' entire savings. Wenhai, come home early for lunch today. We're having pork, her sweet voice called out, sending a shiver down Chun Wenhai's spine. Lately, this woman had been acting rather strangely. Mentioning Chen Tong's parents brought forth painful memories from his previous life. Yang Wenjing had hanged herself at home, along with her unborn child, 2 vibrant lives, tragically squandered by Chen Tong. Consequently, the elderly couple had been utterly disillusioned with him, severing all ties. When they received the news, Chen Tong's father fainted on the spot, while his mother's hair turned white overnight, her body bent with sorrow, unable to lift her head. Their once proud faces found no place in Qinghe village. As Chen Tong passed by the newly built home of his brother Chen Hao, a humble earthen structure topped with straw and fallen branches, he hesitated but ultimately refrained from entering. They remained unaware that Chen Tong had transformed. He circled around, ascending the mountain, searching diligently. The hillside was dotted with numerous trees, many of which lay scattered on the ground, some dead trees adorned with edible fungi. He recalled the time he had brought a group of children to forage for bird eggs and had roasted some of these mushrooms. The taste had been far from delightful. However, now the household is well stocked with essentials, rice, oil, and salt, along with remnants of oil and pork, which together create an exquisite aroma when stir-fried. Chen Tong plucked some wood-ear mushrooms and fungi, gently blew on them before placing them into the basket. Today at noon, there will be an additional meal. Chapter 13. Is Chen Tong attempting to treat me well? Upon returning home, Chen Tong's bamboo basket brimmed with a bountiful harvest, wild vegetables, water celery, wood-ear mushrooms, several varieties of fungi, and a few bamboo shoots. This season, the bamboo shoots have just begun to emerge, tender and delectable. These are seasonal wild ingredients, highly sought after in later times. Yet here, they flourish across the hills, unwanted by anyone. Yang Wenjing gazed upon Chen Tong, who had gathered yet another basketful of greens. Unsure of what to say, she dared not utter a word of disapproval, fearing a return to the days of violence. Once, she had merely inquired about his whereabouts, only to receive a painful slap from Chen Tong. He smiled at Yang Wenjing and said, "Today at noon, we have an additional meal." "No, it's too much. We cannot waste it," she replied, standing by the door. Over the past few days, she had felt a transformation in Chen Tong. He toiled from dawn till dusk, striving to earn money to buy rice, meat, and flour, gradually improving their living conditions. Moreover, he remembered to bring back meat buns from the county town and prepared breakfast early in the morning. These were indeed changes in Chen Tong. Her wounded heart was slowly being soothed. However, the scars ran deep, embedded in her very marrow. Healing was not so easily achieved. By 1 o'clock, Chen Tong had prepared the meal, requiring no assistance from Yang Wenjing. He had stir-fried pork with water celery, scrambled eggs with wood-ear mushrooms and fungi, sautéed wild vegetables and pork lard, and finally, a soup. Fresh bamboo shoots adorned with a beaten egg and a sprinkle of minced fatty meat created a flavor that was simply divine. The 3 dishes and soup were neatly arranged on the worn wooden table, exuding a tantalizing aroma that made one's mouth water. The sight of such a feast, surpassing even that of the new year, was something Yang Wenjing would never have dared to dream of in the past. In those days, her sole aspiration was merely to have enough to eat. Now, not only was she satiated, but, as Chen Tong had initially promised, every meal featured meat, accompanied by bowls piled high with rice. "Eat more. You have a child in your belly now, and your nutrition must keep up," Chen Tong encouraged, offering her a generous portion of meat that was perfectly balanced in fat and lean. Yang Wenjing gazed at the succulent meat atop her rice, glistening with rich, almost translucent fat, dripping onto the white grains. She lifted her gaze to Chen Tong. "Thank you," she whispered softly. She had never envisioned a day when she would express gratitude to him. Though her voice was faint, Chen Tong still heard her. Taken aback, he replied, "There's no need for such formality. Simply eat well and stay healthy. That will suffice as gratitude." Yang Wenjing was momentarily stunned. Was this his way of being kind to her? The meal was incredibly flavorful, especially delightful. After they finished eating, only then did noise emerge from the neighboring house. Yang Sumai's voice resonated loudly, and Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing could hear her distinctly. "Wenhui, where's the meat you just bought? There's both fatty and lean, weighing a full 2 pounds." At this moment, The door of Yang Sumai's house stood wide open, with a small table set up at the entrance to ensure passing villagers could see it. Wenhui, go pick some chilies from the garden. They'll make the meat fragrant. And grab a handful of scallions. Doesn't anyone realize how expensive meat has become these days? Who can afford it? As Yang Sumai prepared to stir-fry the pork, Chen Wenhui found himself in a frenzy, juggling tasks left and right. Yang Sumai meticulously cut the half-pound of fatty pork into small pieces, reluctant to slice them too large for fear that the oil wouldn't render properly. The iron pan sizzled and crackled, bubbling with tiny froths. For some reason, her mind wandered to the large chunk of pork that Chen Tong had bought. It must have weighed 3 or 4 pounds, perhaps even more. And what about the rice and flour? Had this boy drained the family's resources? She pondered, troubled. Chen Tong's elder brother, Chen Hao, had just built a house this year. Where could he have found such excess funds? Surely, it wasn't the couple's savings for their burial. The thought filled Yang Sumai with disdain for Chen Tong. To think he would use his parents' burial fund to buy meat. How filial indeed. Just then, the lard was ready. And coincidentally, Chen Wenhui had finished washing the chilies, scallions, and some greens. At that moment, Chen Tong had tidied up the dishes at home and stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Yang Sumai placing the dining table at the door, he momentarily froze in confusion. What could this mean? With 2 lifetimes of wisdom, he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Otherwise, he might have guessed her purpose immediately. Soon, he watched as Yang Sumai began to arrange the dishes on the table. The aroma of the pork, mingled with the scent of chilies, wafted into Chen Tong's nostrils. Suddenly, realization struck him like a bolt. Yang Sumai was flaunting her feast of pork today. It was a little past 2 o'clock, the time when villagers in Qinghe village typically returned home to prepare their meals after finishing their farm work. Just then, a villager passed by Yang Sumai's doorstep. Old Zhang, just back from the fields, have you eaten yet? Old Zhang, formerly known as Zhang Deshan, lived in the back rows of the village and had 2 sons in their 20s still single. Oh, it smells so good. Eating pork, are you? Zhang Deshan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the meat on the wooden table, saliva pooling in his mouth, unabashedly savoring the sight. He hadn't tasted meat in 2 years. At that moment, Chen Wenhui brought out 2 bowls of rice, garnished with sweet potatoes, alongside white rice. Zhang Deshan was envious beyond measure, wiping his rough hands across his mouth. Ah, this is all thanks to that big girl. She must have married well, enjoying fine meals in the county while still remembering her parents. Today, she specially sent word for me to get 2 full pounds of meat from the county. Yang Sumai raised her voice, ensuring the nearby Zhang Deshan could hear her clearly. Zhang Deshan smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful." Yang Sumai's face blossomed with delight. After today, the entire village would be aware that she had savored meat, 2 pounds, no less. Gifted by the eldest girl. As Zhang Deshan left, he turned back thrice, only to choose to ignore Chen Tong, who stood at the doorway. Perhaps he too was tempted by the allure of meat. Numerous villagers passed by, drawn by the enticing aroma of pork, pausing to exchange a few words with Yang Sumai. Some, reluctant to linger, found themselves firmly ensnared in conversation at her doorstep. Not even offered a sip of water. Chen Tong observed in amusement. A feast of meat was indeed a rare luxury, and he wished for the whole village to know. Yet, in this era, the rural mindset lagged behind, especially in this secluded valley, where no one possessed the entrepreneurial spirit. Such ignorance could lead to disgrace, or worse, imprisonment. Chapter 14. Delivering food to parents. The meal at Yang Sumai's home extended nearly an hour, with many villagers passing by their door. Yang Sumai's smile was crooked with joy. Chen Tong entered the house, just in time to see young Wenjing staring blankly at the remaining pork. He approached her softly, asking, "What's the matter? Is there too much meat?" Though it was afternoon, the sunlight was gentle rather than harsh. The warm, tender rays enveloped young Wenjing. Despite her slight frame and less than lustrous hair, the nourishing rice, pork, and eggs had revitalized her. The pallor of her face began to fade, replaced by a healthy flush. In that moment, Chen Tong found her particularly beautiful. The serene afternoon, the bright sunlight, the yellowed earthen walls, and the girl lost in thought by the wall. She resembled a painting. Indeed, Yang Wenjing had always possessed beauty, during her time as an educated youth sent to the countryside. She had garnered the attention of many bachelors in Qinghe village, who would steal glances from afar. Chen Tong remembered vividly her large, sparkling eyes, reminiscent of black gemstones. Her pert nose, and full, alluring lips. She was a city girl, descended to rural life, with skin so fair it seemed to glisten. However, the toil of rural labor and the hardships she endured had transformed her drastically. The once lively sparkle in her big eyes had dimmed. Her skin lost its former smoothness and radiance, and she had grown alarmingly thin, far removed from the beauty she once was. Sensing Chen Tong's intense gaze, Yang Wenjing felt a twinge of awkwardness. What's wrong? Is there too much meat? She stammered, suddenly flustered. She instinctively wiped her face with the back of her hand, wondering if it bore dust. Chen Tong smiled gently, stepping closer. He reached out and grasped her hand. Instantly, Yang Wenjing stiffened, at a loss for how to respond. Chen Tong felt the roughness of her palm. This past year had been exceedingly harsh on her. What should we do with all this leftover meat? He inquired softly. Are you asking me? Yang Wenjing replied, incredulous. Chen Tong, who has always been steadfast in his decisions, surprisingly found himself questioning his own actions. Indeed, he listened to his wife. Yang Wenjing felt a tremor of emotion, a flicker of joy igniting within her. The phrase listening to one's spouse sounded somewhat foreign, yet bore a comforting warmth. Having been separated from their parents for so long, life had been harsh for them. Perhaps it was time to extend a helping hand. Yang Wenjing gazed expectantly at Chen Tong, memories of his past transgressions vivid in her mind. He had once sold the family's hard-working ox, along with pigs and even eggs, merely to treat his rowdy friends to a meal in the county. The cost of dining in the county was exorbitant. Those eggs were meant for his brother Chen Hao's child, Chen Jianghe, who was just 7 years old and had recently begun first grade. He required proper nourishment. Chen Tong emerged from the kitchen wielding a knife, slicing off a generous piece of meat. He then ventured to the vegetable garden to gather some chili peppers, along with a selection of mushrooms and fungi he had foraged that morning. All of these were placed into a basket, and before departing, he made sure to grab a few eggs. The combination of scrambled eggs with mushrooms was truly delectable. Carrying the bamboo basket, he walked alongside Yang Wenjing. Although Chen Tong's home was situated near the front of the village, it was not at the very entrance. His brother Chen Hao's newly constructed house lay at the village's rear, conveniently close to the mountain. As they walked, several villagers caught sight of Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing, their expressions revealing disbelief. The sight of him carrying a basket filled with vegetables. Was he on his way to his brother's house? The entire village was aware of the tumultuous relationship between Chen Tong and his brother. Such a significant event could hardly be concealed, especially with the incessant gossip of the nosy neighbor, Yang Sume, who made it impossible for secrets to last even a day. Moreover, it was no small feat to hide the fact that Chen Hao and his wife had exhausted their savings to build a new home. After approximately 15 minutes, Chen Tong arrived at Chen Hao's doorstep, a hint of discomfort evident on his face. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had come to visit his parents and brother. The door stood firmly shut. Yang Wenjing offered him an encouraging glance. Chen Tong stepped forward and knocked on the door with a firm, rhythmic sound. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. He raised his foot and leaned against the makeshift wall crafted from branches, peering inside. It was locked as well. They were likely out working in the fields. Not at home. Perhaps we should return later, Chen Tong suggested. Yang Wenjing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, shall we wait a bit? That seemed reasonable. Chen Tong set the bamboo basket on the ground and circled around his brother's house. The 3 mud brick rooms were topped with thatch and branches, lacking even a single tile or brick. Life was indeed a struggle for them. His brother was a simple and earnest man, incapable of asserting himself, often stubborn in his ways. Yet, he had always treated Chen Tong kindly. Before their family divided, he single-handedly tended to the fields, raised pigs and chickens, worked in the mountains, and toiled alongside their father, supporting the entire household without a single complaint. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly spotted Chen Tong's sister-in-law, Li Hong, appearing around the corner, holding the hand of his little nephew, Chen Jianghe. Sister-in-law, Chen Tong called out urgently. Li Hong was the wife of Chen Hao. Not far away lies the neighboring Panja village, home to one who is 8 years my senior. When she married into the Chen family, she treated me as her own son. Unfortunately, I failed to appreciate her kindness, and ever since Li Hong gave birth to Jianghe, he has embarked upon a path of mischief, causing considerable strife in his relationship with Li Hong. Upon hearing someone call out to him, Li Hong raised her head and momentarily froze, an unnatural glint flickering in her eyes before she quickly composed herself. Xiao Tong, sister-in-law, why are you here? A sense of unease stirred within her. Have you eaten? If not, I'll prepare something for you right away. We still have 2 eggs at home. Li Hong hastily opened the door and continued, these past few days. Your father and brother have been preoccupied with matters in the fields, and Haven Tea had the opportunity to earn any money. It's not that I'm stingy. It's just, her initial reaction was that Chen Tong had come to mooch food and money. However, during this period, the household had encountered numerous difficulties, resulting not only in no earnings, but also in substantial debts. Now, at this critical juncture, Chen Tong had arrived, accompanied by young Wenjing, surely using the child in her womb as an excuse to demand money. If they lacked funds, a scene of chaos was inevitable. Chun Jianghe, fearfully recoiling, hid behind Li Hong, trembling at the thought of Chen Tong's presence. Li Hong felt her body tense, her heart racing. Sister-in-law? I'm not here to ask for money, Chen Tong declared, lifting the bamboo basket that lay on the ground and striding toward them. He glanced at the timid Jiang He, noting his slight frame. Look, this basket contains pork, eggs, and some vegetables. I have come to deliver pork to you. Li Hong stood there, stunned. Chapter 15, A New Avenue for Earning Money. She thought she had misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief. She scrutinized Chen Tong, who had not changed at all, his appearance, stature, and even the patched clothing he wore, which she had mended stitch by stitch. You mean to say you brought pork? Li Hong inquired, uncertainty lacing her voice. Chen Tong nodded, meeting her gaze. See, he revealed the contents of the basket, having placed the chili peppers and mushrooms atop the pork to conceal it from the villagers. As he pushed aside the peppers and fungi, the glistening white pork came into view. Jiang He's eyes widened with excitement at the sight of the meat, his mouth watering. It had been so long since they had eaten meat, let alone eggs, of which they had only 2 each month. The sight of the pork left him momentarily speechless. Mama, it's really pork. Jiang He exclaimed softly, tugging at Li Hong's sleeve with enthusiasm. At 7 years old, he was no longer a mere child and understood the significance of their conversation. Sister-in-law, please take it, Chen Tong urged, observing the dazed expression on Li Hong's face as he walked directly into the courtyard and placed the basket on a stool. He then beckoned to young Jiang He, saying, Jiang He, go fetch a basin from your home to hold the pork. Although Jiang He usually feared Chen Tong, this time his mind was consumed by thoughts of the meat. He took the key from Li Hong and opened the door. Meanwhile, Li Hong's mind was still buzzing, her reactions a beat slow, until Xiao Jianghe placed the eggs, pork, and chili peppers into the basin. He was oblivious to the situation. No, don't take that. Yet, Jianghe had already carried a full basin of food into the house. Where are Mom and Dad? Are they busy? Chen Tong inquired. Yes, they are busy. Li Hong replied, her expression somewhat unnatural. I'll go fetch you both a glass of water. Like a child caught in a misdeed, Li Hong hurriedly retreated into the house. Chen Tong and young Wenjing exchanged glances, the former offering a resigned smile. His prior reputation had been rather tarnished, so Li Hong's reaction was hardly surprising. After bringing out 2 bowls of hot water, Li Hong's demeanor softened considerably as she placed them on the bench in the courtyard. Sister-in-law, the meat and chili stir-fry taste delightful, and the eggs can be sautéed with ear mushrooms. Xiao Jianghe is at the stage of growth. Don't be stingy. Chen Tong remarked. When will Mom and Dad return? Li Hong's previously relaxed face grew tense once more as she responded, they've all gone out to attend to matters. They might be back late. After chatting with Li Hong for a while longer, Chen Tong departed with Yang Wenjing. Before leaving, Chen Tong glanced at the locked door of another room. Sister-in-law, you needn't see us off. Tonight, prepare something delicious for Xiao Jianghe. He waved at Li Hong. Once he left, Li Hong cast a worried gaze at the meat and eggs on the table, shooting a reproachful look at Xiao Jianghe. Could she take these items? Did she dare? She was uncertain about the origins of Chen Tong's meat and eggs. Were they stolen? Taken by force? Deceived? Li Hong sighed heavily. Handling this meat was troublesome. Mom, I want to eat meat, called out Xiao Jianghe. Meanwhile, Chen Tong returned home, not idling away his time, but rather heading straight to the rice fields at the village's edge. The night still held a bit of light. He refrained from working the fields, as his own modest plot remained untended. Squatting by the field's edge, he observed the waterlogged expanse. The water was shallow. Stepping in, the mud reached his calves, teeming with small crucian carp and leeches. Especially near the edges, numerous holes indicated the presence of loaches and eels burrowing beneath. Chen Tong's thoughts were fixated here, wild eels and loaches. He recalled the small stream at the village's end, near the back hill. Perhaps there were soft-shelled turtles there. As for wild game, it presented a possible avenue, albeit a challenging one to navigate. He noticed a small hole in the embankment, prodding it lightly with his finger. A soft sound resonated. In just a few moments, a finger-thick eel appeared in his grasp, weighing it in his hand. He estimated it to be around 4 or 5 ounces. Chen Tong chuckled, tossing the eel back into the field. Go, call your parents and grandparents. Uncle Chun is about to make some money. The following morning, Chen Tong had a bowl of porridge and an egg before heading to the county town. He visited a noodle shop specializing in eel noodles, which also offered a decent variety of mixed fish noodles. In fact, according to the timeline of his previous life, he had already left Qinghe village by this point, embarking on a venture to sell goods. Thus, he distinctly remembered a recently opened eel noodle shop in the county town. The proprietor hails from a distant land, while his wife is a local from the county town. He has frequented the establishment to savor the exquisite eel noodles, a culinary delight beyond compare. However, due to the recent opening and overwhelming demand, the supply of eels, loaches, and small fish is insufficient. Nonetheless, the noodles are delectable and generously portioned, leaving a steady stream of patrons, which exacerbates the shortage of loaches and eels. Each day, they must venture to the seafood market for supplies, yet it remains inadequate. Come and enjoy some noodles. The boss's wife calls out as Chen Tong enters the noodle shop. The place is bustling, with numerous tables set outside, all filled to capacity. The aroma of eels mingling with the pungent scent of dried chili fills the air, as they are stir-fried over high heat, resulting in an incomparably delightful dish. I'll have a bowl of eel noodles, with some small fish added, Chen Tong declares. For when one comes to negotiate, it is only fitting to first indulge in a meal. The husband and wife work tirelessly. The man expertly tosses ingredients in the pan, creating billowing clouds of white smoke, while the woman manages the cash register and assists when she can. When the eel noodles arrive, their fragrant allure tantalizes the appetite, enhanced by the crispy small fish, which are thoroughly cleaned and fried to perfection, bones included, providing a satisfying crunch. Chen Tong takes a bite of the noodles, relishing their perfect elasticity, followed by a sip of the broth, which is utterly delectable. Delicious, he exclaims, encapsulating his experience in these 2 simple words. After finishing his meal, he does not rush to leave, but instead remains seated until the morning rush subsides around 10 o'clock. The owner wipes the sweat from his brow with a towel, sips a bowl of hot water, and takes a moment to rest. Spotting Chen Tong, he offers a warm smile and inquires, "Brother, how do you find the noodles?" Chen Tong gives a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Fresh, fragrant." The owner bursts into hearty laughter. "My friend, aside from enjoying the noodles, I have another proposition." Chen Tong replies with a grin. "Do you need eels, loaches, and small fish?" The owner's eyes light up. Is this not the solution to his shortage? Absolutely. How much do you have, young man? Chen Tong smiles subtly and responds, "As much as you desire. I have an ample supply." He adds, "All wild caught from rivers and fields." Chapter 16. Primitive accumulation. As much as you desire. I have it all. Wild caught from the rivers. The noodle shop owner beams with joy, for these are precisely what he lacks: eels, loaches, and small fish. He possesses a secret recipe that renders these delicacies utterly delicious, devoid of any fishy or gamey taste, and exceptionally fresh. How much per pound? He inquires after sipping more water. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tong replies, "Boss, my eels and loaches are all authentically wild caught. Each one as thick as a thumb. How does $1 per pound sound?" $1 per pound is half the price of pork, yet nutritionally, it is equally valuable. This is a fair deal, as half a pound of fatty meat can yield lard, leaving behind edible scraps. In the rural economy, money is scarce, and the villagers can only gaze longingly at pork, while only city dwellers appreciate the nutritional bounty of eels and loaches. Though they are indeed tricky to handle due to their slippery nature, one must utilize heavy oil and substantial materials. The price in the aquatic market is 1 yuan for 2 pounds. Chen Tong generously offered a discount of 20 cents, a truly courteous gesture. To solidify his business and ensure long-term development, a concession on profits is essential. Upon hearing the price proposed by Chen Tong, the couple exchanged smiles. "Very well. You appear to be a sincere young man, not one to speak falsehoods, and your pricing is fair," the proprietor agreed, stating, "At 5 o'clock this afternoon. Send over some yellow eels and loaches for me to inspect their quality. As for the small fish, the price is standardized at 50 cents per pound, and I will not accept those exceeding the length of a chopstick." The proprietor's straightforwardness bodes well for a flourishing business. Chen Tong, with his charming demeanor, elicited joyful laughter from the couple, who appreciated his eloquence. After bidding them farewell, he hurried to the next noodle shop. He was not limited to a single business. He also had access to exceptional goods from the mountains: wood-ear mushrooms, various fungi, bamboo shoots, wild vegetables, and more. Not harvesting would simply be a waste. The ground was replete with golden opportunities. Not far from the supply and marketing cooperative was a noodle stall, the same place where Chen Tong had previously enjoyed a bone noodle dish. The noodles were delectable, offering not only bone noodles, but also egg noodles and vegetable noodles. By this time, it was 10:30, and the last customer had just finished, prompting the owner to begin closing up. "Boss, fancy a bowl of noodles?" "Not quite. What brings you here?" Chen Tong approached, saying, "Boss, do you require any wild produce from the mountains? Wood-ear mushrooms, fungi, wild vegetables, all freshly harvested. They are exceptional." The owner pondered for a moment, glancing at Chen Tong before replying, 40 cents per pound, limited to 50 pounds a day. "That works," Chen Tong responded with delight. "I will deliver them to you tomorrow morning. Let us see how it goes." "Very well." The owner nodded, continuing to tidy up his stall. On his way home, Chen Tong walked with a light step, feeling that the day had unfolded smoothly. He was confident about the first yellow eel noodle shop, and he had not anticipated the proprietor of the second shop to be so agreeable. With the gentle breeze at his back, he quickened his pace, yearning to arrive home and commence his initial accumulation of wealth, his first pot of gold. At 12:10 p.m., Chen Tong returned home, a full 20 minutes earlier than usual. Young Wenjing had prepared lunch and had been waiting for him. A warmth spread through his heart, knowing that his endeavors were felt by Yang Wenjing. This fueled his determination even further. After finishing the meal and clearing the dishes, he made his way to the village entrance, where 7 or 8 older children were playing by the roadside, engrossed in catching crickets and ants. Qinghe village was impoverished, with many children unable to pursue education. By the age of 10, they could barely recognize a few characters, often helping their families during busy farming seasons. Chen Tong approached, squatting down beside one of the larger children. "Heizi, do you remember your brother Tong?" Chen Tong asked with a smile. Heizi, 11 years old, was dark and thin, resembling a lean monkey, dressed in shorts, with shoes that flopped as he walked. Nearly half of his shirt was adorned with patches. "Brother Tong." Heizi stood up, turning to see Chen Tong, his teeth remarkably white. "Why have you only just come to find me? It's been several days since you invited me to catch fish and shrimp." Heizi exclaimed with excitement. Chen Tong approached him with a singular purpose: to engage him in a venture. Clearing his throat, Chen clenched his right fist and declared, "Today, I am here for serious business." "Serious business?" Heizi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Money," Chen succinctly stated. In an instant, the remaining children sprang to their feet. It was undeniable. Earning money was their most fervent desire. "Surely, you jest, Tong Gu." Heizi laughed mischievously, feeling quite close to Chen. "You know about the eels and loaches, right? 2 jiao per gene. I can acquire as many as I desire." Chen pounded his chest, exuding an air of authority. The children erupted into a chorus of disbelief. 2 jiao for a gene of eels? They were skeptical. Just moments ago, they had caught a few in the fields, only to have them perish during play, cast aside like refuse. Eels were notoriously unpalatable, and no one desired them, foul-smelling and troublesome to prepare. However, unbeknownst to them, eels were indeed a nutritional treasure. Urban dwellers had developed a taste for them, especially in recent years, with demand soaring and supply dwindling. "Heizi, has Tong Gu ever deceived you?" Chen chuckled, relishing the prospect of earning money. His credibility in the village was non-existent. From toddlers to octogenarians, none believed him. Observing Chen's earnest demeanor, Heizi remained skeptical. "Is it true?" "Indeed," Chen affirmed. "After you catch the eels, wait for me at my doorstep. I shall grant you 2 hours." He stipulated his conditions: no small or dead specimens. With that, he turned and departed, intent on climbing the mountain to forage for mushrooms. Upon returning home, he procured a nylon bag and set out with a basket. Yang Wenjing watched as Chen came and went, hesitating to speak. Lost in thoughts of profit, Chen paid little heed, envisioning the gold in the mountains and the waters. An hour and a half later, he had gathered a considerable haul. The mushrooms were delicate and prone to crushing, so he placed them in the basket, while the ear fungus, wild vegetables, and bamboo shoots were stored in the nylon bag. With the heavy burden on his back, he hurried home, anxious that the children might not catch enough and would think he was toying with them. After all, his reputation in the village was unmatched, though it was a rather notorious one. Upon arriving home, he found no one around. Inquiring with Wenjing, he learned that no one had come by that afternoon. It seemed they were still busy catching eels and loaches. He had no intention of pursuing smaller fish today. Lacking sufficient manpower, he needed older children for safety's sake. Eventually, he would have to enlist the entire village's help. Wenjing, Chen addressed her. Could you assist me by cleaning these ear fungus and mushrooms? Thank you. Wenjing was taken aback. Chen had thanked her and even asked for her help. A warm feeling coursed through her heart. Chapter 17. Selling eels for a small profit this time. Wenjing smiled. Though it was fleeting, Chen caught the moment. In recent times, the transformation in Chen was striking. Previously, he had managed all household affairs by himself, rarely having intervened. In recent days, I have refrained from engaging in any tasks, even the simple act of doing laundry, as Chen Tong has taken it upon himself to handle everything. To be honest, Wenjing feels a slight emptiness within her. However, now that Chen Tong has requested her assistance, her heart swells with joy. 10 minutes later, a voice calling for Chen Tong echoed from the entrance. 8 children, resembling a troop of muddy little monkeys, appeared at the door, drenched and filthy, with specks of mud adorning their faces and hair. Each child clutched a nylon bag, and upon seeing Chen Tong emerge from the house, they all broke into wide smiles. Deep down, they were anxious, doubting whether the loaches and eels they had caught could indeed fetch a price, fearing that Chen Tong was merely teasing them. Here you go, Brother Tong, Heisey exclaimed, raising his dripping nylon bag, clearly filled with a substantial catch. The heavy bag gleamed with hope in Heisey's eyes, mirroring the expressions of the other 7 children who lined up in front of Chen Tong's small courtyard. This is quite a haul, Chen Tong thought to himself, feeling genuinely pleased. Just Heisey's catch alone must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Though, with his dwindling funds, he wondered if it would suffice to distribute fairly. Please wait a moment, Chen Tong instructed, turning back towards the courtyard where Wenjing was busy sorting mushrooms. Wife, could you spare some money to pay the children for their eels and loaches? Wenjing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. The money she had was what Chen Tong had saved from his previous expenditures. After washing her hands, she entered the house and returned with a stack of cash, which she handed to Chen Tong. He grabbed the household scale. While he could estimate accurately, he preferred to be precise. He weighed Heisey's catch first, which proved to be a hefty 8 pounds. That would be $1.60. The remaining 7 children had catches of 6 pounds, 5 pounds, 5 pounds, 4 pounds, 4 pounds, 3 pounds, and 2 pounds, totaling 37 pounds of eels and loaches. The payment came to $7.40. Chen Tong exhaled in relief, as he had $8, with Wenjing having not spent a single cent. Before handing over the money, he opened the nylon bags for a quick inspection. The eels and loaches were robust and met all requirements. Here you go. Chen Tong paid them in full, not a cent short. The children's faces lit up with joy. They had never seen such a sum before. During the new year, parents typically gifted them only a dime or two, which already felt generous. Especially for Heisey. His smile was radiant, his dark face glowing with happiness. Elated and excited, Heisey hesitated to leave, turning to Chen Tong. Brother Tong, will you still be buying eels and loaches tomorrow? Yes. Keep your money safe. You can continue catching them this afternoon. Just make sure not to keep any that die. Chen Tong instructed, observing the children, each one dripping with sweat and dirt. Children, by nature, revel in play and are hardly concerned with their appearance. Upon hearing that Chen Tong would continue purchasing eels and loaches the next day, they understood the implications. As long as they could catch eels and loaches, they would always have money at hand. In fact, the market price for eels and loaches surpassed that of the wild game found in the mountains, which is precisely why Chen Tong was willing to make the extra effort. Qinghe village is modest in size, and the catching of eels and loaches eventually reaches its limit. However, the mountain goods are different. They thrive year after year, surrounded by mountains, abundant and sustainable. This offers stability and longevity. Most importantly, the wild delicacies atop the mountain are plentiful: wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild boars. As the sun began its descent, Chen Tong placed the eels and loaches into a nylon bag, slung it over his shoulder, and departed briskly. Without a cart or a wheelbarrow, he found it inconvenient. The weather was still mild, and he quickened his pace, knowing that by the time he reached the county town, he would not lose many of his catch. Unlike fish, eels and loaches cannot survive long out of water. A little moisture is all that is needed to keep them alive for an extended period. Upon arriving at the village creek, Chen Tong immersed the nylon bag in the water to moisten the contents, disregarding the splashes that dampened his clothing, and continued on his way. An hour and 15 minutes later, he reached the eel noodle shop. At this hour, the shop had yet to close, and business was slow. The couple was busy kneading dough and frying small fish. Upon seeing Chen Tong, the owner sprang to his feet, his eyes bright with anticipation. "Boss, take a look," Chen Tong said. The owner received the nylon bag from Chen Tong, opened it, and his face broke into a broad grin. The eels and loaches were exceptionally fine. Surely they would make for a delicious dish. "Dear, bring the scale," the owner called to his wife inside. Shortly after, she appeared with a scale and a bamboo basket, used for draining. Chen Tong didn't mind. After all, business is business. Sometimes being meticulous is necessary. One cannot afford to be overly generous. Yet, there are times when one must indeed be generous. After accounting for the weight of the bamboo basket, the total came to 36 pounds. With a pound lost during transport, after all, a bit of water remained in the nylon bag. His costs amounted to merely 20 cents. Chen Tong was not at a loss. "Here you go, 36 yuan in total," the owner said cheerfully, handing Chen Tong a thick stack of cash. Grateful, Chen Tong tucked the money into his pocket, feeling considerably more secure. "I'm running low on small fish here. Bring some tomorrow," the owner reminded him with a smile. "The goods you bring are top quality, even better than what I get from the supply and marketing cooperative." This is how business operates. Once trust is established on the first transaction, it paves the way for future dealings. Moreover, he had a point of comparison. Chen Tong left the shop with a smile. Having made a profit of 28 yuan and 60 cents after deducting his costs of 7 yuan and 40. This venture was promising. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. The supply of eels, loaches, and mountain goods would only increase, and his earnings would rise correspondingly. Every journey begins with difficulty. Now that he had found a reliable source for selling eels and loaches, with time and accumulation, he would soon have enough capital to shift his focus. Some avenues are far more lucrative. After selling the eels and loaches, Chen Tong did not rush home. Instead, he made another stop at the supply and marketing cooperative. Young Wenjing's clothes were tattered. She had not purchased new garments in quite some time. He carefully selected fabrics from the counter, knowing that, as a woman, her desire for beauty was undeniable. After a satisfying meal, the next concern was attire. A person is adorned by their clothing, just as a horse is complimented by its saddle. An eternal truth. In this day and age, even the county town boasts tailor shops, where ready-made garments are displayed in a rather traditional manner, and their prices are indeed quite steep. Consequently, many young ladies in the county prefer to purchase fabric themselves and have their clothing custom-made, albeit requiring a considerable weight. Chen Tong meticulously selected his fabric, ultimately favoring a lovely piece adorned with delicate yellow and white daisies, which was exceedingly attractive. A custom-made garment from this fabric would undoubtedly enhance the wearer's vibrant charm and liveliness. This material, being pure cotton, is of superior quality, yet not inexpensive. However, for the sake of his wife, what does the cost matter? After all, earning money is primarily for the benefit of one's spouse and children. "Hello. How much is this floral fabric per foot?" Chen Tong inquired politely, a smile gracing his face. The sales clerk approached, pointing at the floral fabric and responding in a rather indifferent tone. "Is it this one?" Given Chen Tong's rather humble attire, the clerk doubted his purchasing power. Chen Tong nodded affirmatively. "This fabric is of high quality. Do you have fabric coupons?" the clerk asked. Chen Tong shook his head, vaguely recalling that there were coupons at home, but he hadn't given it much thought on his way here. "Without a coupon, it's 150 per foot. I'll take 6 feet, he replied without hesitation, handing over a stack of cash. The clerk glanced at him in surprise, counted the bills, and confirmed the total was 9 yuan, not an insignificant amount. After completing the transaction, Chen Tong took the fabric and hurried home. By the time he returned to Qinghe village, dusk had settled, and he plucked some water celery at the village entrance for dinner. However, as he approached his home, he noticed a crowd gathered at his doorstep, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. Confused, he wondered why so many people had congregated at this hour. There appeared to be dozens of them, all villagers from Qinghe. "Chen Tong is back," someone shouted, causing a stir among the crowd, their gazes decidedly unfriendly. Particularly fierce was the look from Heizi's mother, her eyes filled with animosity, as if she wished to devour him. Upon reaching his yard, he spotted young Wenjing standing there, flustered and teary-eyed. A sense of dread washed over Chen Tong. Had young Wenjing been bullied? Yet, without understanding the situation, he felt it inappropriate to react with anger. He then noticed Heizi and a group of muddy children who had been catching loaches and eels, their clothes still filthy from the afternoon's escapades. After all, the money earned was quite enticing. The atmosphere felt tense, prompting Chen Tong to break the silence. "Dear uncles and aunts, what seems to be the trouble?" he asked, perplexed by their somber expressions. Surely, earning money by taking care of their children was a commendable endeavor, yet they all wore such grim faces. Not to mention, city dwellers only earned around 30 yuan a month. Heizi made a substantial 160 a day. Wasn't that appealing? "Chen Xiaozai, you usually lead a rather idle life, taking the children up the mountains to catch birds and down to the waters to fish, and we have tolerated it thus far. However, your recent actions have become rather dubious. Chen Tong, pray tell, how did Heizi come by such money?" "A full $1.60. Indeed. And what of our Dongzi? I've seen him purchasing goods daily, even weighing out considerable amounts of meat." "You scoundrel! Could it be that you've pilfered someone's cattle or swine to sell? A person of your ilk ought to be imprisoned and made to suffer." "It is true. Even Heizi's mother has stated that she gave him a full $1.60. Who knows what mischief he may be up to? A morally bankrupt individual indeed." A throng gathered, many simply drawn by the spectacle, especially the women, whose chatter was anything but pleasant. Nearby, Yang Su-mei was smiling broadly, relishing the unfolding drama. She knew well that Chen Tong's fortune was ill-gotten. The parents of those children wore grim expressions. Although money is a good thing, money obtained through nefarious means is anything but, especially money that comes from Chen Tong. There's a high probability it's tainted. Chen Tong grasped the situation. It seemed young Wenjing had elucidated matters for him. Clearly, the villagers were skeptical. After all, any ne'er-do-well who has squandered 2 decades of his life could hardly have money to spare for his children. It was evident he must have stolen or robbed it, placing the blame upon his own children. Such a wicked character, devoid of any fear of repercussions. "Heizi, come forth." Chen Tong beckoned to Heizi, the eldest among the children, knowing he would articulate the truth most clearly. Heizi's eyes were red-rimmed, his face marked by angry fingerprints, burning with indignation. "Brother Tong, I told them. But mother doesn't believe me, and father even struck me." Heizi was both aggrieved and sorrowful. This was his first time earning money, such a considerable sum, and yet he had been punished. The injustice weighed heavily upon his heart. "Dear uncles and aunts, this money was earned by Heizi and the other children themselves, all from selling eels and loaches." The villagers remained unconvinced. Chen Tong recognized that it would be difficult to clarify matters swiftly, rubbing his forehead in frustration. But this was fortuitous. He could employ the children to assist him while simultaneously dispelling the misunderstanding. "Listen, dear uncles and aunts, while the money may have passed through my hands, it was indeed earned by them. Moreover, I have even more to offer." With that, Chen Tong produced a thick stack of bills. "Rest assured, this money is of pristine origin. If you doubt me, just wait and see if the police come to apprehend me." The sight of such a substantial sum left many villagers awestruck. Good heavens, this is far too much. Chen Tong recognized the impact of his words and continued. "From today onward, for every eel or loach sold to me, I shall pay 20 cents per pound. For small fish no longer than a chopstick, I shall pay 10 cents per pound, cash on the spot. Whatever quantity you have, I will buy," he added, ensuring a steady stream of income for the villagers, thereby validating the legitimacy of the money's origin. Is it truly so? Many villagers, while still skeptical, began to waver in their disbelief upon hearing Chen Tong's bold proclamation. Indeed, Chen Tong, having amassed such a collection of eels, loaches, and assorted fish, cannot perpetually resort to thievery. Although he may be a rogue, he is certainly not a fool. These loaches and eels are hardly delectable. He cannot possibly consume them daily. Presently, someone inquired, "Cash settlement?" "Indeed. Bring it by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You get what you pay for." Many villagers were intrigued. Observing Chen Tong's demeanor, it hardly seemed like a ruse. Furthermore, would he dare deceive so many? Surely, he would be expelled from Qinghe village. A promise made is not to be broken. Yes, eels and loaches at 2 yuan per jean, while the small fish are merely 1 mao per jean, Chen Tong proclaimed. expressing his desire to reform and lead an honest life under the vigilant eyes of the villagers. He aspired to earn a modest income and, if capable, assist his uncles and aunts in improving their livelihoods. His words left the villagers in astonishment, for none expected such sentiments to emanate from Chen Tong. A transformation indeed. Chapter 19. Enabling villagers to earn a modest income. Reputation restored. Not only did I seek to trade eels, loaches, and small fish, but I also desired goods from the mountains, such as morels, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. Chen Tong presented yet another lucrative opportunity. Just 50 jin will suffice, no more. First come, first served, at the same rate of 1 mao per jin. A tempest was effortlessly quelled by Chen Tong. Throughout any era, there exists no problem that cannot be resolved with sufficient funds. If there is, it is merely a matter of inadequate resources. The villagers toiled throughout the year, barely earning enough to survive, each household echoing with poverty. Their stomachs were empty, and their pockets devoid of nourishment. A mere 1 yuan was stretched thin. Zi earned merely 1 yuan and 60 mao in a day, yet many envied him. They feared, however, that the source of such wealth might be dubious, worrying that if Chen Tong were apprehended, their children would be implicated as well. Now that clarity had emerged, their thoughts began to flourish. Alas, my child has not tasted meat during the new year. Who isn't in the same plight? My child has worn a single garment for 3 years. Oh, my child is slimmer than a bamboo pole. Though they voiced their grievances, one by one, they gravitated towards their rice paddies, while others ascended the mountains. Despite Qinghe village being encircled by hills, there were no ferocious beasts like wolves or tigers. The most formidable creature was merely a wild boar. Thus, they felt unconcerned. In truth, it was mealtime, yet many could not afford to eat. Numerous households subsisted on but 2 meals a day, one in the morning and another around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. With nothing else to occupy their time at home, they considered the possibility of profit. A thick stack of cash beckoned enticingly. Chen Tong stretched his arms, weary from the day's labor, his feet scarcely having left the ground. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed young Wenjing, still lost in thought, and felt a pang of sympathy. He was unaware of the unkind words that had been spoken by the villagers. After all, with little education and a tarnished reputation, Chen Tong was a target for gossip, and the villagers' chatter might have stung Yang Wenjing. What had they said? Chen Tong approached her and gently inquired. Yang Wenjing shook her head, biting her lip, unwilling to speak. It's fine. What they say is their prerogative. Freedom of expression, isn't it? Chen Tong retrieved a piece of floral fabric from his waist and said, Look, what is this? Upon seeing the villagers, he swiftly concealed the fabric in his hands. Is that fabric? Yang Wenjing's voice was tinged with nasal curiosity. Indeed, it is authentic cotton, adorned with delicate flowers, meant for making you clothes. I don't. Yang Wenjing's words were interrupted as she felt a warm touch on her lips. Chen Tong's index finger rested gently beside her mouth. You are my wife. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat well? Yang Wenjing's face flushed crimson, her tender earlobes seemingly ready to drip blood. Just then, the moon rose above the willow treetops, casting a luminous glow. With her head slightly bowed, the moonlight rendered her even more enchanting. Over the past few days, having eaten well, Yang Wenjing had gained a bit of weight, her face now tinged with color, her lips a rosy hue, most importantly reflecting a change in her spirit. Chen Tong swallowed hard, feeling a pang of hunger. I will prepare dinner now, he hastily declared, eager to leave the moment, having been almost unable to restrain himself in the presence of her alluring lips. However, his hunger provided a timely distraction, sitting down to a steaming bowl of rice, accompanied by delectable dishes, and gazing at Yang Wenjing, whose belly was gently rounded. Chen Tong felt a profound sense of contentment. This was indeed the essence of life. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Chen Tong heard shouts echoing outside and promptly sprang out of bed. Villagers had come to sell mountain goods. At the door stood 4 or 5 men, all of whom he recognized and would respectfully address as uncle. These are freshly picked from last night, clean and without any spoilage, one of them proclaimed, introducing himself as Han Guoqing, who once worked alongside Chen Tong's father. Upon inspecting the goods, Chen Tong was impressed by the villagers' sincerity: mushrooms, wood ears, wild vegetables, all meticulously prepared. Thank you, uncle. I will weigh them one by one. Han Guoqing's 11 pounds were priced at 10 cents per pound, totaling $1.10. Chen Tong produced the cash, counted out the appropriate amount, and handed it to Han Guoqing, who beamed with joy, reflecting on how he had watched this young man grow. It was unfortunate that he had strayed from the right path, causing his father considerable distress, yet here he was, earning money from him one day. Chen Tong did not require many mountain goods, so not many ventured up the mountain. It was nighttime, and some were still fearful. Yet, there were those eager to earn. As Chen Tong had mentioned, the small fish and eels would be collected in the afternoon. The smaller fish were prone to perish, and without light. It was difficult to catch anything in the water at night. They would manage to gather them in the afternoon. This was why they ascended the mountain, aided by the moonlight, as the wood ears and mushrooms would not flee. In total, he received 55 pounds, and even though it exceeded his expectations, he accepted it all. The $5.50 were distributed among everyone, bringing joy to their hearts. Naturally, they regarded Chen Tong with newfound respect. You, young man, have done well. We are pleased to see you return to the right path. Indeed, it has been 20 years of aimlessness. Treating my wife well is essential, especially with our child soon to arrive. They felt a sense of pride in having watched him grow, and now, it was truly commendable. Chen Tong responded with a smile, realizing that these events would gradually change the villagers' perceptions of him. His reputation was improving. After all, who wouldn't he desire to earn a living with integrity? In the warmth of home, with a wife and children by the hearth, the simple-minded farmer harbored unpretentious thoughts. Chen, the young man, was bringing them opportunities for prosperity. Why not praise him? Indeed, praise him. Uncle Han, could you spare a moment? I have a question, Chen Tong inquired as several individuals were preparing to leave, with Han Guoqing remaining behind. Chen, what is on your mind? Han Guoqing responded. Have you seen my father recently? Chen Tong had been pondering this since his return from his second brother Chen Hao's home. He sensed that his sister-in-law, Li Hong, was concealing something. Her expression shifted when their father was mentioned. Lately, he had been preoccupied with work and the pursuit of wealth, leaving little room for other considerations. Your father? Han Guoqing furrowed his brow. I've been busy with the rice fields and Haven Tea had the chance to do any odd jobs. So I Haven Tea crossed paths with your father. Everyone is preoccupied with their fields. He might have gone to tend to his own. Chen Tong nodded appreciatively. Thank you, uncle. As Han Guoqing departed, it was evident that Qinghe village, though not heavily populated, sprawled over a considerable area, encircled by mountains, resulting in a scattered settlement. Both the village's entrance and exit boasted rice paddies suitable for cultivation. Truth be told, Chen Tong was unaware of the exact location of his family's rice fields. Each time he passed the village entrance, he never spotted his second brother Chen Hao. The fields were likely at the village's end. He resolved to take some time to investigate. Upon returning home, Chen Tong began preparing breakfast. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as he possessed money, he would never feel anxious. At 6:30, young Wenjing rose from her slumber. Observing that Chen Tong had prepared breakfast and set it on the table, she gently remarked, "You work so hard every day, let me handle these matters." Chen Tong chuckled, "Are you expressing concern for me?" Chapter 20. Borrowing the small cart after finishing breakfast. Chen Tong took the initiative to clear the dishes. He had already sorted the mountain goods sold by the villagers, thus eliminating the need for young Wenjing's assistance. Let us take a trip to the county, he suggested, gazing fondly at the slight bulge of young Wenjing's abdomen. I can't go. It's inconvenient with a child on the way, she replied, aware of the distance between Qinghe village and the county. That won't do. The floral fabric was purchased to make you clothes. We must go to the tailor in the county for a fitting. Once the child is born, it will be for them. And with the baby on the way, such fine material will soon be unwearable, Chen Tong insisted. Yang Wenjing understood that the fabric was not inexpensive and hesitated to part with it. Chen Tong smiled, but remained silent, then rose to leave. His destination was not just any household, but that of Chen Bulin, the village chief of Qinghe. Sharing the same surname, they were distantly related. Arriving at Chen Bulin's home, he knocked on the door. By this hour, everyone should have been up and about. Hearing the knock, Chen Bulin, puffing on his pipe, opened the door, puzzled as to why Chen Tong was here at such an early hour, when most villagers would be in the fields. Upon opening the door, his hand trembled, nearly causing him to choke on the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Bulin's lean, dark hand gripped the doorframe as he coughed violently. What brings you here so early, Chen Tong? Chen Bulin was unaware of the previous evening's dealings involving the purchase of loach and mudfish. During this period, every household is engaged in seedling cultivation, creating a whirlwind of tasks. Many matters in the village remain obscure to him. Chen Tong chuckled mischievously, and instantly, goosebumps rose on Chen Buelin's skin. Fear of the king of hell at midnight pales in comparison to the trepidation stirred by Chen Tong's smile. The implications were all too clear to Chen Buelin, the village chief. Something from his home had caught the boy's attention. What brings you here? Chen Buelin harbored no favorable impressions of Chen Tong and was poised to dismiss him. Uncle, I have something to discuss with you, Chen Tong said, his brow furrowing as he took a puff of his dry tobacco. Indeed, no one ventures to the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. This lad was up to no good. As Chen Buelin contemplated whether to entertain Chen Tong's inquiry, he heard the boy speak again. Uncle, do you happen to have a small cart? You know, the kind with one wheel in front and two in the back? Chen Tong elaborated, fearing Chen Buelin might deny it. Good heavens! Chen Buelin nearly choked on his tobacco. This rascal had set his sights on his family's cart. If lent out, it would surely be lost forever. With a scowl, Chen Buelin reached to shut the door, unwilling to utter another word to Chen Tong. The arrival of this harbinger of misfortune early in the day could only signal trouble. Yet, Chen Buelin found the door resistant. Caught on something. Glancing down, he saw the boy's foot wedged firmly in the doorway, his face beaming with delight. Uncle, after all, I do call you uncle. I do not have a small cart. You should check elsewhere, Chen Buelin grumbled reluctantly, hoping for Chen Tong to depart quickly. Chen Tong leaned forward, peering into the courtyard. Uncle, what is that? He pointed with a grin, having spotted the small cart beneath the jujube tree. Ignoring Chen Buelin's already darkened expression, he boldly pushed his way into the yard. Is it any wonder I had nightmares last night? Chen Buelin lamented, realizing that his fears had manifested early in the morning. In Qinghe village, whatever Chen Tong had set his sights on would not end well. Kid, I still need that cart. Look at me, an old man with creaky bones. Without it, I cannot manage the heavy labor, Chen Buelin pitifully pleaded. Chen Tong laughed joyfully, aware that with his current reputation, borrowing would prove difficult. He had prepared in advance, rummaging through his pocket. Uncle, would you be willing to sell me that cart? He inquired, brandishing a stack of cash. Knowing the weight of the yellow eels and loaches would soon catch up with him, especially the smaller fish, which would perish without water during the long journey. He couldn't possibly lug a water bucket to the county seat. That would be exhausting. Chen Buelin looked up, his dry tobacco forgotten as he focused on the pile of cash in Chen Tong's hands. Well, quite impressive. And is that a large denomination? His eyes widened at the sight of what appeared to be a stack of 10 or 20 yuan notes. His initial reaction was to suspect that the young man had ventured out to deceive once more. However, this thought was swiftly suppressed. If he had not misheard, the lad was indeed interested in purchasing his small cart. Was this not a stroke of good fortune? Others came to buy carts, but only Chen Tong sought to acquire his. The fact that Chen Tong had set his sights on the cart meant that, sooner or later, it would end up in his possession. At that point, there might be no money left to be made. Currently, he still had some funds. Was this not a splendid opportunity? This cart had cost him a fair sum to have made, so if Chen Tong was willing to pay $3.50, he would part with it. Chen Buelin gritted his teeth and quoted a price. Rather than live in constant trepidation over his cart, he thought it best to sell it to the young man. Chen Tong chuckled. The village head was truly a kind soul. No wonder he was held in such high regard. Chen Tong counted out $3.50 from a stack of bills and handed it to Chen Buelin. He would surely need to trouble him again in the future. This transaction laid a solid foundation for future cooperation. With a beaming smile, he pushed the cart out of Chen Buelin's yard. Upon arriving home, Chen Tong placed the mountain goods he had gathered early that morning onto the cart. 55 pounds, neither heavy nor light. With the cart, he no longer wished to carry them. After informing young Wenjing, he set off for the county town. Mountain goods, unlike aquatic products, could go straight into the pot once cleaned. Eels, loaches, and small fish needed to be prepared a day in advance for use the following day. Moreover, the vendor likely had a secret method to ensure the loaches and eels expelled any mud and odor. Thus, Chen Tong was to deliver them by 5 in the afternoon. Although he made 2 trips in one day, he did not mind. This journey was all about profit. By 8 in the morning, Chen Tong arrived at the noodle stall, where the proprietor was busy. Have you eaten yet? He inquired. Chen Tong replied while seated on his cart. I ate before coming. Once the rush subsided, the owner said, Please wait a moment. All right, Chen Tong replied. Seizing the lull in customers, the owner took a moment to inspect the nylon bag. Wow, it's so clean, he exclaimed. This young man certainly knew how to handle business. The owner accepted all 55 pounds, fresh and clean, to be sold on the spot. The aroma was irresistible. Chapter 21. Pushing my wife to the county town. 55 pounds of mountain goods, priced at 4 dimes per pound, yielded $22. After deducting costs of $5.50, a profit of $16.50 was made. Although this trip did not yield as much profit as previous ones, it was stable and consistent. The mushrooms on the mountain would continue to thrive until autumn, with various types of fungi and wild vegetables available in different seasons. This business was not merely a fleeting venture. Eels, loaches, and small fish could not sustain long-term sales. Their numbers would swiftly dwindle with increased demand. Moreover, Chen Tong harbored concerns that, despite the noodle shop's popularity, it might not be able to handle such a large quantity of eels and loaches. The key to stability lay in establishing connections in the seafood market. After exchanging a few words with the owner, Chen Tong departed with his cart. An hour and 20 minutes later, he returned home. It is nearly mealtime. In fact, within the entire Qinghe village, only the Chun family has reached this hour. After all, having lived a full life, 3 meals a day is a standard necessity. Moreover, with young Wenjing expecting a child, missing a meal would cause her great discomfort and hinder her nutrition. While washing rice and preparing meals, Chen Tong did not take a break. With a small cart, even the burden of dozens of pounds felt light, not exhausting at all. Being a young man, these tasks were trivial. The fragrant aroma of steaming rice wafted from the firewood stove. With plenty of meat, rice, eggs, and flour still available at home, there was no need to purchase anything from the county supply store today. In this era, apart from Chen Tong, others were entirely unaware of what a refrigerator was, and he certainly could not conjure one from thin air. Rice, flour, and eggs could be stored for extended periods, but pork could not. Hence, buying 2 to 3 pounds at a time was the most sensible choice, waste-free and sufficient. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Yang Sumei's household, since last night, upon learning that Chen Tong had begun trading in eels and loaches, Yang Sumei felt an entire wave of disheartenment. Now, she detected the enticing aroma of meat emanating from the Chun residence. If memory serves right, the Chun family's kitchen has been filled with the scent of meat daily during this period, enjoying 3 sumptuous meals. How extravagant! Touching her empty stomach, Yang Sumei secretly wished to catch eels and loaches for sale herself. At 2 cents a pound, a casual catch could yield 10 pounds easily. That's equivalent to the cost of a pound of pork. However, she could not bring herself to do so. After all, her second daughter was a golden phoenix. Allowing her to catch eels and loaches for Chen Tong would be akin to indirectly enriching him, thus bringing shame upon her daughter. Nonetheless, the allure of the pork was undeniable. When Chen Wenhai returned from the fields this afternoon, she would certainly have a word about this matter. At the Chen household, the dishes had been served, still a towering mound of steaming rice, stir-fried pork with shepherd's purse, steamed eggs, and pork fat stir-fried with leeks filled the air with an irresistible fragrance. This afternoon, let us visit the county together, Chen Tong suggested, placing a piece of meat into Yang Wenjing's bowl. With ample food, Yang Wenjing's weight had noticeably increased. Her arms were now thicker than a bamboo pole, and her once gaunt face now bore a healthy glow. Why? Yang Wenjing mumbled, her gaze cast down as she ate her rice. I want to take you to the tailor to have clothes custom made, and perhaps buy you a pair of shoes. We should stock up on rice, oil, and salt at home, as I fear I may forget something, Chen Tong said with a beaming smile. I want to go. It's inconvenient for me to walk slowly with the baby, Yang Wenjing replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was not merely playful banter. He truly intended to take her to the county for a stroll. However, the journey from Qinghe village to the county takes over an hour. Chen Tong still had business to attend to, and could not afford to be delayed. I want to go. I'll tidy up the house this afternoon. During this time, their relationship had softened considerably. Yang Wenjing no longer feared Chen Tong as she once did. His transformation was evident to her. Thus, it was settled. Chen Tong continued to eat heartily, leaving no room for further conversation. One must be well fed to have the strength to labor. Around 1 o'clock, villagers began to arrive, each carrying buckets filled with live eels and loaches, caught directly from the rice fields and streams. They were all lively and wriggling, knowing that Chen Tong was collecting eels. Many had taken buckets to the fields early that morning. Village head Chun Bulin squatted at his doorstep, smoking his dry tobacco, puzzled by the sight of so many people heading to the fields with buckets. Are they fetching water? The fields are already plentiful. Upon inquiry, he learned that Chen Tong was gathering eels, loaches, and small fish. They were adept at balancing farming and earning money. Uncle Lee, you have 10 pounds of eels and loaches. That will be 2 yuan. Auntie, here you are, 5 pounds for 1 yuan. Hey, Heisey, you did well today, 15 pounds. That'll be 3 yuan. Chen Tong busily collected eels, making on-the-spot payments, and the villagers were overjoyed. The cash they received felt exhilarating in their hands. They could cultivate the land while also making a profit. Where else could one find such good fortune? Come here, Chen. Look at my fresh fish. And mine. Over here. The throng at Chen Tong's doorstep continued to grow, buzzing with excitement. Yang Wenjing also became busy, gathering bowls, buckets, and bamboo baskets. There were so many eels and loaches that they could not all fit in the baskets, so she placed them directly into a water tank. After 2 hours of continuous activity, Chen Tong noticed the day was drawing to a close and did not wish to delay any longer. Dear uncles and aunts, I will not be collecting any more today. I must head to the county town. If anyone hasn't arrived yet, please let them know to keep their catch at home. I will return tomorrow afternoon. With a significant haul of eels and loaches, Chen Tong borrowed several bamboo baskets to accommodate the load. As the boisterous crowd dispersed, smiles adorned each face. The cash was genuine. Chen Tong was not deceiving anyone. With newfound wealth, they could purchase clothing, sweets, meat, and eggs for their children, thus improving their quality of life. Who wouldn't want to indulge in the fragrant allure of pork? This time, he had amassed over 100 pounds of eels and over 50 pounds of small fish. He poured the eels and loaches into the bamboo baskets and placed the small fish in wooden barrels, filling them with fresh water and securing them with hemp ropes. He also set a bowl inside the barrel, intending to sprinkle some water on the journey to keep the creature's skin moist and prevent them from perishing. Though the bamboo baskets were breathable, he still worried that they might suffocate during transit, as such losses would be his responsibility. Come on, dear. Let us get in the car. Having prepared everything, Chen Tong clapped his hands and called for Yang Wenjing. The three-wheeled cart was narrow at the front and wider at the back, and Chen Tong deliberately left a space for Yang Wenjing to sit at the rear. Blushing, she hesitated, feeling shy. Chen Tong gently pulled her closer, lifting her onto the cart. His strong, warm arms conveyed a sense of comfort, causing her cheeks to redden even further. All set. Let's go? Chen Tong inhaled deeply, shouted with vigor, his muscles taut, as he began to push the cart towards the county town. Chapter 22. An income of 150 yuan. Chen Tong pushed Yang Wenjing as they made their way to the county town. Due to the construction of the cart, Yang Wenjing could only sit facing Chen Tong. The nearly 300 pounds of weight proved somewhat arduous for him. The heavy breaths struck Yang Wenjing's forehead, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Chen Tong had indeed changed. Having rushed to the county town in the afternoon, with the temperature soaring, he feared that pausing for a rest would result in the demise of some of the yellow eels, loaches, and small fish. Chen Tong remained silent, gritting his teeth as he pushed the cart to the county town. Moreover, the journey of an hour and a half was completed 12 minutes faster than usual. He was utterly exhausted, trembling all over. Ah, the young man is impressive, bringing his wife along today. At this moment, the stall owner's couple was not too busy and were organizing their ingredients. Chen Tong carefully set down the cart and assisted Yang Wenjing in disembarking. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiled broadly, feeling a sense of relief. The couple at the stall approached, peering into the bamboo basket and bucket on the cart. Astonished. My goodness, these yellow eels and loaches must weigh over 100 pounds. This is even more than what a seafood distribution center would receive in a day. The weight of the yellow eels and loaches amounted to several hundred pounds, while the small fish weighed dozens of pounds. Coupled with pushing his pregnant wife, the total surely exceeded 300 pounds. Impressive indeed. This young man can endure hardship. Chen Tong chuckled, saying, all of this was collected just this afternoon. It's fresh and vigorous. Uncle, please weigh it. Any dead ones are my loss, not for sale. The couple relaxed, clearly appreciating the young man's straightforwardness. It was inevitable that some of the tightly packed yellow eels and loaches would suffocate. Dead loaches and yellow eels are certainly not as delectable as the living ones, especially since the owner had a secret recipe that emphasized the freshness of the ingredients. Wife, bring the scale, and also a stool for the young man's wife to sit. The owner, displaying a thoughtful nature, noticed Yang Wenjing's protruding belly. The scale was brought forth, and the weighing commenced in batches. The owner's wife took a notebook and pen to record the results. The first basket contained 28 pounds of eels and loaches. The second basket weighed 36 pounds. The third basket, with the loaches and yellow eels combined, totaled 120 pounds. This weight was already after removing the dead yellow eels. 120 pounds yielded a total of 120 yuan. With a cost of merely 24 yuan, that meant a net profit of 96 yuan. Next, they weighed the small fish, which would inevitably have some water weight. 60 pounds. That accounted for 30 yuan, and after deducting the 6 yuan cost, a net gain of 24 yuan was achieved. Overall, this trip resulted in a net profit of 120 yuan. Chen Tong was somewhat astonished by this figure. He had assured the villagers yesterday that he would purchase all qualified yellow eels and loaches, but he never anticipated such a bountiful harvest. In total, this amounted to 150 yuan. The stall owner was quite pleased. The goods Chen Tong delivered were exceptional, though slightly excessive. They couldn't resist a twinge of desire not to accept it. A stack of large bills was exchanged, while the remainder consisted of a few smaller denominations. Chen Tong accepted the money with a grateful nod. Wenjing gazed at the pile of cash in his hands, feeling a sense of disbelief. 150 yuan. In Qinghe village, where toil meets the earth, a year's worth of labor yields so little. Yet, Chen Tong had earned over 100 yuan in a single day. He tucked the money securely into his pocket and moved closer to support Wenjing. Although she was only 5 months pregnant and had no trouble moving, Chen Tong instinctively offered his assistance, adhering to a more modern standard of care. This made her cheeks flush slightly, as they were in public, under the watchful eyes of others. What a fortunate young lady, with such a considerate husband, thought the landlady, envious of her own spouse, who seemed as unyielding as a block of wood. As Chen Tong and Wenjing prepared to leave, the stall owner rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat awkward. "Young man, there's something I need to clarify with you." Chen Tong halted and replied, "Uncle, please, go ahead. It's like this. My wife and I have only recently opened this eel noodle shop, and we typically use about 50 to 60 kilograms of eels each day. If you plan to deliver 100 kilograms daily, we might not be able to utilize that much." The owner, straightforward and honest, continued, "To be frank, your eels and loaches are exceptional, priced even lower than those from seafood distributors. I would love to continue doing business with you, but we need to be clear about our requirements to avoid future complications." Upon hearing this, Chen Tong nodded with a smile. "Uncle, how about I deliver 60 kilograms each day, starting the day after tomorrow? What do you think?" The owner laughed heartily. "That sounds splendid, young man. The more I see you, the more I appreciate your spirit. Both of us are decisive in our dealings, which is the essence of a lasting partnership." Chen Tong expressed his gratitude, and Wenjing nodded in agreement as they pushed their cart away from the eel noodle shop. This time, Wenjing chose to walk instead of sitting in the cart, aware of Chen Tong's fatigue. After a while, she felt fine. In truth, the cart, laden with nearly 300 kilograms, was a considerable burden for Chen Tong. However, driven by urgency and excitement from their successful sale, he felt an abundance of energy. Yet, suddenly, he began to feel the strain in his arms. "Dear wife, are you hungry?" he inquired. Wenjing shook her head. "Come on, hop on. I'm strong enough," he urged. She declined again. "Can you guess how much we earned today?" he asked playfully, but she merely shook her head once more. Unbeknownst to them, they passed a tailor shop, a route Chen Tong had intentionally chosen. "Wife," he called. The tailor shop. Wenjing, eager to save a piece of expensive floral fabric, discreetly tucked it away for making clothes for their soon-to-arrive baby. At that moment, Chen Tong felt around his waist. "Wife," he said, prompting a blush from Wenjing as she looked at him. Throughout this journey, the term wife has been uttered more frequently than in the entire previous year. "What is this?" Chen Tong produced a neatly folded piece of floral fabric from his waist and waved it before Wenjing. "Where did you find this?" Wenjing cast a shy glance at Chen Tong. With a playful grin, Chen Tong replied, "I've already mentioned that this floral fabric is intended for your clothing. No matter how well you hide it, I will uncover it. If I cannot find it, I shall simply purchase another piece." Observing Chen Tong's childlike enthusiasm, Wenjing felt her heart race unexpectedly. Chapter 23. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. The tailor shop, named Mimi Tailoring, occupies a prime location at a crossroads, bustling with foot traffic, ensuring that many passers-by can see its sign. Chen Tong positioned the small cart at the entrance. "Comrade, are you here with your wife to have clothes made?" At that moment, a woman emerged from the shop, standing at a height of approximately 167 to 178 meters, sporting the trendiest hairstyle of the day, evoking a hint of a Hong Kong-Taiwan style. This was Zhang Meiyue, the proprietress of Mimi Tailoring, who was enjoying tea inside the shop. Upon noticing the young couple at the doorway, their curious glances suggesting they were there for clothing, she recognized a business opportunity. Chen Tong nodded at Zhang Meiyue. I'm making something for my wife. Come in, come in. Your wife is truly beautiful, resembling she sure, Zhang Meiyue exclaimed, quickly opening the door and assisting Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong beamed with delight, feeling a sense of ease. Zhang Meiyue was not merely flattering. After years in business, she had a keen eye for people. Though Yang Wenjing was slender, her radiant complexion and rosy lips indicated she was well-nourished. As they entered the shop, the walls were adorned with garments, each one meticulously crafted. There were ready-made pieces available for immediate purchase if they fit well, alongside sample items for customers to choose their preferred styles, with the option of bespoke tailoring using their own fabric. With summer approaching, I can create dresses, shirts, shorts, or suits, whatever you can envision, Zhang Meiyue stated, her gaze fixed on Chen Tong, who clearly appeared to be the one to pay. Chen Tong smiled and nodded in agreement. As he examined the garments on the wall, he noted the somewhat outdated styles, typical of a small county town. However, the craftsmanship was commendable, each stitch a testament to meticulous sewing. He handed the fabric he had brought to Zhang Meiyue. Taking it from him, Zhang Meiyue examined the material, her eyes sparkling with interest. This is exquisite cotton fabric. It's quite pricey. My wife is pregnant and wishes to have a dress made to accommodate her current figure. Slightly loose-fitting, just for this summer, Chen Tong explained. Zhang Meiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Such luxurious fabric, and you intend to use it for only one summer? Are you certain it's for a summer dress? She wanted to ensure she had heard correctly. This fabric cost at least $1 per foot, and with this weight, it must be 6 or 7 feet, amounting to $6 or $7, plus $1 for labor. Only for one summer? My goodness, one must not judge a person by appearances. It seems I have encountered someone of means. Indeed, my boss, a long dress with half sleeves, reaching just to the arms, subtly cinched at the waist, adorned with delicate pleats. Chen Tong, being an experienced individual, having previously dabbled in the fashion industry, possessed a modicum of understanding. He advised Zhang Meiyue on the intricacies to consider, the shape of the neckline, whether it should be double-layered or single-layered, what style to adopt at the waist, how to coordinate, and what embellishments to incorporate. The more Zhang Meiyue listened, the brighter her eyes sparkled. Having spent years as a seamstress, she found this transformative vision beyond the current realm of fashion. This young man, though seemingly youthful, was impressively astute. This dress was tailor-made for young women. The finished garment would undoubtedly be a showstopper. May I craft 2 pieces? She inquired, feeling a bit bashful. I find your concept quite appealing, and I wish to create one for myself. What woman does not desire to look beautiful? Such a design and style, once realized, would surely capture the market's admiration. She envisioned keeping one for her own boutique as a display piece. Chen Tong smiled and nodded, saying, no problem at all. If it's well made, I shall bring all my future clothing needs to you. Zhang Meiyue beamed with joy. Originally asking for a labor fee of $1, she only charged 80 cents. She took out a measuring tape and began to take measurements for Yang Wenjing. Sister, you have married a fine man. He is handsome, generous with his spending, and knows how to create clothing. Zhang Meiyue praised Chen Tong, genuinely impressed by the young lad. Yang Wenjing blushed, lowering her head, her heart filled with sweetness. Upon leaving the tailor shop, Chen Tong placed Yang Wenjing onto a small cart. Noticing the dusk approaching, she did not wish to delay their journey, especially since they had to traverse a mountainous path. It would be treacherous after dark. While there were no large beasts in the mountains, wild boars were still a concern, and Chen Tong felt it was unsafe to push her around. However, he did not head home directly. Instead, he took Yang Wenjing to the supply and marketing cooperative as their pork supply had run out, though they still had flour and rice, which had been consumed rather quickly, given their lunches and dinners of rice. The eggs were also dwindling. Each morning, they shared a single egg to supplement their nutrition. Chen Tong contemplated whether to purchase a few chicks and ducklings to keep Yang Wenjing company, as she was pregnant and unable to venture far from home, with her family residing elsewhere. They were both busy with their daily routines, leaving little room for conversation. After acquiring rice, eggs, and some daily necessities, Chen Tong excused himself for a moment, returning with a cheerful demeanor, like a breeze filled with joy. Passing by the meat stall, he bought 2 pounds of fatty pork and 2 pounds of lean pork. Yang Wenjing felt a pang of concern. What family spends money so freely? On their way back, Chen Tong pushed the cart with great speed, as darkness had begun to envelop the sky. Finally, as the last rays of sunset were consumed by the night, they returned to Qinghe village. Once home, Chen Tong immediately busied himself again, stoking the fire to cook, rendering lard, and stir-frying vegetables, completely absorbed in his tasks. Young Wenjing sat quietly in the small courtyard, observing his diligent figure, her heart filled with contentment. Could this be considered the sweet reward following hardship? As the moon rose above the treetops, the rickety table was laden with fragrant dishes, stir-fried pork with chili, egg and wood ear mushroom soup with lard, and stir-fried greens. There was also a substantial dish prepared solely for Chen Tong himself. Having indulged in a fiery dish, the yellow eel, freshly selected in the afternoon, was stir-fried vigorously in copious oil, rendering its earthy taste nearly undetectable. Consuming yellow eel invigorates the spirit, and discarding it felt like a lamentable loss. However, he refrained from offering it to Yang Wenjing, deeming it too spicy and inferior to live, fresh specimens. He contemplated reserving 2 lively eels for tomorrow afternoon, intending to prepare a nourishing soup for her in the evening. After dinner, Chen Tong tidied the table, gazing up at the luminous moon with a heart full of reflections. My dear wife, come out to admire the moon. But it's not the mid-autumn festival. What is there to see? Behold, the moon tonight is splendidly round, golden and radiant, resembling a giant pancake. A chuckle escaped Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong was momentarily taken aback. She finally smiled. He sensed that victory was drawing near. Wife, quick! Look, Chang'e is ascending to the moon. Really? Indeed. Yang Wenjing stepped outside, looked up at the moon, feigning annoyance. You're deceiving me. Chen Tong rose, grasped her hand, and declared, Chang'e has indeed descended to earth. He then retrieved an exquisite hairpin from his pocket and delicately inserted it into her braided hair. The moonlight tonight is breathtaking. Yang Wenjing lowered her gaze, her earlobes seemingly blushing crimson. She always knew that this rascal had not changed at heart. Chapter 24. Seeking assistance as dawn broke softly. Chen Tong rose from his slumber. Villagers had come once more to deliver mountain goods, meticulously arranged as usual. Uncle Han up so early? Chen Tong greeted him. Han Guoqing, with his honest smile, rubbed his rough hands together. Here, these mountain goods were picked last night, and my wife washed them clean. The same group of sturdy men, accustomed to labor, bore sun-kissed skin marked with prominent veins. The men of the mountains are resilient. On average, they earned 1 yuan a day, lending weight to their voices at home. This did not even account for the income from eels and loaches, which added significantly to their earnings. Just yesterday, Han Guoqing had purchased some eggs and pork to nourish his children. He and his wife could also indulge a little. After a hearty meal, with their bellies full, they had the strength to work. They were well aware of how they earned their keep. Chen Tong fetched a scale and weighed the goods. A total of 52 pounds, amounting to 5 yuan and 20 cents. He produced the cash and handed it over to the men. Uncle Han, when will the rice fields be ready? He recalled his own little plot of land, still barren. Soon, within a week or so, once the seedlings are planted, it will be done. Chen Tong pondered for a moment. Uncle, I have a favor to ask. Oh, you rascal, what do you mean by asking? You're the one bringing in income. I should be thanking you. My rice field is still empty. I would like to invite you and a few other uncles to help plant the seedlings. Han Guoqing's expression turned hesitant. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist, but rather that his household lacked sufficient seedlings. Uncle Han, if there's an issue, just speak plainly, Chen Tong said with a smile, aware of the potential difficulty. It's not that Uncle Han is unwilling, but every household has a limited supply of leftover seedlings. Otherwise, my uncles and I could finish it in a day. Chen Tong nodded, understanding. Watching the men depart, he closed the door behind him. However, he did not return home. Instead, he went to the residence of Chen Bulin at the edge of the village. The matter concerning the seedlings was bound to be resolved by him. At this time, Chen Bulin had already risen. The people of the mountains have no entertainment. They sleep early and awaken at dawn. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Chen Bulin leisurely stuffed the tobacco leaves he held into a tin pipe, pressed it down with his thumb, and took a deep drag, exhaling a substantial cloud of smoke. Upon opening the door, he was startled. Chen, is that you? A tremor coursed through his heart. Was something else at home being coveted? Uncle, I need to discuss something with you. Chen Bulin no longer harbored the disdain he once felt for Chen Tong. He had come to learn of certain developments. The young man had turned over a new leaf, leading the villagers to prosperity. His only concern was that Chen Tong might have his eye on his own belongings. Although he had paid him, it was still not convenient. Lacking a small cart, his old arms and legs could not bear the burden. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bulin finally uttered a single word, "Speak." Chen Tong, now cheerful, replied, "Isn't it the season for planting seedlings? I have none at home, so I came to seek your assistance. I don't have many seedlings either. But if you don't mind, I can give you the leftovers." Upon hearing this, Chen Bulin instantly brightened. During the harvest season, every household would inevitably leave behind a little extra grain, fearing it might not suffice. Wasting it would be a pity, and since Chen Tong had changed for the better, it seemed fitting to offer it to him. As the village chief, he hoped for the prosperity of all families. Everyone should be able to afford rice and meat. "Uncle, that's hardly enough," Chen Tong said, pointing to the seedlings in the field. "I kindly ask you to inquire if anyone has surplus to sell. You wish to buy?" Chen Bulin was taken aback. Excess seedlings were typically worthless. "Indeed, how could we let our fellow villagers suffer? My awareness has greatly improved," Chen Tong asserted, producing 5 yuan to hand to Chen Bulin, who accepted it without hesitation. "Also, please find someone to help me plant the seedlings. I've already promised Uncle Han Wenjing." Watching Chen Tong depart, Chen Bulin couldn't help but reflect. A young man who had been a scoundrel for 20 years, who once saw his wife go hungry. Now, in a single night, he had transformed, not only ensuring his wife had rice for every meal, but also leading the villagers to earn money together. It was truly unimaginable. Upon returning home, Chen Tong prepared boiled eggs and porridge, reheating the leftover stir-fried vegetables from the previous night. Yang Wenjing had already risen, her hair casually pinned up with a hairpin gifted by Chen Tong. "Wife, you look beautiful," Chen Tong exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Yang Wenjing, accustomed to his affectionate address, lowered her head to eat. After finishing the meal, Chen Tong loaded the mountain goods onto the small cart and set off for the county. His purpose today was not only to sell mountain produce, but also to seek out someone. In these times, possessing goods greatly facilitated matters. The market for yellow eels and loaches was vast, and a single yellow eel noodle shop could hardly consume it all. He aims to embark on a venture into the aquatic distribution industry. Qinghe village is enveloped by mountains on all sides and is adorned with numerous streams. The neighboring villages share a similar landscape, ensuring an abundance of loach and eel. His ambition extends beyond merely collecting these aquatic delicacies. He aspires to expand this enterprise significantly. Sooner or later, others will enter this market. He must seize the opportunity while competitors remain oblivious, firmly establishing a dominant presence. While neighbors within the same village may hesitate to encroach upon this business, those from adjacent villages may not exhibit the same restraint. The pressing question remains, where can such a vast quantity of loach and eel be accommodated? Only the aquatic distribution centers in the county town seem feasible. If that proves insufficient, the provincial capital will have to suffice. Chen Tong, however, harbors skepticism. How could such a large county town possibly be unable to absorb his several hundred pounds of loach and eel? He delivered his goods to the proprietor of a bustling noodle stall, flourishing in the midst of peak business hours. Not wishing to linger, Chen Tong informed the owner of his intention to take a brief stroll before returning later. Departing from the noodle stall, he meandered through the alleys of the county town. Navigating left and right based on memory, he halted outside a narrow passage, where the throngs consisted predominantly of youthful individuals clad in the latest fashion trends, their hairstyles reflecting the prevailing styles of the county town. Strutting with an air of confidence, they believed themselves to be the most stylish on the street. Chen Tong ventured into the alley, locating his destination, peering inside with a subtle smile playing on his lips. At the entrance of a dance hall, a gathering of young men and women congregated, some with cigarettes dangling from their lips, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Among them sat a lanky figure clad in a crisp shirt, perched on a stool. His hair, long and styled with a diagonal fringe, partially obscured one eye, an embodiment of the trendy hairstyle currently favored in the county. This individual was precisely who Chen Tong sought. Chapter 25. Paving the way, this young man appeared slightly younger than Chen Tong, with a long, slender face and notably bright, small eyes that were easily memorable. He surveyed the bustling crowd with a keen gaze. Chen Tong approached and paused a short distance away from him. "Do you have any mousy? How much for a box?" Chen Tong gestured as if holding a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the seated individual. The man, known as Mousy, looked momentarily taken aback, his thin, spindly arms bracing as he scrutinized Chen Tong with suspicion. Who are you? I was referred by someone. I passed by the dance hall last time and noticed you had goods. I inquired around, and they said you, Brother Mousie, are the most formidable in the area. Capable of procuring anything. Chen Tong lowered his voice, flattering Mousie. This was, of course, a fabrication on Chen Tong's part. Mousie was a cigarette dealer, and in these times, many young people turned to reselling goods to make a profit. Chen Tong, having risen from humble beginnings in Qinghe village, had encountered such individuals in his journey. He recalled the existence of a person named Mousie, though it seemed his fortunes had waned. Chen Tong's purpose for this visit was to purchase cigarettes. In the 1980s, what was most difficult to obtain? After the elusive 3 rings, cigarettes ranked a close second, especially when it comes to the coveted Diqianmen cigarettes. One truly requires a certain finesse to procure them, much like the rural folk, who toil in the soil and have never encountered a cigarette in their lifetime. Many rely solely on their homegrown tobacco, harvesting it, sun-drying it, and meticulously crafting it into smoking strands. They would then stuff it into their pipes and take a deep drag, feeling the potent after-effects. Cigarettes are a luxury item, with Diqianmen being particularly esteemed in Huayin County, a prized commodity that many yearn for yet cannot obtain. Chen Tong intended to approach the aquatic supply cooperative to establish connections, armed with sincerity. Otherwise, he might not even gain entry. The Diqianmen cigarettes serve as a veritable key to unlock doors. Of course, this was largely due to Chen Tong's lack of connections, being an outsider. He was aware from past experiences that having relationships could significantly streamline processes. With just 2 packs of cigarettes, he could easily step through the doors of the cooperative, and he was more than willing to make such an exchange. One must take risks to reap rewards. Mousie, still pondering the unfamiliar visage before him, found himself somewhat enchanted by Chen Tong's boastful declarations. The youthful exuberance was hard to resist. Young man, you certainly know how to play the game. In Huayin County, I possess the most and the safest stock. Whatever others have, I have too. What they lack, I still possess. Sitting comfortably on his chair, with a leg crossed and a hint of pride in his demeanor, Mousie inquired, So, do you want to buy individually or by the box? Chen Tong contemplated briefly and raised 4 fingers. 2 boxes as gifts, 1 box for loose cigarettes, and 1 box as a backup. 4? Mousie repeated, intrigued. For boxes. Chen Tong replied with a calm expression. For boxes? Mousie straightened up, taking a closer look at Chen Tong. A purchase of such magnitude was noteworthy. Most young patrons in the vicinity typically bought cigarettes one at a time, often needing to pay to enter entertainment venues. They seldom had ample funds, and many would buy loose cigarettes merely to maintain appearances, holding one between their fingers or behind their ear to appear more social. This young man, seemingly not very old, was making a purchase of 4 boxes right off the bat, a rather extravagant display. Who wouldn't he want to engage in such a lucrative business? Diqianmen is priced at 2 yuan and 50 cents a pack, and I offer the best price in all of Huayin County. Elsewhere, they charge you 2 yuan 70 or 80. Since you're buying 4 boxes at once, I'm willing to give you a discount. After all, this is a long-term business venture. I assent it? Of course, keep this to yourself. Mousie was perceptive and had a pleasant demeanor. Chen Tong smiled, confident that Mousie was being truthful. He gave a thumbs up and said, Mousie, I will surely seek you out for my future cigarette purchases. After speaking, he retrieved the prepared bundle of cash from his pocket and handed it over. Mousie nodded in acceptance and, after rummaging through a box beneath his chair, soon produced 4 boxes of Diqianmen. Here, take good care of them. With the 4 boxes of Diqianmen in hand, Chen Tong did not rush to depart. After a brief conversation with the local, Chen Tong departed. The local, who had long been mingling in the county town, had acquired some information over the years. Leaving that place, Chen Tong headed straight for the noodle stall. The small cart was still there, and the mountain goods had not yet been weighed. At this moment, there were only 1 or 2 customers at the stall. The owner had taken a break and was enjoying a bowl of noodles. Upon seeing Chen Tong, he eagerly set down his meal. Young man, you arrived just in time. I've just finished the rush. The owner said warmly, you wouldn't believe it. But with your fresh ingredients just delivered, the flavor of the noodles has elevated to a whole new level, attracting even more returning customers. Chen Tong smiled at this compliment. Pleased, how could the broth not be fresh? The quality of the ingredients is paramount. The owner took out a scale and weighed the mountain goods, which amounted to 52 pounds. The total was 26 yuan. He handed a stack of cash to Chen Tong. who did not even count it before placing it directly into his pocket. Young man, your mountain goods are truly exceptional, whether for vegetarian noodles or bone broth. The taste is exquisite. Starting tomorrow, send over 80 pounds. The owner was genuinely delighted. Early that morning, foot traffic had increased by half compared to usual, with many specifically requesting vegetarian noodles. They were all drawn by the quality of the ingredients. This small surprise genuinely caught Chen Tong off guard. Delivering an extra 30 pounds daily, after deducting the minimal cost, could yield an additional 12 yuan. Not a small sum. Chen Tong expressed his gratitude to the owner and left the noodle shop. At this time, it was nearly noon, and time was of the essence. He needed to hurry back to prepare lunch, as villagers were expected to deliver eels and loaches in the afternoon. He could not venture to the Aquatic Supply Cooperative today, primarily due to the considerable distance. The dance hall was located in the northern outskirts of Huayin County, while the Aquatic Supply Cooperative lay to the south, a considerable distance apart. Without a good 40 to 50 minutes, he simply could not arrive. Time was short. Most importantly, Chen Tong was concerned about young Wenjing and the child she carried. They needed to eat when mealtime arrived, after all. As he pushed the cart, he pondered. At least he had already procured the cigarettes. Tomorrow morning, he would take them to the entrance of the Aquatic Supply Cooperative, have a good talk with the gatekeeper, and perhaps share a woeful tale while slipping him a couple of cigarette packs. Woon tea that paved the way. 80 pounds of eels and loaches, 50 pounds of small fish, and 80 pounds of mountain goods. He needed to deliver at least 210 pounds of goods to the county town daily. To be honest, Chen Tong was weary, yet content. Each delivery brought crisp cash into his hands, and his life with Yang Wenjing was gradually improving. In this new life, he vowed to cherish Yang Wenjing and their soon-to-be-born child. He would strive to provide them with the very best. Chapter 26. Yang Sumei comes to borrow money. By the time Chen Tong returned home, it was already noon. Yang Wenjing had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Chen Tong return, she felt a wave of relief. Wife, why are you standing at the door? Chen Tong pushed the cart inside, took out the cigarettes he had purchased, and handed them to Yang Wenjing to keep safe. She said nothing about waiting for him, silently accepting the package and turning to go inside. Chen Tong busied himself with starting the fire to cook. Before long, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, spreading to the neighboring houses. At this moment, in the adjacent yard, Yang Sumei had already gathered all the information regarding Chen Tong's affairs. In truth, there was no need for extensive inquiry. The entire Qinghe village was well aware of Chen Tong's dealings in purchasing eels, loaches, and assorted fish, as well as mountain goods. Yet, these were merely secondary concerns. What Yang Sumei truly sought to ascertain was the quantity of eels and loaches that this young man procured daily. She counted on her fingers at home, and to her astonishment, the numbers were staggering. Eels and loaches were priced at 2 mao per jin, while the mountain goods and small fish fetched merely 1 mao per jin. After consulting numerous villagers, each of whom contributed a substantial amount, she estimated that he must be acquiring at least 100 to 180 jin. This indicated that Chen Tong was withdrawing several dozen yuan from his pockets each day, an astonishing sum. Yang Sumei felt a pang in her heart. That was akin to a year's worth of income for their family. Furthermore, in recent days, she had observed many villagers returning from the county with meat in tow, proudly displaying their purchases tied with hemp rope. Where did this money come from if not from the neighboring Chen Tong? Just 10 jin of eels and loaches could easily equate to the price of a jin of pork. Yang Sumei's door was perpetually ajar, intentionally positioned to watch for Chen Tong's return. It wasn't long after his arrival that the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air once again. The bitterness in Yang Sumei's heart deepened. How could they indulge in such feasts without offering her, their aunt, a taste? Moments earlier, a tofu vendor passed by and halted in front of their yard, confirming that Chen Tong had indeed purchased tofu for lunch. This was indeed the case. Chen Tong procured a block of tofu, homemade and imbued with a rich, fragrant essence. He sliced the tofu into small squares and placed a generous amount of lard into the iron wok, proceeding to slide the tofu pieces along the edges of the pan. The sizzling sound erupted as hot oil met the cold tofu, creating a delightful cacophony. Soon, a subtle charred aroma began to fill the air as Chen Tong carefully flipped the tofu, revealing a beautifully golden brown surface. Having perfected the tofu, Chen Tong then took 3 eggs, cracked them into a bowl, and whisked them vigorously with chopsticks. The heat was set low in the wok, utilizing the lard left from frying the tofu. With a deft motion, he poured the egg mixture into the pan, creating a vibrant golden omelet that exuded an irresistible fragrance. Once the omelet was fully cooked, he transferred it onto a cutting board and sliced it into long strips. The tofu was returned to the wok, combined with the egg strips and tossed together with salt, soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, and a pinch of sugar. The enticing aroma wafted out, reaching young Wenjing, who was outside. When the dish was ready, a sprinkle of chopped green onions was added. Yang Wenjing gazed in awe at the egg and tofu creation in Chen Tong's hands, mesmerized by its perfect combination of color, aroma, and flavor. She had never imagined that eggs could be prepared in such a delightful manner. In her mind, eggs were only meant to be boiled or steamed. Could they truly be stir-fried with tofu? Yet, the fragrance was undeniable. As the meal was served, pork became an indispensable component, complemented by eggs, ensuring a nutritionally balanced diet. Chen Tong was even contemplating acquiring some pig trotters and ribs to simmer a nourishing soup for Yang Wenjing in the future. Yang Wenjing had visibly gained weight under Chen Tong's care, with her appetite having increased significantly. A heaping plate of rice, vegetable soup, scrambled eggs with tofu, and stir-fried pork with water celery adorned the table. Indeed, she was reaping the rewards of her hardships. Suddenly, as they were halfway through their meal, a knock echoed through the room. Chen Tong, puzzled, wondered who could be visiting him at such an hour. A vendor selling eels, perhaps? But it seemed too early for that. He cracked the door open, only to be taken aback. It was Yang Sume. Not just her, but also his uncle, Chen Wenhai. What brings you here? Chen Tong inquired, not bothering to call anyone else. At that moment, two coughs resonated from outside. Chen Tong was momentarily startled before he swung the door wide open. The coughs belonged to none other than his grandfather, his father's father. Grandfather. The group stepped into the house in unison. In the courtyard, Yang Wenjing, who had been enjoying her meal, froze in surprise and quickly stood up. Yang Sume's eyes widened as she took in the scene. Goodness, the spread was exquisite. It surpassed even the fare of her own family's New Year celebrations. The stir-fried pork glistened enticingly, and the water celery still dripped with oil. Scrambled eggs with tofu? Truly, it was scrambled eggs with tofu. The steaming white rice sat invitingly. Instantly, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Not only her, but Chen Wenhai, Chen Tong's grandfather, and his grandmother also found themselves swallowing in anticipation. The aroma was irresistible. Chen Tong had not anticipated that Yang Sume would bring the elderly couple to his door, especially during mealtime. Aside from him, it seemed that no one else in Qinghe village was dining at that hour. Yang Wenjing hurried inside to fetch some stools. As they settled down, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Grandfather, grandmother, did you come to see my father? Chen Tong refrained from mentioning the meal. Yes, where's your father? They responded. He is at my second uncle's house, likely busy at this hour. You see, your uncle's second daughter is studying in the capital and needs money. So we hope to borrow some from your father. Chen Tong's grandfather, Chen Daegu, had been summoned by Chen Wenhai. Naturally, the mastermind behind this visit was Yang Sume. Although she had taken over the elderly couple's home, she claimed it was all for the sake of the second daughter. She spoke of school expenses and how the family had tightened their belts to make ends meet. Even with the additional 2 acres of land, it was still insufficient. She would casually whisper in Chen Wenhai's ear about their situation. In this era, the preference for sons over daughters was rampant. Yet, Yang Sume was formidable, a woman who stood equal to men. She painted a picture of grandeur. Once the second daughter graduated from university, she would undoubtedly secure a position in a government office, earning a decent monthly wage, which would surely allow her to support her grandparents. Your family may not provide for you too, but my second daughter certainly can. While others may struggle to earn, my second daughter can thrive. The request for these 2 acres is solely for her benefit. Though the elderly couple had no land, and Yang Sume had not offered them a morsel to eat, they still held a deep-seated belief in her words. Arya, the golden phoenix of Qinghe village, has soared out of this secluded valley. With wealth, it promises to bring prosperity to Chen Daguai. Thus, under the persuasion of Chen Wenhai, Chen Daguai decided to accompany him to the home of Chen Tong. He had also heard that this young lad had recently ventured into business. Chapter 27. The Lion's Demands. Borrowing 50 yuan, Yang Sume and Chen Wenhai frequently cast glances at the meager spread upon the rickety table, their impatience palpable. This young man truly lacked awareness. Did he not think to inquire whether his uncles and aunts, or his grandparents, had dined yet? They would have willingly joined in for a hearty meal. The slices of meat were enormous. Surely, they would be bursting with flavor. Chen Tong, lost in contemplation, entirely disregarded Yang Sumei's unblinking gaze fixed upon the meat. He refrained from speaking and allowed Wenjing to continue her meal. He retreated into the house, fetched 2 bowls, poured them full of steaming water, and brought them to Chen Tong and Wang Xiao. "Grandpa, Grandma, please have some warm water first. I shall arrange a few more dishes." Yang Sumei and Chen Wenhai stood in the courtyard, their expressions somewhat displeased. Ah, this young man dares to show indifference to his elders. However, they paid little mind. As long as they could enjoy a good meal that afternoon, who could resist meat? Chen Tong, that rascal, had promised to prepare additional dishes. All was well. Yet as elders, they could not appear too eager. It was essential that Chen Tong come to invite them to the table. That would truly be a moment of dignity. With both grandparents present, he would not dare to act recklessly. Chen Tong ventured into the garden at the front of the courtyard, plucking a few chili peppers and some greens. Yang Wenjing remained seated at the table, her appetite waning. She sensed the atmosphere was not quite right, but felt an inexplicable assurance that Chen Tong would resolve the situation. Before long, Chen Tong emerged with the prepared dishes. Stir-fried meat with chili, crispy pork bits, greens, and 2 fried eggs. The stir-fried meat with chili made Yang Sumei's mouth water. This was not mere stir-fried meat with chili. It was meat gloriously enveloped in chili. The meat was substantial and fragrant. The crispy bits were indeed delightful, golden and glistening. In the mouth, they must be utterly delectable. "Grandpa, Grandma, you have not eaten yet, have you?" Chen Tong asked with a smile, returning from the kitchen with 2 bowls brimming with steaming white rice. Yang Sumei's gaze became fixated on the fragrant rice in Chen Tong's hands. "No, not yet," Chen Tong managed to reply, for in his lifetime, he had never tasted anything so splendid. "Then come and join us for a meal," Chen Tong urged, pulling Chen Tong and Wang Xiao to the table and placing chopsticks in their hands. "Come, let us eat together." Chen Tong picked up his chopsticks and placed a generous slice of meat into Chen Tong's bowl. Yang Wenjing, being ever considerate, served a piece to Wang Xiao as well. The 2 elders beamed, having forgotten why they had come in the first place. Yang Sumei and Chen Wenhai could not help but swallow in anticipation. After all, they were family. With the grandparents seated, surely they would be invited to partake in the meal as well. One cannot simply allow 2 elders to stand in the courtyard, observing them as they dine. The calculations in their minds are as loud as thunder. Yet, once Chen Tong sat down, he did not rise again and began to eat contentedly. Yang Sumei and Chen Wenhui. Eventually, Yang Sumei could no longer contain herself. The aroma was simply irresistible. "Father, Wenhui and I have yet to eat." Being renowned for her assertiveness, Yang Sumei was not one to shy away. Chen Tong was relishing his meal, savoring the white rice he had not tasted in years. The sound of Yang Sumei's words reached his ears. He glanced at Chen Tong, who once again picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Chen Tong's bowl. "Grandfather, indulge in the meat. All the remaining portions are here, specially cooked for you and Grandma." The wrinkles on Chen Tong's face seemed to lessen, and he felt a comforting sense of ease. Yang Sumei and Chen Wenhui wore expressions of displeasure. This young scoundrel, Chen Tong, was intentionally provoking them. Chen Wenhui, affiliated with the production team, usually spoke with an air of authority, but now he was about to assert himself. "Father, our second daughter is still suffering in the capital. As she attends university, she struggles to get enough to eat and wear. She is the pride of the Chen family, the face of Qinghe village." Chen Wenhui exchanged glances with Yang Sumei, who understood immediately. Her eyes turned red, her voice quivering. "Father, we need not speak of anything else. The entire Chen family is impoverished. Wenhui and I are frugal, sparing every penny to send her monthly, but it is insufficient. Our second daughter has written to say she has lost weight, down to just over 80 pounds. Her arms feel fragile to the touch." Yang Sumei, feigning despair, crouched on the ground and wept uncontrollably. At that moment, Chen Tong found the meat in his mouth lost its flavor. Indeed, the pride of the Chen family was still suffering. She was the hope of the family, upon whom they relied for their old age. Since Chen Tong had earned some money, perhaps he could lend a little. It wouldn't be a significant loss. Chen Tong sensed that Chen Tong was about to speak and interjected. "Aunt, you mentioned earlier you came to borrow money from my father. Why are you crying in my courtyard?" Chen Tong placed another piece of meat in Chen Tong's bowl. "Your father is not here, so it is the same to ask you." Chen Wenhui's eyelids flickered. He was astonished that he could utter such words. "How much do you need?" Chen Tong inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Tong's concession, Yang Sume sprang up from the ground, her eyes sparkling with hope. Not much, just 50 yuan. Chen Degui and Wang Xiao were taken aback, their bodies trembling, dropping their chopsticks to the ground. 50 yuan. You clearly said earlier that you only needed to borrow 5 yuan. How has it suddenly become 50? How much is that? In his entire life, Chen Dagui had never seen such a sum. Was this not akin to placing him on a pyre? Chen Wenhui was equally startled. This woman had the audacity to ask for 50 yuan. Chen Tong continued to eat with a smile, unfazed by Yang Sume's demand. Very well. I shall relay this to my father. You may borrow 50 yuan from him. Yang Sume grew anxious and exclaimed, It is not your father, but you. Chen Tong rose from his seat, a smile gracing his lips. He had been granted a second chance at life. A university student? How impressive. Yet, how many university students toiled under his command? Furthermore, she was the daughter of Yang Sume, not the daughter of Chen Tong's father, but his own elder sister. If his memory served him right, during his aimless days when he neglected Yang Wenjing, she had nearly starved and had sought sweet potatoes from Yang Sume's home, only to be met with a refusal. Therefore, why should he lend money to Yang Sume? You wish to borrow money from me? Ha ha ha, Chen Tong chuckled. Whatever you manage to borrow from my father is not my concern. That is a matter for your elders. However, I have a family to support. My wife is pregnant, and there is an unborn child. That entails expenses. Your family's second daughter may need to eat while studying, but I have meals to prepare for myself, my wife, and the child in her womb. Chapter 28. Almost causing these two to spit blood, Chen Tong spoke calmly and rationally. The faces of Yang Sume and Chen Wenhai fluctuated between shades of green and white. They exchanged glances, and Chen Wenhai felt a twinge of resentment towards Yang Sume. You, woman, are asking for too much. 50 yuan. Have you lost your mind? Who would dare lend that amount in these times? Chen's son had only been in business for a few days. How could he possibly have that much money? 5 yuan would suffice, enough to buy 2 jin of pork. That would satisfy Chen Wenhai. As for repayment, that was out of the question. Did Chen's son really need to fret over 5 yuan? In truth, Yang Sume was not entirely to blame. The 50 yuan was a figure she had meticulously calculated. She had inquired and learned that Chen's daily operating expenses were merely over 20 yuan. Given his cunning nature, subtracting his costs would certainly yield a profit of at least double. Thus, it was reasonable to assume he could earn 20 to 30 yuan a day. Of course, this was Yang Sume's conservative estimate. Since he could potentially earn over 20 yuan daily, the 50 yuan was merely a matter of 2 days' earnings. Chen's time in business was neither too long nor too short. 50 yuan was a sum he could conceivably produce. Hence, when they went to ask Chen Tong's grandparents, Yang Sume merely mentioned borrowing 5 yuan for emergencies. The scholar daughter had no money for school, forced to drink cold water and consume leftovers. She was as thin as a sprout, and the elderly couple's hearts ached, so they accompanied the two. How could they not care for a golden phoenix emerging from their family? However, upon arrival, Yang Sume boldly requested 50 yuan, startling the elderly couple to the point that their chopsticks fell to the ground. Well then, how about this? Yang Sume dusted off her clothes. If 50 is unattainable, 5 will suffice. Chen Tong picked up the fallen chopsticks, washed them in well water, and handed them back to the elderly couple. Chen Dagua accepted them somewhat bashfully. In light of this contrast, it was impossible not to harbor certain thoughts. Ah, dear child, you are unaware of how diligently Arya studies at university. Alas, the financial burden of tuition is overwhelming. She can scarcely afford a meal, and has become pitifully thin, Yang Sume lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks as she recounted Arya's hardships at school. To anyone unfamiliar with the situation, her words would surely evoke tears and sorrow. Chen Dagui and Wang Xiao also found themselves dabbing at their eyes. Their precious granddaughter had endured an arduous journey, one that felt even more grueling than farming. Chen Tong nodded in agreement, remarking, Hearing you speak, Aunt, it is indeed quite challenging to pursue education. Yang Sume wiped her tears, revealing a glimmer of hope. And what about the money? Chen Tong shook his head, replying, There is none. You. Yang Sume felt a lump in her throat, dizzy with frustration. Have you been toying with her all this time? What a wretched fellow. Since grandfather and grandmother are present today, let us discuss this matter thoroughly. Arya's education has been financed more than once by my father. Of course, it is his prerogative to lend money as he sees fit. But for you to simply ask for 50 yuan, do you think our money grows on trees? Moreover, what connection do I have with Arya, a university student? Once she graduates and earns a living, will she repay me? No, she will undoubtedly support her own parents. I misspoke. I meant to say you borrowed 5 yuan. Yang Sume interjected hastily. Well, 5 yuan is still nothing. Be it 5 yuan or 50 cents, there is none. Chen Tong retorted as he settled down to continue his meal. Ah, this meat is truly delightful. Chen Wenhai and Yang Sume were infuriated. They had not anticipated that with Chun Degui and Wang Shua present, they would still be unable to sway Chen Tong. You ungrateful brat. How can you be so disrespectful? Yang Sume exclaimed, both furious and hurt. But you are not my parents. Why should I show you respect? Chen Tong countered, having long outgrown his youthful mischief. Father, you see how this child behaves. Yang Sume pleaded with Chun Dague for assistance. This boy is impervious to reason. We cannot deal with him. Clearing his throat, Chen Dague suggested, perhaps you two should return home first, and I shall have a word with my dear grandson. Yang Sume and Chun Wenhai were left nearly speechless, their frustration boiling over. How did this meal turn into such a debacle? In truth, it was somewhat reasonable for Chun Wenhai and Yang Sume to seek a loan from Chen Tong's father, as everyone understood that borrowing money often meant it would never be repaid. However, asking Chen Tong for funds for his own daughter's education was rather inappropriate. If word got out, Chen Wenhai would find himself in an embarrassing situation, given his position within the production team, where he had some standing. Most importantly, their family was not lacking in finances. They simply wished to take advantage of the situation. Let us go, Chen Wenhai exclaimed angrily to Yang Sume. This is truly shameful. This boy is insufferable. Even the presence of Chun Dague and Wang Shua does not help. Goodbye, uncle and aunt, he added as they departed. Chen Tong politely remarked, I am still dining, so I shall not rise to see you off. Yang Sume initially intended to press further, thinking perhaps 5 yuan was too much. But 3 or even 2 would suffice, at the very least to cover the cost of a pound of pork. Otherwise, it would be a fruitless endeavor. However, Chen Wenhai, with a stern countenance, forcibly dragged her away. As he glanced at the time, the person bringing the eels was about to arrive. This news would surely not remain concealed for long. It would spread like wildfire. Did Chen Wenhai still care about his reputation? Was he no longer involved with the production team? In truth, the timing was deliberate. Yang Sume knew that only the Chun family was dining at this hour. To be able to afford a meal at this time implied something significant, a truth that everyone understood. She aimed to demonstrate to Chun Degui and Wang Xiui that Chen Tong was now affluent, making the request for a loan seem entirely justified. Regrettably, the elderly couple was utterly taken aback by the simple meal of rice and pork, their hearts clouded by the allure of the feast. Yet, it seemed that Chen Tong had changed somewhat. He was no longer the same as before. Yang Sume could not quite pinpoint what was different. After finishing the meal, Chen Tong cleared the dishes. Noticing Chun Degui retrieving the pipe from his waist, he realized that Chun Degui was about to smoke. A post-meal cigarette could rival the joys of immortality, especially after such an extravagant feast. Was it not more delightful than being an immortal? Grandfather, today, do refrain from your dry tobacco. I have something special, Chen Tong said as he entered the house and fetched a pack of Diqianmen. He tore it open and offered a cigarette to Chen Dagui. Chen Dagui's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a cigarette of superior quality, something only the affluent in the county could afford. He accepted it cautiously, his gaze never leaving the cigarette. What nonsense about you coming to work to honor me? Chen Dagui quickly suppressed that thought. Chapter 29. Yang Wenjing understands him. Chun Degui, thoroughly delighted after finishing the cigarette, felt as if he were floating. However, he did not linger long. He was aware that Chen Tong would be busy in the afternoon and could not be of assistance here. This trip had not been in vain. The meal was exquisite. Chen Degui departed with Wang Xiui, completely forgetting about the borrowing matter. As they left, he still had a cigarette tucked behind his ear, a trick Chen Tong had taught him. Were things truly fine over there? Would father be angry if he found out? Yang Wenjing observed Chen Tong and spoke softly. If it does not go well, we can. Chen Tong understood that Yang Wenjing was concerned about the news spreading, potentially tarnishing the reputation he had just begun to establish. He shook his head. Yang Wenjing furrowed her brow and quietly said, You have just started the eel and loach business. If Auntie spreads this story and exaggerates, claiming you are unfilial, surely there will be whispers in the village. It was rare for Yang Wenjing to speak so much, and it was all due to Chen Tong. A warmth spread through Chen Tong's heart as he approached and grasped Yang Wenjing's hand. I am not worried. Time reveals a person's true nature. and distance tests a horse's strength. As long as I help them earn money, it will suffice, Chen Tong explained with a smile, patiently reassuring Yang Wenjing. If I lend 5 yuan today, what about tomorrow and the day after? Who can guarantee that Yang Sume won't come asking for more? Once I lend money, I gain nothing in return. My father, out of a sense of face, has lent her money several times. Has her family repaid it? No. I refuse to be this fool, allowing them to take advantage of me. Take advantage? Yang Wenjing asked, puzzled. Do we even have sheep? Chen Tong laughed heartily, offering no explanation for the expression. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chen Tong knew it was the delivery of eels and loaches. Upon opening the door, it was indeed Heisey, holding a nylon bag high above his head. Here you go, Brother Tong. Chen Tong welcomed Heisey inside with a smile. This lad, despite his shortcomings, is exceptionally skilled at catching eels and loaches, always with no less than 10 kilograms each time. Brother Tong, my mom asked me to come and apologize to you. Apologize? Chen Tong was bewildered. Didn't my mom misunderstand you last time? Suddenly, Chen Tong realized it was about the incident when she thought he was leading Heisey astray, implying that the money was stolen. Now, she wanted him to follow Chen Tong closely, to earn money by catching eels and loaches, saying, you tell me to go east. I won't go west. I had pork last night, it was delicious. Chen Tong felt a pang of emotion and patted Heisey's head, choosing to remain silent. Children from poor families mature quickly. Every penny is hard-earned. Gradually, more people came to sell eels and loaches, and Chen Tong accepted all of them. The total was nearly 200 kilograms. The noodle shop would only take 80 kilograms, and he had to find a way to sell the rest. With the weather heating up, many would perish if left at home. That was quite a substantial amount. Before long, Han Guoqing arrived with eels and loaches. Han Guoqing, with his dark skin, was a genuinely honest man. The village head told me that I would help you transplant seedlings in a couple of days. Han Guoqing looked at Chen Tong with delight. His earnings had indeed increased significantly these days. Thank you, uncle. Chen Tong smiled at Han Guoqing, adding, by the way, uncle, the mountain goods have increased from 50 to 80 kilograms. Thank you for your hard work. Han Guoqing beamed even wider upon hearing this. This lad is becoming increasingly reliable. What is hard work? Earning money isn't hard work. On ordinary days, doing odd jobs earned him only 3 or 4 dimes a day, exhausting him to no end. Now, each kilogram of eels earns 2 dimes. The price isn't low. Moreover, the task is light. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Tong stopped accepting eels. He needed to head to the eel noodle shop in the county. This afternoon, he had collected a total of 260 kilograms of eels and loaches, along with 50 kilograms of small fish. The noodle shop only required 80 kilograms, leaving a surplus of 180 kilograms. That's 180 yuan. And if it sat idle, it would cost him 36 yuan. A considerable sum. Chen Tong loaded the eels onto his small cart and tidied everything up. Wife, these eels at home will rely on you. Please water them regularly. Don't let them suffocate. In the yard, large and small tubs, pots, and jars were filled with dark, slippery loaches and eels. Yang Wenjing nodded, reminding Chen Tong to be careful on the road. Take your time, no rush. With me at home, you can rest assured. Although Yang Wenjing is somewhat reticent, she possesses a profound understanding of him. Chen Tong felt a warmth enveloping his heart as he pushed the small cart towards the county town. To find a wife like her is indeed a rare fortune, akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. He pondered why, in his previous life, he had been so foolish as to fail to cherish her properly. Chen Tong found it difficult to comprehend why he had treated Yang Wenjing so poorly. She was not only beautiful but also a well-educated youth, capable of enduring hardship. In contemporary terms, she epitomized elegance and refined manners, a true lady of distinction. The more he contemplated this, the happier he felt, joyfully pushing his cart along. A wife like her, brimming with vitality. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong arrived at the eel noodle shop. Upon seeing him, the owner beamed with delight. The 2 varieties of eels and small fish were selling remarkably well. Customers praised the freshness of the ingredients. The stir-fried eels were both tender and succulent, a delight to the palate with their springy texture. The shop had garnered quite a number of repeat customers, and although the prices were somewhat elevated, the delectable taste made it worthwhile. The reputation of his noodle shop had spread widely, keeping him busily occupied each day. Kid, the goods you deliver are truly magnificent. You have no idea, my business has more than doubled. People are queuing for breakfast. The owner beamed with joy, considering Chen Tong to be his lucky star. This eel noodle shop had only recently opened, yet it attracted not just local residents, but also those from distant places who arrived early to queue, all for a taste of the exquisite flavor. The owner's culinary skills were exceptional, making his dish unique in the county. Chen Tong gave a thumbs up in praise of the owner, who smiled even more broadly, appreciating the compliment. After weighing the goods, the owner calculated the total: 80 pounds of eels and loaches and 50 pounds of small fish, amounting to 105 yuan. After deducting costs of 21 yuan, Chen Tong earned 84 yuan today. In this era, earning 81 yuan in a single day was quite substantial. Nevertheless, Chen Tong felt it was still too slow. Young Wenjing was set to give birth in 5 months, and the hospital expenses would be considerable. Moreover, he had promised to provide the best for both Yang Wenjing and their child. After expressing his gratitude to the owner, Chen Tong pushed the cart onward to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased some essential living items. He also made a point to buy a bar of soap, the White Cat brand, which was not cheap. With the warm weather approaching, a bath with this fragrant soap would leave him smelling delightful, a scent Yang Wenjing would surely appreciate. As he pushed the cart, thoughts of this made him smile. The aroma would make holding her even more special. Chapter 30. Fortune. The city leaders arrive early the next morning. Chen Tong was awakened by a commotion. The villagers from Guoqing had brought mountain goods. This time, there was a total of 82 pounds of fresh mushrooms and wild vegetables. After settling the payment, Chen Tong selected 2 pounds to prepare a soup for Yang Wenjing at noon. It would surely be so fresh that it would tempt the very taste buds. At that moment, Yang Wenjing had yet to rise. They had been sleeping separately, with Chen Tong in the outer room and Yang Wenjing in the inner room. After arranging the mountain goods, Chen Tong set off to visit the village chief, Chen Bulin. At this moment, Chen Bulin was squatting at the threshold, smoking a dry tobacco pipe. Upon noticing Chen Tong's arrival, he quickly rose to his feet. "Ah, young Chen, you're up rather early," he remarked. Chen Tong chuckled softly and replied, "Uncle, I have matters to discuss with you today." At this, Chen Bulin raised an eyebrow. "Regarding that matter you mentioned, it has been resolved. This morning, Han Guoqing and several villagers will head to your field to plant the seedlings." Chen Tong had entrusted this task to Chen Bulin, and he had kept it in mind, especially since money had exchanged hands. With sufficient funds, things tend to proceed smoothly. To his surprise, the villagers were eager to assist upon learning that young Chen required seedlings. They wasted no time and offered to gather what was left in the fields without asking for a single penny. Chen Bulin had to insist on giving them some money. Chen Tong smiled. "Uncle, that's not the reason for my visit today. A few days ago, when I was at your home, I noticed 2 large baskets." Chen Bulin's hand trembled slightly as he held the pipe. Was this young man fixated on him? "What do you need the baskets for?" Chen Bulin inquired, puzzled. "I am not in the business of purchasing eels and loaches. My family's water tank is insufficient, so I came to buy 2 baskets from you." Upon hearing the word buy, Chen Bulin's eyelids twitched again. Chen Tong produced a large denomination bill from his pocket and handed it to Chen Bulin. "Uncle, this money is not only for the 2 baskets, but also for the labor cost of planting the seedlings. I also need you to help me find a cart. The remainder is for you. I feel quite indebted to trouble you so often." A small cart was simply too limited in capacity. If he managed to establish a connection with the aquatic product supply and marketing cooperative, he would soon be delivering hundreds of pounds daily. It was wise to prepare ahead rather than act like a restless ant on a hot pan. Chen Bulin took a puff from his pipe, only to have the smoke irritate his throat. Coughing, he exclaimed, "No, you've already paid me last time. I cannot accept this." He waved his hands in refusal. If Chen Tong could turn over a new leaf, Chen Bulin would be eternally grateful. Moreover, he was helping several villagers earn money. This money, he simply could not accept it. "Uncle, if you refuse this money, how could I ever muster the courage to seek your help again?" Chen Tong pressed the bill into Chen Bulin's hand. When leaving, he took 2 large baskets and a big wooden barrel. Upon returning home, he placed the mountain goods into the baskets and secured them with hemp rope. After consuming a bit of porridge and tucking 2 packets of cigarettes into his pocket, he set off for the county town. Upon reaching the county town, he delivered the mountain goods to a small noodle stall. Just as the proprietor had mentioned, a long queue had formed, all eager to savor the most authentic mountain delicacies, invigorating the patrons for the day ahead. Chen Tong exchanged pleasantries and left the small cart in front of the stall. At that moment, the owner was too busy to come and weigh the goods. 40 minutes later, He arrived at the entrance of the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative. It was just past 8 o'clock. The large, weathered red iron gate of the cooperative had swung open, revealing a bustling interior filled with people, most of whom had come to purchase aquatic products. Chen Tong approached the gatekeeper, an elderly gentleman, and handed him a packet of cigarettes. The old man glanced at Chen Tong with caution as he accepted the offering. "Young man, what brings you here so early?" Chen, straightforward and direct, sought out the manager of the Aquatic Products Distribution Company. The process was smooth, as this was a minor matter. He found Li Shan, a balding man with a slight plumpness and small eyes that darted around when he looked at others. With a beaming smile on his face, Chen was exceedingly polite. Upon their first encounter, he presented a pack of de Qianmen cigarettes without hesitation, offering them first. Li Shan's face instantly lit up with joy, feeling quite pleased. "Hello, Manager Li. I am from Qinghe Village. You may call me Xiao Chun," Chen said, adopting a humble demeanor to satisfy Li Shan's elevated sense of self. This exchange flowed effortlessly, a routine he was well accustomed to. Li Shan, now more pleased, regarded Chen with a more favorable demeanor. Observing the pack of cigarettes, he remarked, "We are all here to serve the people, no need for such formality." "Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" He unobtrusively accepted the de Qianmen and gestured for Chen to sit down. With a smile, Chen explained, "Manager Li, with spring upon us, every household in Qinghe Village is busy transplanting seedlings. However, the fields are teeming with loaches and eels. With every step, one encounters them. The villagers are concerned that these creatures might damage the seedlings, so they have taken it upon themselves to catch the loaches and eels, accumulating several hundred kilograms in a single day. These loaches and eels are highly nutritious, and it would be a shame to discard them. I understand that you, Manager Li, care for the welfare of the people, and indeed, these hundreds of kilograms are far too much. Thus, I have come to the county's Aquatic Products Distribution Company to see if we could arrange to collect the loaches and eels. This would truly be a boon for the villagers, and we in Qinghe Village will remember your kindness, recognizing you as a great benefactor." Flattered, Li Shan nearly floated with joy. He retrieved a cigarette from the pack Chen had just given him, lit it, and took a deep drag. Casting a satisfied glance at Chen felt a surge of joy, sensing that the prospects of his request were highly favorable. Li Shan, without a hint of concern, flicked the ash from his cigarette and remarked, "You, my lad, have a commendable sense of responsibility towards the villagers. Your awareness is indeed commendable. Today, you have truly hit the jackpot. Fortune is on your side." Seated, Chen, upon hearing these words, looked up at Li Shan and inquired, "Does this imply that representatives from the city have arrived? Are they from the Aquatic Products Distribution Company, coincidentally visiting our Huayin Aquatic Products Distribution Company today?" Li Shan, reclining with his legs crossed, replied, "Recently, the provincial government has issued a directive emphasizing the vigorous development of aquatic and agricultural products across the province. As soon as the document was released, it was featured in the daily news. The citizens of the province have responded enthusiastically, expressing strong support. There has been a notable increase in the demand for fish, loaches, and eels, and the supply cooperatives at both the city and provincial levels are struggling to meet this demand. We received the directive yesterday, and today, specialized personnel have come to discuss the quotas." Chen's eyes sparkled with delight at this promising turn of events. Aligning with the government's initiatives was undoubtedly a wise path. "Indeed, Manager Li, your words confirm our good fortune, and I am immensely grateful to you." Li Shan, still savoring his de Qianmen, rose from his chair. "Come with me. The city officials are currently in a meeting. If you are bold, you understand?" Li Shan subtly hinted to Chen. Chen Tong nodded eagerly, affirming his understanding. Chapter 31, Hard Cash? Following closely behind Li Shan, Chen Tong arrived at the entrance of a meeting room adorned with white walls and a green door. Li Shan knocked lightly before pushing the door open. A blackboard hung on the wall opposite, inscribed with bold chalk letters. "Agriculture and fisheries must be addressed together." Inside the room sat several individuals, papers in hand, with an abacus nearby that clattered rhythmically as they worked. Chen Tong glanced over the group. The atmosphere was quite imposing. They were clad in exquisite fabric garments, their hair slicked back neatly, and their feet adorned with genuine leather shoes. Such attire must have cost a pretty penny. With directives from the provincial capital emphasizing agriculture and fisheries, this was a prime opportunity for the Fishery Supply and Marketing Cooperative to capitalize and make a significant profit. No matter the position, wealth was assured. Upon hearing the sound, the group looked up and rose to their feet. Manager Huang, you have arrived. One called out. Comrade Sun. Li Shan replied, moving forward to shake the man's hand. You've traveled from the city amidst the chaos surrounding the quotas. As the fishery manager of Huayin County, I must do everything possible to assist you in meeting these targets. He gestured to Chen Tong, saying, This is Xiao Chun from Shiliu Town. In the village, they are planting seedlings, but the fields are overrun with loach and eel, which are devouring the seedlings. The villagers have taken to catching them, but the quantity is overwhelming, reaching hundreds of pounds daily with no outlet. Today, by fortunate chance, I brought him here. Li Shan glanced at Chen Tong, who promptly stepped forward, producing a large Qianmen cigarette and offering it. The man took the cigarette, adeptly placing it behind his ear. Li Shan smiled and said, You all carry on. Doesn't Shiliu Town have quotas as well? Comrade Sun Liping nodded. Seeing this, Li Shan added with a grin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. In the room, only Chen Tong and the city officials remained. Chen Tong distributed the Qianmen cigarettes, and the atmosphere grew amiable. He reiterated to them what he had conveyed to Li Shan. Sun Liping, coming from the city, was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation and was solely focused on the quota. Once Chen Tong finished speaking, Sun Liping furrowed his brow, regarding him with a serious expression. You, young comrade, possess a commendable level of awareness. Therefore, I am bound to assist you. Sun Liping pondered for a moment before stating. The directives from above have been issued, and during this period, we will be procuring loach, eel, soft-shelled turtles, and miscellaneous fish from all provincial fisheries to send to the provincial capital. Notably, loach and eel, along with soft-shelled turtles, are the best sellers at the largest fishery supply and marketing cooperative in the provincial city. I wonder how many pounds Comrade Chen can provide. Chen Tong contemplated for a moment, realizing this would amount to a substantial quantity. Recalling Li Shan's suggestion to be bold, he understood instantly. This time, they would need at least 1,000 pounds of fish. Was this hard cash? Now, it depended on whether Chen Tong could handle it. I can provide over 500 pounds of loach and eel daily, Chen Tong declared. 500 pounds, Sun Liping mused thoughtfully. The season for catching eels and loaches is but a few months long. Can you manage to haul in 1,000 pounds each day? Sun Liping finds himself in a bind, as the directives from above dictate a bi-weekly quota of eels, loaches, and various fish to be delivered to the provincial capital. Chen Tong interjects, Indeed, we do not solely collect eels and loaches. Any aquatic life will suffice. Deliver as much as you can. He intends to speak with Manager Sun, who has the exclusive right to supply the area. Chen Tong is utterly astonished. Is there truly a stroke of luck? They merely require him to open his pockets for the influx of cash. Taking a deep breath, he resolves to fulfill his task. Comrade Chen, it's not merely about trying. You must ensure the completion of the task. Sun Liping places a reassuring hand on Chen Tong's shoulder. With such an ultimatum laid out, Chen Tong cannot afford to delay. This is a classic case of money falling into one's lap. The pricing is as follows. Eels and loaches at 1 yuan per pound, soft-shelled turtles at 2 yuan, and crucian carp at 50 cents. Chen Tong quickly borrows a pen and paper to jot down these figures. These goods will be dispatched to the provincial capital for sale, where prices significantly exceed those of the small county town. In the past, the county's aquatic products distribution center would purchase loaches and eels for merely 70 to 80 cents per pound. The subsequent process unfolds smoothly. Eels, loaches, assorted fish, and turtles, whatever is available, is sent to the county's aquatic product distribution center. Moreover, Sun Liping has coordinated with Li Shan, ensuring that henceforth, only Chen Tong will be recognized for any aquatic products delivered from the Shiliu Town area. The provincial capital can certainly accommodate the supply. Following Li Shan, Chen Tong walks with a newfound spring in his step. It seems that persuading the village chief, Chen Bulin, to purchase a cart this morning was indeed a wise decision. Little Chen, Li Shan casually inquires, Are there any difficulties you're facing? Chen Tong quickly shakes his head, responding, None at all. With money to be made, how could there be difficulties? That would be foolish. Well then, continue to work diligently. If any further opportunities arise, I will be sure to seek you out. Li Shan remarks before heading to his office. However, Chen Tong, quick-witted, seizes Li Shan's sleeve and produces a pack of cigarettes to offer him, uncertain of Manager Li's preferences. Given that Qinghe village is a poor area devoid of valuable commodities, Chen Tong presents the gift. Li Shan beams as he accepts the cigarettes and stows them in his pocket. If one were to inquire about his preferences, they would find he enjoys smoking and drinking tea. However, it is too soon to drop hints. A gradual approach is necessary. What mountain goods do you have? Li Shan queries, scratching his head. Just some trifles, fungi, wood-ear mushrooms, and wild vegetables, Chen Tong replies. Li Shan's eyes light up. This is fortuitous indeed, as his wife has a penchant for such delicacies. As the manager of the Aquatic Products Distribution Center, he has had his fill of lavish meals and now seeks a change in palate, particularly to appease his wife's persistent cravings for wild mushrooms and wood ears. Little Chun, you truly understand me. My wife adores these. Chen Tong understood and said, Manager Li, I will deliver to you once a week, all freshly picked from the mountains. Absolutely fresh. Li Shan nodded, encouraging Chen Tong to work diligently. After leaving the Aquatic Distribution Center, Chen Tong was unexpectedly delighted. He had money in his pocket. Indeed, in any business, as long as one rides the wave of opportunity, even pigs can soar. Aligning with the party and the state is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Chatting consumed quite some time, and Chen Tong hurried to the noodle stall, where the small cart was still present. 80 pounds of mountain goods, priced at 40 yuan. Chapter 32. Expanding scale. By the time Chen Tong returned home, it was already noon. Yang Wenjing had prepared rice in the stove, waiting for him. However, Chen Tong could hardly spare a thought for food. The demand for loach and eel was overwhelming. He went to find Han Guoqing and several uncles, notifying them to catch as many as possible. He also instructed them to inform other villagers. From today onward, they should bring as many eels as they could, without any time restrictions, except at night. Wife, I can only trouble you for a meal today. Can you cook for me? Chen Tong teased, looking at Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing was taken aback. What do you want to eat? Anything will do, as long as it's made by you, he replied, making her blush. This fellow certainly knew how to charm. However, I must find Uncle Han and the others. It's quite urgent, so I want to have time to cook today. Yang Wenjing nodded in understanding. Chen Tong briskly left his yard, not heading to find Han Guoqing first, but instead, he arrived at the home of the village chief, Chen Bulin. At that moment, Chen Bulin was taking a nap beneath his jujube tree, a straw hat covering his face. In these times, without money, one could only afford 2 meals a day. What else could he do but sleep? Cough, cough. Chen Tong pushed the door into the yard. Chen Bulin, still dazed from sleep, sat up abruptly upon hearing the cough. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed he was not mistaken. This kid back again? There is hardly anything left at home. Chen Tong, what brings you here this time? With a grin, Chen Tong pulled out 5 yuan and placed it on the table in the yard. Uncle, I need 2 carts for tonight. 2. Chen Bulin rose, saying, Didn't you say you only needed 1? It's urgent. I must have them tonight. Is that possible? Chen Tong did not wish to elaborate further, only wanting to settle the matter with money. Seeing the seriousness on Chen Tong's face, Chen Bulin realized the urgency. All right, I'll go buy them for you right away. I remember that old Sue at the village head has 1, and who else has them? Chen Bulin pondered while picking up the 5 yuan from the table. Uncle, if anyone has large bamboo baskets or wooden barrels, please get those for me as well. Chen Tong called out from behind Chen Bulin as he headed to find Han Guoqing. Han Guoqing's home was at the end of the village, right at the foot of the mountain, making it convenient for daily foraging. Chen Tong knocked on Han Guoqing's door. As the door swung open, it revealed the wife of South Korea's Qing, a woman surnamed Guan. She appeared frail and dark-skinned, having suffered injuries during childbirth, and her health was far from robust, embodying the traditional notion of a medicine jar. In his previous life, Chen Tong frequently traversed past their home while foraging for bird nests in the mountains. Aunt Guan, is Uncle Han at home? Guan Suihua recognized Chen Tong, and the name of South Korea's Qing often lingered on her lips. Recently, thanks to Chen Tong's assistance, they had accrued a modest fortune, allowing them to afford meat and eggs. Come in, come in. Guan Suihua eagerly ushered Chen Tong inside. Standing at the threshold, he politely inquired, Aunt Guan, I have business with Uncle Han. Is he at home? Overjoyed at Chen Tong's visit, Guan Suihua grasped his hand and pulled him into the courtyard, offering him a stool to sit upon. She poured a bowl of warm water for him and said, Your Uncle Han has gone to catch eels and loaches, all thanks to your fortune. We can finally afford to eat meat. You wouldn't believe how delighted my boy is. Jumping for joy, Guan Suihua felt an immense gratitude towards Chen Tong. Her frail constitution prevented her from working, and their family, already struggling, faced additional burdens with her medical expenses. There were times when she contemplated ending her life, but the thought of leaving her child motherless was unbearable. Thus, her heart swelled with appreciation for Chen Tong, who had enabled South Korea's Qing to earn money. After sipping the warm water, Chen Tong noted Guan Suihua's overwhelming hospitality and felt reluctant to depart without engaging in conversation. Aunt Guan, please take care of your health. I must find Uncle Han. Oh, go on, she urged. As Chen Tong observed her turning away, he discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Times were indeed tough. In the rice fields of the back mountain, Chen Tong found South Korea's Qing, who was diligently digging for eels, his hands muddied and clutching a nylon bag. Uncle Han, Chen Tong called out as he approached along the dike. Upon hearing his name, South Korea's Qing looked up, his dark face speckled with dirt. Chen, is that you? He exclaimed, surprised by the unexpected visit. Uncle, I have important matters to discuss. I want as many loaches and eels as you can catch. South Korea's Qing paused. Taken aback. You want as many as I can catch? 100 pounds, too? Indeed. Chen Tong replied with a smile. Moreover, I would like to request your company to the county town every morning. South Korea's Qing stood abruptly, gazing at Chen Tong. To the county town? For what purpose? To deliver eels. Very well. Without further ado, South Korea's Qing agreed. Uncle, I also need your assistance in informing the villagers that for every eel and loach they have, they should send all of it to my home. Not wishing to interrupt South Korea's Qing's work, Chen Tong returned home. He had been tirelessly journeying to the county town since early morning and was now quite famished, feeling as though his stomach were pressed against his back. By around 3 o'clock, he still needed to deliver 80 pounds of eels and loaches, along with 50 pounds of small miscellaneous fish to the county town. He hurried home to eat. Upon arriving, he found young Wenjing had already prepared 2 simple dishes, mimicking the stir-fry techniques Chen Tong had previously demonstrated. Stir-fried chili with pork, accompanied by sautéed greens and a fried egg. My dear wife, thank you. Yang Wenjing was taken aback by Chen Tong's expression of gratitude. She understood that this thank you was not a mere formality, but rather a unique manifestation of Chen Tong's sentiments. As they settled down to dine, they had barely taken a few bites when vendors arrived, hawking eels. Chen Tong hastily shoveled a couple of spoonfuls of rice into his mouth and stuffed 2 pieces of meat as well. Hey, the dishes you prepared are simply delectable. Soon, he stepped outside, scale in hand, to greet several middle-aged women from the village. Chen, we haven't caught many, so please don't be disappointed. Aunt Zhang, don't say such things. From today onward, I'll take as many eels and loaches as you can bring, and the timing is flexible, just as long as it's not at night. Chen Tong received the catch and weighed it. You really mean that? Are you joking, Chen? We all know you said you wouldn't accept eels after 3 o'clock, which is why we all hurried to bring them before that time. But now, with no time restrictions, we can catch even more, which means we can earn more money. Women can indeed hold up half the sky. How come this lad is becoming increasingly likable? Chapter 33. Trust. The villagers left, their dark faces glowing with excitement. This Chen lad is truly remarkable. He'll take as many eels and loaches as we can provide. We can make money now. Not to mention, our children will be able to enjoy meat. They were now off to catch more eels to bring back in the evening, which would mean more income. Chen Tong himself was unaware that after 20 years of living a dissolute life, his reputation had transformed. In just a short time, villagers were speaking highly of him. It seemed that the arrival of a celestial being had awakened this wayward youth, leading the community toward prosperity. One by one, villagers came to sell eels, and Chen Tong greeted each one with enthusiasm. A clear chime of a copper bell rang out, prompting many to step aside. Chen Tong continued weighing eels and loaches when the village head, Chen Bulan, arrived, pushing a cart followed by another individual with a cart of their own. The small copper bell jingled on Chen Bulan's cart, a complimentary addition with the purchase. Upon hearing the bell, Chen Tong stepped outside and immediately broke into a smile, revealing his pearly whites. Indeed, no one was as effective as Chen Bulan. Each cart was laden with 3 large baskets. Upon seeing Chen Tong, Chen Bulan set down his cart. I've brought you the cart you requested. Uncle, I knew I could count on you. Chen Tong praised him with a thumbs up. Chen Bulan waved his hand, took a puff of his pipe, and remained genuinely happy for Chen Tong as he watched the villagers sell their eels. This lad has truly changed. It's as if he has become a different person. In all my years, I've never witnessed such a transformation. Around 3 o'clock, Chen Tong prepared to deliver eels to the noodle shop. My dear wife, do you know how to use the scale? Chen Tong inquired of Yang Wenjing. 2 days ago, there remained 180 pounds of eel at home. However, the county supply chain requires 1,000 pounds. To date, the villagers have delivered 300 pounds of eel, totaling only 480 pounds, which is still far from sufficient. Nonetheless, he must transport the eels to the county. In business, integrity and trustworthiness are paramount. One cannot forget the sesame seeds simply because watermelons are available. Aside from Wenjing, there is no one else at home. With the expansion of operations, there is a shortage of manpower. Chen Tong thought of his elder brother, Chen Hao, having been reborn. He must resolve their past conflicts. After all, they are brothers. His elder brother has a rather stubborn disposition. The issues of the past were not solely his fault. Thus, it is necessary to seek his assistance in reconciliation. Wenjing took the scale from Chen Tong. You go ahead and deliver the eels. I will manage here. Wenjing paused and added, how about inviting elder brother to help as well? Chen Tong hesitated for a moment, gazing at Wenjing, and replied, all right. Wenjing's suggestion resonated deeply with Chen Tong. However, he had been so preoccupied with making money recently that he overlooked these matters. Although Wenjing seldom voiced her thoughts, she was aware and attentive. Dear uncles and aunts, I am going to the county to deliver eels. If you have any eels, please hand them over to Wenjing. All right, Chen boy, your wife knows how to weigh. Chen boy, aren't you taking your wife along for a stroll? The villagers, with their simple hearts, playfully teased Chen Tong, a sign of their acceptance. Previously, they would have avoided him at all costs. Wenjing wore a smile, feeling a warmth in her heart. Chen Tong loaded the eels and loaches from the basket onto a small cart, placing the small fish into a bucket and securing everything with hemp rope. Wife, I am leaving. He waved to Wenjing as he pushed the cart towards the county. After an hour and 20 minutes, Chen Tong arrived at the eel restaurant. The owner was always pleased to see the goods Chen Tong delivered, fresh and wild. Business is thriving, boss, Chen Tong said with a smile. You have a way with words. Half of this is thanks to you, the owner responded. The loaches and eels delivered were all lively, grown in flowing water, their flesh more tender than those from stagnant waters. Here is your payment. The owner pulled out a stack of cash, evidently prepared in advance. Chen Tong was momentarily taken aback. But we haven't weighed them yet. Oh, come now. Old friend, do we still need to weigh? Chen Tong understood this as a sign of the owner's trust. In the future, you need not weigh the eels, loaches, or small fish you deliver. I can tell you are reliable just by looking at you. The owner thrust the stack of cash into Chen Tong's hands. Chen Tong accepted it without counting, simply stuffing it into his pocket. Hey, aren't you going to count it? That is quite a sum. The eels weighed 80 pounds, and the small fish 50 pounds, totaling 105 yuan, a considerable amount. A public servant in the county earns only 30-something yuan a month. Chen, without counting, simply pocketed the money. Such a generous heart he possesses. You see, since you choose to believe in me, what reason do I have not to trust you? The two exchanged a glance, followed by a hearty laugh that resonated within their hearts, bringing them a refreshing sense of clarity. Integrity in business is an essential prerequisite for success. Boss, there's something I wish to discuss with you, Chen said. I'm quite busy, making 2 trips to the county each day, and time is truly insufficient. Speak, the boss replied, his brow unfurrowed. Could we change the delivery of the eel and loach to the morning? The boss chuckled, realizing it was a trivial matter, and promptly agreed. If it were anyone else, I would certainly refuse, but you are different. Just propose a time, and from now on, deliveries will be every morning. How does that sound? Sounds good, Chen responded. Having sold the eels and loaches, he hurried back. He was concerned about Wenjing managing alone at home. The thought of running to the county twice a day felt wasteful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up. Tomorrow, he intended to spare some time to visit his brother Chen Hao. It was time to address the past, after all. He had reformed and was no longer the aimless youth he once was. Upon returning home, it was already 7 o'clock, and daylight was fading. A few villagers stood at the entrance, holding nylon bags dripping with water. Chen is back. Hurry, your wife hasn't rested since this afternoon. Indeed. I married a wonderful wife, Chen thought, hastening towards Wenjing, whose forehead glistened with sweat, a few strands of hair sticking to her skin. You've worked hard. My dear, he exclaimed loudly. Wenjing blushed, saying, there are others here. What of others? You are my wife. He laughed heartily. Embarrassed, Wenjing handed the scale to Chen and hurried into the house, fleeing as if from shame. Chapter 34. A total of 790. As the villagers selling eels departed, darkness enveloped the village of Qinghe, where few households had electric lights. Most relied on kerosene lamps. Visibility was poor, and with nightfall, it felt inappropriate to disturb others' rest. This afternoon, an overwhelming number of villagers had come to deliver eels. Young Wenjing was overwhelmed with the busyness. Luckily, the village head, Chen Tong, had brought several large baskets and wooden barrels. The yard was filled to the brim with dark eels. For lunch, they had leftover white rice, which he stir-fried with an egg, along with some leftover dishes and a vegetable soup. He was ravenous, feeling as if his stomach was pressed against his back. After finishing the meal and clearing the dishes, Chen and Yang Wenjing sat in the yard. It was evident that Yang Wenjing was in high spirits. Despite the exhausting afternoon, she felt a sense of joy knowing she could alleviate some of Chen's burdens. Deep within, she was gradually accepting the transformed Chen, perhaps even unaware of this shift in her heart. "My dear wife, you have worked hard," he said. The full moon cast its silvery glow, illuminating the yard with a gentle radiance. "Of course," Yang Wenjing replied. Chen Tong retrieved a bar of soap purchased in the county town from his pocket. "Wife, this is for you." "What?" "You'll know once you take a look." Yang Wenjing accepted it, and in the gentle moonlight, discerned the object in her hands. She was momentarily taken aback, for as a sent-down youth, she recognized this item. Bringing it closer to her nose, she inhaled gently. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The fragrance was reminiscent of her mother's scent, a delicate jasmine aroma that lingered in her heart. "This is soap. You rub it on your body while bathing. And it smells wonderful," Chen Tong remarked, oblivious to the shift in Yang Wenjing's emotions. She nodded and retreated indoors, leaving Chen Tong in a state of bewilderment. "Wife, are you shy?" The following day, as dawn broke, villagers led by Han Guoqing arrived with a shipment of mountain goods, totaling 100 jin, neatly organized. Chen Tong separately arranged an additional 20 jin into a bamboo basket. He took out his money and paid. Han Guoqing lingered, as he intended to head to the county town that day. "Uncle, have you eaten yet?" "Ah, I woke up early. Not yet." At this hour, the impoverished mountain village had not yet begun their meals, as they typically first toiled in the fields. They would return home around 8 for breakfast, rest a while, and then return to work. Otherwise, their stomachs would surely grumble by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, leaving them too weak to labor. Han Guoqing's thoughts were simple: rise early, move quickly, and be back by 8. At that time, mealtime would not be delayed. Chen Tong invited Han Guoqing into the house and busied himself in the kitchen. Before long, he presented 2 bowls of dough balls, each containing a boiled egg, already shelled. You mustn't," Han Guoqing exclaimed, hastily rising from his seat and waving his hands. He could see clearly that Chen Tong had served white flour dumplings, along with a chicken egg. The egg was acceptable, as every household kept chickens. Though not consumed daily, one could manage to enjoy one every fortnight. However, the white dumplings were quite a luxury, likely only affordable to those in the county town. Were they as expensive as pork? To say that Han Guoqing had no desire to eat would be a falsehood. Yet what was this? It was too splendid. "Uncle, this time I ask for your help. It's labor-intensive work. If you don't eat enough, how can you work, right?" Chen Tong insisted, pressing the dumplings into Han Guoqing's hands. Han Guoqing swallowed hard. After hesitating for a long moment, he ultimately could not voice his thoughts. The villagers from the mountain valleys were honest and not particularly eloquent. Their sole intention was to accomplish the task at hand, for they felt they could not waste the bowl of white dumplings before them. After their meal, the 2 men worked together to lift crates filled with loach and eel onto the cart, securing them with hemp ropes. Chen Tong estimated the weight of the loach and eel to be around 700 jin. Including the larger and smaller fish, they totaled approximately 200 jin. A crisp chime of a copper bell shattered the tranquility of the morning. Chen Tong and Han Guoqing set off towards the county town, pushing a cart. Han Guoqing, an honest and simple man, spoke little along the way. After an hour and a half, they arrived at the fish distribution center, only to find the main gate still closed. Chen Tong approached the guardhouse and presented a substantial sum of money to the elderly guard. "Ah, it's you again," the guard exclaimed, recognizing Chen Tong and the generous offering he had provided. Amused, Chen Tong replied, "Sir, it's me. When will this large iron gate open?" "What brings you here today?" the guard inquired, taking the money and putting it away. Aware that Chen Tong had met with Manager Li the previous day, he remained curious about the purpose of his visit. Chen Tong gestured towards the 2 carts parked outside. "Deliveries," as discussed with Manager Li yesterday. Come in, come in, the guard said, retrieving a set of keys to unlock the heavy gate. Chen Tong and Han Guoqing pushed their carts into the distribution center. Manager Li had not yet arrived. After waiting for half an hour, a staff member appeared, briskly approaching with a notebook. You are Chen Tong from Shiliu Town? Chen Tong nodded. Manager Li has instructed me to accompany you. The two men followed the staff member to the weighing station. The total weight of the yellow eels and loaches amounted to 680 pounds, while the assorted carp and grass fish weighed 220 pounds. After the measurements were completed, the staff member promptly tore off a note and handed it to Chen Tong. You can go to the accountant to collect your payment. Chen Tong instructed Han Guoqing to tidy up the baskets and buckets and to wait outside with the cart. He took the bamboo basket filled with mountain goods and the slip of paper to the accountant's office. 70 large bills of unity were received, along with a thick stack of small notes. In total, he had 790 yuan. At that moment, Chen Tong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After counting the money twice to ensure accuracy, he secured the 70 large bills and pocketed the small notes for incidental expenses. He then placed 10 large bills in the bamboo basket and proceeded to find Li Shan. At that moment, Li Shan was reclining in his office, legs propped up on the desk, smoking a large cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. A knock interrupted the atmosphere. Come in, he lazily called. Manager Li, it's me. Chen Tong, he announced as he entered the room, keeping a low profile. Ah, Chen, come sit. Li Shan straightened in his chair. So, they didn't give you any trouble, did they? Not at all. Your prior arrangements ensured everything went smoothly, Chen Tong affirmed. Li Shan nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the bamboo basket in Chen Tong's hands. Chapter 35. This young man is tenacious. Li Shan, slightly plump with a balding head and small yet bright eyes, emitted an unintentional glance that Chen Tong interpreted with understanding. The reason for his visit was indeed this matter. Manager Li, I personally ventured into the mountains yesterday and gathered some goods. What do you think? Chen Tong placed the basket on the table with a smile. Li Shan merely glanced at it. Mushrooms, black fungus, wild vegetables, and mountain bamboo shoots, all neatly arranged. This young man certainly possesses some thoughtfulness. He leaned back in his chair, puffing on a cigarette, remaining silent. While Chen Tong was indeed considerate, there seemed to be a hint of naivety in his approach. Observing Li Shan's demeanor, Chen Tong understood the situation. Manager Li, I truly apologize, but my family is struggling. May I take this bamboo basket with me? Li Shan's brow furrowed instantly. After gifting him 2 packs of cigarettes, he had thought this young man was quite astute. Yet today, he seemed to be turning his back, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He pondered the thought of a mere basket being taken home. Was this young man genuinely that foolish? After all, he had already given away 2 packs of cigarettes. How could he be reluctant to part with a simple bamboo basket? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This young man was indeed quite clever. Li Shan's expression softened, and he laughed heartily. These mountain goods are exceptionally fresh, harvested just last night, I presume? Exactly, Manager Li. The bamboo basket is perfect for these mountain goods. It won't get damaged on the way. Next time, I will use this very basket to deliver more mountain goods to you. Chen Tong stood by, grinning with satisfaction. He had put forth considerable effort with 10 large bills. Li Shan's salary was modest, and one must invest wisely to reap rewards. Maintaining a good relationship with the seafood distribution manager was essential, as he held a significant position. Li Shan stood up and retrieved 2 old newspapers, carefully removing the mushrooms and black fungus from the top layer. As he did so, a stack of cash was revealed beneath. Goodness, this young man had made quite a substantial investment, perhaps 7 or 8 bills. Li Shan's hand trembled slightly, though he maintained his composure while continuing to handle the mountain goods. Inside, however, he was in turmoil. Despite being the manager of the seafood distribution company, his salary was modest, barely over $30 a month. Prior to the new policies encouraging agriculture and fisheries, the company had been stagnant, lacking opportunities for profit. Now, with the new policies in place, he was eager to seize the opportunity and make a significant profit. Chen Tong's arrival was indeed fortuitous, allowing him to introduce Chen to the city's clientele, thereby sealing the deal. With the business established, profits were bound to follow. This morning, upon learning of Chen Tong's arrival, he had already begun to contemplate the possibilities. However, upon witnessing the stack of cash, he nearly leaped with excitement. This young man was formidable. He had handed over $70 or $80, more than Li Shan's 2-month salary combined. As he extracted all the mountain goods from the bamboo basket, Li Shan's heart raced. Attempting to appear calm, he said, "Young Chun, let us conduct this business well. If anyone dares to trouble you, just let me know directly." Chen Tong nodded, taking the bamboo basket in hand. "Manager Li, I shall bring you mountain goods next week." Li Shan's heart quivered once more. Could this truly be the delivery of mountain goods? Chen Tongji, sensing the moment, chose not to disturb Li Shan and exited the office. Li Shan sat in his chair, his face flushed with excitement. He reached for the stack of bills set aside and began to count. 10 bills. Li Shan thought he was hallucinating and wiped the sweat from his palms. Counting again, he confirmed it. Indeed, there were 10 bills. 10 bills. Had this young man lost his mind, or had he? That was more than 3 months of his salary. Damn, Li Shan couldn't help but exclaim. This lad had a sense of loyalty. Young yet bold, he was quite something. Meanwhile, Chen Tong left Li Shan's office to seek out Han Guoqing. He had delivered eel, loach, and assorted fish to the noodle shop the previous afternoon, so there was no rush today. As long as he delivered the remaining mountain goods to the small noodle stall, he would be fine. He had spent some time in Li Shan's office. "Uncle, sorry to keep you waiting," Han Guoqing said, sitting on a cart and surveying the distributor's office. Upon seeing Chen Tong, he quickly stood up, a bit awkwardly. Chen Tong waved it off. "Uncle, you've worked hard. Let us go?" Han Guoqing wore a simple, honest smile as he followed Chen Tong, pushing the cart away from the distributor. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the small noodle stall. The breakfast crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few patrons sitting around. The owner's face brightened upon seeing Chen Tong. "You're here." "Yes, boss. Here is the mountain goods for today." Chen Tong indicated toward the cart behind him. "Great. Unload it." The owner called to his wife to fetch the scale, taking a sip of hot water. "A total of 80 pounds. Here." The owner handed a stack of cash to Chen Tong. Chen Tong smiled and accepted it without counting. Han Guoqing was honest and decent, but in these times, one had to be prudent. Chen Tong's approach was sensible, keeping finances discreet. After exchanging pleasantries with the owner, Chen Tong and Han Guoqing left the noodle stall and arrived at the distributor's entrance. Chen Tong pulled out a 1 yuan bill. "Uncle, this is for you." Having spent the entire morning, it was not difficult for Han Guoqing to catch 5 or 6 pounds of eel and loach from the rice fields and ditches. Given the purchase price of 2 dimes per pound, Chen Tong's offer of 1 yuan was fair and reasonable. Han Guoqing repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "Chun, aren't you embarrassed to do this to Uncle Han?" Many people from Qinghe village were quite grateful to Chen Tong, and Han Guoqing was among them. Most of them had never imagined they could earn a single yuan in a day. A single yuan. That was half a pound of pork. Truly, no one had thought they could make money right at their doorstep. All of this stemmed from that irreverent young man. Of course, that was in the past. Now, he had become a role model in Qinghe village. Their earnings were all thanks to Chen Tong. Chen Tong called upon Han Guoqing for assistance. For Han Qing, this is the most genuine form of gratitude from a simple man of the mountains. Moreover, this morning he had enjoyed some fine dumplings and an egg. This money is something he absolutely cannot accept. "Uncle, this is rightfully yours. You accompanied me to the county early in the morning, which must have cost you precious time that could have been spent catching eels and loaches. Otherwise, by now, you would have already caught 7 or 8 pounds, which is certainly worth more than just $1. If you refuse this money, I shall feel deeply unsettled. I might not ask for your assistance tomorrow." Chen Tong employed both persuasion and firmness. Han Qing reluctantly accepted the $1, feeling a tumult of emotions. This young man has changed. Once scorned by all, he is now praised by many. It has only been a matter of days. Chapter 36. Stunned young Wenjing. Chen Tong intended to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items. The night was quite dark, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Therefore, he sought to buy light bulbs to illuminate his home. With electricity, young Wenjing would find it more convenient in the evenings, no longer needing to navigate cautiously with a kerosene lamp. Han Qing stubbornly refused to enter the cooperative, reluctant to spend money. The family's income relied solely on him, and every penny needed to be saved. "I will wait outside with the cart. You go in," he said after glancing apprehensively at the cooperative's entrance, unable to fathom the types of people who might be inside. Reluctantly, Chen Tong entered the cooperative alone. He located the shop selling light bulbs and purchased 5. The courtyard, too, required illumination. Although Qinghe village was a small valley, it was not far from the county seat, and thus it had access to electricity. However, electricity costs money. Who has the luxury to afford that? They could barely afford to eat, let alone pay for electricity. Consequently, very few households in the village had electricity. With rice and flour still available at home, there was no need for additional purchases. He then bought some candies and a block of tofu. The candies were inexpensive, intended for his little nephew Chen Jianghe. That evening, he planned to visit his elder brother Chen Hao to apologize in person and acknowledge his mistakes. As the saying goes, to know one's faults and correct them is the greatest virtue. After exiting the cooperative, Chen Tong passed by the meat processing plant and bought 3 pounds of meat from the adjacent butcher shop. An apology must be sincere, after all. Around 11 o'clock, Chen Tong and Han Qing returned to Qinghe village. The clear sound of the copper bell was invigorating, awakening the spirit. Yang Wenjing leaned out halfway, spotting Chen Tong. He parked the cart before the door and urged Han Qing to come inside for lunch. But Han Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stubbornly refused to enter. Eventually, Chen Tong could no longer persuade him and had to relent. Upon entering the courtyard, he found a bowl of warm water already placed on a small rickety table. Chen Tong lifted it and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. He then busied himself preparing lunch. They had fresh eels and loaches at home. Chen Tong selected 2 eels, each as thick as his middle finger, and 4 or 5 large loaches. He planned to stir-fry the eels and make a loach and tofu soup. Each meal must be nutritious, especially for Yang Wenjing. With deftness, Chen Tong stunned the eels with a knife, cleaned them thoroughly, and removed their heads and tails. He did the same with the loaches, following the same meticulous process. Then, I poured some hot water into the basin and added a pinch of salt. I placed the eel and loach into it, which would help eliminate the surface slime and reduce the earthy odor. The eel was sliced into thin strips, and I prepared scallions, ginger, dried chili peppers, and freshly picked green and red peppers. Suddenly, a thought struck me. "Dear, do we have any wine at home?" "No," she replied. Yang Wenjing sat in the courtyard, occasionally watering the eels delivered by villagers. Chen Tong pondered similarly. In times of poverty, how could one afford wine? The flames roared beneath the pot as I scooped a generous spoonful of lard into the iron wok, causing it to sizzle and crackle. I extended my hand to gauge the oil's temperature and then added the scallions, ginger, and dried chili peppers into the pan, quickly stir-frying them. I swiftly tossed in the eel strips. The aroma burst forth, invigorating the senses. The eel, sliced into uniform pieces, was stir-fried over high heat. I added salt and monosodium glutamate, followed by freshly chopped green and red chili peppers, a sprinkle of sugar, and a splash of water to simmer and reduce the sauce. Unable to contain my eagerness, I picked up a chopstick and placed a piece in my mouth. Delectable and tender, devoid of any fishy taste. This culinary skill surely deserved a 5-star rating. Chen Tong internally praised himself with satisfaction. The next dish was a loach and tofu soup. I began by sautéing scallions and ginger, frying the loach until golden on both sides, then poured in boiling water. As it boiled, I skimmed off the foam to keep the broth clear, adding monosodium glutamate and salt. After a vigorous boil, the enticing aroma filled the air. I then placed the tofu into the pot, resulting in a milky white loach and tofu soup, incredibly delicious. Before long, the dishes were all served at the table, accompanied by a mound of fluffy white rice. Yang Wenjing sat at the table, astonished. When had Chen Tong learned to prepare such an array of dishes? The eel strips were cut to consistent sizes and paired with the vibrant peppers, whetting one's appetite. The milky soup, adorned with fresh green scallions, exuded an inviting fragrance. There were stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots and tender greens. The two of us enjoyed 3 dishes and a soup, which had unknowingly become a standard. At this point, being able to afford a midday meal was already quite remarkable, let alone such a sumptuous feast. "Wife, here is some money for you to keep. When the villagers come to sell eels, you can give them cash without having to keep a record." Yesterday afternoon, Yang Wenjing had been meticulously recording the transactions of the eels she received. She could read and write, and her stack of notes was substantial. Yang Wenjing hesitated to take it. She merely glanced at it and saw quite a few large sums. A wave of anxiety washed over her. How much could this be? Is this all from selling eels and loaches? Yang Wenjing felt genuinely alarmed, her heart racing. She could hardly believe that this was merely the earnings from one day's sale of eels and other small fish. Indeed, this is just for today. There will be more tomorrow. Chen Tong placed the money on the table. Such a large sum was impractical to carry around. It was unsafe in these times. Yang Wenjing steadied her mind. Chen Tong had repeatedly astonished her. The little heart could scarcely bear it. Her outstretched hand trembled slightly as she picked up a stack of cash from the table. Counting them, she found 60 bills of the Great Unity. 60 bills. Yang Wenjing was utterly astonished. Just the Great Unity alone amounted to 600 yuan. And this was merely the earnings from a single day. If she heard correctly, Chen Tong mentioned there would be more tomorrow. Yang Wenjing felt as though she might stop breathing. Silently, she set down the Great Unity and swallowed hard. First, let us have a meal. The happiness arrived so suddenly, more ferocious than a tornado. It was almost too much for her to bear. She knew Chen Tong made money selling eels and loaches, but she had never imagined such profitability. Dear, count it and put it away, otherwise someone will come to deliver the eels soon, Chen Tong said, scooping a mouthful of rice, still holding on to some cash without taking it all out. Yang Wenjing nodded, picking up the cash once more. In total, there were 710 yuan. Precisely 700, not a cent more, not a cent less. Holding the money in one hand and supporting herself on the table with the other, she rose and entered the house. Chen Tong, with a beaming smile, picked up an eel. Delicious. Fresh. How utterly delightful, he thought. In a thriving business environment, even a pig could soar, let alone him. The cost for the eels and loaches was 68 yuan. The small fish cost 22 yuan, and the mountain goods cost 8 yuan. The total expenditure was 98 yuan. Today, the total revenue reached 830 yuan. After deducting costs, the net income was 732 yuan, with an additional 100 given to Li Shan. Therefore, Chen Tong's total income for today was 632 yuan. Chapter 37. A mishap befalls his father. Chen Wenkai Yang Wenjing's appetite had grown. She consumed a bowl of rice along with a bowl of delicious loach and tofu soup. Setting down her bowl and chopsticks, her mind was still in a whirl. 700 yuan. It was beyond her imagination. Chen Tong, knowing that Yang Wenjing was still in a daze, chose not to disturb her. He tidied up the dishes and went about washing the pots. Just as he finished, villagers arrived to deliver loaches and eels. Chen Tong knew that these days would be the peak period for delivering loaches, and he would be busily occupied. Uncle Zhang, 20 pounds of eels and loaches. That LLB 4 yuan. Aunt Wang, 8 pounds. That S 1 yuan and 60 cents. Wife, I'll handle the weighing. You take care of the payments. Chen Tong worked methodically. Yang Wenjing sat on a stool, holding a stack of cash. As Chen Tong weighed each delivery and announced the numbers, Yang Wenjing would pull out the corresponding amount from her cash. This continued for a solid 3 hours, handling an impressive 500 pounds of eels and loaches. Yet, it was still insufficient. The officials from the city had mentioned that they needed at least 1,000 pounds. The previous day's delivery had fallen short, totaling only about 700 pounds. They were still 300 pounds short, which represented 300 yuan. However, this could not be blamed on Chen Tong. With a population not particularly large, Clean River Village had only a few dozen households, widely dispersed. Capturing such a quantity was already quite a feat moreover. Even if Clean River Village had abundant eels and loaches, there would eventually come a day when they would be exhausted. Thus, he needed to venture to the neighboring villages to procure some eels, and he required assistance. His second brother, Chen Hao, was the most suitable candidate for this task. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the number of villagers dwindled significantly. The haul of eels and loaches weighed over 700 jin, while the smaller fish, akin to chopsticks in length, had diminished considerably to merely around 100 jin. These fish were agile and difficult to catch, and the flowing stream added to the challenge. Moreover, the smaller fish held little value, fetching only a dime per jin. Were it not for the villagers monitoring the weight of the fish, they would hardly bother to catch them. At noon, there were leftovers, and Chen Tong had prepared some porridge. After the two had dined, Chen Tong took a bamboo basket and placed the purchased pork within. He locked the door and set off with Yang Wenjing to visit his second brother, Chen Hao. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the doorstep, only to find the door closed. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Tong rapped on the door. After a brief moment, it opened to reveal his sister-in-law, Li Hong. Upon seeing Chen Tong, she momentarily froze before a look of panic swept over her face. Xiao Tong, what brings you here? Sister-in-law, I came to find second brother and father, and I brought some pork, Chen Tong replied, lifting the basket for her to see clearly. Oh, Li Hong murmured, her head bowed, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, responding in a flustered manner. She stood at the doorway, not allowing Chen Tong to enter. Sensing her unease, Chen Tong's heart sank. Something must be concealed from him at home. Sister-in-law, where are second brother and father? Chen Tong asked in a serious tone. Li Hong stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. She knew this matter could no longer remain hidden. No fabrication could be spun. Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. Choked with emotion, she confessed, "Father is in the hospital, and your second brother has been injured." Chen Tong felt a rush of dizziness as the words sunk in. Father is in the hospital? Second brother is also injured? His mind buzzed with confusion, still grappling with the reality of her statements. As Li Hong wept more intensely, she squatted at the door, explaining, "We need to cultivate the fields, but without an ox. Father went to borrow one from the neighboring village." Who would have known that after finishing the plowing and returning the ox, it would collapse? After half an hour, Li Hong finally conveyed the entire story. The family that owned the ox, Zhao Daniu, was acquainted with Chen Tong's father, Chen Wenkai, through shared labor. As the season for seedlings approached, the soil in the fields needed to be tilled, otherwise it would be difficult to plant the seedlings. Villagers without oxen had no choice but to toil with shovels, turning the earth over repeatedly to soften it. Chen Wenkai observed his eldest son, Chen Hao, laboring alone on so much land and felt it was too burdensome. He casually mentioned this to Zhao Daniu, who unexpectedly agreed without hesitation, offering his ox before even tilling his own land. Without much thought, Chen Wenkai brought the ox over. However, after finishing the plowing, the ox collapsed and died as soon as it was returned to Zhao Daniu's home. How could they expect leniency? The demand was for 200 yuan. Not to mention 200 yuan. Even 100 yuan was beyond Chen Wenkai's means. Due to the recent construction of several earthen houses, the family's finances were entirely depleted. Consequently, Zhao Daniu detained Chen Wenkai, preventing his departure until a ransom was paid. Naturally, Chen Hao, the second brother, vehemently opposed this, deeming it extortion. How could a single ox be worth 200 yuan? Fueled by anger, he brandished a hoe and marched to Zhao Daniu's home in the neighboring village. A few heated words ignited a confrontation, leading to a physical altercation. It was, after all, Zhao's territory, and as an outsider, Chen Hao found himself at a disadvantage. He sustained injuries, and their father, Chen Wenkai, was so overwhelmed with rage that he collapsed on the spot. Presently, both men found themselves in the hospital, with Chen Wenkai having just regained consciousness after 2 days. Fortunately, Chen Hao's injuries were not severe. Zhao Daniu's intent was merely financial, sparing him from serious harm. Chen Tong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Such a significant event transpired in his absence, and he remained oblivious. Though it occurred in a neighboring village, the mountainous paths rendered visits infrequent, leaving no one in Qinghe village aware of the turmoil. Chen Tong's mind spun in confusion, reflecting on the events that transpired a fortnight prior. At that time, he was still a wayward youth. One could only imagine the disappointment his father, Chen Wenkai, must have felt towards him, especially since he remained silent about the incident even upon awakening. Chen Tong was engulfed in profound remorse and guilt, wishing he could strike himself in penance. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. In his previous life, after young Wenjing and their unborn child passed away, his family severed ties with him. As his business flourished, he found solace in the provincial capital. Upon returning to Qinghe village with hopes of reuniting with his parents, he discovered that Chen Wenkai had grown sluggish and struggled to articulate words, often drooling. When he returned home, his father leaned against the earthen wall, smoking a pipe in silence. Chen Tong recalled that shortly after his return, his father passed away, a robust farmer in his 50s. He should have been enjoying the fruits of his labor. Alas, he never had the chance to relish his peace. Nor did he witness his grandchildren calling him grandfather before his untimely demise. Chen Tong's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, as his mind spun and his ears buzzed. Even as young Wenjing spoke beside him, he could hardly comprehend her words. After what felt like an eternity, he finally rose, feeling less than human. The gravity of the situation at home had escaped his notice, and he questioned the worth of being informed. What difference would it have made? His wife lacked even a meal to eat. All he could offer was a carefree demeanor, incapable of providing substantial assistance. Chapter 38. The tenderness and resolve of Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong left some pork for his sister-in-law, Li Hong, and ambled home, lost in a daze. His thoughts were chaotic and disordered. This time, Yang Wenjing took the initiative to grasp Chen Tong's hand, only to find it chillingly cold. The evening breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, tousled their hair as the moonlight cascaded upon their shoulders, elongating their shadows. She understood that at this moment, the heart of Chen Tong must be engulfed in torment. The reason for this is quite straightforward. The family has lost their plow ox, which Chen Tong himself sold. Young Wenjing grasped Chen Tong's hand, hoping to impart warmth. You need not blame yourself. What has happened is done. Our task now is to exert every effort to restore Father's health. You are now in a position to assist. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wenjing took hold of Chen Tong and gently embraced him, her hand softly patting his back. You can earn several hundred yuan a day. This household will flourish because of you. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the county town to sell the yellow eels and loaches, and we will have even more money in hand. From now on, life will only improve. Yang Wenjing's chin rested on Chen Tong's not-so-broad shoulder as she whispered comforting words into his ear. Suddenly, Chen Tong clasped her tightly. Her words had awakened him, clearing his mind in an instant. Indeed, the past is like smoke. Dwelling on grievances and regrets will only lead to further pain. Some events belong to a previous life. In this life, there is still time. What he must do is amend the regrets and debts of the past, ensuring those events do not recur. Having been reborn, with even heaven itself on his side, is not this a chance to start anew? What he must do is cherish this opportunity. It is never too late. Thank you. Under the moonlight, Chen Tong suddenly looked up, his dark eyes meeting Yang Wenjing's gaze. In that moment, their hearts seemed to meld into one. Faced with Chen Tong's gaze, Yang Wenjing's heart raced, her thoughts in disarray. It should be, she murmured softly, lowering her head. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chen Tong rose from his slumber. He had pondered deeply the night before. Yang Wenjing was right. What has occurred is immutable. Regret and self-reproach serve no purpose. The only course of action is to resolve what has transpired. Currently, his elder brother and father are at the county hospital. Without a doubt, the most pressing need is money. He is unaware of Chun Wensai's condition or the extent of his injuries. However, what he must do now is gather funds and head to the county hospital to find his father and elder brother. Last night, before leaving, he had inquired with sister-in-law Li Hong about the cost of hospitalization. Li Hong remained silent, not revealing which floor or room she was in. It was not that she did not wish to share, but rather that she was too afraid. What Chen Tong did not know was that the pork he had sent previously had been cooked by Li Hong and delivered to the county hospital, presented as a gift from him. Chen Wenkai, upon seeing it, nearly fainted. Where did this boy get the money to buy pork? Did he steal or rob? He could not bear to imagine it. Can we even eat this pork? Chen Hao berated Li Hong furiously. You can take anyone's belongings, but not those of your cowardly brother. Li Hong felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, having wept throughout the night upon returning from the county hospital. Chen Tong prepared a meal, and Yang Wenjing had also risen. Wife, Chen Tong hesitated. Perhaps you should stay home. Yang Wenjing shook her head, her words gentle yet resolute. I will accompany you. A faint smile graced Chen Tong's lips as he chose not to elaborate further. After finishing their meal, a knock echoed at the door. It was Han Guiqing. In truth, he had arrived earlier, quietly waiting at Chen Tong's doorstep until they had completed their meal. He carried with him 80 pounds of mountain goods, which several villagers had weighed and entrusted to him. Once he helped Chen Tong deliver the goods, he would return them. Han Guiqing assisted Chen Tong in lifting the eels and loaches from the baskets and barrels onto the cart, securing them with hemp rope. Yang Wenjing locked the door and settled onto the cart that Chen Tong pushed. The sound of a crisp brass bell rang out as the trio made their way to the county town. They passed by the home of village chief Chen Bulan, and Chen Tong asked him to inform the villagers selling eels that they could bring today as catch to his home in the afternoon. As he and his wife were heading to the county town, Chen Bulan clapped Chen Tong on the shoulder, readily agreeing to assist. An hour and a half later, the three arrived at the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The gatekeeper, already familiar with Chen Tong, opened the weathered red iron gate, allowing them entry. The process mirrored that of the previous day, weighing, writing receipts, and collecting payment. Everything proceeded smoothly. The 100 yuan for Lishan was no trifling matter. No one dared to make things difficult for Chen Tong. After selling the eels, Chen Tong instructed Han Guiqing to return home first. He continued pushing the cart, which now contained the remaining 80 pounds of eels and 50 pounds of small fish, towards the eel noodle shop. The proprietor handed over the payment, and Chen Tong expressed his gratitude, limiting their conversation. He inquired about the address of the county hospital and hurriedly set off with the cart. In total, he had sold 720 pounds of eels and 150 pounds of fish, netting 795 yuan. Upon leaving, He retrieved an additional 600 yuan from home, which young Wenjing carried. Altogether, they now held 1,395 yuan, a significant sum indeed. The Huayin County Hospital, built merely a few years prior, greeted them as Chen Tong extracted a cigarette, requesting the gatekeeper to watch over the cart while he entered. Inside the hospital, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, and the white walls bore green paint. The corridor was filled with people, relatives of patients, sitting on the chairs. Chen Wenkai was in room 25 on the second floor. Chen Tong inquired with a nurse about the location. The ward housed 5 beds, all cramped with patients, predominantly the impoverished. There were those with broken legs and injured arms, and Chen Wenkai occupied the outermost bed, staring blankly with vacant eyes. His anger had triggered spasms in his brain, leading to numerous complications. He felt weak and helpless, requiring assistance to rise from his bed or to lie down again. Continuous observation and treatment at the hospital were necessary. Meanwhile, Chen Tong's mother, Han Guoxiang, sat with her head bowed, wiping away tears. In stark contrast to the environments of other hospital beds, an unmistakable sense of oppression and gloom permeated Chen Wencai's bedside. Chen Hao sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, his head bandaged, a bruise marring the corner of his mouth, and his complexion shadowed by despair. The doctor had just visited, urging the family to make a prompt decision regarding a transfer to a more comfortable ward, where specialized treatment could be administered for Chen Wencai's condition. However, such a transition would incur a substantial expense. Internally, Chen Hao wrestled with profound guilt, recognizing that the situation was solely his own doing. As a young man in his 20s, he prided himself on his robust physique, capable of managing the family's 10 acres of land single-handedly. A little fatigue and hardship were insignificant in the grand tapestry of life, after all. Yet, he understood that Chen Wencai's borrowing of a cow was a gesture of care, aimed at alleviating his burdens. The extra time gained could be devoted to picking up odd jobs, earning money to support the family. At that moment, a nurse entered, holding a payment slip. Room 25, Bed 1, Chen Wencai. Here is the bill. Please settle the remaining amount. Chen Hao took the slip, the figures causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. When they arrived, his mother, Han Guoxiang, had gathered all the family's savings, and his wife, Li Hong, had borrowed money from her family, amassing a total of 25 yuan. Yet, just a week later, another 30 yuan was required. It felt insurmountable. How could they possibly manage such an expense? Was this not pushing them towards a dead end? Oh, and the doctor asked me to remind you. The condition of Chen Wencai cannot be delayed any longer. If this continues, he will need to be treated in the provincial city, with uncertain outcomes. The nurse added before departing. Chen Hao stood frozen in place, trembling slightly, his throat tightening as he croaked. Nurse, how much will the treatment cost? Specific costs are uncertain, but it will likely exceed 1,000 yuan, the nurse replied before leaving. Her words rendered the three of them utterly speechless. Han Guoxiang, in her despair, forgot to weep. 1,000 yuan. For this family, that was an astronomical figure, an unimaginable burden. Chen Wencai earned a meager income from sporadic labor in the village, often bringing home only a single yuan a day during better times, and sometimes nothing at all. 1,000 yuan. Even if they were to forego food and drink, it was unfathomable how long it would take to accumulate such a sum. Currently, they struggled just to find 2 yuan. Although Chen Hao was strong and capable, his strength was worth little in the grand scheme of survival. Moreover, they had another son, Chen Jianghe, who needed to continue his education and was in a critical phase of growth. 1,000 yuan. Perhaps it was best to abandon all hope of treatment. It felt as though fate itself was demanding a toll on his life. As an ancient saying goes, when the king of hell calls you at the 3rd watch, do not expect to survive until the 5th. Silent tears streamed down Han Guoxiang's face. The woman from the mountain valley, uneducated and overwhelmed by misfortune, could only weep in despair. Indeed, Chen Wencai's intense anger had taken a significant toll on his health, largely due to Chen Tong's relentless provocations over the years, which had caused him considerable distress. As a result, his body bore the scars of hidden ailments. Consequently, when Zhao Dainiu demanded 200 yuan, and with his eldest son Chen Hao having been beaten to the point of fainting, the culmination of his physical ailments became evident. A laborer who relied on strength for his livelihood now found even getting out of bed a daunting challenge. For Chen Wencai, this was a cruel reality. Originally, Chen Hao and Han Guoxiang had resolved that if they could only procure a couple of hundred yuan, they would swallow their pride to borrow from the village chief or from Li Hong's maternal family. Regardless, they needed to restore his health. After all, he was the family's indispensable pillar. Once he recovered, they could gradually earn money to repay the debt. However, 1,000 yuan was another matter entirely. Not only could they not borrow it, but they also had no idea where to steal such an amount. Chen Hao rose, tears glistening in his eyes. A once formidable man now reduced to desperation. The situation with Zhao Dainiu remained unresolved, representing a substantial sum as well. Father, mother, I will go to the village to borrow some money and plead with the village chief. Surely, a living person cannot be left to suffer like this. Chen Hao exclaimed. But Chen Wenkai, who had remained silent on the sickbed, finally spoke. This is 1,000 yuan, a sum that the entire village might struggle to gather. Besides, I am already half in the grave. My life is not worth this amount. Even if by some miracle we were to borrow this 1,000 yuan, it would take generations of toil to repay it. For my sake, it is not worth it. Father, Chen Hao attempted to speak, but was cut off by Chen Wentsai's dismissive wave. Your father has faced storms of all kinds. Enough of this. Let it go. You need not weep. Return home and rest for a few days, and your husband will soon be able to work again. His tone was cold, and his heart was filled with despair. He was acutely aware of his deteriorating condition. His latter days were surely doomed. However, this was preferable to burdening 3 generations with his plight. One person should not drag down many. At that moment, Chen Tong held Yang Wenjing's hand as they approached the hospital room. They could hear his mother, Han Guoxiang, weeping loudly within, lamenting the family's misfortunes. Chen Tong's heart tightened, and he took a deep breath, feeling a sense of trepidation. Yang Wenjing, sensing his anxiety, smiled at him. She understood that something needed to be done at this juncture. She knocked on the door before gently pushing it open, leading Chen Tong inside. The room was small, and their arrival immediately captured everyone's attention. The young man, in his 20s and fairly handsome, stood out amidst the somber atmosphere, holding the hand of his beloved wife. He marveled at her beauty. She was radiant and expecting a child. Chen Wenkai lay on the bed, lost in thought, while Han Guoxiang sat at the foot of the bed, her head bowed as tears streamed down her face. Chen Hao crouched by the wall, his eyes bloodshot and vacant. None of the 3 noticed Chen Tong's arrival. Father, mother, second brother, Chen Tong spoke, his voice calm. Yet, a keen observer would notice the way he gripped Yang Wenjing's hand tightly, as if unable to restrain himself. The 3 were startled by his voice. Chen Wenkai lifted his gaze towards the door, his tone icy and unwelcoming. What brings you here? However, Han Guoxiang, feeling compassion for Chen Tong, quickly wiped her tears and responded, Why have you come, and why did you bring Wenjing along? You know your father's temper. He fears you'll worry. After such a significant incident, he has refrained from discussing it with you. Please, do not overthink it. Grasping Chen Tong's arm, she hurriedly explained. Aware that their relationship was strained, far from father and son, they were akin to adversaries, and a single misstep could ignite conflict. Chen Tong gently patted Han Guoxiang's arm and nodded. I came to see father and second brother. Chen Hao, still sulking, grunted in response without raising his head, avoiding any eye contact with Chen Tong. Chen Tong chose to remain silent. He understood that Chen Hao was in a foul mood and did not wish to provoke him. Yang Wenjing, displaying her courteous demeanor, stepped forward and called out, Father, mother, second brother, Chen Tong, and I have come to see you. A product of the educated youth movement, she was both knowledgeable and graceful, and Han Guoxiang was quite fond of her. Chen Wenkai found no fault in her either. Han Guoxiang took Yang Wenjing's hand, scrutinizing her carefully. Once as thin as a reed, Yang Wenjing had gained weight. Her face now bore a rosy hue, a sign of vitality. One could discern the quality of a woman's life simply by her appearance. Approaching the bedside, Chen Tong half squatted and asked, Father, how is your health? What did the doctor say? Upon hearing this, Han Guoxiang's tears began to flow freely. Just as she prepared to repeat the nurse's words, she caught Chen Wentsai's stern glare. What could there be? Just some discomfort. A few days of rest will suffice. Chen Wenkai harbored a certain resentment towards Chen Tong, feeling irked by his presence. In days gone by, Chen Tong would have been reassured upon seeing his father resting peacefully. Yet, he was no longer the same Chen Tong. Wenjing, please stay here with father and mother. I need to step out for a moment. In the hospital, the most accurate information regarding a patient's condition could be obtained from the doctor. As Chen Tong exited, the atmosphere in the ward softened somewhat. Although Chen Hao did not greet Chen Tong warmly, he was kinder to his sister-in-law. Chen Wentsai's demeanor also relaxed as he regarded Yang Wenjing. What brings you here? You are expecting a child. Why come to the hospital? To us, hospitals are places that drain one's finances. It is worth noting that during that time, many individuals relied on midwives for childbirth. Families were impoverished, and the thought of giving birth in a hospital was simply out of the question. Deep down, the rural folk harbored a certain aversion to hospitals. Minor ailments were endured without consideration, as spending money was not an option. Young Wenjing smiled softly. Father, both you and second brother are injured. How could Chen Tong and I not come? Upon hearing this, Chen Wenkai sighed, his mind heavy with thoughts of his own health, the reckless son, and the yet-to-be-born grandchild, which only deepened his anguish. He felt suffocated and oppressed. How could that scoundrel treat the admirable Yang Wenjing in such a manner? Was he not afraid of facing hell after death? Chen Tong exited the ward and sought out the doctor's office, where he found a middle-aged man, around 40 or 50, clad in a white coat. Chen Tong offered him a cigarette. The doctor, who had been attending to Chen Wenkai in room 25, took a drag and fell into a brief silence. Chen Wenkai had been there for several days. His condition had deteriorated due to stress and anger, potentially affecting his brain and leading to insufficient blood supply, which resulted in various complications. To achieve a complete recovery, substantial financial resources were necessary, along with long-term medication, much of which would need to be imported from abroad, as the county hospital lacked such supplies. Time could not be squandered. Immediate medication was essential to stabilize his health. Should he miss the optimal time for treatment, the repercussions would be dire. Doctor, approximately how much will the expenses be? Chen Tong inquired. Around 1,000 yuan. The doctor replied. Chen Tong's heart sank instantly. 1,000 yuan was indeed within his reach. However, the doctor hesitated momentarily. The ongoing costs for medication would be considerably higher, as they were all imported, with each bottle costing 200 to 300 yuan and requiring 2 to 3 bottles each month. This translated to a monthly expense of 600 to 700 yuan, a significant sum for families in the county, let alone those from rural backgrounds. The doctor was well aware of Chen Wentsai's circumstances. The family relied on meager wages from odd jobs to make ends meet. Such expenses were simply unattainable. Although he initially wished to refrain from mentioning it, the compassionate nature of a physician compelled him to express the harsh reality. The patient's chances of recovery were not non-existent, but the costs were exorbitant. Chen Tong expressed his gratitude and left the office. For him, whether it was 600, 700, or 1,000 yuan, treatment was imperative. Upon returning to the ward, he found Han Guoxiang engaging in conversation with Yang Wenjing. During his brief absence, the dialogue had revealed an unsettling undertone to Chen Wenkai. Han Guoxiang and Chen Hao. From the conversation, it was apparent that Yang Wenjing was genuinely praising Chen Tong, her admiration flowing forth effortlessly. Father, I inquired with the doctor. Your treatment requires only 1,000 yuan, Chen Tong remarked nonchalantly. However, Chen Wentsai's expression darkened immediately. Only? Have you lost your senses, boy? Do you even know what 1,000 yuan looks like? The mere mention of that sum sent shockwaves through him. Han Guoxiang buried her face in her hands and began to weep. Chen Hao clenched his jaw tightly, his fists gripping so hard that his nails almost pierced his flesh. What did his brother mean by uttering such words at this moment? Was it an attempt to mock? Had he grown so callous? Chen Hao stood up, ready to explode. However, Chen Tong's next words rendered him utterly speechless. Not only Chen Hao, but the entire hospital room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. I have the money. I will go pay shortly. You can rest assured and recuperate in the hospital. I will arrange for you to have a private room so that mother can take good care of you. Chen Hao could no longer contain himself. He erupted. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gasped for breath like a furious lion. Do you understand what 1,000 yuan means? Do you comprehend how much that is? Do you think 1,000 yuan is merely 100? Can you just steal a cow or sell a pig to obtain it? You haven't visited father. No one considers you non-existent. All you do is create trouble. Go back. Han Guoxiang cried even harder, rushing over to stand between the two. Her palms were clammy with sweat. Chen Tong was not one to back down easily. If his second brother was to unleash such fury, would there be a chance for peace in the hospital? Stop it. Xiao Hao, please don't say any more. Tonger, take Wenjing back. She is pregnant and cannot be frightened. Han Guoxiang's tears flowed freely, unrestrained. Chen Tong remained silent, quietly observing his elder brother Chen Hao. Wenjing, where is the money? Yang Wenjing took out a bundle of banknotes from her pocket, neatly arranged, and placed them on the hospital bed. At first glance, every bill was a large denomination. accompanied by some smaller notes, creating a dazzling sight. Chen Hao was rendered motionless. Han Guoxiang was equally stunned. Chen Wenkai too was taken aback. Father, mother, second brother. This is the money I earned from my business. It is sufficient to cover the medical expenses for this treatment. Chen Tong refrained from mentioning the ongoing monthly medication costs of 600 to 700 yuan, which would only add to the burden of their elderly parents. He anticipated that Chen Wenkai would refuse outright. The money on the hospital bed was not entirely Chen Tong's. He had only taken out 1,100 yuan. The remaining amount was what he had collected from purchasing eels to give to the villagers. In business, one could never be without cash. Chapter 41. Half convinced the moment the money was revealed, the hospital room fell into an even deeper silence. Initially, the occupants of the other 4 beds had been spectators. But when Chen Tong proclaimed he possessed 1,000 yuan, someone internally scoffed, thinking that if he produced such an amount, he might as well leap from the second floor. Thankfully, those words remained unuttered. Chen Wensai's eyes rolled back, nearly causing him to faint. Could it truly be 1,000 yuan? Indeed, it was 1,000 yuan. Leaving aside everything else, who among the people in this room, having lived for so long, had ever laid eyes on such a sum? It was a dream too audacious to even contemplate. Chen Wensai's face darkened ominously. Han Guoxiang, who had shared a life with him, had never witnessed such a terrifying expression. It was as if he wished to devour Chen Tong whole. The despicable wretch, are you truly engaged in commerce? What business could possibly yield such vast sums of money? What heinous acts have you committed? Are you intent on driving your father to despair? Do you wish to meet a violent end? Abandoning Wenjing and the unborn child? Coughing violently, Chen Wenkai trembled with agitation, 2 streams of murky tears cascading down his darkened cheeks. This lad intends to take his life. What sins has Chen Wenkai committed in his past life to deserve such retribution in this one? Father, please do not be enraged. This is not stolen or taken by Chen Tong, but rather earned through hard labor, penny by penny, explained young Wenjing earnestly. What? Chen Wenkai, filled with suspicion, erupted in fury. You beast! To deceive such a good child as Wenjing, you deserve to descend into hell. Chen Wenkai believed young Wenjing was wholly ignorant. Misled by Chen Tong, how could she have come with him to concoct such a lie? That scoundrel truly deserves divine retribution. What are you doing with Wenjing? What wrong has she done to you? Is this how you intend to deceive her? She carries an unborn child. Tears streamed down Chen Wensai's face, overwhelmed by despair, feeling as if hope had vanished. Father, I have witnessed Chen Tong conducting business firsthand. I even assisted him, and the villagers of Qinghe all profited. His earnings are clean and legitimate, Yang Wenjing reassured, fearing Chen Wenkai would succumb to another fit of rage. If Chen Tong had claimed this, Chen Wenkai would have undoubtedly doubted it. However, since it was spoken by his daughter-in-law, Yang Wenjing, there was some credibility to it. Chen Wensai's emotions gradually began to stabilize as he cast a cold gaze upon Chen Tong. Yang Wenjing felt compelled to elaborate on the situation. Yet she refrained from divulging the specifics of the business or the locations of sales, mindful of the many outsiders in the hospital room. If everyone learned that selling eels and loaches was so lucrative, it would surely obstruct Chen Tong's livelihood. Father, mother, you may doubt Chen Tong's words. But can you truly question mine? If nothing else, my elder brother will accompany us home, and the truth will be revealed. Yang Wenjing turned to Chen Tong, rising to grasp his hand. I wish for Chen Tong to improve more than anyone, and he has succeeded. Father, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I was wrong, confessed Chen Tong, taking up Yang Wenjing's words with sincerity. The room fell into a profound silence. Brother, I will go settle the payment to secure a better hospital room for father. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Will you come back with me? Chen Tong looked at Chen Hao. Chen Hao replied heavily. After speaking, Chen Tong approached the bedside and picked up a bundle of money. Chen Wenkai hesitated momentarily, but ultimately remained silent. Though he harbored doubts, he could not afford the luxury of disbelief. The villagers were well aware of this matter. It was likely grounded in truth. What if, indeed, it were false? Chen Wenkai resolved to ascend the mountain and find a pit to bury himself. Just as Chen Tong was about to step out of the hospital room, Chen Wenkai spoke. This afternoon, accompany your brother back and lend a hand. Chen Tong understood the implication, as did Chen Hao. The intent was to ascertain the legitimacy of Chen Tong's financial sources. Chen Wenkai had faith in Yang Wenjing's words. Yet he harbored concerns that she too might have been deceived by Chen Tong. Before long, Chen Tong returned, presenting the hospital with 1,100 yuan, ensuring all expenses would be deducted from this amount. Should it fall short, the hospital would notify him, and he would return to settle the balance. Chen Wenkai was to remain in the hospital for a month, during which the doctors would monitor his condition and administer appropriate treatment. Many of the medications were imported, rendering them exceedingly costly. Brother, father has also changed rooms. He is now on the 3rd floor in a single room. We should go now. Chen Tong assisted Chen Wenkai in rising from the bed. Although reluctant, Chen Wenkai did not resist. Han Guoxiang wiped her tears and gathered the clothes they had brought. Chen Tong and Chen Hao supported Chen Wenkai on either side as they made their way to the 3rd floor, leaving behind a room full of stunned individuals. Are they really leaving? Is this a dream? In the single room on the 3rd floor, Chen Wenkai reclined on the bed, curiously surveying his surroundings. The pristine white sheets bore red characters, though he could not decipher them. The scent of disinfectant was not overly pungent, and most notably, the bed was remarkably comfortable, soft, and inviting. Han Guoxiang busied herself, exploring the room. She examined everything, and there was even a small bed for accompanying family members. For the past few days, she had been sleeping beside Chen Wenkai, barely managing to eat, her old limbs aching, struggling to stand. Yet today, their environment had changed so rapidly that she found it hard to adapt. Here, take this 100 yuan. Do not hesitate to spend it on food. Your father requires nourishment now. Chen Tong produced 10 large bills and handed them over. Instantly, tears flowed freely. Really? Why must she cry even when receiving money? Chen Wenkai thought to himself, feeling a surge of discontent. Han Guoxiang accepted the money, wiping her tears once more. All right, you go on with your business. I will take care of your father. After Chen Tong and Chen Hao completed their tasks, there was nothing more for them to do. The remaining responsibilities lay with the doctors, as expertise was required for such matters. Moving forward, their sole duty was to earn money. Father, mother. Chen Tong and I will return now, Yang Wenjing announced from the doorway, waving to the two men. Han Guoxiang grasped Yang Wenjing's hand, tears welling up again. Go now. Take care on the road. The mountain paths can be treacherous. The three departed from the hospital, with Chen Tong pushing a cart and Yang Wenjing seated upon it, while Chen Hao trailed behind. Understanding his brother's temperament, Chen Tong refrained from initiating conversation. Thus, the three returned to Qinghe village. Chapter 42, United Brothers. Upon arriving home, they found a considerable crowd waiting at the entrance. The village chief, Chen Bulin, was among them, squatting to the side and smoking his dry tobacco. Upon noticing Chen Tong's return, he stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. If you hadn't come back, they would have been quite anxious. Oh, Chen Hao is here too. Chen Bulin exclaimed in surprise, noting the bandage wrapped around Chen Hao's head from a fall on the mountain path. Chen Hao maintained a stoic expression, as the villagers were unaware of his family's situation and paid little attention to his hurried steps. Chen Bulin scolded him briefly but did not dwell on it. Chen Tong parked the cart and helped Yang Wenjing down. He opened the door and retrieved the scale. While Chen Hao observed closely, despite his injury, he had insisted on accompanying Chen Tong to witness the legitimacy of the money's source. Il and Loach at 2 Mao Zejin. Uncle Zhang, you have 8 jeans here, totaling 1 kuai and 6 maos, Chen Tong announced loudly. Ensuring Chen Hao could hear clearly, Yang Wenjing produced the cash and handed it over. Thank you, young Chen, Zhang Yonglin said with a smile as he accepted the money and departed. Chen Hao stood frozen in place, astonished. Was it truly that easy to earn a mere 1 kuai and 6 maos? 8 jeans of eel. He recalled the arduous labor he had done under Chen Wenkai, carrying timber and stones, toiling all day for meager earnings. In Chen Tong's hands, 8 jeans of eel had yielded a profit of 1 kuai and 6 maos. He found it difficult to comprehend. Knowing that Chen Tong had returned from the county, more sellers of eel and loach began to appear, and the activity surged. Second brother, bring me the large basket, Chen Tong said casually. Chen Hao hesitated, a hint of discomfort flashing across his dark face, yet he complied and fetched the large basket. Now, he felt entirely at ease. His unreliable younger brother had truly reformed. Although he was unaware of the source of such substantial earnings, at least their father, Chen Wenkai, could use it without concern. In the hospital, he had wronged Chen Tong. Chen Hao silently accepted the eels and loaches that Chen Tong handed over and poured them into the large basket, returning the nylon bag afterward. The three worked together, their pace quickening. Before long, they had filled the majority of the basket. Chen Hao promptly retrieved a second basket. with the accumulation of eels and loaches. They were at risk of suffocating. Chen Tong noticed this inadvertently and smiled slightly. It was indeed the elder brother who was attentive in his tasks. When brothers unite, their strength is unbreakable. After a busy afternoon, several baskets and buckets were filled with eels and loaches, while the small fish amounted to only a meager few dozen jeans. As evening fell, the sky was painted with hues of crimson. The number of people coming to collect eels and loaches had dwindled. Chen Tong whispered a few words to young Wenjing, who nodded and quietly departed. Second brother, please return later. There will still be people coming to collect eels and loaches. Wenjing is hungry. I will go prepare dinner. After Chen Tong finished speaking, he did not wait for Chen Hao to respond and swiftly dashed into the house. Chen Hao cast a glance and shook his head in resignation. To be honest, he still could not believe that his younger brother, who had been reckless for so many years, had changed. Just not long ago, he was someone who neglected even his pregnant wife. How could he have transformed so suddenly? Now, he could spend 1,000 yuan without batting an eye. Chen Hao feared that this was merely a dream and worried that he would awaken to reality the next morning. He returned to the hospital, crouching beside the wall, helplessly gazing at his father lying on the hospital bed. Even now, his steps felt unsteady. What is that delightful aroma? Suddenly, Chen Hao caught a whiff of a savory scent that unexpectedly wafted into his nostrils. He chuckled to himself, questioning how his courage had suddenly swelled, allowing him to detect such a delectable smell. Surely, it must be an illusion. At this hour, which household would be cooking? It must be that he had been too hungry lately, leading to such hallucinations. Before long, Chen Tong emerged, calling out, "Second brother, wash your hands. It's time to eat." At this hour, if no villagers had come to deliver eels and loach, there would hardly be anyone around. Chen Hao thought he had misheard. Did this little rascal just invite him to dinner? He turned around to see a small, rickety table in the yard laden with dishes. There was a mound of glistening white rice. And what was that shimmering? It smelled so fragrant. The light was dim, preventing him from seeing clearly. But he could certainly sense it. Was it the aroma of pork? Indeed, it was the unmistakable scent of pork. Dad! Just then, a loud voice interrupted Chen Hao's reverie. Little Jiang He ran towards him with open arms, and behind him were Yang Wenjing and his wife, Li Hong. It turned out that Yang Wenjing had quietly left moments ago to fetch Li Hong and Jiang He to join them for dinner. Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing had thought of the same idea. Little Jiang He leaped into Chen Hao's embrace, his voice choked with emotion. Dad, I missed you. Even Chen Hao, a man unaccustomed to tenderness, felt his eyes moisten. He glanced at Li Hong and said, Wife. Li Hong also had reddened eyes. On their way here, Yang Wenjing had already told her, so she was aware. Second brother, sister-in-law, come in and eat. Chen Tong called out upon hearing the commotion. The group gathered around the table. Little Jiang He, upon seeing the sumptuous spread, nearly jumped for joy. Stir-fried pork with chili, mushrooms with pork, greens with pork, and a steamed egg. Everything was meat. Dad, look. Pork and white rice. Chen Hao maintained a stern expression. What is all this shouting at the dinner table? Li Hong reproached. Look at you. How long has it been since the child has eaten white rice? Chen Hao paused, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed. How long had it been since the child had enjoyed white rice and pork? Chen Tong picked up a piece of pork and placed it in Jiang He's bowl. Then, he added another piece of pork to Chen Hao's bowl. Yang Wenjing also placed a piece of pork into Li Hong's bowl. Brother, sister-in-law, please don't stand on ceremony. Our family is now prosperous. These matters are trivial, Chen Hao remarked as he picked up the piece of meat from his bowl, the aroma enveloping him. His heart was a tumult of emotions, a blend of flavors. He had lost considerable weight in recent days, reluctant to eat or spend during his time at the hospital. His thoughts consumed by the medical expenses for his father, Chen Wenkai. Yet now, steaming white rice and fragrant pork lay before him. He glanced at Chen Tong and savored the meat, chewing slowly. Delicious. Truly delicious. His once disappointing younger brother had finally made a name for himself. At the humble table, the family shared a moment of joy, undeterred by the absence of Chen Wenkai and Han Guoxiang. The atmosphere remained jubilant. Especially as little Jiang, he devoured 2 bowls of rice. The burden of hospital bills had been lifted from everyone's hearts. Chen Tong smiled brightly, understanding the significance of familial bonds. In his previous life, he had erred by refusing to humble himself, allowing the distance to grow between him and his brother Chen Hao, ultimately leading to a lifetime of estrangement, ending only at the sight of his brother's solitary grave. Chapter 43. Chen Hao witnesses Chen Tong's prosperity after finishing their meal. The hour was still early, and Chen Hao and the others were in no rush to leave. Little Jiang He bounced around the yard in sheer delight. Having not tasted meat in quite some time, Chen Tong had sent pork to Li Hong on 2 occasions. The first time, she had brought it to the hospital. It was not that she was unwilling to let the children eat meat, but rather, she feared that a single bite would whet their appetites, leading to a commotion. The meat from yesterday remained untouched at home, as Li Hong hesitated to serve it, haunted by the harsh reprimands of the past. Chen Tong tidied the dishes and called out, "Jiang He, come here." Little Jiang He, no longer apprehensive of Chen Tong, had just enjoyed a piece of pork himself. Hopped over joyfully. Chen Tong opened his palm, revealing a few candies. Jiang He's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he hesitated to take them, glancing toward Chen Hao. With a stern expression, Chen Hao remarked, "As long as the child has food to eat, that's enough. Why waste money on candies? Your father's hospital bills have been substantial, and your sister-in-law is expecting. We will need to be frugal." Chen Tong understood that his brother had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. With a grin, he said nothing and handed the candies to Jiang He, allowing him to play aside. It was time to discuss serious matters with his brother. "Brother, starting tomorrow, I would like you to come and assist me. Wenjing and I are overwhelmed. The population of Qinghe village is limited. We can't catch thousands of pounds of eels and loaches in a single day. We need to push a cart to neighboring villages for collection. Sister-in-law Li Hong can help here at home, waiting for villagers to sell their eels while you and I gather them. This way, we can increase our daily haul by several hundred pounds, which translates to significant profit." Chen Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging with a grunt. Chen Tong let out a sigh of relief. He was still concerned about past events and felt that his second brother was reluctant to offer assistance. After chatting for a while, the sky was darkening. Chen Hao and Li Hong decided to return home. As they reached the doorway, Chen Tong spoke again. "Brother, we have plenty of houses at home. Why not come back and stay?" Chen Hao paused momentarily, replying, "Let us wait until father's health improves, and then we will discuss it." The following morning, just as the first light of dawn began to break, Chen Tong opened the door to find Han Guoqing already there, holding a collection of mountain goods. After weighing the items, Chen Tong handed over the payment. "Uncle, how is Aunt Guan's health?" Han Guoqing sighed deeply. "She is as she is. Thanks to you. Young man, we've been able to earn some money, and the pressure has lessened considerably. It's the least I could do. We are all from the same village. By the way, uncle, do you know Zhao Dainyu from the neighboring village?" "Zhao Dainyu?" Han Guoqing instinctively replied, "I know him. He used to work with your father and me to find odd jobs. What is he like?" Chen Tong asked casually, not expecting Han Guoqing to actually know Zhao Dainyu. His father, Chen Wenkai, had borrowed cattle from Zhao Dainyu to cultivate a few acres of land, but they perished shortly after. Chen Tong found it hard to believe that there was no mystery surrounding this event. Furthermore, Zhao Dainyu had audaciously asked for 200 yuan, which was indeed a bold demand. Was he trying to drive Chen Wenkai's family to desperation? In these times, it was exceedingly difficult for the folk in the mountain valleys to produce 200 yuan. Han Guoqing pondered for a moment. "I haven't interacted much with him, but your father has. He seems quite simple and honest." Chen Tong understood then that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Just then, his second brother Chen Hao arrived, prompting Chen Tong not to inquire further. The three of them loaded the eels and loaches onto the cart and set off for the county town. The crisp sound of bells broke the morning tranquility. After an hour and 20 minutes, they arrived at the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where Han Guoqing waited outside as usual. He had been assisting for 2 days, but had no idea how much Chen Tong could earn in one go. Chen Hao followed closely behind Chen Tong to the accounting office. This time, the total weight of the loaches and eels was 820 jin. Only a few fish longer than chopsticks were left at home, and Chen Tong took only some small miscellaneous fish to offer to the owner of the eel noodle shop. 820 yuan, a stack of crisp bills. Chen Hao observed closely behind Chen Tong, astonished by the substantial sum. They had indeed earned over 800 yuan. Though mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. However, this could not be blamed on Chen Hao. The constraints of the era had shaped their thinking. In the 1980s, the prevailing belief was that hard work would lead to wealth. Farming was seen as a path to prosperity, while business was often viewed as speculative and risky, potentially leading to dire consequences. Now, Chen Hao felt completely reassured, having witnessed firsthand that his brother was earning money legitimately from a state-run enterprise. not through deceit or trickery. Chen Tong secured the money close to him as they departed the supply and marketing cooperative. He handed Han Guoqing a yuan, instructing him to return with the cart, while he took the remaining eels and miscellaneous fish to the eel noodle shop. Once again, a substantial sum has been credited. Boss, this is my elder brother, Chen Hao. Chen Tong introduced Chen Hao to the boss, offering him a cigarette. The boss cheerfully accepted it and scrutinized Chen Hao. There was a resemblance. He mused, so, will your brother be the one delivering in the future? Chen Tong nodded. Once he accumulated his initial capital, he would set his sights on broader horizons, venturing into the city to explore opportunities. In the future, it would undoubtedly be his elder brother, Chen Hao, who would deliver the eels and loaches. Of course, before departing, he intended to establish all the necessary connections, ensuring no worries lingered behind. Chen Tong then brought his elder brother to a small noodle stall, introducing him to the boss once again. The boss nodded in acknowledgement, reasoning that since they were blood brothers, their innate nature should be similar. As long as the mountain produce was fresh, he had no objections. The two departed, heading towards the county hospital. Elder brother, you go ahead. I'll wait for you here, Chen Tong said, knowing well that his elder brother was determined to visit the county hospital to report on their newfound fortunes, hoping to alleviate their father Chen Wencai's worries during his treatment. Chen Hao briskly made his way to the ward, where Chen Wencai was being assisted by Han Guoxiang to exercise. Lying in bed for too long was not beneficial. Chen Wencai, visibly agitated and breathing heavily, was clearly troubled about the source of the 1,000 yuan. Upon seeing Chen Hao, he quickly asked, "So what's the news? Did you find out?" At that moment, Chen Wencai was extremely anxious, dreading any unwelcome news. "Yes, I've been keeping an eye on it since last night," Chen Hao replied, his tone considerably more relaxed. He recounted how the villagers sold eels and how Chen Tong had transported the eels and loaches to the supply and marketing cooperative. Chen Wencai motioned for Han Guoxiang to release him and sat on the edge of the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Heaven has finally shown mercy. My wayward son has finally come to his senses, he exclaimed. Han Guoxiang, standing nearby, wiped her tears incessantly, murmuring, "That's good, that's good." On a side note, the debut is approaching. Brothers, 5-star reviews are crucial as they pertain to future data. Please grant a 5-star rating. Chapter 44. Collecting eels from the neighboring village. Upon leaving the hospital, Chen Hao felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, his demeanor considerably more relaxed. Chen Tong did not inquire about Chen Hao's intentions, as he could easily deduce them. Pushing a cart, Chen Tong made his way to the cooperative, with Chen Hao trailing behind, visibly anxious. "What are you doing here? The items here are exceedingly expensive," Chen Hao remarked, having grown accustomed to frugal living and reluctant to spend money. Chen Tong replied with a smile, "Elder brother, we were poor before, with little to eat. Now that we have some money, we ought to indulge in better provisions. Working requires strength, and Wenjing is expecting, while Xiao Jianghe is still growing. How can we possibly avoid purchasing rice and flour?" Chen Hao found it difficult to counter Chen Tong's reasoning. Moreover, it was his own hard-earned money. How he spent it was not for anyone else to dictate. After securing the cart, Chen Tong led Chen Hao into the cooperative, heading straight for the rice stall. With their elder brother and sister-in-law now dining together, they needed to purchase a considerable amount of rice and flour. Although 2 mouths to feed have turned into 5, Chen Tong felt a profound sense of happiness. After all, isn't that what family is for? He purchased 100 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, and a selection of eggs. When he took out the cash, Chen Hao winced, feeling a pang in his heart. Even though it wasn't his own money, he still found it wasteful. Why not enjoy sweet potatoes and potatoes? They are delicious and grown right in their own fields, requiring no expenditure. "Brother, look at this 100 pounds of rice," Chen Tong remarked deliberately. Chen Hao grunted, crouched down, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Chen Tong followed suit with the 50 pounds of flour and eggs, placing them onto the cart. He then made his way to the meat shop at the entrance of the meat processing factory, purchasing 5 pounds of pork and 2 blocks of tofu. Chen Hao's eyelids twitched at the sight. His brother spent money like water. The amount spent today could sustain several families in the village for months. Upon returning home, little Jiang he had already finished school and was playing in the yard. Yang Wenjing had just settled accounts with a group of people and was now busy washing vegetables with Li Hong. "You're back?" she observed as Chen Tong and Chen Hao entered laden with goods. "Yes, we bought pork and eggs to prepare a braised pork dish in the afternoon. Let us send some to our parents." They surely want to indulge in good food at the hospital. He and his brother, Chen Hao, planned to collect eel and loach from another village after their meal. Due to young Wenjing's pregnancy, only Li Hong could deliver it. Chen Tong set down the flour and walked into the house. Wenjing, you and Li Hong should rest after washing the vegetables. You've been busy all morning. Initially, Chen Hao felt a twinge of concern over Chen Tong's extravagant spending. In these times, earning money was challenging. It would be wise to save. However, upon hearing about the braised pork for their parents, he quickly dismissed his worries. Their father was hospitalized and needed nourishing food to regain strength. Once Yang Wenjing and Li Hong finished washing the vegetables, they handed them to Chen Tong. At this time, only Chen Tong's family was cooking in the village. While villagers continued to arrive with eels and loaches, Yang Wenjing was efficient, weighing and paying without hesitation. Soon, the savory aroma of the meat wafted through the house, enticing even those delivering the eels. It was truly mouth-watering. These villagers, who sold eels and loaches daily, made a little money but were cautious about their spending, aware that one could never predict when their catch might dwindle. They felt grateful to Chen Tong while speculating on the profits he made from selling eels and loaches. Lunchtime arrived, and it seemed they could smell the meat every day, which sparked envy among them. The braised pork was ready, enriched with pan-fried tofu and eggs. However, Chen Tong did not serve it on the outdoor table just yet, as the villagers selling eels had not yet departed. He sautéed 2 vegetable dishes, greens and lard and mushrooms with eggs. It was only after the villagers left that he brought the meal outside and closed the yard gate. He wished to keep his fortune discreet, yet this was simply his way of life. 3 meals a day, with no need to hide or hoard. The braised pork was plentiful. Resting in a basin, steam rose, revealing a glossy layer of oil atop. The savory aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. 5 bowls of fluffy white rice stood stacked. Chen Tong served a glistening egg to Chen Jianghe, urging him to eat well, study diligently at school, and aspire to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. Little Jianghe, with his mouth full and greasy, mumbled in confusion, "Uncle, what are Tsinghua and Peking University?" Chen Tong chuckled heartily, promising to enlighten him later. After the meal, Chen Tong brought out another basin of braised pork and filled 2 more bowls with rice, placing them all in a bamboo basket covered with a cloth. Li Hong was to escort little Jianghe to school, as it was on her way. "Wife, I'm going with Gu to catch eels and loaches," he announced. Yang Wenjing, smoothing her bangs, replied, "Go ahead, I will manage things here." Chen Tong glanced at Yang Wenjing's patched clothing, recalling the floral dress he had ordered from the tailor. She would look splendid in it. The tinkling of a copper bell from the cart echoed. This time, it was Chen Hao pushing the cart, with Chen Tong trailing behind. "Gu, which village is Zhao Daniu from?" Chen Hao's expression shifted slightly as he asked, "Why do you want to know?" Don't get any foolish ideas about confronting him. "What are you talking about? I am a civilized person. We are going to his village to catch eels and loaches. Other villages have them too," Chen Tong replied, puzzled by his brother's skepticism. Reluctantly, Chen Hao continued pushing the cart toward Zhao Daniu's village, situated deeper in the mountains. The journey took them an hour, navigating steep slopes and uneven terrain. The village was devoid of electricity, and its rugged inhabitants were known for their fierce demeanor. Upon their arrival, it was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, just after mealtime, as the villagers emerged to work. Chen Tong did not rush to have Chen Hao lead him to Zhao Daniu. He preferred to take his time with the curious situation. Reaching the edge of a rice paddy at the foot of the mountain, they observed men and women laboring in the fields. Chen Tong cleared his throat and cupped his hands, forming a makeshift trumpet. "We are collecting loaches and eels." The shout startled Chen Hao. "Is this how business is done? Why are you shouting? 2 cents a pound, and you can turn it into cash." Chen Tong's voice rang out, strong and resonant, echoing across the hills. Villagers, initially bent over planting rice, paused to look up, intrigued by the source of the proclamation. "What are they collecting?" they wondered, straining to hear. "It sounds like they're gathering eels and loaches. Is anyone still doing that? Can it even be tasty?" As the call faded, the villagers resumed their work. Some glancing back, puzzled. This person must be out of his mind. Eels and loaches are hardly a delicacy. There is little time to linger here. The planting of rice is paramount. Chen Tong touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Was it his failure to articulate clearly, or was it their lack of understanding? "Are we not earning any money? Collecting eels and loaches, just 2 dimes per pound." Chen Tong raised his voice, calling out loudly. This time, They comprehended his words distinctly. Indeed, 2 dimes per pound for eels and loaches. The eels in the fields were as plentiful as blades of grass. Eels? Loaches? A man nearby casually reached into a mud hole in the rice paddy and pulled one out, tossing it before Chen Tong. It was as thick as an adult's thumb and weighed 2 or 3 pounds, resembling a small snake. Are you certain you want to collect this? He furrowed his brow. For the villagers from the mountains do not take kindly to deceit. Chen Tong picked it up and handed it to Chen Hao for weighing. Not a bit more. Not a bit less. Exactly 2 pounds. Chen Tong produced 4 dimes and handed them to the man. The man appeared taken aback. Indeed, they were genuine coins. 1 dime at a time. Are you truly giving this to me? The man questioned, bewildered. Yes, for eels and loaches, 2 dimes per pound. I will take as many as you can bring. The middle-aged man wiped his hands and accepted the coins. He tucked them into his pocket and suddenly shouted, "It's real, you are truly giving me money." At that moment, the field erupted in excitement. Everyone set aside their tasks and began to catch eels and loaches. What a lively scene it was. Here, take this. Someone emerged from the field, holding an eel and curiously approaching Chen Tong. Here, is it really 2 dimes per pound? Chen Tong accepted the eel without a word, handing it to Chen Hao for weighing, half a pound. He extracted a dime from his stack of coins and offered it. Actions speak louder than words. The man was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the coin and hurried back to the field without a backward glance. At this juncture, the villagers who were planting rice arrived, but they only held a scant few eels. Chen Tong couldn't help but chuckle. "Dear uncles and aunts, I've been here for 2 hours. There's no rush. Please gather more in one go." It was not their fault. Chen Tong had only mentioned collecting eels, without specifying a time for departure. Moreover, everyone wished to verify the authenticity of the offer. The prospect of immediate cash was tantalizing. Who wouldn't feel tempted? What if they toiled for half a day and caught 7 or 8 pounds only to find him gone? Chen Tong remained patient, assuring them there was no need for haste. Being from a neighboring village, it was only natural that they did not fully trust him. He weighed each eel they brought, paying them immediately. Once they received their money, their demeanor changed dramatically. They rushed back to the fields with renewed vigor. Chen Tong glanced at Chen Hao and smiled wryly. What a situation this has become. He took a ladle to fetch water from a nearby puddle to pour into a wooden barrel, watering periodically. The villagers from the mountain were filled with enthusiasm. Yet, one could hardly blame them. The mountain village was even poorer than Qinghe village. They rarely ventured to the county seat, only going to the town, and that was only during holidays, carrying the pigs, sheep, and eggs they had slain. They made their way to the town to exchange goods for money or barter. In their daily lives, every household was impoverished to the core. Many endured hunger, resorting only to water to stave off their pangs. At this moment, with eels and loaches priced at merely 20 cents per pound, their excitement was palpable. Planting rice seedlings? When was there a time to refrain? Today, the god of wealth had graced them with his presence, prompting a family-wide mobilization to catch eels for sale. "Come here. Young man, how many pounds of eels and loaches do I have?" A dark-skinned farmer, caked in mud and bare-chested, displaying his robust physique, stood before them. His tattered clothing dripped with water, housing a bounty of eels and loaches. Chen Tong grabbed a small bamboo basket to weigh the catch, pouring the eels and loaches into it. 6 pounds. Chen Hao announced the weight. Chen Tong retrieved a 2-dime note and handed it to the man. The warm, crumpled bill was indeed real. The god of wealth had truly arrived. "Young man, look at my haul. What a weight. Liurgu, don't encroach on my fields. Have you finished foraging in your own? Oh, how did you end up in my fields? Oh, uncle, it was an accident, truly. If you cross the line again and catch my eels and loaches, I won't let it slide." The villagers scurried back and forth, repeatedly delivering loaches and eels. With no containers at hand, they resorted to shedding their patched-up clothing, bulging with their catch. Parents whispered to their small children, who dashed away like the wind, either to summon family members or fetch basins and buckets. This relentless running to deliver eels and loaches was no waste of time. Time equated to money. As the sun gradually descended, Chen Hao weighed the catch while Chen Tong exchanged the currency, their coordination remarkably adept. As twilight deepened, Chen Tong filled his baskets and buckets to the brim. The enthusiasm for catching eels in the mountain village exceeded his expectations. By the end of the day, they had gathered a remarkable 300 pounds of eels and loaches. Before departing, Chen Tong purchased several large baskets, for otherwise, the eels and loaches from home would not fit. After deducting costs of 60 yuan, they netted a profit of 240 yuan. This trip was not in vain. Chen Hao pushed the cart, with Chen Tong assisting by his side. By the time they returned home, darkness had enveloped the landscape. Li Hong and Yang Wenjing anxiously awaited at the doorstep, concerned as they had ventured to another village and were unfamiliar with the surroundings. Their faces were etched with worry until the sound of the cart's bell finally soothed their anxieties. Yang Wenjing, holding an oil lamp, illuminated her face with a faint glow, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. The worry was evident in her strikingly expressive eyes. The journey to the mountain village was somewhat distant, and the path was treacherous, compounded by the abundance of eels and loaches, which delayed their return. Chen Tong maneuvered the cart into the courtyard. Chen Hao stepped forward to assist, and together they unloaded the overflowing baskets of eels and loaches. How many eels did our village deliver? Chen Tong gazed at Yang Wenjing, his eyes brimming with compassion. This afternoon must have been exhausting. In total, they had caught 650 pounds of fish, with only 30 pounds being small fry. Chen Tong nodded, calculating that the total amounted to 950 pounds. Yet, this was insufficient. However, he was acutely aware that the yellow eels and loaches in Qinghe village had been fished for several days now, and future catches would be challenging. The provincial directive could not merely be a fleeting whim. Overfishing was ultimately detrimental. It appeared that certain ideas needed to be prioritized. While the momentum for developing fisheries and agriculture was still strong, he aspired to soar even higher. Expanding the scale further was imperative, as accumulating initial capital was of utmost importance. Chapter 46. Electricity and buying donkeys. The 5 family members gathered around a rickety table, dining by the flickering light of a kerosene lamp. Though the table was worn, the feast was bountiful. Leftover braised pork from lunch complemented the porridge cooked for dinner, which included sweet potatoes brought by Li Hong from her home. The family shared laughter and conversation as they enjoyed their meal. Second brother, why don't you and sister-in-law move over here? It's inconvenient to commute back and forth. What is inconvenient about it? It's just a few minutes away. How long has that house been occupied, and you're already thinking of leaving? Chen Hao savored a spoonful of white rice porridge, feeling its warmth enveloping him. A comforting sensation. Not only did his stomach feel warm, but his heart also swelled with warmth. Chen Tong's invitation to stay was genuine, not merely a matter of maintaining appearances. The decision to move would be discussed once their father, Chen Wenkai, returned. His brother's thoughtfulness was enough to warm his heart. After dinner, Chen Hao took little Jiang He and Li Hong home. Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing stood at the doorway, illuminated by the moonlight, watching the family's retreating figures, their lips curling into involuntary smiles. Such simple happiness was both ordinary and rare. Chen Tong felt a deeper resonance with this sentiment, reflecting on the rapid development of the times. The divorce rate was alarmingly high, and countless children were deprived of the joy of a complete family. The following day, Chen Tong rose early to seek out the village chief, Chen Bulin. He had come to a realization: whenever there was a matter at hand, turning to Chen Bulin was a surefire strategy. By this time, Chen Bulin had already risen, seated on the threshold of his courtyard, half-closed eyes enjoying a puff of dry tobacco, relishing the moment. "Uncle, try my cigarette," Chen Tong offered, presenting a large cigarette. Startled, Chen Bulin coughed as the smoke caught in his throat. "You brat, why do you sneak up on people like that? It's quite frightening." After a few moments, Chen Bulin regained his composure, but he refrained from accepting the cigarette, fearing it might burn his fingers. This young man, despite having reformed, still made him somewhat apprehensive due to past experiences. "You little rascal, scaring me first thing in the morning," Chen Bulin grumbled. "Uncle, it was too dark last night. We want to get electricity at home," Chen Tong stated directly, cutting through any pretense. Chen Bulin exhaled a puff of dry smoke and glanced up at Chen Tong. His eyes inadvertently caught sight of the cigarette delicately pinched between Chen Tong's fingers. "That was a premium brand. Is that all?" Chen Bulin inquired as he tapped his dry smoke. "Yes," Chen Tong shrugged, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. Chen Bulin sighed in relief and accepted the De Qianmen cigarette. "I'll have it ready for you by this afternoon." Chen Tong departed with a buoyant step. Upon returning home and preparing the meal, Yang Wenjing had just risen. "This afternoon, the village chief will bring people to restore the electricity. I've already purchased the light bulbs, and they're in my room," he informed her. Yang Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing breakfast, Han Guoqing and Chen Hao arrived. The three of them collaborated to lift the yellow eel and loach from the basket onto the cart. With the cheerful jingle of a brass bell ringing in the air, They set off for the county town. Everything proceeded smoothly. They delivered the goods and received payment. Han Guqing returned home first, while Chen Tong and Chen Hao each pushed a cart. "Brother, let us buy 2 donkeys." "Buy donkeys?" Chen Hao replied, somewhat astonished. "We're doing just fine. Why buy donkeys? Are you burning money? Even if there are 500 pounds of goods on this cart, I can still manage it. A donkey costs 70 to 80 yuan, which is far too expensive." Chen Hao was reluctant to see Chen Tong squander money. "Second brother, the demand for yellow eel and loach at the aquaculture supply and marketing cooperative is exceptionally high. We could collect as much as we want. Pushing a single cart for these 2 is simply insufficient. We can't even gather 1,000 pounds a day. If we split up to collect the eels, we could significantly increase our haul." Chen Tong's reasoning was sound. The mountain paths were treacherous, a mix of mud and gravel. If it didn't rain, managing a few hundred pounds of goods was bearable. However, should it rain, it would become troublesome. Moreover, traveling to other villages to collect eels meant traversing hilly terrain, which was exhausting. Health is the foundation of revolution. If the 2 brothers separated to collect eels, they would lack assistance, which could indeed pose challenges. In the event of an injury, it would not be worth the risk. With a donkey to pull the cart, they would save both time and effort. This time, Chen Hao did not oppose. He found merit in Chen Tong's argument. Having gone to the mountain village yesterday to collect eels, he had gained valuable insight. The incline had required tremendous effort from the 2 of them to ascend, which was undeniably arduous. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the livestock trading market in town. This market primarily facilitated barter rather than monetary transactions, as most items were prohibitively expensive for the average person. The primary livestock traded here were donkeys and mules, with the occasional young calf available for sale. Although located in the town, it bore a striking resemblance to the countryside. Surrounded by farmland and puddles, calves lounged in the puddles, their tails swishing, occasionally dipping their noses into the water with a delightful gurgle. As Chen Hao and Chen Tong wandered through, the farmers squatting in front of their donkeys, mules, or calves regarded them with suspicion, wary of their presence, fearing they might be there to scout. After all, those present were leading their own livestock, who would come empty-handed to peruse. Buying livestock? They were doubtful. The attire of these 2 individuals immediately suggests they are not affluent. In these times, incidents of lost cattle and mules frequently arise. Recently, I heard about a household in Dongjia village that lost a sick cow. The husband of that household nearly fainted upon hearing the news. Who among the heartless could commit such an act, unafraid of the consequences? The livestock trading market in the town serves not only as a venue for exchange and commerce, but also as a medium for disseminating information among neighboring villages. After searching extensively, they finally found themselves in front of a robust donkey. The middle-aged man seated on the ground shot a cold, indifferent glance at Chen Tong and Chen Hao. "Brother, how much do you want for your donkey?" The man, a middle-aged figure with sturdy calves and arms, bore sun-kissed skin. He had rolled up his pant legs and donned a tattered sleeveless shirt. With a straw hat in hand, he waved it dismissively. "Not for sale, not for sale. You should look elsewhere." Chen Tong and Chen Hao exchanged bewildered expressions. "Isn't this a livestock trading market? Why won't you sell?" Chen Tong pressed. The middle-aged man waved his hand again and slumped back down, as if shooing away flies. With no other recourse, the 2 departed, continuing their aimless wanderings through the market. After inquiring with several others who refused to engage with Chen Tong, he began to sense something amiss. He approached an elderly gentleman who was interested in buying calves. The old man was puffing away at his hand-rolled cigarette. Chen Tong presented him with a cigarette. Chapter 47. The purchase of a donkey and unexpected news. The elderly man wore a hat he had woven himself, with tattered shoes caked in mud, and a threadbare top that hung loosely on his lean frame, exposing his bony arms. His face was a tapestry of creases, dark and weathered. Upon noticing the cigarette Chen Tong offered, his murky eyes sparkled with interest. "Never seen a pig run, but I've certainly seen folks smoke," he remarked, wiping his hands, torn between desire and hesitation. "Sir, this is a cigarette. I merely wish to inquire about something." Ultimately, the allure of the cigarette proved irresistible, and the old man extended his filthy hand to receive it cautiously. "Young man, what is it you wish to know?" "I want to buy a donkey. But why is it that no one seems willing to sell?" Chen Tong voiced his confusion. "What? A donkey?" The old man doubted his ears. Could it be that someone truly desired to purchase a donkey? Here, most transactions involved bartering livestock for livestock. Seeing the 2 of them empty-handed, he grew suspicious. Suspicious? Chen Tong and Chen Hao exchanged puzzled glances. Ah, you are unaware. Not long ago, a household in Dongjia village lost a sick cow, and it has yet to be found. The old man took a drag from his cigarette and glanced around. He then lowered his voice, saying, "It is said that cow was targeted right here at the livestock trading market." In an instant, Chen Tong and Chen Hao grasped the situation. They had been misunderstood. Chen Tong chuckled helplessly at the absurdity of it all. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He took an interest in the stolen sick cow. Crouching down, he observed the simple old man and then produced a large sum of cash. The old man, taken aback, accepted it with hands that were cracked and caked with dirt beneath his fingernails. Did the family of the stolen cow not report it? He inquired. Of course they reported it. But with mountains upon mountains separating us, if someone truly wishes to conceal it, how can you find it? Several officials came and searched the hills near Dongjia village but found nothing in the end, so they gave up, Chen pondered. Some matters truly are just too coincidental. Not to mention, the cow his father borrowed from Zhao Dainiu had been returned after only a few acres had been plowed, only to perish shortly thereafter. This raised his suspicions. After chatting a while longer, Chen gained a rough understanding and then stood up to leave with Chen Hao. The two returned to the middle-aged man with the straw hat, who was selling a cow in its prime, perfect for hauling goods. Upon seeing Chen Tong and Chen Hao return to inspect his donkey, the middle-aged man appeared a bit restless and wore a stern expression. Noticing this, Chen Tong quickly produced a prepared stack of cash. "Sir, I truly have come to purchase the donkey." The middle-aged man's demeanor softened upon seeing the cash in Chen Tong's hands, though he remained skeptical. "Do you really wish to buy our donkey?" Chen Tong nodded, pointing to the cart parked nearby. "Yes, I intend to buy the donkey for hauling goods. Please name your price." However, the middle-aged man hesitated, admitting, "This is my first time selling a donkey, and I have no idea what it is worth." Those around them, noticing the budding transaction, gathered closer. Most were accustomed to trading livestock for livestock and had never seen anyone pay cash for a donkey. "Hey, Zhou, why don't you name a price?" One called out. "Yes, Zhou, that has cash in hand." Another chimed in. "This opportunity is rare." The middle-aged man appeared troubled, fearing that if he set the price too high, the buyer might refuse, wasting such a good chance. Conversely, if he priced it too low, he would suffer a loss. He found himself at a loss for a moment, until he finally proposed, "How about I trade this donkey for a calf?" This was a difficult proposition. In these times, the worth of a donkey compared to that of a cow was clear to everyone. Cattle were precious. The donkey was far inferior. The middle-aged man scratched his head and grinned, saying, "I meant to trade for a younger calf, not an adult cow." Chen Tong understood, but it still posed a challenge. Who would willingly trade a calf for a donkey? "Have you lost your mind?" "I'll go buy a cow," Chen Tong replied, recalling that the old man had a calf beside him just earlier. The old man was currently savoring the cigarette Chen Tong had given him, inhaling its aroma with great appreciation. Upon seeing Chen Tong return, he quickly tucked the cigarette away, fearing it might be taken back. Chen Tong feigned ignorance and asked, "Old man, is that calf for sale?" An elderly man rose from the ground with a grunt. "Are you interested in purchasing my cow?" he inquired. "Indeed. Please state your price." The old man, slightly skeptical, pondered for a moment. After all, the price of a calf is not insignificant. Chen Tong waved a handful of cash before him. "If the price is reasonable, I shall buy it." The old man reflected for a while and raised 3 fingers. 300? Chen Tong whispered in disbelief. The old man shook his head. Chen Tong was taken aback. 300? Is this little calf truly worth 300? That's the price. You may inquire with others, and they will tell you the same. Typically, livestock is exchanged rather than purchased outright. The old man was not deceiving. This was the reality. Rarely does one transact in cash. It is often a barter system where both parties fulfill their needs without concern for specific figures. Thus, Chen Tong's intention to buy with money attracted quite a few onlookers. "A fully grown cow would be even more expensive," the elder muttered. Chen Tong smacked his forehead, realizing he had not anticipated such a high price for a calf. He recalled the time he had stolen and sold the cow belonging to his elder brother, Chen Hao, for merely 100 or so yuan. A reckless spendthrift, indeed, he thought with a mix of admiration and exasperation. Would 280 suffice? Chen Tong inquired, gritting his teeth, determined to make the purchase. The old man contemplated for a moment. "Agreed. This little calf has been here for half a month without anyone offering 3 piglets in exchange. Seeing your earnest desire to buy, I shall concede a bit." With the elder's willingness to negotiate, Chen Tong felt it inappropriate to press for a lower price. They moved to a secluded spot where the appropriate bills were exchanged. Returning to the elder, the transaction was finalized with a handover of cash for the calf. The middle-aged man, upon seeing Chen Tong leading the calf, broke into a broad smile. Well, you truly managed to exchange for a calf. Just as Chen Tong was about to hand over the calf to the middle-aged man, he was stopped by Chen Hao. The latter approached the donkey, pried open its mouth, examined its teeth, and nodded, confirming it was a strong adult donkey. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed reluctant to part with it, patting the donkey's rear and calling out, "Go, work hard." A simple farewell typical among rural folk. Tomorrow is the debut. Brothers, please leave a 5-star review. I beg you. Chapter 48. Zhao Dainiu from the mountain village. A calf exchanged for a robust donkey clearly indicated that Chen Tong had made a slight loss. However, such is the nature of barter. Each party takes what they need without fixation on price. As long as it feels fair, that suffices. The donkey was obstinate, initially refusing to follow Chen Tong. It was not until Chen Tong fetched some alfalfa from a nearby puddle that the donkey began to accompany them. They did not leave with just one donkey. 2 were required. Chen Tong halted beside another donkey, which, upon seeing its companion, brayed excitedly. The donkey is slightly shorter than the one just purchased, with its 4 muscular legs clearly indicating a history of hard work. Chen Hao examined the donkey's teeth and found no issues. After some haggling, Chen Tong finally acquired this donkey for 260 yuan, bringing the total expenditure for both donkeys to 540 yuan. Chen Hao's expression darkened further, resembling that of a charred pot bottom. He led the 2 donkeys over to the cart and securely tied them with hemp rope. He patted the donkeys, encouraging them, "Work well, and you shall enjoy a life of abundance with me." The donkeys brayed in unison, seemingly responding to Chen Tong. Lacking the skill to drive a donkey cart, Chen Tong merely led them home. By the time they arrived, it was already 11 o'clock. The villagers had delivered a considerable amount of yellow eels and loaches, placing them in a basket in the courtyard. Yang Wenjing and Li Hong worked in tandem. One weighed the catch while the other recorded the transactions. The sisters-in-law collaborated seamlessly, taking advantage of their spare time to chat and prepare the midday meal. Their simple life was fulfilling. After lunch, Chen Tong and Chen Hao set out to collect more yellow eels and loaches. Since Chen Tong was inexperienced in driving the donkey cart, he accompanied Chen Hao, who took the reins while Chen Tong learned the ropes. It was not a difficult task. He quickly grasped the technique. The cart was laden with several large baskets and wooden barrels. The sound of jingling bells resonated as the 2 settled onto the cart, making their way to the mountain village to gather more yellow eels and loaches. A loud crack echoed as Chen Hao wielded the whip with great force, akin to thunder. The donkeys surged forward, propelling the cart ahead. With the donkey's strength, their pace quickened, and they reached the mountain village in less than an hour. The timing was perfect, coinciding with the villagers' work hours. This time, the villagers were more astute, arriving with basins and barrels, and the turnout was significantly larger than the previous day. As they knew the god of wealth would be collecting yellow eels and loaches, some had arrived early and already filled half a basin with their catch. The yellow eels, as thick as a finger and several decimeters long, were quite vigorous. The loaches, short and stout, flaunted their striking golden and brown skins, freshly caught from the rice paddies. However, their only uncertainty lay in whether these creatures were edible, and if so, how to prepare them. They had tried before, only to be met with a mouthful of earthy taste that nearly made them regurgitate their previous night's meal. Collecting yellow eels and loaches for 2 Mao Jin, Chen Tong shouted loudly. The donkey, amusingly, seemed to respond to him. Upon halting the cart, villagers began approaching with their yellow eels and loaches for sale. Chen Hao accepted the offerings, subtracting the weight of the basin. 6 Jin. Good, that's 1 yuan 2 Mao, he remarked, calculating the corresponding amount to hand over to the seller. Gradually, more villagers brought their full buckets and basins, causing the weight to accumulate swiftly. Just then, a man in his 50s, carrying a wooden barrel, approached. "Excuse me, could you please weigh this?" he asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze, and simultaneously, Chen Hao looked up to recognize him. "Is it you?" In unison, the 2 spoke. Chen Hao's eyes instantly turned red as he set down the scale and rolled up his sleeves. "Damn it, Zhao Dainiu. It was you who instigated that beating." Upon seeing Chen Hao, Zhao Dainiu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Hao would be among those collecting eels and catfish. He set down the wooden bucket in his hands. So it's you, brat. How dare you return to the mountain village? I haven't even gone to your father to demand payment yet. The animosity between the two was palpable. Chen Tong seized Chen Hao's arm, fearing his impulsiveness. Engaging in a brawl with outsiders would surely lead to their misfortune. Chen Tong scrutinized Zhao Daniu, who stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a buzz cut and tattered clothes, exuding an air of naivety at first glance. I am Chen Tong, the youngest son of Chen Wenkai, he introduced himself. Zhao Daniu was taken aback again. The youngest son of Chen Wenkai? Wasn't he considered a good-for-nothing? He recalled a time working alongside Chen Wenkai, when the latter mentioned having 2 sons. The younger one being a disappointment, idling away and engaging in petty thefts. What brought him here to collect eels and catfish? Zhao Daniu's thoughts were momentarily tangled, but he was determined not to let this slip. Today is fortuitous. I shall clarify matters. This donkey is worth about the same as that dead cow. Zhao Daniu, having no intention of selling the eels and catfish, clasped his hands behind him. There's no better day than today. Since I've encountered you two, let us settle the cow issue. Oh, and by the way, the cow's death has hindered my farming, which is an additional loss. So, let's say a total of 220 yuan. Zhao Daniu appeared simple-minded, yet his heart was quite black. The farming was hardly affected, but he audaciously demanded an extra 20 yuan. Chen Tong let out a cold laugh, unfazed. I will pay you, no problem. That cow was indeed used by my family and died at your doorstep. I acknowledge that. You say 200 yuan, and I will pay you exactly that. Zhao Daniu felt a surge of joy. It seemed Chen Wencai's youngest son was easy to manipulate. However, Chen Tong continued, since the cow has died, if I pay you, shouldn't you return the carcass to me? That cow had been dead for a week. Chen Tong doubted Zhao Daniu would let it rot in his home. If his instincts were correct, Zhao Daniu had most likely sold it. You, Zhao Daniu stammered, his face flushing. This kid was not as easily controlled as he had thought. In such sweltering weather, a dead cow would undoubtedly decompose and stink. He had already buried it. Where did you bury it? Chen Tong pressed on relentlessly. Burying it is one thing. I haven't even asked you to cover the burial costs. Zhao Daniu's tone weakened significantly. He had sold the cow long ago for a measly sum, knowing it was sick and not daring to ask for more. Moreover, the cow wasn't even his. He felt uneasy. Burying it doesn't matter. I just want to see the bones. As long as I can see the cow's bones, I will pay you. Chen Tong waved a stack of cash in his hand, fixing his gaze on Zhao Daniu. Chapter 49, Robbing Money? Have you consulted the villagers of the mountain village? Zhao Daniu found himself at a loss for words, cornered by Chen Tong. Initially, he intended to wait a few days to summon some relatives to confront Chen Wenkai personally, for it was undeniable that the cow had perished after being borrowed from Chen Wenkai. The sweltering weather meant that a dead cow could not be left unattended for long before it began to decompose. Thus, he sought out a cattle trader to sell it. The trader, seeing such a large cow, purchased it for a mere 100 yuan without a second thought. Now, not only was he unable to find the bones of the cow, but even a single strand of its hair eluded him. Hey, what is going on? Young man, do you still buy eels and loaches? A passerby, noticing the scene, inquired as he approached to sell his catch. Chen Tong flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. Yes, bring them over for weighing. Chen Tong accepted the eels and loaches from the man and handed them to Chen Hao, who wore a stern expression. Despite the simmering irritation within him, he understood the necessity of conducting business. Profit was paramount. 12 jin. All right, that's a total of 2 yuan and 40 cents. Here you go. Chen Tong offered the cash, and the man left in high spirits, eager to continue catching more eels and loaches. As he departed, he remarked, Zhao Daniu, why are you just standing there? You must have plenty of money. Zhao Daniu's face turned an unnatural shade as he awkwardly smiled at his fellow villagers before walking away, leaving his bucket behind. Observing Zhao Daniu disappear into the distance, Chen Hao spoke up. Is this matter simply to be brushed aside? Whether or not it is settled is not for me to decide, but for him. Chen Tong replied with a smile. If he insists on demanding money, he need not blame me for being unyielding. That cow likely does not belong to Zhao Daniu. As eels and loaches continued to arrive, Chen Tong and Chen Hao busied themselves once more. Annie, may I ask you something? Chen Tong called out to a middle-aged woman who had just finished weighing her catch. In his experience of living anew, he knew that inquiries within a village could be reliably directed to a woman of her age. Oh, you bet. If it's about our village. I'm in the know, the middle-aged woman replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She felt as though the god of wealth had summoned her to share the news. Are you familiar with Zhao Daniu from your village? Chen Tong asked. The woman rolled her eyes, not directed at Chen Tong, but rather at the men in general. Men are useless. They don't earn a penny. Their wives often leave them. It said he frequently engages in petty theft, though not in our village. So we simply turn a blind eye. Chen Tong rubbed his nose, realizing that Zhao Daniu was quite reminiscent of his former self. Does he have any cattle? Cattle? With his poor state, he is not even worth a strand of cow hair. The middle-aged woman scoffed at the mention of Zhao Daniu. A family of misfortune. No one respects them. Chen Tong nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Please hurry back to catch more eels and loaches. I'll take as many as you can gather. All right. The woman quickly made her way back to the fields. Such lucrative opportunities were rare. Within less than half an hour, they had already gathered 200 jin of eels and loaches. At this rate, accumulating 500 to 600 jin by day's end seemed entirely feasible. Just then, Chen Hao patted Chen Tong on the shoulder. Zhao Daniu has come with people, he said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He removed the iron lump from the scale and held it in his hand. If things go awry, you should flee first, regardless of me. Even a well-meaning person can become formidable when pushed to the brink. After all, this is an unfamiliar village. Should a conflict arise, it would be the two of us who suffer the consequences. Chen Tong felt a warmth in his heart and turned to look back. Indeed, Zhao Daniu was leading the charge, followed closely by 5 or 6 sturdy men, each wielding a club. Everything will be fine, Chen reassured Chen Hao, though he still felt a twinge of anxiety. In these times, many individuals possess a scant understanding of the law, making unlawful actions rather commonplace. Moreover, some among them do not even perceive their wrongdoing. Zhao Daniu, brimming with aggression, encircled the cart, brandishing his stick. These two lads are Chen Wenjing's sons. It is only right that they repay their father's debts. If they do not settle their dues today, they shall not leave the mountainside village. Repay, repay. The cries of Zhao Daniu echoed, for he was rallying his relatives. Otherwise, there would be few willing to assist him in the village, especially since he had promised each of them 5 yuan. I have said it before, repayment is acceptable, but I want to see the cow, Chen Tong asserted. What cow? In this sweltering heat, it would be rotting away at home. Zhao Daniu retorted before lunging to seize the cash Chen Tong held. Quick as lightning, Chen Tong deftly evaded, leaving him somewhat astounded. He had not anticipated Zhao Daniu's brazen attempt to snatch money. Chen Hao clenched his jaw, ready to retaliate, but was firmly restrained by Chen Tong. At that moment, the villagers from the mountainside, who had been catching yellow eels and loaches, sensed something amiss and approached. What is Zhao Daniu doing encircling our young brother? One shouted. Zhao Daniu, what the hell are you up to? Why are you surrounding him with sticks? If you obstruct my means of livelihood, do not blame me for being furious. The mountainside village was impoverished, and opportunities to earn money like this were rare, especially when it was so easily attainable. Uncles and aunts, I hail from Qinghe village. My father borrowed a cow from Zhao Daniu's family, but it perished upon its return. Zhao Daniu demands 200 yuan. I have agreed to pay him, but I want that dead cow. Is that unreasonable? Chen Tong proclaimed loudly, ensuring all could hear. What? Zhao Daniu has a cow? His wife ran off because they were so poor. Where would he have a cow? The villagers erupted in disbelief. You scoundrel, Zhao Daniu. Where would you possibly have a cow? Zhao Daniu, flustered, reddened with anger. Chen Tong recognized that Zhao Daniu's mind was in disarray, and he sought to stoke the flames further. I heard that a family in Dongjia village lost a sick cow, and the husband is in such despair that he is now bedridden. They have even reported it to the authorities, who are currently searching high and low. Chen Tong deliberately exaggerated his statements to intimidate Zhao Daniu, who felt a sudden chill run down his spine, as if he had been caught red-handed. While others were oblivious to the origins of the cattle, Zhao Daniu was acutely aware of his own circumstances. The loss of someone else's cattle was of no concern to him. He muttered defensively, his voice barely a whisper, devoid of the earlier bravado. He felt utterly deflated. After all, being a denizen of the mountain valley, the mere mention of public authorities rendered him weak-kneed and devoid of rational thought. Chen Tong gazed at Zhao Daniu with a smile, warning him that if he frightened their deity of wealth and jeopardized their livelihood, he would be held accountable. Indeed, Zhao Daniu, should you contemplate gaining without effort, and the deity fails to visit tomorrow, I shall wreak havoc upon your household. He threatened. If you do not depart immediately, I shall summon the village chief and bring the authorities to investigate the matter. Zhao Daniu trembled, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had yet to spend the money he earned from selling cattle. Stammering, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to fabricate a lie with so many witnesses around. Any attempted deceit would only serve to embarrass him further. Fear not, young brothers, a villager interjected. It is clear you are sincere. Should Zhao Dainyu trouble you, simply inform us. Another added, yes, if he dares to intimidate you, we shall assist you. The villagers held a palpable disdain for Zhao Dainyu. Thank you, esteemed uncles and aunts. I shall return tomorrow afternoon to collect the yellow eels and loaches. Rest assured, I will purchase everything that is not deceased. Chen Tong reciprocated the villagers' goodwill. Zhao Dainyu understood that he could not let the situation escalate further. He feared arrest, and the possibility of facing dire consequences loomed over him. Who could be unafraid of death? Thus, with his tail between his legs, Zhao Dainyu retreated with his companions. Chen Hao exhaled in relief, pondering how his brother had learned of the missing cattle from Dongjia village. This was a question that also plagued Zhao Dainyu. How could he know that the cattle he possessed were stolen from the ailing herd of Dongjia village? The fear of Chen Tong bringing the authorities to confront him was a thought that left him feeling utterly doomed. As evening descended, the two brothers collected 500 pounds of yellow eels and loaches, driving their donkey cart back home. The crisp sound of the brass bell chimed harmoniously with the evening glow, and Chen Tong felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He leaned against his elder brother, Chen Hao, with his hands clasped behind his head, a blade of grass held in his mouth. Truthfully, he harbored a slight apprehension about facing repercussions. To his surprise, the villagers from the mountain valley had been remarkably supportive, helping him avert a crisis. How did you know that Zhao Dainyu's cattle were stolen from Dongjia village? Chen Hao pondered this mystery, feeling unsettled until it was resolved. Ha ha. Chen Tong laughed heartily. It's a secret. Chen Hao, left speechless, could only shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 50. The development blueprint of Qinghe village. The two brothers drove their donkey cart, exchanging laughter and banter. The situation had been effortlessly resolved by Chen Tong, leaving a significant impression on Chen Hao. His brother had truly undergone a transformation. It seemed divine providence had smiled upon him. Suddenly, Chen Hao halted the donkey cart. This was the sole path leading out of the mountain village, and standing in the middle of the road was a figure. It was evident that someone was obstructing the road. From a distance of several hundred meters, Chen Hao felt a tightening in his chest as he glanced at Chen Tong. Unbeknownst to him, he had placed complete trust in his younger brother. Chen Tong narrowed his eyes, recognizing the figure ahead. He signaled for Chen Hao to continue driving. As they approached, the identity of the blockade became clear. Zhao Dainyu. Chen Hao abruptly descended from the donkey cart, brandishing a heavy iron object from the scales. He had been on guard all along. Zhao Dainyu, if you don't step aside, don't blame me for striking you. Chen Hao spoke bluntly, harboring resentment. After being humiliated by Zhao Dainyu's henchmen, he felt utterly frustrated. Zhao Dainyu cast a glance at Chen Hao and then at Chen Tong, curling his lips. I'm not here to cause trouble. I come in peace. Internally, Zhao Dainyu was reluctant, yet deep down, he was genuinely fearful. He believed he had kept the incident of the stolen cow a secret, only to discover that Chen Wencai's son was aware of it. Had he inadvertently fallen into the hands of his nemesis? He could not fathom where things had gone awry. However, he was unwilling to dwell on it further. The truth was bound to surface, and the thought of Chen Tong reporting him to the authorities filled him with dread. He had no desire to be on the receiving end of a bullet. He hadn't even made enough from selling the cow to buy pork. What? Peace. Chen Hao thought he had misheard. Zhao Dainyu was voluntarily lowering his head. Chen Tong was equally astonished that Zhao Dainyu would confront him here to seek reconciliation. In reality, he was simply feeling guilty. In these times, without surveillance cameras and amidst mountains upon mountains, even if a cow went missing, it would be a muddled affair, nearly impossible to trace. The authorities would merely feign concern. After all, who had the time to scour the hills daily for a cow? You just need to refrain from reporting me, and we can consider the matter with your father settled. Zhao Dainyu gritted his teeth, his expression darkening as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. He pulled 2 large bills from his pocket and handed them to Chen Hao, his heart bleeding internally. This is for you and your father's medical expenses. Chen Tong smiled and accepted the money without hesitation. How much had the cow sold for? 100? No. I buried the cow, Zhao Dainyu lamented, his face contorting in despair. Had he inadvertently revealed too much? This lad was far from being a fool. If he were a fool, what did that make Zhao Dainyu? Chen Tong did not wish to push Zhao Dainyu into a corner. Even a cornered rabbit would bite. Both men climbed back onto the donkey cart and departed, leaving a worried Zhao Deniu behind. Upon their return home, night had already fallen. In the courtyard, a dim yellow light hung like a hazy little moon beneath the thatched eaves of the cottage, illuminating the small yard with a warm glow and vitality. Earlier that afternoon, the village chief had arranged for the electricity to be connected. Inside the house, there were 2 lights, and one in the courtyard, totaling 3. The switch was a simple wire, secured with a stick, while the connection point was obscured by a black circular cover, concealing its inner workings. Little Zhanghe curiously gazed at the glowing light bulb, his wide eyes filled with a multitude of questions. It was his first encounter with such illumination, and he was unusually excited. Chen Tong, upon seeing the long-missed familiar light, felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. Everything in the present was hard-earned, a longing he had cherished in his past life. Yang Wenjing sighed in relief upon Chen Tong's return. In these times, the night outside was far from safe. In the early 1980s, during the era of planned economy and low productivity, only a select few audacious and clever individuals began venturing into business. Money flowed swiftly for some. While others earned mere pennies, there were those who had already become affluent. Consequently, disquieting news often reached their ears. Business people, carrying substantial amounts of cash, were prone to the watchful eyes of local bullies and thugs. To them, merchants appeared as prime targets, and many disappeared without a trace, their bodies never to be found. Even if reported, the police had no means to investigate. Their methods were woefully outdated. How much could one earn from farming? Committing a crime could yield a year's worth of living expenses in a single act. Thus, as dusk approached, Yang Wenjing would stand at the door, gazing out. Chen Tong, too, maintained a low profile, never flaunting his wealth. Although the villagers knew he profited from selling eels and small fish, the precise amount of his earnings remained a mystery to all. His sister-in-law, Li Hong, frequently traveled to the county town to deliver meals and often heard news on the radio. Though most incidents occurred in urban areas, far from Qinghe village, Yang Wenjing kept these concerns close to her heart. Once dinner was prepared and set on the table, the small courtyard glowed warmly under the soft, yellow light. The family gathered together, sharing laughter and joy, creating a lively atmosphere. After the meal, Chen Tong sought out Chen Hao to express his thoughts. "Brother, have you considered aquaculture?" "Aquaculture?" Chen Hao responded, puzzled. "In this day and age, what can we raise? Most families keep a few chickens or ducks, and the wealthier ones may have a pig or cow." "Exactly, we can raise eels and loaches." Chen Hao's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Recalling the money he had once withdrawn from the county's fishery supply cooperative, it was several hundred yuan, quite a sum. The price for a pound of eels and loaches was a reasonable one. However, he soon shook his head. "But these loaches and eels take a year to grow. If we start now, we won't harvest until next year. What if the prices drop, or the cooperative refuses to buy them? That would be a huge loss." Chen Tong understood Chen Hao's concerns. "The provincial policies have just been released. This favorable wind won't pass quickly. I believe we should proceed." Chen Hao was uncertain, but Chen Tong was aware of the impending shift. The transition from a plan to a market economy would see an increase in business ventures. Agricultural and fishery production would gain greater importance. By positioning themselves early, they could seize the opportunity when the favorable winds arrived, ensuring a prosperous venture ahead. Even in the face of significant changes ahead, the basic necessity of sustenance for the people remains unchanged. Moreover, as the number of educated individuals continues to rise, the benefits of eel and loach will become increasingly recognized. These delicacies have always been popular on dining tables, especially the wild varieties, which have seen a relentless increase in price. Under the dim glow of the lamp, Chen Hao gazed at Chen Tong. For reasons unknown, he felt a deep-seated inclination to trust Chen Tong. "All right, we shall cultivate eels," he declared. "However, there are certain matters that require discussion with the village head. This is not an urgent issue." With just a few simple sentences, the two had outlined a vision for the development of Qinghe village. Chapter 51. Seeking Li Shan again the following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Tong rose early, as was his custom. He prepared a pot of rice porridge accompanied by eggs. The previous day, Yang Wenjing and his sister-in-law, Li Hong, had harvested a total of 700 pounds of eels and loaches, combined with 500 pounds collected from the mountains, resulting in a total of 1,200 pounds, at a cost of 240 yuan. Han Guqing arrived, carrying a nylon bag, knocking on the door. The mushrooms, black fungus, and wild vegetables from the mountains were growing abundantly, seemingly endless. With just a brief stroll on the hillside, one could gather the freshest produce. Chen Tong weighed the items, paid Han, and selected some of the better specimens to place in a bamboo basket destined for Li Shan. Whether or not he could successfully cultivate loaches and eels depended on his expertise. "Uncle Han, will the donkey cart be ready?" asked Chen Tong. Han Guiqing nodded. For men of their farming ilk had experienced a multitude of tasks. Shortly thereafter, Chun Hao also arrived. The three of them loaded the loaches and eels onto the cart, utilizing both donkey carts, each carrying 600 to 700 pounds. To burden a single donkey with such a load would be excessive. With the total weight of the 1,200 pounds of eels and loaches, plus the weight of 3 adults, it would surely overwhelm the poor creature. A melodious chime of copper bells rang out, shattering the morning tranquility as the 2 donkey carts made their way towards the county seat. The previous evening, Chen Tong had ensured the animals were well fed, and before their departure that morning, he had given them water. The donkeys brimmed with energy. An hour and 20 minutes later, the trio arrived at the county seat. They first visited the aquaculture supply cooperative to sell the eels and loaches, reserving 80 pounds for the owner of an eel noodle shop. Chen Tong did not immediately seek out Li Shan, as he still needed to purchase cigarettes. "Uncle Han, you head back with the donkey cart first," he instructed. Han Guiqing nodded and returned home with the cart. "Brother, I have a few matters to attend to. Please deliver the remaining goods. The eels are priced at 1 yuan per pound, while the small fish and mountain goods are 50 cents each," Chen Hao replied, taking off to deliver the goods. Chen Tong's affairs were not up for discussion. He had matured beyond the frivolous child he once was. Now, he was on a path to success. Chen Tong waved goodbye to Chen Hao, reminding him to travel safely. Half an hour later, Chen Tong, carrying the bamboo basket, found Mauzi, who was selling cigarettes in a narrow alley. "Hey, brother, it's you," Mauzi exclaimed, recalling Chen Tong vividly due to the large purchase he had made last time. 4 packs. Thus, he recognized Chen Tong at once. Chen smiled and nodded, signifying a greeting. "Are you here to buy cigarettes or to join in the fun?" Mauzi gestured towards the dance hall. "To buy cigarettes." Instantly, a grin spread across Mauzi's face. "Here we go?" He recognized that Chen would undoubtedly be generous. Chen raised 2 fingers and inquired, "Do you have any?" Mauzi understood immediately. 2 packs? Chen shook his head. Mauzi was somewhat taken aback. 2 cartons of Diqianmen? That is not cheap. What does this fellow do? What line of work is he in to be so extravagant? He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you sure you want 2 cartons?" Mauzi had always sold loose cigarettes and needed to contact his supplier. Chen nodded. "Do you have them? Just like the last time with the Diqianmen." "Yes." Mauzi nodded. "I need to find my cousin. He has them." "Wait here for half an hour." Mauzi tidied up the cigarettes in his bag, cradling them close as he dashed off, shouting, "Brother, wait for me. Don't go anywhere." Mauzi calculated in his mind. A box of Diqianmen costs $2. A carton has 10 boxes, totaling $20. 2 cartons would amount to a neat $50. More than a month's salary for someone working in a government office. By this calculation, he would earn quite a sum today. This fellow is quite wealthy. Chen, having nothing pressing to do, set his bamboo basket on the ground, leaned against the wall, and observed the throngs of people passing by. The crowd consisted mostly of youngsters, around 17 or 18 years old, with cigarettes casually dangling from their lips, heads tilted to one side, strutting about to catch the attention of girls. In truth, there are laws against hooliganism nowadays, and one cannot dare to converse with women on the street. However, this place was different. Those who came here did not adhere to such decorum. Though they had agreed on half an hour, Mauzi returned in just 20 minutes, his bangs soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead from the run. "Brother," he panted, "I managed to grab 2 cartons just in time." He discreetly pulled the cartons from his bag and placed them in Chen's hand. Chen took a glance to confirm they were correct, then placed them into the bamboo basket, covering them with his patched outer garment. He produced 4 large bills and some smaller notes. "Here, $50. Mauzi counted it carefully twice to ensure accuracy. "Thank you, brother." Chen nodded, not in a hurry to depart. "You've been around in the county for quite some time. You must have your ear to the ground?" Mauzi immediately patted his chest, declaring, "In Huayin County, there isn't anything on the street that I, Mauzi, don't know about." With this assurance, Chen felt at ease. "All right then, I'll come to you next time I need something." Mauzi beamed with delight. Chen returned to the aquatic supply cooperative and made his way to Li Shan's office. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in." A familiar voice called from within. Upon entering, he found Li Shan reclining in his chair, legs propped on the desk, exhaling wisps of smoke. Seeing Chen enter, Li Shan's eyes brightened, and he immediately stood up. Little brother, what brings you here today? The eyes inadvertently glanced at the bamboo basket in Chen Tong's hands, glinting with a mischievous sparkle. Chen Tong, with a smile, lowered himself and greeted, "Good day, managerly. I thought your wife must have finished the wild mushrooms and black fungus by now, so I specially selected the finest to bring over." Li Shan sat up straight, exhaling the smoke from his mouth. "Ah, my young brother hasn't forgotten the old days. Not to mention, the mountain goods you bring are truly exquisite. My wife was absolutely delighted to see them. Thanks to your kindness, my evenings have been quite pleasant lately." While Li Shan appeared to speak of mushrooms and wild vegetables, he was subtly alluding to the 10 large banknotes Chen Tong had delivered. That evening, he laid 6 of those notes on the table, and his wife, utilizing all her charms, made the night extraordinarily enchanting. "As long as your sister-in-law enjoys it," Chen Tong replied, handing over the bamboo basket. "Managerly, do take a look at these mushrooms and black fungus." Li Shan examined the basket on the table, straightened his clothes, and retrieved a newspaper he had prepared earlier. Lifting the garment that covered the contents, he was astonished to find 2 large banknotes neatly arranged. On top of them lay a stack of large banknotes, their thickness suggesting they were the same as the last time. Li Shan composed himself, covering the contents again with the garment and taking a deep breath to conceal his excitement. Although he had experienced this before, the increasing bounty was hard to resist. He quickly calculated in his mind. 2 large banknotes, if he guessed correctly, meant 10 large banknotes in total. Together, they were worth over 100 yuan. Damn it. I was right about this kid. He certainly knows how to play the game, Li Shan thought to himself. He first took out the large banknotes, placing a book on top to conceal them, then opened the drawer to store the 2 large notes within. Seeing Li Shan accept the offering, Chen Tong felt a wave of relief wash over him. From now on, he could rely on Li Shan for future endeavors. He had truly invested heavily. In just 2 visits, he had gifted 20 large banknotes and 2 substantial notes, more than half a year's salary. Establishing a connection with Li Shan was undoubtedly secure. As long as the aquatic business remained viable, Li Shan would always have a source of sustenance. Li Shan arranged the mushrooms, black fungus, and wild vegetables onto the newspaper, treating Chen Tong with utmost courtesy. He pushed the bamboo basket forward. "Ah, Xiao Chen, you are too thoughtful. Did you encounter any difficulties when you came to see me today? Did anyone give you trouble?" "Managerly, nothing of the sort. Every time I come to sell eels and loaches, it goes smoothly," Chen Tong replied with a smile. "Come now, calling me managerly feels too formal. I'm just a few years your senior. If you don't mind, call me Li Gu." Li Shan fully acknowledged Chen Tong's worth. This young man was surprisingly adept at navigating the complexities of their relationship. "All right then, Li Gu," Chen Tong replied, his voice resonating warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation drifted, until finally, Chen Tong broached the matter at hand. "Li Gu, a perplexing issue has been troubling me lately, causing me sleepless nights." Chen Tong sat in his chair, his head bowed, letting out a deep sigh. "Oh, what seems to be the matter? The scope of our Qinghe village is quite limited. No matter how abundant the loaches and eels are, there will inevitably come a day when they are all caught. Thus, I wish to inquire, how long can this favorable wind for the vigorous development of agriculture and fishery continue to blow? My entire family relies on this small business for sustenance." Li Shan chuckled upon hearing this, initially thinking it was a matter of great significance. "Xiao Chen, if memory serves me right, your family hails from Shuliu Town, correct?" Chen Tong nodded. "With Shuliu Town being so vast, does our fishery supply and marketing cooperative recognize only you?" Chen understood Li Shan's implication. How could one not find enough to sustain oneself in such a large town? However, Li Shan was oblivious to the local sentiments. Although he traveled by donkey cart to the neighboring village to collect eels, it was relatively close, and there were still people who could recognize one another, posing minimal risk. Yet, venturing into more distant villages, crossing mountains and valleys, could take 2 to 3 hours, or even longer. The perils that could arise on such a journey were numerous. When I go out to collect eels, it feels akin to fleeing from disaster. A few hours on the bumpy road, and by the time I return home, half are dead. It truly pains my heart, Chen Tong lamented, only half joking. After all, the deceased eels and loaches represented lost income. Li Shan pulled out a cigarette. Striking a match to light it, his brow furrowed. This was a consideration he had initially overlooked. Now, he regarded Chen Tong as a small proprietor and felt compelled to think on his behalf. If Chen Tong had loaches and eels to sell, then Li Shan would also reap some benefits. Continuous sales would yield continuous profits. Individuals like him, who were astute, were indeed rare. Recently, several towns near Huayin County had sent people to seek him out, yet none had proven fruitful. They merely offered a few pounds of pork. Was he truly in need of a few pounds of pork? Li Shan was aware that this favorable wind would not cease anytime soon. It might continue to blow for a prolonged period, even for a few years. So what brings you here today? Li Shan asked, puzzled. What purpose did this inquiry serve? Chen Tong candidly revealed, I primarily wish to ascertain how long this favorable wind may last and consider potential strategies. At that moment, Li Shan's brow relaxed. He detested exerting his mind. The lack of hair atop his head was a testament to the overthinking of his youth. Chen Tong's primary objective was to gather information, not to solicit his assistance. For Li Shan, this was indeed good news. A sigh of relief escaped him. Otherwise, if Chen Tong's source of income were to be severed, the repercussions would be quite unpleasant. Xiao Chun, is this the matter at hand? I assure you, the development of agriculture and fishery is no trivial matter. This favorable wind shall not cease for a year or two. Taking a step back, if the people follow the guidance, their living conditions will undoubtedly improve. These loaches and eels are truly precious commodities, in high demand. As long as I remain the manager of the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Association, I will continuously accept the goods you deliver. Upon hearing these words from Li Shan, a weight lifted from Chen Tong's heart. His flourishing business would surely benefit Li Shan as well. The money spent is indeed worthwhile. Sooner or later, he must leave the secluded village of Qingha, venturing to the county seat, the city, and the provincial capital. Before departing, he intends to pave the way for his brother, Chen Hao. As long as the family has no worries about food and drink, he will have no concerns weighing on him. Chen Tong conversed with Li Shan for a while longer. Li Shan's insinuations made it clear that Chen Tong should feel free to reach out to him in times of need. All right, then, I shall take my leave, Chen Tong said, picking up the bamboo basket from the table. In some time, I will gather some more delectable mushrooms and bring a hen for you and my sister-in-law to nourish your health. The soup made from it will be exceptionally delicious and highly nutritious. Li Shan chuckled heartily, his smile wide. This lad seems to know his desires as if he were a worm in his belly. With age, he finds himself less vigorous, often confined to the office. Unlike his former robust self. However, his wife at home, with ample time on her hands, is quite demanding. Each night, she expects his attention, and he finds it somewhat exhausting. It's all thanks to this lad, so perceptive. Chen Tong departed from the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Association, not rushing back. Calculating the time, the dress he had commissioned for young Wenjing should be ready by now. A floral dress, if the tailor's skills were up to par, should turn out beautifully. Before long, Chen Tong arrived at Mei Mei's tailoring shop. The proprietress, Zhang Meiwei, was seated in the shop, enjoying tea. Upon noticing a familiar figure entering, she momentarily paused. Then her face broke into a radiant smile. Brother, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you. Chen Tong rubbed his nose, aware that such words could lead to misunderstandings. He smiled politely. I happened to pass through the county today to check on the dress for my wife. It's ready. Let me fetch it for you. Chapter 53. Interested in selling floral dresses? How about a commission for you? Zhang Meiwei returned from the back room, presenting the completed floral dress. Chen Tong's eyes lit up immediately. Although this style may seem trivial compared to later generations, in the 1980s, it was undeniably a fashionable long floral dress. The light yellow blossoms on a white background, the half-sleeves adorned with small fabric embellishments, and a simple flat collar that doesn't deconstrict, though a minor alteration. It provided a striking visual contrast to all the clothing of that era. Overall, it appeared both trendy and elegant. In a time characterized by monotone colors and uniform styles, this floral dress stood out remarkably. Your craftsmanship is impressive. Chen Tong genuinely praised Zhang Meiwei. She beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. You certainly know how to flatter. This is the highest form of praise for a craftsman. By the way, I recall you made 2 pieces, didn't you? Chen Tong inquired. Since this floral dress is so exquisite, why not purchase the other one as well? Your wife can alternate between them. Zhang Meiwei nodded and produced the second dress, identical to the one in Chen Tong's hand, with the sole distinction being that the waist of the second dress had been tailored to be slimmer, creating a more flattering silhouette. Once worn, it should accentuate the graceful form of a woman. After all, the first dress was measured according to his wife's pregnancy figure, making it relatively loose and comfortable. Chen Tong cherished both dresses, yet regrettably, his wife could not wear the second one. Do you wish to acquire both floral dresses? Zhang Meiwei asked, puzzled. Indeed. The floral dress you crafted is remarkably beautiful. I thought of taking the one you completed as well so that my wife could have a change of attire. Alas, the second dress has a fitted waist, making it unwearable for her. Is the dress truly that stunning? Zhang Meiwei pondered. She had just finished making these two floral dresses last night and was aware of their appeal. She had intended to keep them for herself. However, Chen Tong's desire to purchase them suddenly sparked an idea in Zhang Meiwei's mind. Such a fashionable and charming floral dress could surely be hung in her shop for sale. With this design and style, it would undoubtedly attract buyers. And the price would be considerable. Once this thought took root in Zhang Meiwei's mind, it became inescapable. This young man had merely glanced at it and already wished to buy it. How much more would the young ladies in the county, who adored beauty, desire it? Her tailoring shop frequently received orders from women working at the local supply and marketing cooperative and teachers from nearby schools. Those young ladies had money to spare. Upon seeing this floral dress, they would likely be unable to resist. The only source of discomfort for Zhang Meiwei was that the design and concept of the dress were not entirely her own. If she were to use it as is, her conscience would feel a twinge of guilt. In this era, the notions of imitation and counterfeit were virtually non-existent, let alone any sense of copyright awareness. She had unwittingly shackled herself with self-imposed limitations. If Zhang Meiwei genuinely hung this floral dress in her shop for sale, how could Chen Tong ever object? Nevertheless, such an attractive floral dress would surely sell well, bringing in considerable profit. Zhang Meiwei felt a pang of internal conflict. Chen Tong observed the floral dress in Zhang Meiwei's hands. Though he desired it, it was ultimately unsuitable for his wife. After making the payment, he prepared to leave. Wait. Just a moment. Zhang Meiwei called out to Chen Tong, a hint of shyness in her voice. May I display this floral dress in my shop for sale? Chen Tong was momentarily taken aback. Why was she asking him this? Seeing him silent, Zhang Meiwei assumed he disapproved and quickly added, I won't let you suffer a loss. I can offer you a commission from the sales. What do you think? She genuinely believed that this floral dress would sell well. Her intuition, honed over years in the tailoring business, told her she understood garments better than anyone else. Primarily, she opened this tailor shop. After a year, deducting labor costs, rent, and other expenses, the profits were meager. She needed a garment to distinguish her shop from others in the vicinity. She believed that the floral dress proposed by Chen Tong would be just the ticket. Intrigued, Chen Tong mused, how much profit can one truly derive from a floral dress? What commission could the proprietress possibly offer? With a playful tone, he inquired, so, how much commission are you willing to grant me? This dress would require 6 feet of fabric, and given that quality material costs $1.50 per foot, the total cost would amount to $9, which, including labor, would surely exceed the price of a large bill. However, I could opt for a lesser quality fabric at 50 cents per foot, bringing the cost down to under $5, regardless of the selling price. For every floral dress sold in your design, I would grant you 20 cents. Zhang Meiwei felt certain that Chen Tong would acquiesce. Chen Tong gazed at her, a smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Zhang Meiwei found herself unnerved by the depth of his eyes, feeling as though she had been seen through, akin to a child caught in a misdeed. Well, then, 50 cents it is, she stammered. Chen Tong continued to withhold his response. Zhang Meiwei, uncertain, noted his unique poise. So mature for his age, particularly accentuated by his profound gaze that suggested an air of control. He did not resemble someone from the countryside. 60 cents. Chen Tong remained silent. Zhang Meiwei clenched her teeth, her eyes betraying her inner conflict. 70 cents, that's my final offer. Resolute. She considered that the cost of the floral dress would not exceed $5, allowing her to sell it for 10. Doubling the price was feasible. Although the price was relatively high, women employed at public institutions in the county could certainly afford it. This dress was beautiful, and her shop was the only one in the entire county offering such a design. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. After accounting for Chen Tong's commission, she could still pocket $3 to $4 in profit, several times the profit of ordinary garments. Proprietress, since you are so earnest, why not offer me $1 commission per dress? He added, you could sell each floral dress for $12, no bargaining necessary. I can guarantee that this dress will be unique in the entirety of Huayin County. Chen Tong spoke with measured confidence, exuding an air of control. This floral dress was akin to the Hermes of contemporary fashion, if his instincts served him right. This proprietress sought to leverage his design to elevate her tailor shop and usher in a wave of business. $12? Is there truly a market for that? Zhang Meiwei found it hard to believe that anyone would pay $12 for a floral dress. After all, that was nearly a fortnight's salary for those employed in public service. Let us sell this one first. If it doesn't sell, you can always wear it yourself. It won't be a loss, Chen Tong said with a cheerful demeanor. In his previous life, he had ventured into the clothing business but had entered the market too late, incurring significant losses that nearly led to bankruptcy. In this lifetime, he had no intention of venturing into the clothing business. Zhang Meiwei had nudged him, suggesting he might consider it. One must rise from where they have fallen. Chapter 54. Seeking the village chief. Securing land. Zhang Meiwei gazed at the man before her, momentarily entranced. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself inclined to trust his words. As she watched Chen Tong's retreating figure, she gritted her teeth, resolving that 12 yuan was indeed acceptable. A commission of 1 yuan for him meant she could still profit over 6 yuan. It would take her crafting 7 or 8 custom garments to earn such a sum. If this floral dress were truly to sell, the profit margin was enticing enough to pursue. Moreover, even if it remained unsold for a month, she would not suffer any loss. After all, this design and style were tailored for her own taste. In truth, she was a beauty deserving of such attire. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong returned home, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. His sister-in-law, Li Hong, had prepared the meal, eagerly awaiting his arrival to dine. Yang Wenjing, pregnant, was spared from cooking, merely assisting. The sisters-in-law enjoyed a pleasant rapport, engaging in conversation while contributing to Chen Tong's financial endeavors, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Chen Tong, intent on meeting village chief Chen Bulin to discuss matters, ate hurriedly. He hastily shoveled rice into his mouth, accompanied by a few bites of vegetables. In no time, a bowl of rice was consumed, followed by a quick gulp of cool water, resulting in a satisfied belch. Announcing he had matters to attend to, he departed swiftly. What could be so urgent that he cannot enjoy a proper meal? Chen Hao muttered. When will this younger brother learn to be more composed? With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Tong arrived at Chen Bulin's residence. At that moment, Chen Bulin lay in his yard, seeking respite from the heat. Eyes squinted against the sun. Although it was merely May, the midday warmth was still oppressive. This was not a time for meals, leaving him little choice but to nap at home. The door was ajar, and Chen Tong quietly slipped inside, making not a sound. Approaching Chen Bulin, he could hear the faintest sound of snoring. Ahem! Chen Tong feigned a cough to announce his presence. Startled, Chen Bulin sprang upright from his chair, eyes wide in alarm as he grasped his smoking pipe tightly. Who is there? Who is it? He feared a thief had intruded. However, upon recognizing the familiar figure beside him, stifling laughter, he relaxed, realizing it was none other than Chen Tong, the reformed son of the Chen family's third branch. You rascal, how did you get in? Chen Bulin inquired, tapping his smoking pipe against the edge of the chair. How is it that you always walk so silently? Uncle, your door was unlocked. I entered quite openly, Chen Tong replied with a sly grin. You clever boy, with your silver tongue, Chen Bulin remarked. Now tell me, what brings you here this time? He was well aware that Chen Tong never visited without purpose, whether it be a simple matter or something more intricate. He is now more than willing to assist. After all, this lad is helping the villagers earn a living. Whatever the task, he must lend a hand. It is not a difficult matter. Chen Tong smiled and said, Uncle, I wish to lease some land. What? Chen Bulin thought he had misheard. What does leasing land even mean? I said I want to lease land. Chen Tong reiterated slowly and emphatically. Chen Bulin stuffed some tobacco into the aluminum cigarette holder and pressed it down with his thumb. He took out a match and lit it, inhaling deeply. Puff, puff. Chen Tong quickly pulled out a large cigarette and realized he had forgotten about this matter. Chen Bulin hurriedly tucked away his pipe and accepted the large cigarette from Chen Tong. What did you just say? Repeat that. Chen Tong touched his nose. Was his uncle, at just over 60, already hard of hearing? Uncle, I want to lease land. Lease land. Chen Bulin's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth does that mean? Well, Chen Tong nodded. Leasing land means I pay to rent land from others. Now, Chen Bulin grasped the situation. It seemed this lad wanted to cultivate more land. However, who had extra land to lease? While wanting to grow more crops is commendable, every household's land had been allocated by the production team, according to government policy. Each family's acreage is determined by the number of household members. Moreover, every year when the harvest is collected, The town authorities come to collect the grain. Who would lend you their land? What happens if there are no grains to pay? Chen Tong was momentarily taken aback. Collecting grain? How was he unaware of this? But then he realized, prior to his rebirth, he had never inquired about his family's affairs. How could he know anything? Uncle, I am not leasing land to grow grain. I intend to cultivate eels and loaches. What? Chen Bulin nearly leaped from his chair. What was this boy talking about? Instead of growing grain, he wanted to farm eels and loaches? Was he out of his mind? Chen Bulin was no longer calm. To forsake growing crops for eels and loaches was a waste of national resources. I cannot assist you with this. I would be inviting scorn upon myself. Indeed, Chen Bulin had a point. Every household depended on that little piece of land to grow grain, adhering to national quotas to pay taxes, selling the surplus, and keeping just enough for their own sustenance. If they rented out land to Chen Tong, what would the family eat? Some money is not about unwillingness to earn. It is about not daring to take the risk. How much grain would 1 acre yield? Chen Tong genuinely had no idea. Before his rebirth, he had been neglectful and indifferent to such matters. After young Wenjing's tragic suicide, he had left Qinghe village, starting anew without ever having farmed land. It was not insignificant. 1 acre typically yielded 50 caddies of the finest, most robust rice, which must be dried and submitted. An acre, free from pests and disease, could produce about 300 to 400 caddies of rice. If the harvest is disappointing, yielding only around 200 gene, submitting 50 gene of the finest is indeed no trivial matter. Chen Tong is aware that in the 1980s, before the advent of hybrid rice, productivity was quite low, with an average yield of merely a few hundred gene per mu, contingent upon favorable weather. At that time, would it be acceptable to hand over ready-made white rice instead of unprocessed paddy? Can I not simply submit white rice directly? What? Chen Bulin is astounded. How has this lad suddenly turned over a new leaf? Yet his mind seems to have gone awry. What nonsense is he spouting? Truly, it seems there is an excess of money burning a hole in his pocket. Uncle, could you please provide a clear answer? Is it feasible or not? Chen Tong observes Chen Bulin's silence, growing increasingly anxious. Ahem. Well, that grain is not for the public good, so what's the problem? 50 gene of paddy will naturally weigh less once husked. It 1 t reach 50 gene. If Chen Tong wishes to submit white rice, it must be a solid 50 gene. Why would the authorities be unwilling? If ready-made white rice can suffice, then it presents no issue. Leasing the land would be even simpler. After all, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there is, it merely indicates that the funds are insufficient. Chapter 55 Wujiabao Chen Bulin genuinely did not expect that Chen Tong would present him with the most formidable challenge since his birth. He did not believe that anyone would willingly lease land to Chen Tong. What on earth is this lad thinking? Leasing land? Such a novel idea. Who informed him of this? He is tempted to pry open Chen Tong's head to see what thoughts lie within. Uncle, I assure you, I am not seeking just any land. Chen Tong replied with a smile. What? Chen Bulin was utterly flabbergasted. Now, it is your turn to be picky? Who would rent land to you? I intend to approach the fields near the large water hole at the back of the mountain. That area is a prime location, with abundant water resources. The village where Chen Tong resides sits at a slightly elevated position, gradually descending downward. The large waterhole is situated in the lowest part of the relatively flat terrain. There is a channel extending from the waterhole into the distant ravines, ideal for cultivating eels and loaches, as flowing water is optimal. Particularly from May to September, these months are the most conducive for the rapid growth of eels and loaches. As soon as Chen Tong mentioned the fields near the waterhole, Chen Bulin understood. You lad, why do you indulge in such dreams? That land is the best. Who would lease it to you? Chen Bulin did not hide his incredulity. Your reputation may have improved, but that land is the lifeblood of the villagers of Qinghe. Who would rent it to you? Isn't that putting him in a difficult position? Uncle, please help me negotiate. The price is open for discussion. Chen Tong, realizing time is of the essence, knows he cannot afford to delay. He must also go and collect eels and loaches. With that, he dashed away, leaving no opportunity for Chen Bulin to refuse. Infuriated, Chen Bulin stomped his feet. This foolish lad. Chen Tong hurried back home, where Chen Hao had already prepared 2 donkey carts. Second brother, you head to the mountain village. I am going to another village, Wujiabao. Upon hearing the name Wujiapu, Chen Hao's expression shifted slightly, betraying a hint of unease. Wujiapu, situated approximately 2 hours from Qinghe village, is a remote and impoverished locale. Historically, during times of conflict. It was notorious for banditry, earning the moniker Wujiapo. The local customs are far more robust than those of the mountain villages. Disputes often escalate into physical confrontations. Among the surrounding mountain villages, Wujiapu has long been regarded with a reputation for disrepute, causing bureaucratic visits to be a source of concern. I believe it would be best to avoid Wujiapu, I suggested. Though it is replete with waterways, it lacks safety compared to the nearby villages, where the residents are more straightforward. Brother, there are only a handful of villages in the vicinity, and the supply of yellow eels and loaches will inevitably dwindle. Chen Tong remarked. I shall venture to Wujiapu to scout the route. The weather is still bearable. I will tackle the distant journey first before addressing the closer ones. I'll carry 300 yuan. Chen Hao understood that he could not dissuade Chen Tong, who spoke the truth. Over the past few days, the quality of the loaches and yellow eels brought in by the villagers of Qinghe had noticeably declined, falling short of Chen Tong's expectations. If danger arises, abandon the donkey cart. Your life is of utmost importance. Chen Hao cautioned. With a clatter, the two men parted ways at the village entrance, each steering their donkey carts. Chen Hao, also with 300 yuan, headed towards the mountain village to collect yellow eels. Having visited the mountain village twice before, he was familiar with the route. In contrast, it was Chen Tong's first foray into Wujiapu, necessitating several stops along the way to inquire for directions. After a brisk yet careful journey, they arrived after 2 hours and 20 minutes. Wujiapu lay nestled among rolling hills. Though not particularly lofty, they were abundant, one rising after another, resulting in a scattered habitation pattern among the villagers. Some households were situated at the base of one hill, while others were found at the foot of another. However, the arable land in Wujiapu was relatively consolidated, which spared Chen Tong considerable hassle. At that moment, the villagers were laboring in the fields. I am purchasing yellow eels and loaches for 2 jiao per jin, Chen Tong announced, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. His call resonated clearly through the fields, prompting the laborers of Wujiapu to cease their work and turn their attention toward him. What on earth are you shouting about? 2 jiao per jin for yellow eels and loaches? A dark-skinned middle-aged man inquired loudly. Indeed, I am here to buy yellow eels and loaches at 2 jiao per jin. Chen Tong confirmed. Is it true that someone buys yellow eels and loaches? Can this stuff even be eaten? The man responded, bending down to rummage through the soil. He soon emerged with a half-meter-long yellow eel, its vibrant hue gleaming in the sunlight, coiling around his hand. Is this what you mean? He asked incredulously. Yes. Please bring it to me, and I will weigh it and pay you immediately, Chen Tong replied eagerly. Though the middle-aged man harbored some skepticism, he nonetheless approached Chen Tong with the yellow eel in hand. Wujiapu was notorious for its poverty. The village lacked electricity, and among dozens of households, there were no children attending school. Everyone was illiterate. The villagers, slim and wiry, resembled mountain monkeys, often relying on water and wild game from the hills to stave off hunger. Chen Tong received the yellow eel and weighed it. Wenjing, precisely 2 jiao, he declared, producing a small bill and handing over the 2 jiao to the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man did not respond at all. His eyes gleamed with a predatory green as he fixated on the bundle of cash in Chen Tong's hand. Chen Tong felt a surge of anxiety. Would he resort to robbery? Uncle, this is your money. I have come to Wujiapu specifically to purchase loaches at 20 cents per pound. I'll take as many as you have. After a prolonged moment, the man's gaze reluctantly shifted from the cash, and he accepted the 20 cents Chen offered. Just wait, he muttered, turning away without a backward glance. All of you catch loaches for me. This lad is here to bring money to Wujiapu. The middle-aged man raised the bundle of cash in his hand. Instantly, the villagers toiling in the fields erupted in a frenzy. Chen Tong exhaled a sigh of relief. That man's eyes had been as fierce as a wolf's. What he did not realize was that the man who had approached him was the village head of Wujiapu, a figure of some authority and understanding of propriety. He held a significant position in the village, and aside from a few idle scoundrels, the villagers had a fair amount of trust in him. Had it been any other villager, upon seeing Chen Tong with that bundle of cash, he would have been knocked down in an instant, stripped of all his money, leaving him with little more than a modest pair of undergarments. Indeed, when those villagers arrived with their loaches to sell, upon noticing the cash in Chen Tong's hands, they were momentarily paralyzed. They gathered around him, frequently glancing at their village head, Wu Baoqiang. Fortunately, they all managed to restrain themselves, accepting the payment for the loaches before returning to the fields to catch more. At that moment, Chen Tong felt a chill run down his spine. Beads of cold sweat trickled from his brow. My goodness, the villagers of Wenjing truly instilled fear. However, to his relief, the scene he dreaded did not unfold. With the money secured, the villagers were invigorated in their pursuit of loaches, shedding their shirts to fill their baskets with the catch. Before long, he found himself receiving 10 pounds here, 8 pounds there. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Tong, someone in the woods on the hillside had set their sights on him. Chapter 56. Encountering the village bully, the cash in his hands continued to multiply, and the villagers' gazes toward Chen Tong became increasingly amicable. These vibrant, heart-stirring pieces of paper, though merely a few colorful notes, held an inexplicable allure. In just 2.5 hours, the baskets brimmed with loaches. The 300 yuan he had brought dwindled to less than 50. With over 500 pounds of loaches collected, Chen Tong mentally calculated that his elder brother, Chen Hao, would also gather around 300 to 400 pounds. Combined with what the villagers had brought to sell, by the end of the day, he anticipated a haul of at least 1,000 pounds. He cast a glance at the sky. It was getting late, and he needed to return home. The journey back with the donkey cart would take another 2 hours, navigating through several rugged mountain paths that were not easy to traverse. After weighing the loaches brought to him, Chen Tong proclaimed loudly, "Dear uncles and aunts, today, we shall not be collecting the eels and loaches, as the day is drawing to a close. I shall return to Wenjing tomorrow for the collection." The nearby villagers remained silent, clutching their bills tightly in their hands, exchanging glances with one another. However, their bodies instinctively obstructed Chen Tong's path. This unintentional gesture caught Chen Tong's attention, causing his heart to tighten. He must return. Suddenly, a voice called out loudly towards the fields. The villagers who were foraging for eels surged forward like a tide, fixated on Chen Tong with unwavering stares. A cold sweat trickled down his back, and his heart raced palpably. They should disperse. Why surround this young man? Wu Baowo pushed through the crowd, revealing a dark-skinned head. He extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Wu Baowo, the village chief of Wenjing." He urged the crowd, "Please disperse. Do not frighten him." Wu Baowo exuded a quintessential rustic charm, with sun-kissed skin, a lean yet sturdy physique, and a boisterous manner of speaking. Chen Tong forced a smile and shook his hand. "Qinghe village, I am Chen Tong." The onlookers gradually parted but remained nearby, watching Chen Tong from a distance. "This is the first time in our village that someone has come to collect eels and loaches. Our villagers are not accustomed to seeing money and have come to express their gratitude. They were worried you might not return tomorrow, hence blocking your way. Please do not take offense." Chen Tong, observing the group of villagers surrounding him, felt a mix of apprehension and bewilderment. This was quite an unconventional way of expressing gratitude. He mustered his courage and replied, "Rest assured, Village Chief Wu, I will return tomorrow afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock. You may have the villagers prepare buckets and basins to catch some in advance. It will save time and effort, allowing them to earn more." Wu Baowo nodded, waving his hand. "Clear the way. Can't you hear what the young man is saying? He will be back tomorrow." His authoritative voice effectively dispersed the crowd. Chen Tong climbed onto the cart and, with a crack of the whip, urged the donkey forward. At that moment, all he desired was to escape Wenjing as swiftly as possible. It was far too intimidating. The villagers watched as the cart receded into the distance when one of them suddenly spoke up. "Village chief, should we not keep him here?" Wu Baowo retorted. "What era are we in, still pondering such matters? If something were to happen, do you think the authorities wouldn't find out?" He half-jokingly intimidated the villagers. Otherwise, he genuinely feared someone might entertain dubious thoughts, jeopardizing the entire village's livelihood. It was infuriating, spending a lifetime in this secluded valley only to lecture these villagers on reason and discipline. His head throbbed. Were it not for his position as village chief, constantly reporting to the town, he would never have realized how significantly the outside world had changed. As Chen Tong drove the donkey cart, the whip cracking sharply against its rear, his heart continued to pound. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed something unsettling in the gazes of certain individuals. In his previous life, he had encountered countless individuals, able to discern their essence with a mere glance. His gaze was chilling and formidable. Chen Tong feigned composure, yet he was overwhelmed by the multitude around him. He was not like Donnie Yen, capable of fending off 10 adversaries single-handedly, having weathered numerous storms. He had nearly met his downfall at Wu family fort. Crack! Another whip lashed against the donkey's rear. Chen Tong wished fervently that the beast had 8 legs. He tightened the rope tethered to the donkey. Ahead, a few large stones obstructed the path back. Had it not been for Chen Tong's sharp eyes and his desperate grip on the rope, the donkey cart would have surely collided with the boulders. Realizing the dire situation, someone had placed a bet against him. He recalled the route with clarity, remembering that there were no stones on the way. Seated in the cart, he remained still, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he took a deep breath to steady his mind. Observing his surroundings, he grasped the iron weights from the scale. The sky darkened, and a gentle mountain breeze stirred. Sweat pooled in his palms as he contemplated the villagers of Wu family fort. Could it be the village chief? Wu Baohua, he mused. This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to traverse this path, you must pay the toll. Accompanying the voice were 4 indistinct figures descending from a nearby low hill. Chen Tong stiffened, gazing at the group. Your village chief Wu Baohua has stated that you cannot hinder my return home, he asserted, forcing a facade of calm. Regardless of whether Wu Baohua was aware, this matter had to be approached in his name. Wu Baohua is Wu Baohua. I care not for him. If you wish to return home, leave your possessions behind. I seek wealth, not blood. Indeed, he had encountered the village bully. However, Chen Tong felt a modicum of reassurance. Fortunately, it was merely a robbery. My brothers, the money I brought has been spent on eel and loach. I have none left on me. Nonsense. We observed you from afar and saw you clutching a thick wad of cash. How could it have vanished? Chen Tong was at a loss for words. Why resort to insults? It is true, my brothers. If you do not believe me, come and search me. He discreetly tucked the remaining cash into the crevices of the cart, covering it with a basket, making every movement subtle. The dusk deepened, and the figures in the distance remained indistinct. I advise you to behave. Approach and place 100 yuan on the stone in the middle of the road. Then step back. Once we collect the money, we shall let you pass. The men did not approach, but shouted from a distance. At this moment, Chen Tong was more convinced than ever that these individuals were indeed from Wu family fort. They sought money, but wished to remain unseen. Fearing he might inform village chief Wu Baohua, this village bully had a rather pathetic role. My brothers, you see. In my basket there are no eels or loaches worth 100 yuan. Chen Tong understood that regardless of his actual funds, he could not hand over anything. Should he do so, they would presume he still possessed wealth, and they would be relentless. The crux of the matter was that he truly had no money on him at present. Looking back, he noted that he was a considerable distance from Wu family fort. Desiring to flee back proved to be quite challenging. Chapter 57, Wu Baohua arrives. For Chen Tong, understanding the intentions of the other party alleviated much of his anxiety. The tension diminished significantly. His greatest fear was the possibility of being brutally dispatched over a trivial disagreement, only to have his body discarded in the wilderness, truly a fate most dire, devoid of any solace. In a standoff with 4 individuals ahead, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Suddenly, at a critical moment, the donkey brayed, shattering the heavy silence. The sound carried far and wide. Shut that wretched donkey up, or I'll put it down and feast on donkey meat. One of them shouted loudly. They were already irked. After finally encountering a plump target, they could not brazenly seize the opportunity. They were cautious, constantly looking over their shoulders. Damn it all. It was all Wu Bao was doing. Brother, I told you. This donkey doesn't he understand human speech? Chen Tong exclaimed from his perch on the donkey cart, cupping his hands to amplify his voice, which echoed far and wide. For heaven's sake, lower your volume. The irritation in his tone was unmistakable. The sheep was indeed a prime target, albeit somewhat prickly. For the villagers of Wenjing, it represented a veritable golden goose. If they were to kill Chen Tong, it would sever the villagers' source of income. Some matters could not be concealed, especially from Wu Baohua, whose hawk-like gaze instilled fear. Though they claimed to be unafraid, that was merely a facade. They presented one face in person and another behind closed doors. However, they had already committed to this course of action. They could not return empty-handed, or what use would their bravado serve? They might as well be reduced to mere chickens. In truth, the 4 were not much older than Chen Tong, merely a bunch of ruffians. They were akin to Chen Tong in his earlier days, engaging in petty thefts, catching birds in the mountains, fishing in the rivers, oblivious to their family responsibilities. They spent their time teasing widows and bullying younger children. To truly commit murder and arson, they lacked the requisite courage, especially compared to the hardened men in the village in their 40s and 50s. Who would dare to betray even their own fathers? Wu Baowu possessed the prowess to keep them in line. Among the four obstructing his path, Wu Yijuan was the oldest and the leader, though he was merely 22. His entire life had been confined to Wujiabao, seldom venturing beyond the nearby hills. Wu Ge, what do we do? One inquired. Damn it, this kid knows how to leverage Wu Baowu against us. This is becoming troublesome. Why don't we? Another suggested, making a slashing motion across his throat. Have you lost your mind? This person can drive a donkey cart to collect eels and has wads of cash. If he dies, no one would come looking for him. Wu Yijuan's thick brows knitted in frustration. He had initially intended to delay any aggressive action, but the incessant persuasion from his companions wore him down. The four resolved to harden their hearts and execute this plan. Once they acquired the money, they would leave Wujiabao behind and revel in the outside world. If all else failed, they could resort to the ways of their ancestors, seizing the mountains and becoming bandits. Because none of these individuals had ever ventured beyond Wujiabao. Each time the village chief, Wu Baowu, returned from the outside world, he would convene a meeting to discuss the changes occurring beyond their village, which they all yearned for. Let us forget it, one timid individual murmured. I believe we can earn money by catching eels. If we catch enough, we can sell them and together visit the town. Damn it, Wu Xiaowang. Do not waver the morale. Suddenly, the braying of a donkey interrupted their conversation. The sky had darkened, casting a dim light over the scene. Chen Tong had deliberately provoked the donkey, jabbing its rear with the whip. The mountains were silent, and the donkey's braying resonated powerfully, capable of traveling far. He hoped to attract the villagers of Wujiabao to come and see. Feeling anxious about returning late and worrying young Wenjing, he contemplated, why not run back to Wujiabao now while it's dark? Yet he felt concerned about the donkey cart and the eels, which together represented a substantial sum of 800 or 900 yuan, not a trivial amount. What if they ran away and angered the others? Just then, as Chen Tong wrestled with his indecision and frequently glanced back, he spotted a flickering light in the direction of Wujiabao, moving closer. His heart leapt with joy as he jabbed the donkey again. The braying grew louder, and Chen Tong felt exhilarated. Indeed, the torch's pace quickened, cursing under his breath. The group of men became agitated, clutching large stones as they swiftly approached Chen Tong. They gritted their teeth and resolved to take decisive action, thinking that everything must have a first time, whether it be courting a woman, sharing a kiss, or engaging in violence. Chen Tong realized he had angered them. These young men, in their 20s, were fueled by youthful fervor, and even parental intervention would be futile at this moment. Nothing he could say would matter. He urged the donkey cart backward quickly while shouting, "Help! Help!" Upon hearing his cries, the men quickened their pace. Chen Tong glanced back to see the torch moving even faster. Both sides raced against time, and he could faintly hear a familiar voice intermittently reaching his ears. It was Wu Baowu. Indeed, it was him. Chen Tong felt tears welling in his eyes. However, the distance between the four men and Chen Tong was closing rapidly, and he could discern their faces, which were smeared with mud. Damn it! Chen Tong exclaimed, no longer caring for the donkey cart. He leaped down from the cart, running while shouting, "Your village chief, Wu Baowu, is coming. Your village chief, Wu Baowu, is coming." Upon hearing Wu Baowu's name, the men hesitated, coming to a halt. They looked up and indeed saw a torch moving swiftly in the distance. Damn it! The four men realized their attempt to rob him had failed and could no longer afford to concern themselves with Chen Tong. He ran into the nearby hill. Just 2 minutes after entering, Wu Baowu arrived, holding a torch and panting heavily. His expression was grave, ominously dark. How is it? No one was injured, right? Chen Tong inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Thankfully, village chief Wu arrived just in time, scaring off those few intruders. Wu Baowu also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no doubt in his mind that the villagers of Wujiabao were behind this. Damn it! He spat, feeling a bit guilty. Which scoundrel lacked the foresight to block the god of wealth of Wujiabao? If found, he'd ensure they paid dearly for it. Chapter 58. A lamp awaits him in the darkness. Chen Tong and Wu Baowu reached the stones that obstructed the road and together moved them aside. This time, it was a mere false alarm. Wu Baowu had arrived just in time to frighten away the robbers targeting Wujiabao. In truth, the braying of a donkey could not carry so far. This was Wu Baowu's suspicion. He knew there were a few 20-something rascals in the village who specialized in petty theft, much to the villagers' dismay, especially this afternoon, when Chen Tong came to collect loach and yellow eel at a rate of 2 cents per pound. For the villagers of Wujiabao, That was a decent price, and one could earn quite a bit in an afternoon. However, none of those nimble fingers had shown up. They could not possibly be unaware of such an easy opportunity. Thus, Wu Baowu remained vigilant. After returning from the fields, he simply washed off the mud and went searching for those individuals one by one. Given the scattered residences of Wenjing, he wasted considerable time visiting each home. When he found no one, a sense of unease began to settle in. He hastened down the mountain path leading out of the village, feeling quite alarmed himself. He worried that a group of impulsive youths might bring about tragic consequences, the thought of which was unbearable. Halfway down the path, he heard the sound of a donkey braying. There were no donkeys in all of Wenjing. This afternoon, Chen Tong had been driving a donkey cart to collect the loach and yellow eels. Realizing that Chen Tong had likely been blocked by the villagers of Wenjing, he felt relieved that his fears had not materialized, though he was drenched in cold sweat. Holding the torch aloft, Wu Baowu accompanied Chen Tong for half an hour until they emerged from the mountainous terrain surrounding Wenjing. Only then did they part ways. Wu Baowu stood atop a high point, watching the donkey cart meld into the night, the clear sound of its brass bells fading away before he turned to return. Damn it! Tonight, he must properly deal with those few rascals in the village. On the other side, as Chen Tong drove the donkey cart, his mood gradually settled. He never expected that in this life, after a brilliant past, he would almost meet his end in the valley of Wenjing. He could not help but chuckle bitterly. In novels, reincarnations often feature princes or prodigies. The beginnings are always smooth sailing. Yet in this true reincarnation of his, it had barely begun, and he had nearly reached a tragic conclusion. Damn it, novels are all deceiving. Chen, adopting Wu Baowu's tone, spoke fiercely. The sky was sparsely dotted with a few stars, emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated the path home. After an hour and a half, Chen finally caught sight of the blurred outline of Qinghe village. A weight lifted from his heart. This trip to Wujia Fortress for loach and eel was truly exhilarating. The impoverished mountains and treacherous waters are indeed home to many cunning folk. This sentiment was half true, half false. The gentle chime of bells resonated as the donkey cart traversed the earthen road leading back to the village. Chen was aware that his family must be worried sick about his late return. Suddenly, at the village entrance, he noticed a faint yellow light flickering, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the air. Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who could it be? He urged the donkey cart forward, and the indistinct figure gradually came into focus. Thin and petite, it was indeed young Wenjing. Under the dim starlight, she stood at the village entrance with a lantern, waiting for his return. Chen's heart warmed at the sight. He leaped from the cart and hurried to her side, noticing her red-rimmed eyes, filled with worry and fear. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he enveloped young Wenjing in his arms, burying his nose in her neck, greedily savoring her warmth and fragrance. Against his chest, he felt the softness of her bosom, while his abdomen brushed against the slight protrusion of her lower belly, where a new life was blossoming, the continuation of their family's lineage. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. It was not water, but Yang Wenjing's tears. Chen tightened his embrace, even feeling their heartbeats synchronizing in the darkness. In that night, a single light shone for him, and their hearts intertwined. Wasn't this the rebirth Chen had always sought? He cradled Yang Wenjing's head in his hands, her eyes glistening with tears, her expression adorably pitiful. Gazing at her full, rosy lips, Chen could no longer hold back. He leaned down, their lips met, and Yang Wenjing clumsily responded. In that moment, the world fell silent, and everything else faded away, leaving only the two of them. After a long while, their lips parted, tongues disengaging. Yang Wenjing, unfamiliar with kissing, relied entirely on Chen's guidance. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. "What are we doing? We're still outside," she exclaimed, worried about being seen. For a moment, Chen was at a loss for words. Their sleeping together had been entirely accidental. At that time, Chen had been captivated by Yang Wenjing's beauty, often teasing her for mere amusement, knowing well that as a rural youth, she would never look at him. Their intimacy had stemmed from a night of drunken folly. Yang Wenjing received the notification to return to her hometown as a sent-down youth. That evening, she was filled with joy. The village chief organized a farewell gathering for several of the youths. That night, under the influence of alcohol, Yang Wenjing found herself in a state of confusion, and she and Chen Tong ended up spending the night together. In that moment, she relinquished the most precious aspect of womanhood. It is worth noting that in these times, such news could lead to ridicule or scorn, and it was possible she might never marry. Moreover, Chen Tong's actions bordered on criminality, a perilous situation indeed. With no other option, the two found themselves entwined in a relationship, ostensibly a romance of freedom. Initially, Chen Tong treated young Wenjing with care and affection. However, it was not long before his true nature emerged. He was lazy and unambitious, focused solely on his desires, boasting to local ruffians about his conquest of young Wenjing, describing her in crude terms. In moments of anger, he resorted to violence, striking and berating her, showing a complete disregard for her humanity. Realizing the gravity of her situation, young Wenjing sought to escape Chen Tong and leave Qinghe village. Yet, it was too late. She was pregnant with Chen Tong's child. The desire to flee was thwarted. Fortunately, that tumultuous chapter had passed, leaving only traces of smoke and shadows. Chen Tong carefully lifted young Wenjing onto the donkey cart, guiding it back home. In the dim light of their courtyard, the table was laden with food. Chen Hao, her second brother, sat there, lost in thought, consumed by guilt for not having intervened when he should have, for allowing her to venture so far alone. His wife, Li Hong, sat in silence, her eyes slightly red, both oblivious to the sound of the donkey cart's bell. Chapter 59. Money to be collected on the 15th of every month. Chen Tong held young Wenjing's hand as he pushed open the courtyard gate. Chen Hao and Li Hong were still unaware of their return. "Little Tong, you're back," they exclaimed, finally coming to their senses. "Quick, wash your hands and join us for dinner." Li Hong turned her head, casually wiping away a tear, relieved that all was well. Chen Hao, somewhat dazed, struggled to find his words, finally managing to say, "You're back." Chen Tong nodded. The villagers of Wujia Fortress were overly hospitable and being unfamiliar with the roads. "I got lost on my way back, which must have caused you both concern." He would never mention the near-robbery incident, not a single word about it. Knowing his brother's temperament, he was certain that there was no way he would ever return to Wujia Fortress again. Little Jiang, he had already finished his meal and gone to bed. Children, after all, eat when they are hungry, and when they are tired, they sleep. After dinner, Li Hong cleared the dishes. With electricity now in the home, the evenings were bright, making tasks much easier. Chen Tong and Chen Hao discussed the day's harvest. Chen Tong had gathered 520 jin from Wujia Fortress, while Chen Hao had collected 400 jin from the mountain village. And villagers from their own community had contributed 380 jin. The total weight of the eel and loach amounts to 1,300 jin. That translates to over 1,000 pieces. This trip has proven to be worthwhile. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall venture to Wujia Fort. The small fish are nearly depleted, barely sufficient to meet the demands of the eel noodle shop. The two brothers diligently sorted the eels, distributing them into large barrels and small basins, filling the yard with eels. If not properly sorted, some may suffocate, rendering the effort futile. Early the next morning, as dawn began to break, Chen Tong rose early. After a brief wash, he set out to find the village chief, Chen Bulan. Yesterday's events left Chen Tong feeling somewhat anxious. It was imperative to finalize the plans for breeding eels and loaches promptly. If he were to be attacked or injured, it would jeopardize the optimal breeding period for the eels. The small eels collected at this time might be sellable by September or October, potentially yielding substantial profits. At that moment, Chen Bulan sat on his doorstep, tending to his hand-rolled tobacco, a habit he had cultivated over the years. Each morning, he would clear his throat, breathe in the fresh air to soothe his lungs, and then prepare his cherished tobacco. A deep inhalation brought him immense pleasure, a true delight of life. From a distance, Chen Tong spotted Chen Bulan and called out to him. Chen Bulan squinted, exhaling a puff of smoke. "How are you, nephew?" Chen Tong, feeling at ease, responded. "I'm well, uncle. The families near the large pond, Old Zhang, Old Hu, and Old Su, have all agreed." This was in line with Chen Tong's expectations. Only a fool would decline such a favorable proposition. However, they were curious about the amount he was willing to pay for renting their land. "And how much do you think is appropriate?" Chen Tong inquired with a smile, moving closer and adeptly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Chen Bulan. "You sly one," Chen Bulan remarked, accepting the cigarette and tucking it behind his ear. "We're all from the same village and rely on the land for our livelihood. It would feel wrong to ask for less. Let us say 100 yuan per mu for the year." This figure was calculated meticulously by Chen Bulan. Each mu of land could yield a maximum of 400 jin of grain. Calculating at the price of rice, which is 2 jiao per jin, that amounts to merely 80 yuan. Furthermore, each household is obligated to pay 50 jin of grain annually, resulting in a total yield that falls short of 400 jin. With the added benefit of reduced labor in the fields, this arrangement truly presents a significant advantage. As Chen Bulin articulated each detail, he began to accept the proposal. Initially, he was skeptical that anyone would rent land to Chen Tong. However, after contemplating the situation, he realized that the real folly lay in not renting. Provided the price was right, everyone would eagerly wish to claim land near the large pond as their own. Uncle, there is one more matter I have pondered for quite some time and would like to discuss with you, Chen Tong said. As Chen Bulin took a deep drag from his hand-rolled tobacco. Go ahead, he encouraged. The price of 100 yuan per year is agreeable to me. However, to avert potential conflicts later, I shall make monthly payments. Specifically, this amount will be collected from my home on the 15th of each month, with each individual receiving a large unity note. Boss Chun is indeed magnanimous. He readily added an extra 20 yuan for each villager. Would it not be more efficient to provide the full amount in one go? Chen Bulin was somewhat perplexed. After all, a one-time payment would save time and effort. Moreover, this Chen lad has generously given an additional 20 yuan. Truly, he must have an excess of wealth to squander. Uncle, it is not that I have become a benefactor merely because I have earned money. I am concerned that if the villagers receive all the money at once, they may spend it too quickly. If they cannot manage their newfound wealth, Chen Bulin understood Chen Tong's concerns. After all, the mountain folk tend to be short-sighted. Once they have a large sum of money in hand, they may not be able to control their spending. If they squander it all, they may find themselves without food or drink and could very well change their minds. What then? They would be compelled to reclaim their land, which could lead to discord within the community. Chen Bulin cast a surprised glance at Chen Tong. This was an insight he had not anticipated. You rascal. Chen Bulin gave Chen Tong a thumbs up. This lad has truly transformed. No wonder the villagers say he has been enlightened by the star of Tai Bai. In truth, Chen Tong was not concerned for himself. Rather, he worried about Chen Hao. If he ventured out and left home, he might encounter some troublesome situations. With his brother's obstinate temperament, he would undoubtedly refuse to compromise. Should he fall out with the villagers, it would be Chen Tong who suffers. Those who are barefoot fear not the shoes. When people have nothing to eat or drink, what do they have to lose? Uncle, I must trouble you to make a couple more trips and clarify matters with the tenants. If they agree, let us draft a written agreement with their red handprints. The written agreement is merely for show, as very few in the village can read. They would not understand what is written on paper. It serves merely as a precaution for Chen Tong. Chen Bulin nodded. He was more than willing to run errands that would benefit the village. During this period, Chen Tong's acquisition of loach and eel had significantly improved the villagers' diets. Many families could now afford rice and meat, leading to a substantial enhancement in their quality of life. Who would not praise him? Once Chen Tong had concluded his business, he departed from Chen Bulin's home, for he still needed to sell his loach and eel. Upon returning home, young Wenjing was already awake. A pot of rice porridge simmered on the stove, with some sweet potatoes added for flavor. How delightful it smelled! Han Guoqing arrived, carrying a nylon bag filled with mushrooms, black fungus, and other mountain goods. He stood at the doorway, not entering, and upon seeing Chen Tong, he chuckled softly. Chen Tong could only respond with a smile. This Han Guoqing was even more taciturn than his brother. Chapter 60. Dumplings for lunch. The three men prepared the donkey cart, loading the loach and eel onto the flatbed before setting off for the county town. Everything was familiar to them now, and their efficiency had notably increased. However, when Chen Tong received 100 large unity notes from the accountant, he could not suppress his excitement. The thick stack felt remarkably solid in his hands. This journey to Wujiao Fortress was undoubtedly worth it. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Had I not ventured to Wujiao Fortress, I would have missed out on 500 yuan, nearly half of my earnings, making the money in hand feel less substantial. Upon exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, the trio dispersed in different directions. Chen Tong headed to the cooperative to purchase some daily necessities, while Chen Hao delivered the remaining eels and mountain goods to the eel noodle shop and a small noodle stall. Han Guoqing returned home to catch more eels. Chen Tong drove his donkey cart to the cooperative and wandered around. He decided to replace his family's worn-out bowls and iron basins, which were either chipped or damaged. Determined to furnish his home anew, he aspired to save enough money to build a spacious house, one constructed of blue bricks with a cement floor impervious to rain and wind. He envisioned planting a ginkgo tree in the yard, which would be delightful. Additionally, he purchased some dried mushrooms, eggs, salt, and sugar, planning to make dumplings for lunch. He had long been craving pork dumplings and had specifically bought the dried mushrooms for this purpose. How delectable they would be. After leaving the cooperative, Chen Tong drove his donkey cart to the meat processing plant, arriving early. The meat shop at the entrance was bustling with fresh cuts, yet little had been sold. "Boss, 5 pounds of lean meat and 5 pounds of fatty meat," Chen Tong declared with impressive generosity. The owner recognized him. This young man frequently bought meat in large quantities. What sort of household is this, one might wonder, consuming such amounts of meat? Typically, customers would purchase no more than a pound, with many opting for just a few ounces. It was rare to see someone buy meat in such bulk. 10 pounds of pork cost just over 20 yuan. A significant sum, equivalent to more than half a month's salary for many. The owner selected the finest cuts for Chen Tong. "Why are there no pork ribs?" Chen Tong mused, considering making a nourishing soup for young Wenjing. The owner replied, "Pork ribs aren't in demand. They lack meat and are heavy. Why would anyone buy them?" His words rang true. In this era, pork ribs were not popular. "Do you have any?" Chen Tong inquired, as he valued them, unlike others. He knew how to make soup, unlike most. "Yes." The owner was surprised to find someone interested. He bent down and retrieved several ribs from beneath the counter. "How much are these?" Chen Tong asked. "Since you're a regular, 5 mao per pound." The price astonished him. It was remarkably low, especially compared to future prices where ribs would cost several times that of pork. He requested 3 pounds, feeling as though he had struck a bargain. After an hour and 20 minutes, Chen Tong arrived home ahead of Chun Hao, driving his donkey cart. "Wife, we're having dumplings for lunch," he exclaimed as he entered the yard, laden with bags. Yang Wenjing was watering the eels and mudfish brought by the villagers. "Welcome back." She beheld Chen Tong and smiled. Li Hong was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, she emerged, wiping her hands dry. "Xiao Tong, what did you say we would have for lunch today?" "Sister-in-law, I mentioned that we would enjoy dumplings for lunch," replied Chen Tong, as he carried the pork into the kitchen. Li Hong glanced at him, her expression somewhat peculiar. The task of kneading the dough was beyond his capabilities and had to be entrusted to his sister-in-law, Li Hong. He cleaned the pork thoroughly and cut it into large chunks. The fatty pieces were placed in the pot to render the lard. Then he retrieved a cutting board, placing the lean meat upon it, and began chopping vigorously. Despite the seemingly effortless motions, breaking down the pork required considerable strength. The meat needed to be minced finely to cook properly in the pot. With each stroke of the knife, he exerted considerable effort. Once the filling was prepared, Chen Tong scraped it into a newly purchased basin. He then ventured into the field to gather fresh chives, cleaned them, and chopped them finely before adding them to the meat mixture. Next, he took out an egg and incorporated it, stirring continuously. Finally, he seasoned the mixture with soy sauce, MSG, salt, and sugar. This constituted the first type of dumpling filling. Chen Tong was also preparing a second filling, consisting of crispy pork cracklings, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms, which was exceptionally delectable. A single bite would release an explosion of flavors, making it utterly irresistible. At that moment, Chen Hao returned home. "Second brother, we're having dumplings for lunch. We need some bamboo shoots. Could you go to the back mountain and dig up a few?" Chen Hao acknowledged and promptly set off with a bamboo basket. This lad, when did he become adept at making dumpling fillings? Chen Hao couldn't help but feel that his younger brother had transformed. Suddenly, it seemed he had mastered a myriad of skills, excelling at everything. However, he had little time to ponder this. The priority was the dumplings. When Chen Hao returned with the bamboo shoots, Chen Tong had already completed his preparations. As soon as the bamboo shoots arrived, he peeled, cleaned, and minced them swiftly. He then mixed them with the pork cracklings and added the soaked mushrooms, the aroma wafting up enticingly. After seasoning the mixture, Yang Wenjing arrived to assist in wrapping the dumplings. Chen Hao, somewhat clumsy, opted to wait in the yard for villagers selling eels. As noon approached, both types of dumpling fillings were ready. The small, worn table in the yard was filled to the brim with dumplings. The white, translucent wrappers enveloped generously stuffed fillings. The sight made all of them swallow in unison. Chen Tong picked one up, blew on it gently, and offered it to Yang Wenjing. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. "What are you doing? There are children present." Little Jiang, he had already taken a bowl and started eating nearby. As the first pot of dumplings was ready, Chen Tong served some for the little one to enjoy. With grease glistening on his lips, he said, "Sister-in-law, Please take some dumplings to Jiang He's parents this afternoon so they can savor them. Li Hong nodded in agreement and handed a dumpling to Chen Hao. The individual in question exhibits a distinct lack of perceptiveness, quite unlike the younger Chen Tong. He resembles a block of wood, requiring her assistance to proceed. Chen Tong expertly lifts a dumpling and takes a bite, revealing a delightful filling of crispy pork, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms. The succulent juices erupt from the corners of his mouth, a harmonious explosion of flavors, the firmness of the pork, the freshness of the bamboo shoots, and the tenderness of the mushrooms, all converging in that singular moment, inundating him with an overwhelming sense of joy. Not only him, but young Wenjing experiences a similar reaction. Her eyes well up the instant the dumpling touches her palate. She has finally reached this moment of sweet reward after enduring hardship. Chen Tong is no longer the same Chen Tong he once was. Chapter 61. What are you doing while witnessing their dumpling feast? This meal has rendered Chen Tong utterly stuffed, unable to move. It was simply too delectable. Little Jiang He, too, devoured a generous bowlful, clamoring for more. Had it not been for Li Hong's concern that he might overindulge and become ill, the little rascal would likely have devoured another bowl. After the meal, Li Hong tidied up the dishes, covering the dumplings in the basin with a cloth, before taking little Jiang He to school, and also delivering food to her parents at the county hospital. However, upon opening the door, she unexpectedly encountered Yang Sume, who was just stepping out. Out of respect for her elder, she greeted her as auntie, while little Jiang He sweetly called out grandma. Yang Sume responded coldly, her gaze falling upon the remnants of oil at the corner of little Jiang He's mouth. What is in that basin, covered with cloth? Yang Sume's eyes seemed to penetrate the fabric to discern its contents. And nothing, just bringing something for my parents, Li Hong stammered, a hint of trepidation evident in her demeanor. In the entire village, when it comes to quarrels, if Yang Sume is second, no one would dare claim the first spot. She hurls insults at anyone who crosses her path, including the former village chief, Chen Bulin, who once endured her wrath without retort. She is truly formidable. What are you bringing? Let me see, she demanded, moving closer. Li Hong instinctively retreated a few steps, attempting to evade her. Hey, Yang Sume's displeasure was palpable. You, a younger generation, dare to evade? What is it that you hide from me? Surely I am allowed a glance. As Li Hong departed, Chen Tong had previously instructed her to keep the dumplings hidden from the villagers. If you prosper, envy will surely follow, he had cautioned. Li Hong remembered this and thus attempted to step back. Auntie, Jiang He needs to get to school. I must be on my way, she hastily added. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, she grasped little Jiang He's hand, trying to sidestep Yang Sume. Yet, Yang Sume was unyielding. With a swift motion, she blocked Li Hong's path, reaching out to snatch away the cloth covering the basin. The speed with which she acted left Li Hong unable to intervene. Good heavens! Yang Sume exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Surely, she was not imagining things. These were dumplings made from fine flour, each one plump and evidently filled to the brim. Just as Li Hong was about to speak, Yang Sume, swift as lightning, pinched a dumpling and placed it into her mouth. After a hasty chew, she swallowed it whole, leaving Li Hong utterly astonished. Such a person exists. However, just as Li Hong was grappling with her disbelief, Yang Sume seized another dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. Li Hong instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, Auntie, those dumplings are for my parents. Her voice was slightly raised, attracting the attention of several individuals within the room. Chen Tong, the first to act, opened the door and was met with the sight of Yang Sume's mouth stuffed to the brim. He paused momentarily before piecing together that his sister-in-law, Li Hong, must have encountered Yang Sume while delivering the dumplings. Upon seeing Chen Tong and the others emerge, Yang Sume reigned in her exuberance, slowly chewing the dumpling in her mouth. Ah, what a delectable dumpling, she exclaimed, savoring the flavors of oil residue, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms. She took small bites, wishing for the dumpling to linger in her stomach a while longer. However, she soon realized that the taste differed from the first dumpling. A sudden epiphany struck her. The filling contained two distinct flavors. Just how much money had Chen Tong amassed from his business of selling loach and eels, eating meat and white rice for every meal, and now, dumplings made of fine flour. The first dumpling, with its hints of chives and pork, was a delightful revelation for Yang Sume. The thought of pork dumplings and the quantity of pork required astonished her even more. Chen Tong, maintaining a stern demeanor, urged Li Hong to leave promptly so as not to waste any more time. Yang Sumai watched her retreating figure with unwavering eyes, fixated on the two words resonating in her mind. Dumplings. Chen Tong, unwilling to engage further, led Yang Wenjing back inside. Yang Sumai, with a tenacity thicker than the walls of a fortress, was not worth arguing with. Such disputes only served to vex oneself. As the hour grew late, it was time to prepare for their journey to Wujiabao to collect eels. Chen Hao and Chen Tong were just beginning their tasks when they heard raised voices from the neighboring Yang household. Chen Wenhai had just returned and was met with the sight of a sullen Yang Sumai, her expression suggesting that someone owed her a debt. Having just descended from the production team, Chen Wenhai was parched and wished to avoid provoking Yang Sumai. As he reached for the thermos to pour himself some water, he discovered it completely empty. What? Not even a drop of hot water left? He exclaimed. Drink. You drink. All you know is to drink water. Yang Sumai shouted, her voice piercingly loud, leaving Chen Wenhai bewildered. What was her frenzy about this time? I've just returned. Is it too much to ask for a sip of hot water? With the thermos in hand, Chen Wenhai felt his temper flare. You, of all people, have worked in the production team for years. How can you not even compare to a young lad? Following you has been a stroke of misfortune. There's nothing to eat, nothing to wear. Look at that Chen lad, that little good-for-nothing, whose family eats meat daily and enjoys white rice for every meal. Yet you refuse to lower your pride to catch eels in the fields and earn some money. What makes you so noble? What gives you such airs? Village chief Chen Bulin, unlike others, caught eels and loaches to sell to Chun Ziosis's family. Now, who in the village does not catch eels and loaches to supplement their household income? A significant portion has tasted meat and enjoyed white rice. Yang Sumai lay weeping, pointing her finger at Chen Wenhai and berating him. Chen Wenhai remained silent, not uttering a word. The primary reason for his reticence lay with his daughter, Jean Fengwang. With such a promising daughter, how could he stoop to seek a livelihood from the good-for-nothing Chen Tong, especially after that last confrontation with Chen Tong, which still festered within him? He was not competing for mere bread. He sought dignity. Let Chen Tong leap as he wished. He would not partake in a single grain of rice or a drop of water from his household. Once his daughter graduated from university and secured a government job, with a golden rice bowl in hand, he too would enjoy daily white rice and pork. Who would ultimately have the last laugh? However, just recently, he had sent her living expenses, so why was she asking for money again? Particularly during this period, her letters almost exclusively requested funds. Chen Wenhai was puzzled. This should not be the case. Seeing Chen Wenhai unable to respond, Yang Sumai continued to sob. Their family had dined on dumplings at noon, with a large bowl filled to the brim, one with pork and chives, the other with oil residue, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms. What was going on? Yang Sumai was truly envious. That little rascal's family was living too well. What kind of world was this? Her family had produced a golden phoenix. Hearing Yang Sumai's words, Chen Wenhai was taken aback. What? Eating white flour dumplings? With 2 fillings. Chapter 62. Wu Bao's thoughts. Chen Tong and Chen Hao passed by Yang Sumai's house with their donkey cart. The sounds of their quarrel gradually faded away. The two exchanged smiles. Everyone in the village knew they collected eels and loaches at 2 cents per pound. However, they had never seen Yang Sumai or Chen Wenhai bring any. Nevertheless, Chen Tong did not mind. He held no animosity towards Yang Sumai's family. If they brought eels and loaches, he would accept them without hesitation. Even if they complained to his grandfather, he would still be in the right. It was not his fault they did not catch eels and loaches to sell. He certainly couldn't just give them money for nothing. He was not his father, Chen Wenkai. They could not expect to borrow money without repayment. That was simply out of the question. Always thinking they could get something for nothing, dream on. The two parted ways at the village entrance, one heading to the mountain village and the other to Wujia Fortress. The sound of copper bells rang crisply in the air as the little donkey's hooves clattered along the road. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, Chen Tong arrived on the mountain road to Wujia Fortress. In the distance, he spotted a familiar figure waiting there. It was Wu Baohua. Wu Baohua was actually waiting for him at the village entrance, which surprised Chen Tong. He cracked the whip against the donkey's rear, urging it to quicken its pace. Village Chief Wu, Brother Chen, they greeted each other. Brother Chen's visit to Wujia Fortress today spoke volumes about his character. Wu Baohua initially believed that Chen Tong would not arrive this afternoon. After all, following that incident, most would be disinclined to show up. However, to his surprise, this young man displayed considerable courage. It is true that in these times, the timid perish while the audacious thrive. Chen Tong's willingness to come indicates that he relies on this business for his livelihood. As a businessman, integrity is paramount. He had already made arrangements with the uncles and aunts of Wujiao Fort yesterday, so naturally, he had to come. Chen Tong dismounted from the cart, leading the donkey alongside Wu Baohua. As they reached the field, the villagers of Wujiao Fort gathered around excitedly, holding large bowls and buckets, dripping with water. They had risen early to catch more eels and loaches, while some had even begun their efforts at dawn, keeping their catch in buckets and bowls. Eels and loaches are quite resilient. As long as they are not exposed to the sun for extended periods, they can survive for quite a while. Chen Tong retrieved a bamboo basket from the cart and waited in front of the villagers. He then poured the eels handed to him into the basket. 12 pounds. Uncle, that is $2.40. Chen Tong produced some cash, counted it, and handed it over. Wow, 20 pounds. Here for dollars. Aunt, yours is 5 pounds. $1. After the first batch was weighed, they already had over 300 pounds. The villagers' faces beamed with joy, not for anything else, but for the cash in their hands. As Wu Baohua had mentioned, this money would be sufficient for several good meals, even affording pork. Seeing the villagers' enthusiasm, Wu Baohua felt a genuine gratitude towards Chen Tong, especially for his presence today, which elevated Chen Tong in his eyes. Once the first wave of villagers finished selling their catch, the crowd thinned out, allowing Chen Tong to rest on the cart. Brother Chen, I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of our villagers, Wu Baohua said. His skin was dark, and though lean, he exuded strength, particularly with his bright, sharp eyes. Village Chief Wu, you are too kind. We are merely engaging in a small business to make a living, Chen Tong replied. Wu Baohua looked at Chen Tong with a hint of hesitation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and spoke up. Brother Chen, I have a small request to discuss with you. Of course, if you deem it acceptable, we shall proceed. If not, then that is perfectly fine. Wu Baohua understood that Chen Tong had only arrived the day prior. And given the recent incident, a trust relationship had yet to be established between them. It was indeed premature to approach such matters. However, as the village chief, he felt compelled to consider the interests of Wujiao Fort, which was among the poorest villages in the vicinity, isolated and destitute. The sudden arrival of Chen Tong to collect eels and loaches felt like a stroke of fortune. Wu Baohua's aim was to firmly grasp this opportunity, even if it meant holding onto the fringes of fortune's robe. He was determined to alter the plight of Wujiao Fort. Curious about Wu Baohua's request, Chen Tong was inclined to hear him out, especially since he had arrived promptly the previous night. Thus, he felt it would be impolite to deny him the chance to speak. In our village, although there is an abundance of eels and loaches, they cannot withstand the relentless capture of hundreds of pounds each day. I dare say, within a maximum of 10 days, the loaches and eels will be completely fished out. I wish to establish a lasting partnership with you, to improve the lives of our villagers. Wu Baohua's gaze was sincere as he looked at Chen Tong. Chen nodded, recognizing that Wu Baohua was no ordinary man. Just from these few words, one could discern that he possessed an extraordinary mindset. He is a commendable village leader, genuinely concerned for the well-being of the villagers. I would like to know, do you only collect eels and loaches during the season, or do you do so year-round? Wu Baohua inquired. Chen Tong had already surmised much from this question and found Wu Baohua increasingly impressive. His thoughts transcended the limitations of the current era. It is essential to note that this is in a remote valley. Even as the village chief, Wu Baohua is a native of Wujiao Fortress. How often can one visit the county town in a year? If Chen Tong's intuition was correct, Wu Baohua intended to lead the villagers of Wujiao Fortress in the farming of eels. Such a notion may seem trivial decades from now, yet to conceive it at this moment in time is remarkable indeed. This man must be exceptionally talented. Are you thinking of leading the villagers to farm eels and loaches together? Chen Tong asked with a smile. Wu Baohua's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Before he could speak, this young man had already guessed his intentions. How intriguing. At that moment, Wu Baohua felt a sense of regret for not having met Chen Tong sooner. No wonder he could manage to collect eels and loaches using a donkey cart. No wonder he did not dwell on yesterday's events. This insight and courage, surely he is destined for success. Wu Baohua laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. However, Chen Tong was profoundly astonished. In this era of hunger and scarcity, in a remote mountain valley where land had only recently been distributed, how could anyone conceive of such an idea? Could it be that Wu Baohua has been reborn? Brother Chen, what do you think of my idea? Wu Baohua continued. Of course, Whether we can raise eels and loaches depends on your approval. Wu Bao's remarkable concept holds significant relevance for the times. Yet, he lacks a market. He is unaware of who would purchase the eels and loaches. He also does not know that the aquatic product supply and marketing cooperative would not even accept such unappealing items. Wu Bao's thoughts extend beyond the limitations of this era, but his experiences are mostly confined to Shulio Town and Wujia Fortress. A lifetime spent circling within these boundaries. Chen Tong believed that Wu Bao possessed the acumen for business and a keen sense of opportunity. Had he not been born in this secluded valley, he would undoubtedly have achieved great things, and not small ones at that. For the first time, hope glimmered in Wu Bao's eyes, for he understood that the success of his idea hinged on Chen Tong's nod of approval. A nod would signify agreement, while a shake of the head would convey refusal. Wu Bao felt a tightening in his chest, anxious about the outcome. This presents a rare opportunity for him and the entire Wu family fortress. Chen Tong pondered for a moment, nodding and smiling as he remarked, "Village Chief, Wu possesses a grand vision, and I am naturally in support of it." Wu Bao's idea triggered an epiphany for Chen Tong. If this method proved viable, he and his brother Chun Hao would no longer need to hastily traverse the landscape with their donkey cart, nor would they have to fear run-ins with village bullies. He envisioned establishing a breeding base for eels and loaches. As the saying goes, the wealthy should uplift the less fortunate. Though he had not yet amassed wealth, he could undoubtedly lead the villagers in earning together. Of course, his profits would be significantly greater, potentially several times over compared to what they currently earned. Surrounding Qinghe village are 5 other villages nestled within this valley. Without delving into specifics, the mountains and waters here are ideally suited for an eel and loach breeding base, purely natural and wild. Upon hearing this, Wu Bao felt a weight lift from his chest. This endeavor might indeed succeed. "Brother Chun, it is truly you," he exclaimed, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Chen Tong, as though they were kindred spirits. He wondered how Chen Tong could so intuitively grasp his thoughts. Wu Bao rubbed his hands together, appearing almost childlike in his enthusiasm. "I, too, have established a breeding ground for loaches and eels in our village, and the location has been meticulously chosen." "Really?" Wu Bao exclaimed in astonishment. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that Chen Tong's insight merely indicated that he had already begun experimenting with the idea. Wu Bao felt increasingly confident that he had found the right partner. Fortunately, he had been cautious the previous day. Otherwise, their village's fortune might have been whisked away by a group of rascals. "Village Chief Wu, what do you think of this arrangement? Starting tomorrow, I shall cease collecting eels from Wu family fortress. Of course, you can send the eels and loaches to my home in Qinghe village. The round trip takes about 4 to 5 hours. Chen Tong was reluctant to continue the arduous journey alone. Since Wu family fortress would soon become one of his breeding bases, he should enjoy the comforts of home. The villagers of Wu family fortress could coordinate their deliveries, ensuring ample support. The more they delivered, the more they would earn. "Agreed," Wu Bao responded without hesitation. "When you return, I will send someone with you to familiarize themselves with the route. Starting tomorrow, we will deliver eels and loaches to you." "That works for me. I will take as many eels and loaches as you can provide." Chen Tong and Wu Bao reached a verbal agreement. Wu Bao exhaled deeply. The anxiety that had hung in the air was finally alleviated. Cultivating eels and loaches could provide a continuous source of income for the villagers. However, if all the eels and loaches were harvested at once, a significant profit could be made in the short term. But what would happen to the villagers, who were already desperate, once the profits from eels and loaches dried up? Would a benefactor appear out of thin air? He believed that was virtually impossible. At this moment, the second batch of villagers delivering eels and loaches arrived. Wu Jiabao glanced at the villagers' basins and wooden tubs, which contained several slender eels and loaches, each no thicker than a pinky finger and not yet the length of chopsticks. This sight only reinforced his determination to cultivate eels and loaches. He envisioned designating a separate plot for these juvenile eels and loaches, tossing them in without further care, and watching them flourish over the course of a few months. By August and September, they would grow significantly larger, fetching a far better price than their current diminutive size. Moreover, the mature eels and loaches would reproduce, and their offspring would grow and reproduce in turn, creating a continuous cycle. While he may not lead the villagers to wealth, he could certainly enhance their living conditions. Chen Tong noted that the day was growing late, and that he had collected a considerable amount of eels and loaches in his basket. It was time to return. lest the pregnant Yang Wenjing worry. Village Chief Wu, let us agree on this. The sun is setting, and I must take my leave. Wu Baowu grasped Chen Tong's hand, his eyes sparkling with fervor, akin to a flicker of flame upon the grasslands. Though small, it had the potential to ignite a vast expanse. Wu Baowu called to 2 villagers to accompany Chen Tong, ensuring they memorized the route back to Qinghe village. He would not join them. He was caught up in the excitement, with significant matters awaiting his attention. Come on, everyone, gather round for a meeting. Chen Tong collected a total of 800 pounds of eels and loaches at Wu Jiabao's place. Seated on the cart, he hurried back with the 2 villagers. Along the way, he pointed out some memorable landmarks, such as a hill resembling a cat's ear. Once you see that hill, follow the road to the end and make a right turn. Then, you'll come across a large puddle. From there, head east. The 2 men listened intently, their expressions serious as they repeated the directions, fearful of forgetting. After 2 hours and 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the valley where Qinghe village was nestled, already catching a glimpse of the entire village from their elevated position. Chen Tong instructed them to follow the dirt road straight ahead, which would lead them to his home. If they had trouble identifying his house, they could simply ask anyone for directions, as the whole village was aware of his dealings in eels and loaches. They nodded in understanding and returned to Wu Jiabao's place. As Chen Tong drove the donkey cart home, he contemplated his eel and loach farming venture. Qinghe village, Shanshan village, Wu Jiabao's place, Dongjiakan, and Panjiagu. These neighboring villages were all nestled in the mountains. If he could secure them, he would establish 5 farming bases. On a given day, he could potentially catch at least 1,500 pounds of eels and loaches. While this may not seem like a vast quantity, it represented a sustainable business model extending through October. This accumulation of wealth should not be underestimated. Becoming a prosperous household was within reach. Upon returning home, Chen Tong found that another group of villagers selling eels and loaches had not yet dispersed. Upon seeing him, they exchanged jovial banter, showering him with compliments that left him feeling somewhat elated. As the saying goes, wealth that does not return to one's hometown is akin to donning a splendid garment under the cover of night. Now, he has savored the sweetness of this truth. Wife, has my second brother returned yet? Not yet, she replied. Chen Tong found it peculiar. The distance from the village in the mountains was significantly shorter than that from Wu Jiabao. How could he still not have returned? That seemed improbable. However, Chen Tong did not dwell on it, as the eels and loaches on the cart had yet to be unloaded. Chapter 64. The middleman profits from the price difference? The moon hung low over the willow tops. The courtyard was illuminated by a dim, yellow light, dispelling the slight chill of the night. Chen Tong had already unloaded the eels from the cart, spread them out, and watered them. His sister-in-law, Li Hong, had prepared the meal, yet they still awaited the return of Chen Hao. At that moment, a sense of unease washed over Chen Tong. His heart sank. Could it be that he had run into the village bully? Knowing Chen Hao's temperament, he would undoubtedly confront any injustice. Having suffered from Chen Tong's actions before, he would not tolerate any unfair treatment from others. It was akin to the last time he had gone to the mountain village to reason with Zhao Daniu. Honey, Chen Tong whispered, holding a lamp. My brother still hasn't he returned. I must go find him. Yang Wenjing looked at him with deep concern. The night had already fallen. I'll go with you. No, you stay here with your sister-in-law, Chen Tong replied, gesturing towards Li Hong, who sat lost in thought, likely consumed by her worries. She needed someone by her side. Yang Wenjing nodded, fetching a hatchet from the kitchen for Chen Tong to carry. He accepted it, feeling somewhat reassured. However, after a moment's contemplation, he set down the lamp. The moonlight was bright tonight. He could navigate by its glow. Carrying a lamp would make him a target, easily seen from afar. With the hatchet in hand, Chen Tong smiled at Yang Wenjing, opened the door, and, gathering his courage, stepped outside. Yang Wenjing stood at the entrance, watching until his figure faded into the darkness. After a long pause, she finally returned indoors, her heart silently praying for his safety and success. The moonlight draped a delicate veil over the myriad mountains and valleys, enveloping them in softness. Under this celestial glow, a man wielding a hatchet hurried along a path towards the mountain village. Who could this man be but Chen Tong himself? At that moment, he was anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The loss of the eels and loaches was trivial compared to the paramount concern. His brother Chen Hao must not be in danger. His sister-in-law awaited him, as did little Jianghe and their parents. Chen Tong could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences should anything happen. He tightened his grip on the hatchet, quickening his pace. Chen Hao was familiar with the route to the mountain village. It was not a long journey. Logically, there should be acquaintances between Qinghe village and the mountain village, making the possibility of a fatal incident unlikely. Thus, there were only two possibilities. The two brothers have recently been collecting eels and loaches, which has incited envy among others. They were robbed, and the second brother, Chen Hao, feeling embarrassed, found it difficult to return home. There was another possibility. The donkey cart might have broken down on the road. It was inconceivable for Chen Hao to abandon so much precious catch. He remained there, waiting patiently. Naturally, Chen Tong hoped it was the latter scenario, merely a mechanical failure. The second brother, Chen Hao, was guarding the eels and loaches, awaiting his return. Chen Tong quickened his pace, his heart growing heavier with each step. He had already traversed nearly half the journey, yet there was still no sign of his brother. Chen Hao, please, let nothing be amiss. Chen Tong muttered anxiously to himself. Despite having faced great storms in his past life, his heart raced with trepidation. The safety of his closest kin was the most cherished concern of his life. Finally, after half an hour, Chen Tong arrived at the village nestled in the mountains. He followed the familiar path that led him there. In the distance, he spotted several figures and heard the braying of a donkey. His heart tightened at once. Grasping the hatchet tightly, he sprinted forward, a surge of anger propelling him. What on earth is happening? As he drew closer, he raised the hatchet, shouting loudly. Unbeknownst to him, his expression had turned terrifyingly fierce. Upon hearing the commotion, the group turned abruptly. Beneath the bright moonlight, one figure was seen rushing towards them with an unknown object in hand, resembling a mad dog. Brother, someone is coming. This must be his younger brother, Chen Tong. Tongzi, I'm fine. Chen Hao shouted from atop the cart, his heart warming at the sight of his frenzied brother, his eyes glistening with emotion. Upon hearing Chen Hao's voice, Chen Tong regained his composure, yet his pace did not wane as he approached the group, his gaze chillingly fierce, as if capable of taking a life. From the mountain village, Chen Tong's voice was slightly hoarse as he brandished the hatchet. One of the men stepped forward, arms crossed, his legs trembling. Yes, from the mountain village. What do you intend by blocking my brother? It's nothing serious. We merely worked hard to catch 200 pounds of eels. But your brother Chen Hao refuses to buy them. Chen Tong paused, his mind racing. Refused to buy eels? Impossible. Dead? He inquired further. Alive, lively as ever. Tongzi, it's not that brother refuses to buy. It's these ruffians demanding 3 coins per pound for the eels. Seeing Chen Tong arrive bolstered Chen Hao's confidence. 1 against 3 was daunting, but 2 against 3 presented a fairer chance. Moreover, Chen Tong wielded a sharpened hatchet, capable of delivering a precise and lethal blow. Chen Tong circumvented the 3 men, joining Chen Hao to ascertain the situation. These 3 were brothers who, having observed Chen Hao collecting eels in recent days, had been envious of the stack of money he carried. The proximity between the mountain village and the Qinghe village only fueled their greed. Some matters are beyond their courage and desire to confront. Hence, they devised a scheme, liquidating their resources to procure a batch of eels and loaches from the village at a mere 2 dimes per pound, with the intention of selling them to Chen Hao at 3 dimes per pound. Though Chen Hao is known for his honest and simple nature, he is not a fool. Weighing the eels and loaches, though it may take some time, why should I spend an extra dime to purchase from you? Moreover, none of you 3 consulted me, and I never requested your assistance. Isn't this a classic case of coercive dealings? 200 pounds of eels at an additional dime amounts to an extra 20 bucks. What justification do you have for that? Chen Tong quickly grasped the situation. It became evident that these 3 brothers were merely middlemen seeking profit from the price difference. What audacity! Fortunately, they maintained their composure and refrained from resorting to violence against Chen Hao. Instead, they obstructed his path with the eels and loaches, creating a stalemate until he returned. Thankfully, it turned out to be a mere false alarm. Are you gentlemen seeking profit? Chen Tong inquired, sheathing his machete. If they could converse without resorting to blows, that would be most desirable. Naturally, who would engage in unprofitable ventures? Said the man, still nervously shaking his leg. We are all men. Some money is earned on one's knees, while other earnings come standing. Your method of making money is akin to kneeling. Chen Tong was unperturbed by the possibility of inciting their ire. He scoffed lightly. I possess a method that allows you to earn money standing, with dignity. Why not? Chapter 65. The second aquaculture base, secured. Each word emerged from Chen Tong's mouth with precision, as if every syllable was a nail driven into the wood. They were of similar age, yet the disparity in their circumstances was striking. The man shaking his leg was named Wang Xiaoshan, the eldest brother, while the other two were Wang Erzhan and Wang Sanshan. This trio of brothers held considerable sway in the village of Shanshan due to their formidable reputation. They were known for their readiness to engage in brawls, regardless of the reasoning behind the conflict. Many villagers feared them. In confronting Chen Hao, they exhibited a degree of rationality. Had they opted for brute force, they would have jeopardized their own livelihoods. Thus, they sought to test the waters. If their plan proved viable, they would procure all the eels and loaches from the village and sell them to Chen Hao at 3 dimes per pound. On a good day, the price difference could yield anywhere from 30 to 60 bucks. What a substantial sum. The 3 brothers were quick to act, leading to the current scene. Pray tell, how might we earn money standing? Wang Xiaoshan inquired, recognizing Chen Tong as the one with the answers. First, let us load the eels and loaches. After a long day's work, would an additional 5 bucks be acceptable? Wang Xiaoshan hesitated but eventually nodded. The brothers poured the eels and loaches into the basket of the cart. While they might earn slightly less today, they were determined to secure the method for earning money standing, for without it, they would surely face dire consequences. Chen Hao produced a stack of money, counting it in his hands. The eyes of the 3 brothers instantly became fixated on the sight. Goodness, such a fortune. What harm would it do to share a bit with them? Would it lead to their demise? Cooperation could be such a delight. 200 jin of yellow eels and loaches totaled 40 yuan, with an additional 5 yuan for labor, making it 45 in total. Chen held a machete in one hand and the cash in the other as he leaped down from the cart. Here are 45 yuan, count it. He handed the money to Wang Xiaoshan, who wiped his hands on his clothing before accepting it. Under the moonlight, he began to count the bills, going back and forth 4 or 5 times before finally putting them away. However, they remained obstructing the road. So what is the plan? Although there were plenty of yellow eels and loaches, there would inevitably come a day when they would be caught out. At the pace of several hundred jin per day, it would only take a week or so for your mountain village to run out of them. Am I right? The 3 nodded in unison, having considered this point themselves, which is why they aimed to earn as much as possible during this time. No matter how abundant the yellow eels and loaches, they could not withstand relentless digging. Even 3 generations of ancestors could not unearth them with a shovel. You fellows are indeed sharp, Chen said, giving a thumbs up. So, have you ever thought about raising the smaller and medium-sized yellow eels and loaches you catch? Raising them? The impact of these words on the 3 brothers was monumental. They were aware of raising chickens, geese, ducks, and cattle, but this was the first time they had heard of raising yellow eels and loaches. Was it really that miraculous? How does one even raise them? Once they grow large, who knows when that will be? What if you can't sell them then? Yellow eels and loaches are quite easy to raise. Simply find a piece of waterlogged field near a pond, catch the larger ones, and toss the smaller ones in. They will grow in a few months and even produce another batch of young ones in the field. Come spring of the following year, they will thrive continuously. As for whether you can sell the yellow eels and loaches, I can't guarantee anything else, but in these 2 years, I will take as many as you can provide. Of course, the price remains at 2 jiao per jin. After Chen finished speaking, the 3 brothers fell into silence, clearly pondering this proposition. Raising yellow eels and loaches was indeed quite novel. However, the 3 lacked experience. You're not trying to fool us, are you? Wang Xiaoshan said, half convinced. Some matters cannot be resolved by mere words. Action speaks louder. I must tell you, this is no small sum, Chen stated confidently. Suddenly, he felt as if he were painting a grand vision, a large, round, fragrant, and crispy pancake. So, will you brothers come back to the mountain village tomorrow to collect yellow eels? Certainly not, Chen replied with a smile. Are you trying to play tricks on us? Wang Xiaoshan's temper flared. Chen, however, remained calm. Dare to block my second brother? I just wanted to have a bit of fun. Nevertheless, the endeavor of raising yellow eels and loaches might just be achievable with the help of these 3 brothers. In the village, one holds a significant position and is quite capable of handling affairs. Brothers, why the urgency? One must not listen only halfway. Wang Xiaoshan, it was you who spoke halfway. Tomorrow, we will not come to collect the yellow eels and loaches. You 3 brothers shall deliver them to my home. From this day forth, I shall conduct all business concerning the yellow eels and loaches of Shanshan village solely with you 3 brothers. What say you? However, do not undercut the prices. We are all from the same village. As long as you adhere to my terms, I assure you prosperity. Chen Tong harbored concerns about the 3 brothers potentially exploiting the villagers, driving prices down to a meager 10 cents per pound. That would be a well-meaning act turned awry. He preemptively addressed the issue. The three exchanged glances. Wait a moment. The Huang brothers, Huang Xiaoshan, Huang Erzhan, and Huang Sanshan, stepped aside to confer. Chen Tong patted Chen Hao's shoulder and gave him a reassuring glance, signifying his trust. Allowing these three brothers to handle the delivery was a source of reassurance. One may escape the monk, but not the temple. My home is right there. Should you be deceived, you can always come and confront me. The three brothers rallied together. Let us see if I can dodge this. Before long, they reached an agreement. Wang Xiaoshan turned to Chen Tong and said, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. But for our efforts in delivering the yellow eels and loaches, might we have a slight increase in payment?" Chen Tong refused to raise the price, insisting on 2 dimes for collection and sale alike. Otherwise, what would be the point for your brothers? 5 yuan. 5 yuan a day, no more. As compensation for your catching the loaches and eels. Huang Xiaoshan nearly interjected, but Chen Tong preempted him. A man must have a long-term vision. The words that were about to escape Huang Xiaoshan's lips were forcefully swallowed. Damn it. This fellow is too quick-witted, always ready with a retort. Remember, the price for collecting yellow eels and loaches is 2 dimes per pound, not a cent less. Should I discover otherwise, our collaboration will cease. Chen Tong issued a stern warning to the three. If they resorted to price manipulation, it would likely ruin his long-term yellow eel and loach enterprise. Some rules are best established early. This is a red line that must not be crossed. The night had grown late, and Chen Tong did not wish to delay any further, hastening back home with Chen Hao on the donkey cart. What could have been a blessing turned into a burden. Sometimes, a shift in perspective can simplify matters remarkably. With the second breeding ground for yellow eels and loaches secured, Chen Tong leaned against Chen Hao's back, seated back to back, humming a tune. Yo-yo, I wield the nunchaku. I am invincible. Chapter 66. Commencement of the field construction. Around 9 o'clock that evening, the two returned home on the donkey cart. At this moment, young Wenjing and sister-in-law Li Hong stood at the gate of the courtyard, one on each side, their eyes red-rimmed. Especially young Wenjing, who had endured much hardship. Her heart was heavy with worry. Every man is the backbone and pillar of the family. Previously, she had been her own support. Now, she could feel that someone was holding this family together. That person was none other than Chen Tong. Thus, she was terrified of losing him, of the possibility of gaining and then losing again. She did not believe she could bear it. Li Hong wiped away her tears. I went to heat the meal. They have been waiting. Chen Tong jumped off the cart and hastened toward them, taking Yang Wenjing's hand. My dear, I apologize for causing you and your sister-in-law concern. However, it is not entirely a bad thing. In fact, it bears good tidings. Those individuals were discussing the matters of eels and loaches with second brother. Chen Tong gazed at Yang Wenjing, whose eyes were swollen, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion and guilt. Yang Wenjing gently caressed her belly, assuring him, we shall wait for you. She was no fool. It was late, and there was a high probability that something perilous was afoot. The next morning, with the first light of dawn breaking, Chen Tong arose early. After a brief wash, he set out, naturally to seek out the village head, Chen Bulin. Upon his arrival, he found Chen Bulin sitting at the entrance of his courtyard, puffing on his pipe. From a distance, he spotted the young man approaching, his gait unsteady. Chen Tong smiled broadly, without a moment's hesitation, producing a large front door as a gesture. Well, what a resourceful lad, Chen Bulin remarked, retrieving 3 copies of an agreement, 2 of which were identical. He then produced a red ink pad. Chen Tong observed keenly. Experience had its advantages, and it seemed Chen Bulin had anticipated his arrival and was well prepared. As Chen Tong accepted the agreement and examined it, he exclaimed, "Oh, you can read?" Chen Bulin teased, recalling that Chen Tong had not attended school. "Uncle, I am self-taught," Chen Tong replied, finding no discrepancies in the document. He dipped his hand in the ink and pressed his red thumbprint. The land near the large water puddle was divided into 3 parcels, each 3 acres, totaling 9 acres. An acre measures approximately 660 square meters. Thus, the 9 acres equate to around 6,000 square meters, roughly the size of his villa in a past life. It would suffice as a breeding base for eels and loaches in Qinghe village. "Uncle, please come to my house for assistance at noon," Chen Tong said as he clapped his hands and started to leave, only to pause and turn back. "There will be meat for lunch." Chen Bulin's eyes lit up, relieved that he had not declined the invitation. Upon returning home, Chen Tong found his second brother, Chen Hao, and Han Guoqing already there. The three of them loaded the baskets onto the cart and secured them with hemp ropes. Chen Tong hastily consumed a bit of porridge before setting off again. At the Aquaculture Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the routine remained unchanged. Weigh, sign the receipt, and collect the money. Everything went smoothly. As he departed, Chen Tong glanced toward Li Shan's office downstairs but saw no sign of him. He shrugged it off. The establishment of the breeding base was crucial, and it was imperative to ensure that Li Shan received his share of the benefits. Only in this manner could they guarantee a continuous supply of eels and loaches to the cooperative, thereby fostering an unceasing accumulation of wealth. Upon leaving the cooperative, Chen Tong called out to Han Guoqing, "Uncle Han, upon your return home, please gather a few strong individuals with shovels to wait for me at my house." Han Guoqing, without questioning the purpose, nodded and headed back. Chen Hao hurriedly drove his donkey cart, delivering the remaining yellow eels, loaches, assorted fish, and mountain goods to the eel noodle shop and the small noodle stall. In truth, given Chen's current earnings, he could very well forego these endeavors. However, one must not forget their roots. During his most trying times, it was the owners of these two establishments who aided Chen, providing him with the initial capital to purchase yellow eels and loaches, paving the way for his expanding ventures. Upon arriving at the butcher shop in front of the meat processing plant, the butcher was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen again. Hadn't he just been here yesterday? 5 pounds of lean meat and 5 pounds of fatty meat. Had he consumed it all? Dogs weren't even that voracious. Chen extended his hand, waving it in front of the butcher. "Hey, boss, what are you daydreaming about? No business today? Finished yesterday's meat, eh?" The butcher, unable to suppress his insatiable curiosity, widened his eyes and cautiously inquired, "Well, yes, I ate it all myself. Today, I'd like 3 pounds of lean meat and 2 pounds of fatty meat, please." The butcher's hand trembled as he wielded the knife, nearly dropping it. Good heavens, such an appetite. What kind of household is this? Chen took the pork, paid, and departed with his donkey cart, leaving the butcher in a state of disbelief. Upon returning home, Han Guoqing stood at Chen's doorstep with 5 villagers, each wielding a shovel, engaged in jovial conversation. As they spotted Chen returning with his cart, they all approached to greet him. Chen nodded, first carrying the pork inside. "Wife, sister-in-law, please prepare more dishes for lunch today and steam some white buns. We have guests coming over." After speaking, Chen retrieved a shovel from the yard and placed it on his shoulder. "Gentlemen, follow me. Today, I'll need your assistance, and it may delay our catching of eels and loaches. Once we finish, you are all invited to my home for a meal. There will be meat." Upon hearing about the meat, the villagers instinctively swallowed hard. What a delightful surprise. "Oh, Chen, we are all from the same village. There's no need for such formality. Indeed, you are bringing prosperity to the entire village. We scarcely know how to express our gratitude. Really, it's not about the meat. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. It's a simple matter." They all assumed Chen was jesting, as pork was a precious commodity not typically shared with outsiders. However, only Han Guoqing understood that Chen was entirely serious. The group made their way to the vicinity of the large puddle, where 3 plots of land were neatly aligned, separated by ridges, a crucial marker distinguishing one's property from another's. Chen's task was to delineate these areas, dividing the vast space into roughly equal sections, marking each accordingly. He intended to place similarly sized yellow eels in one section and loaches of comparable size in another. This method would greatly facilitate the identification of which eels and loaches were ready for harvesting and sale, ultimately saving time and effort. "Uncle Han, you and Uncle Zhang head over there. Uncle Li, you and Uncle Wang go to that side." Chen Tong spoke with great precision, detailing the direction, width, and height of the new embankments. Naturally, the seedlings in the fields should be disturbed as little as possible, unless they are in the path of the new embankments. 7 men, bare-chested, diligently excavated the soil with their shovels, constructing the embankments. Chapter 67. Indeed, there is pork and steamed buns. Just as the men toiled with fervor, a figure lurked behind a distant raised mound, stealthily observing. Early in the morning, several sturdy men gathered at Chen Tong's doorstep, each wielding a shovel. Fortunately, in these times, people's intentions were not so sordid. Otherwise, one might think a woman was caught at home with a man. Such a commotion could not escape Yang Sumei's notice. She had been craving the white dumplings stuffed with pork and chives, and the fragrant filling of oil residue, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms. Thus, she opened the door slightly. standing by the threshold, silently watching everything unfold until Chen Tong returned and led the men away. Only then did she stealthily emerge, trailing them from a distance. Eager to discover what this little rascal was up to, had he devised another scheme to make money? However, after observing for a while, Yang Sume could not make sense of what the men were doing in the field. Digging? What on earth? Moreover, this was not even Chen Tong's land. If she remembered correctly, a portion belonged to Old Hu's family. What was Chen up to, working on someone else's property? No, she had to inform Old Hu's family. In a hurried flurry, Yang Sume set off. At noon, Chen Hao came to call the men back for lunch, leaving those in the field momentarily taken aback. Tongzi, your second brother must be mistaken. Just bring us some water. Yes, you think we are all thinking about your family's meal? One quipped. As long as you have that intention, it's a bit too early for lunch anyway. Chen Tong rinsed his shovel in the water and walked up the embankment. Uncles, digging the embankment is labor-intensive. What will we do if we don't eat enough? This embankment must be completed by afternoon. We cannot afford delays. To be honest, the men still doubted that Chen Tong had prepared lunch for them. In these times, a few men could consume quite a bit in one meal. It wasn't a child's game. Uncle Han, hurry up and get ready. We need to eat quickly and then continue working. This afternoon, the loach and eel will need a new home. Han Guqing rallied the others, washing their hands hastily before heading to the embankment, following Chen Tong. Finally, it dawned on them. There truly would be a meal today. He was not merely jesting with them. In truth, Chen Tong's actions were driven by ulterior motives, simple ones. To foster relationships, or more directly, to win them over. A soft mouth can easily sway, and one becomes beholden to the hand that feeds. This was the essence of the eel farming venture. Fear not the 1 in 10,000, but rather the 1 in a million. He harbored concerns that envy might lead to destruction. After this meal, each person was to receive a few bills. A word of caution was to be given in advance. Regularly, he advised his uncles to remain vigilant. Chen Tong was never at a loss. The group returned to Chen Tong's abode. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted the village head, Chun Bulin, smoking a pipe. A casual greeting was exchanged, and then, inadvertently, their gaze fell upon a dazzling array of white, blindingly bright objects. Suddenly, their eyes could not look away. On a small, rickety table, there lay something steaming in white. Could it be steamed buns? Surely not mere potato chunks. Furthermore, they were enticed by the aroma of meat, an intoxicating fragrance that rendered one immobile. Goodness gracious! Was this the lunch prepared for them? Surely, there must be some mistake. Just then, Li Hong and Yang Wenjing emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth dishes that glistened with oil, sparkling under the sun, nearly blinding them. What was that? Pork stir-fried with chili? Pork stir-fried with bamboo shoots? And another dish of crispy pork bits with greens. My word, the group could hardly contain their salivation. Was it merely a matter of putting in a bit of effort to cultivate some fields? In these times, labor was the least valued currency. The meal before them was far superior to their festive feasts. Village head, come quickly. Uncle Han, please take a seat. Uncle Zhang, do not stand on ceremony. Help yourselves to the dishes. No need to be modest. Chen Tong spoke with practiced politeness, knowing that sometimes words flowed too freely. In a few decades, such fare would be the norm for an ordinary family. However, when the news reached the ears of Han Guoqing and his companions, it was a different story. Such splendid dishes? To be disdainful? Only someone with an ailment of the mind would do so. Moreover, each individual felt a deep-seated realization. This young man had changed. He had truly transformed. In their eyes, Chen Tong was now prosperous, wealthy. Yet, he had never looked down on others. He greeted everyone with warmth, addressing them as uncles and aunts, always with a smile. When gathering eels and loaches, he never shortchanged anyone. To this day, he had never quarreled with anyone. This young man knew how to socialize. Chen Tong invited them to gather around the small, weathered table. Due to its diminutive size, they had to sit a bit apart. He picked up a steamed bun from the table, offering one to each person. These buns were truly white and remarkably large. Holding them in their hands, the group felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Eat, eat. Do not hold back. Consider it your own home. Uncle Han, serve yourself some dishes. Why feast solely on buns? Will you save the meat for the new year? Laughter erupted as Chen Tong's banter broke the ice, allowing their reservations to diminish. They eagerly dug into the meat from their bowls. Meanwhile, Yang Wenjing, Li Hong, and Xiao Jianghao were dining in the inner room. Such was the custom when guests arrived. Women and children were not permitted at the table. This meal of steamed buns and pork was indeed a true feast. A few individuals indulged in a delightful feast, their mouths slick with grease, their hearts brimming with contentment. Once the meal concluded, they wasted no time and took up the shovels from the yard, setting off with determination. This afternoon, they aimed to construct a solid and aesthetically pleasing embankment for the rice field. Ergo, you stay at home to help sort the eels and loaches, separating the smaller ones to set aside. You're not quite familiar with the task of building the embankment, so it's best you don't join us. Just as Chen Hao prepared to accompany Chen Tong with a shovel in hand, he was persuaded otherwise. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Hao thought to himself, this fellow doesn't he realize that his older brother possesses considerable strength? How could he not lend a hand? Upon arriving at the paddy field, Chen Tong had intentionally widened and elevated the embankments on both sides. Although the lands of the three families were contiguous, Old Zhang S adjacent to Old Hu S, and Old Hu S next to Old Su S, Old Zhang S plot on the other side bordered someone else's property, as did Old Su S. Thus, Chen Tong's objective was to construct the embankment next to the neighboring land higher and broader, ensuring a clear demarcation and preventing the small eels and loaches from straying into others' fields. After all, these creatures were purchased at his own expense, and should they wander into a neighbor's plot, they would rightfully belong to someone else. He was certainly not a benefactor of fortune. Korean Ching and his companions feasted on steamed buns and pork, invigorated for the task at hand. By 3 in the afternoon, they had completed the embankment, which stood as straight as a taut line, pleasing to the eye. Standing at the edge of the field, Chen Tong surveyed the water paddy designated for cultivating eels and loaches, feeling a surge of satisfaction, as if he could already see the profits beckoning him. Chapter 68. While one sits at home, eels and loaches naturally come. The 9 acres of land, viewed from afar, resembled a grand square. Chen Tong had meticulously divided it into 5 roughly equal sections. Based on the size of the eels and loaches, he intended to allocate them to their respective areas. Thus, from May to September, he would consistently supply eels and loaches to the Aquatic Product Distribution Center. While not daily, he could ensure a delivery every 2 weeks or once a month. Coupled with the agreements established with the Wujiabao and Shanshankan breeding bases, Chen Tong felt assured regarding his income. Next on his agenda was to secure the Dongjiakan and Panjigo areas, culminating in a total of 5 breeding bases. Even in his absence, the impact would be minimal, as Li Shan had declared that the eels and loaches of Shuliu town would acknowledge him alone, rendering others ineffective. He had no concerns about cooperation from several villages unless they wished to sever ties with profit. Gathering a few individuals at the field's edge, Chen Tong produced some cash notes from his pocket and extended them forward. Uncle, I appreciate your hard work. However, none reached out to accept. Xiaozi, are you not embarrassing your uncles? One remarked. Yes, the meal we had today was something we rarely enjoy even during the new year. Take this money back. Although we are in need, we cannot accept such compensation. Chen Tong understood their sentiment. They certainly would not take this money. The men from the rural mountains are mostly simple and honest. However, he possesses a method to ensure they accept it with peace of mind, as does he. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Uncle Han, there are a total of 12 pieces here, 2 yuan for each person. Don't be hasty in your refusal. I have a favor to ask. Han Guiqing glanced at Chen Tong. Assisting is no issue. Take the money back. Chen Tong, unperturbed, replied, Uncle, please allow me to finish. This money is not a gift. It is compensation for watching over the fields. Watching the fields? What do you mean? A few of them looked puzzled. Do these fields require supervision? Chen Tong chuckled. I intend to use these fields for cultivating eels and loaches. Given their proximity to the large pond and the adjoining lands of other villagers, I worry that heavy rains may cause the pond to overflow, leading the eels and loaches to escape into others' fields. Therefore, I kindly ask a few of you to keep an eye on them, and if you notice anything amiss, address it promptly. He refrained from mentioning the possibility of theft or damage to the embankment, as that would be to assume the worst of them. Some matters are better left unspoken. Nevertheless, having these gentlemen watch over the fields would effectively deter such occurrences. You must lend a hand with this, right? Chen Tong gazed at them earnestly. All right. Han Guiqing accepted the money without concern. This task, he believed, could be accomplished without a single coin exchanged. However, the others accepted their share. Chen Tong felt a sense of reassurance. This young man knows how to handle affairs. After exchanging a few words with them, Chen Tong hoisted his shovel and returned home. Upon entering the courtyard and taking a moment to drink a cup of hot water, a robust voice called from outside. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Chen Tong?" The voice was familiar to Chen Tong. Wu Baoguo had come in person. He hurriedly stood up to open the door. Indeed, Wu Baoguo appeared, balancing 2 wooden barrels on a yoke, filled to the brim with eels and loaches. Behind him were 2 men, the same ones who had returned Chen Tong yesterday, also carrying yokes laden with eels and loaches. The load was substantial, and the 3 men were drenched in sweat. Chen Tong quickly ushered them inside, calling out, "Wife, bring 3 bowls of hot water." Once in the courtyard, the 3 men carefully unloaded the yokes from their shoulders, exhaling deeply. They had not dared to rest along the way, fearing the loaches and eels might suffocate. They had journeyed straight from Wujiao Fortress to Qinghe Village without pause. It had been quite exhausting. Chen Tong was in no rush to weigh the catch. He allowed them a moment to recover and enjoy the hot water before beginning the weighing process. The 6 barrels, minus their weight, totaled 620 pounds. This amount was not particularly large for a village like Wujiao Fortress, abundant in water. However, every eel and loach was as thick as a finger, and none were small. It was evident that Wu Baoguo's loach and eel breeding operation was likely a resounding success. Chen Tong could not help but admire Wu Baoguo's remarkable execution. He acted decisively. Without any hesitation, Chen Tong counted out 124 bills, among which were 5 large denominations, a thick stack of cash, and handed it over to Wu Baoguo. Upon receiving it, Wu Baoguo's face broke into a genuine smile, one that emanated from the depths of his heart. Though somewhat fatigued, it was indeed tangible money, capable of enhancing the villagers' lives. "Village Chief Wu, how is the breeding of eels and loaches in Wujiabao progressing? Rest assured, it will be ready by noon today." On 10 acres, Chen Tong gave Wu Baoguo a thumbs up. The village of Wujiabao was larger than Qinghe Village, with a more developed water system, and thus, naturally had a greater abundance of eels and loaches. 10 acres, in fact, was not an excessive area. Wu Baoguo sought Chen Tong's advice on breeding techniques, and Chen Tong eagerly shared his insights. As their conversation flowed, they found a delightful rapport, punctuated by hearty laughter. Chen Tong reflected on the fact that a talent like Wu Baoguo was truly underappreciated in such a small mountain village. "Brother Chen, it is getting late. We must head back," Wu Baoguo said as he rose. The journey back to Wujiabao from Qinghe Village would take over 2 hours. With a considerable sum of money in his pocket, he felt a twinge of unease, as this money was meant for the villagers. Just as they reached the entrance, they spotted the Huang Xiaoshan brothers arriving with a yoke carrying wooden barrels. It was evident they were delivering eels and loaches. The 3 were drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted. Chen Tong greeted Wu Baoguo and invited the Huang brothers into the courtyard. Chen Hao came over to assist, weighing the eels and loaches, which totaled 600 pounds, not an insignificant amount. Chen Tong counted out 125 bills for Huang Xiaoshan, the extra 5 being previously agreed upon. He invited the 3 to sit and rest. Huang Xiaoshan took the bundle of cash and inhaled its scent, his face reflecting sheer delight. "Is it really 2 dimes per pound?" Chen Tong inquired. "Brother, you can rest assured, it is indeed 2 dimes per pound, all in good faith among neighbors." Huang Xiaoshan replied, securing the money close to his chest, his pride evident. A portion of it belonged to the villagers from the mountains, who had no means to pay in full up front. After bidding farewell to the Huang brothers, Chen Tong finally found a moment to rest. Today had thoroughly exhausted him. He had spent the morning delivering eels and loaches to the county and had been busy leveling the fields until now, leaving him sore all over. He was not a superhero, after all, filled with boundless energy. At that moment, Yang Wenjing thoughtfully brought him a bowl of warm water and gently said, "You've worked hard." Chen Tong smiled at her, gratefully accepting the water and gulping it down in one go. He took her hand and said, "It's all for the sake of this family." Chapter 69. Chen Tong, why don't you come over and sleep? After dinner, Chen Tong took the smaller eels and loaches he had selected that day and, on his way, accompanied his brother Chen Hao and Li Hong to the nearby large waterhole. Li Hong returned home with Xiao Jianghe. "Brother, the tiny loaches are placed in Area 1, while the thicker eels are in Area 2. Chen Tong had divided the 9 acres of land into 5 distinct zones. The first 2 zones housed the smallest loaches and eels, while the 3rd and 4th zones contained the next size up. The 5th zone was a mixture of loaches and eels of medium size, ready to grow and sell in just 2 or 3 months. Chen Hao committed this classification to memory. It was remarkably efficient and error-proof. "Brother, I appreciate your hard work during this time. I apologize for the past, he said, somewhat awkwardly, as he had not anticipated Chen Tong's gesture. It felt strange for two grown men, especially brothers, to express such sentiments. Tongzi, your achievements today are commendable. I genuinely admire you, Chen Hao voiced sincerely, not merely out of familial obligation. He had never imagined earning a few hundred yuan, a sum that seemed astronomical to him. A man who had spent his life in the mountains, laboring for meager earnings. Yet, this dream had come to fruition thanks to his younger brother, once scorned by the villagers, who had guided him to this success. Often, Chen Hao felt like the younger sibling, following Chen Tong's lead, and surprisingly, it brought him a sense of reassurance. As night fell, they exchanged few words before parting ways, for even brothers share a silent understanding at times. In the small courtyard, a warm, soft light illuminated the space. Young Wenjing had gone to bed early, leaving a lamp on for Chen Tong. He filled a basin with clean water and added some hot water, the warm liquid refreshing his tired face and alleviating the day's exhaustion. With a soft click, Chen Tong turned off the courtyard light and, aided by the moonlight, made his way to the bedside. Lying down, he felt an unexpected restlessness despite his fatigue. He tossed and turned, listening to the faint sound of Yang Wenjing's breathing from the inner room. Is she asleep? He wondered. Chen Tong, are you asleep? Came Yang Wenjing's gentle voice from the other room, soft enough to transform moonlight into liquid. Not yet. What is it, my dear? He replied, but silence fell on her end. After a moment, her voice returned, laced with a tremor that indicated she had mustered considerable courage to speak to him at night. The bed outside is small and uncomfortable. Why don't you come over here? The bed Chen Tong occupied was more a makeshift structure of wooden boards topped with a mat, narrow and uncomfortable. Hearing her invitation sent a rush of excitement through him. He opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. At times, action speaks louder than words. That is the wisest choice. In this moment, he found his limbs somewhat stiff, struggling to rise from the bed. A self-deprecating smile escaped his lips. What great storms had he not weathered? Yet, how daunting was it to approach Yang Wenjing's bed. Moonlight playfully danced through the cracks of the thatched cottage, casting gentle beams that illuminated Chen Tong's path forward. Though the distance was merely a few meters, it felt insurmountable. He had spent a lifetime traversing this very space in his past life, yet had failed to cross it. But now he could. Yang Wenjing's heart had wholly embraced him. Chen Tong paused, steadying himself. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as he approached the inner chamber. There lay Yang Wenjing, quietly resting on the bed, her body turned inward, presenting her back to him. As the sound of his footsteps drew nearer, her heartbeat quickened. Her breaths became shallow. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her cheeks aflame with a deep crimson hue, puzzled by the very words she had uttered. The atmosphere was thick with an elusive ambiguity. Yang Wenjing's body was tense. Chen Tong gazed at her silhouette, nervously swallowing hard. Gradually, he settled onto the edge of the bed, extending his hand to rest upon her shoulder. Yang Wenjing shivered at his touch. In the past, during their shared nights, Chen Tong had forcibly drawn her close, his advances met with her fervent resistance. At that time, her heart had remained untouched by him. Their union merely a consequence of an unexpected encounter, a drunken folly that had entwined their fates, legitimate yet somewhat unjustifiable. Now, however, it was undeniable that Yang Wenjing's heart had stirred for Chen Tong, reminiscent of a young girl in love, filled with aspirations, both body and soul yearning for connection. Wife, he murmured, his throat tightening. I suppose I shall sleep now. A barely audible response floated to his ears from Yang Wenjing. Chen Tong lay beside her, his body ablaze with warmth. Initially, he faced upward, hands crossed over his abdomen, inhaling the sweet scent of her presence. Yet gradually, his hands grew restless. Wife, may I touch the child within you? Yang Wenjing remained silent, her face flushed to the point of embarrassment, her breaths becoming heavier. If you do not respond, I shall take it as your consent. Chen Tong shifted closer, feeling the warmth radiating from her, his heated breath tickling her neck, inducing a slight shiver. Gently, his right hand rested upon her abdomen, caressing in slow, deliberate circles. Wife, may I draw even closer? Chen Tong pressed forward, inching toward her, while Yang Wenjing kept her eyes tightly shut, too fearful to open them. Breathing transformed from heavy to light and prolonged. This individual is indeed remarkable. They are already so close. How much closer can one get? This must be the most intimate distance. Unaware of her shyness, Chen Tong edged forward once more. Yang Wenjing remained utterly still, her back pressed tightly against Chen Tong's body, separated by nothing but a thin layer of fabric. She could even feel the warmth radiating from his skin, slowly enveloping her. Chen Tong's hand moved instinctively upward, finding a particular position, and then it stilled. Yang Wenjing resembled a docile cat, her legs together, her body slightly curled. "There is a child inside me," she murmured softly. Upon uttering those words, she wished for nothing more than to burrow into the ground, her cheeks aflame. It was simply her overthinking. Before long, the sound of Chen Tong's even breathing filled her ears. He was utterly exhausted and had fallen asleep while holding her. Chapter 70. Manager Li. This old hen stewed with mushrooms is highly nourishing. That night, they did nothing, yet it felt as though they had done everything. Chen Tong slept more soundly than ever before, remaining in slumber until dawn, awakened only by Chun Hao's knocking at the door. Yang Wenjing also stirred from her dreams. Resting her head on Chen Tong's arm, they exchanged a glance, and her face flushed instantly. She quickly pulled up the blanket to cover her face. Too embarrassed to look at him. "Hurry, go open the door. Don't keep second brother waiting," she urged. Chen Tong wished to hold Yang Wenjing a moment longer, to savor her warmth. Yet she, unexpectedly strong, kicked him out of bed. Rubbing his backside, Chen Tong dressed and stepped outside. Opening the courtyard door, he found Han Guoqing waiting, with mountain goods beside him, suggesting he had been there for quite some time. "Uncle Han, why didn't you call for me?" Chen Tong inquired. Han Guoqing chuckled warmly. Chen Hao arrived carrying an old hen. "Here, this is what you wanted." The three of them busied themselves with the yellow eels they had collected the previous day, which turned out to be quite abundant. Wu Baohua had delivered 620 pounds, while the three brothers from Huang Shaoshan brought 600 pounds. Villagers from their village contributed over 300 pounds, discarding the smaller ones. In total, they had accumulated 1,500 pounds. After deducting 300 for costs, they earned a staggering 1,200 in a single day. Hence, Chen Tong grew increasingly convinced that this yellow eel operation must proceed. A clear, melodious sound of a copper bell rang out as the three prepared their 2 donkey carts for departure. Just then, Yang Wenjing opened the courtyard door, handing out 3 white steamed buns. However, Chen Tong was momentarily mesmerized. Yang Wenjing wore a floral dress, the very one Chen Tong had taken her to have custom-made at a lovely tailoress shop. The white fabric adorned with yellow flowers radiated youthfulness and vitality, her skin appearing exceptionally fair in contrast. It exuded a blend of youthful exuberance and a hint of feminine maturity, intertwined with a touch of shyness. Yang Wenjing belongs to the category of fair-skinned individuals, naturally impervious to tanning, and instead, her complexion only becomes more radiant with exposure to sunlight. Recently, she has been indulging in a diet of white rice paired with pork at every meal. Her complexion is rosy, her lips are vibrant, and her teeth are pearly white, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. The dress she wears complements her exquisitely, forming a perfect match. Its loose design offers comfort while elegantly concealing her pregnancy. Chen Tong finds himself unable to avert his gaze. With others present, Yang Wenjing becomes shy under Chen Tong's intense stare, hastily stuffing 3 steamed buns into his hands before lowering her head and retreating into the courtyard. Chen Tong, unable to contain his emotions, sheds tears, overwhelmed by his desire for his wife. The melodious sound of bells lingers in the air as Chen Tong sits distractedly in the donkey cart, lost in admiration for his wife's beauty. After an hour and 20 minutes, they arrive at the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Agency to weigh, process, and collect payment. During this entire procedure, Han Qing remains outside, awaiting their return. A thick stack of cash, totaling 1,500 yuan, leaves Chun Hao speechless with excitement. It feels like a dream. Chen Tong retrieves a bamboo basket from the cart, filled with carefully selected mushrooms and wild vegetables from the morning's foraging. He places 20 crisp banknotes into the basket, which baffles Chun Hao, causing his eyelids to twitch. "What are you doing?" he stammers. "Brother, the eels and loaches are a long-term business. This money is essential for paving the way." Chun Hao hesitates, uncertain about the kind of path requiring 20 banknotes, along with a laying hen, which is one of only 2 they possess at home. Initially, he thought Chen Tong intended to nourish his sister-in-law, so he felt no remorse. Little did he know, that was not the case, and Chun Hao's heart clenched painfully, forcing him to swallow his words. "Brother, You should go deliver the goods. You must personally handle the orders from the eel noodle shop and the small noodle stall, no matter the time. Chen Tong is aware of Chun Hao's frugality. This isn't merely 2 yuan. It is 200 yuan, 20 crisp banknotes. He must hastily send Chun Hao away to avoid his incessant nagging. When a usually quiet person begins to talk, it can feel endless, much like when a gentle person grows fierce. Everyone must give way. Chen Hao exits silently. Chen Tong then produces a 1 yuan note and hands it to Han Qing. Uncle Han, please take the donkey cart back. Han nods in agreement. Meanwhile, in Li Shan's office, he reclines in his chair with his legs crossed, contemplating when Chen Tong will deliver the hen for him to make soup. Over the past few days, his evening activities have been quite vigorous, leaving him exhausted. The domestic tiger at home has been in a foul mood, and he feels apprehensive. His fear does not solely stem from his wife, but also from her father. It is due to the latter's endorsement that he has managed to attain his managerial position. Li Shan rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on as his irritation mounts. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door interrupts his train of thought. His mood darkened further. Come in, Li Shan said impatiently. Who is it? Of all times to arrive. Upon opening the door, a youthful face adorned with a smile came into view. Li Shan jolted upright, suddenly aware of his earlier tone. The god of wealth has arrived. Chun, my dear brother, why didn't you give me a heads up? Li Shan approached, extending his hand with a beaming smile. I thought it was some inconsiderate soul disturbing my rest. But I certainly did not mean it towards you. Chen Tong chuckled and shook hands with Li Shan. Li Gu, what's with the temper? Have you encountered some troubles? Oh, don't even get me started. Li Shan waved his hand, urging Chen Tong to sit down. He picked up the kettle and personally poured a cup of hot water for Chen Tong. It's nothing much. Just saw a plump old hen bound up in a basket full of mountain goods. Li Gu, this old hen is from my own farm, raised for 2 years. It would make a nourishing chicken soup with mushrooms. Chen Tong casually placed the basket on Li Shan's desk, with the old hen resting on the floor. Li Shan leaned forward, reaching to inspect the mushrooms. Upon seeing the large bundle of cash, his gloom lifted entirely. Whether he would stand up or not was another matter. Tonight, he would use this money to throw it in that woman's face. Always giving him a hard time. Damn it. Brother Chun, I must say, this old hen has come just at the right moment. The one at home has been complaining about her back lately. With this home-raised hen, the nutrition is undeniable. Li Shan skillfully took out an old newspaper, revealing the top layer of mushrooms. Then, he paused, breathing heavily, his hands trembling slightly. So much cash. So much cash. He had seen money before. The last 2 times combined were only 20 bills. And he had seen more, but they were never his. This time, 20 bills at once. Despite being the manager of the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, his breathing quickened. He knew these 20 bills belonged to him. 10 bills at once versus 20 bills were entirely different concepts. As an aside, wishing you a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. Thank you for your support. Much love. Chapter 71. What? Someone wants to hire? Chen Tong exited the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, inhaling the fresh air. He did not smoke. Inside Li Shan's office, Li Shan was puffing away on one cigarette after another, trying to mask his excitement. Chen Tong was reluctantly inhaling secondhand smoke. Although Li Shan said nothing, Chen Tong understood that these 40 bills and 2 large cigarettes meant a stable path ahead. As he departed, Li Shan patted his chest, promising that if any difficulties arose, he should reach out. Despite being merely a small manager of the Aquatic Products Cooperative, he had influential connections. Chen Tong smiled, not taking it to heart, dismissing it as mere boasting. As the manager of a fishery supply and marketing cooperative, maintaining a respectable image was undoubtedly important to Chen Tong. He pondered his next steps and, before he realized it, found himself at the Mimi tailor shop. Upon glancing at the sign, a memory flickered in his mind, the floral dress for which he was due a commission. Curious to see if it had sold, he decided to step inside. Zhang Meiyue was seated, sipping tea, when she noticed the door opening. She rose to greet the newcomer, initially assuming he was a customer. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as the person she had been thinking about day and night, though her thoughts were devoid of romantic sentiment, as a certain payment awaited her. Ah, little brother, you finally made it, Zhang Meiyue exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. Did it sell? Chen Tong inquired with a smile. Guess how much it went for? She replied, her excitement palpable. Wasn't it 12 yuan? Chen Tong responded, puzzled. He thought that 12 yuan was already a steep price for the dress, given its uniqueness and avant-garde design. He assumed selling it wouldn't be too challenging. However, Zhang Meiyue's words suggested it had fetched a price far exceeding 12 yuan, piquing his curiosity about who could afford such extravagance. Take a wild guess, she urged, her anticipation evident. 15 yuan? He ventured, but she shook her head. 16? Again, she shook her head, leaving him astonished. Who was this beauty-loving girl who had chosen the dress? What persuasive charm did Zhang Meiyue possess to convince someone to pay such a premium? He shook his head, unable to fathom the answer. Suddenly, Zhang Meiyue burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. 20 yuan. A flat 20 yuan, no haggling involved. Chen Tong gave her a thumbs up, praising her achievement. The price was indeed surprising, but business is a matter of mutual consent, after all. Zhang Meiyue's ability to sell the floral dress spoke volumes about her skill. Why not continue making floral dresses? Chen Tong asked. Zhang Meiyue took a sip of her tea before responding. I've been waiting for you for so long. But I can't make floral dresses, he replied. The truth is, that dress was bought by a middle-aged man, none other than the owner of the largest garment factory in Huayin County, the Lantian Garment Factory. He's quite the big shot. He has a habit of visiting every tailor shop in Huayin County, claiming he seeks inspiration. As country folk, we don't quite understand what inspiration entails. Isn't it a coincidence? Just as the dress was hung up, he walked into the shop and immediately set his eyes on it. Zhang Meiyue spoke for half an hour, detailing the entire sequence of events with clarity. The proprietor of the Blue Sky Garment Factory is named Lan Taijun. He possesses a unique hobby. He enjoys making subtle modifications to traditional garments, rendering them more fashionable before selling them. His creations have garnered considerable popularity in the marketplace of Huayin. But how did these inspirations come to him? He frequented various tailoring shops, and by chance, he encountered a floral dress newly displayed in one of them. At that moment, he was captivated, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Zhang Meiyue, the shopkeeper, immediately discerned that Lan Taijun had taken a liking to the dress and awaited his inquiry regarding the price. From Lan Taijun's attire and demeanor, Zhang Meiyue concluded that he was affluent. When he inquired about the price, she quoted 20 yuan, anticipating that he would negotiate. To her surprise, Lan Taijun did not hesitate. He promptly paid the amount, leaving Zhang Meiyue momentarily taken aback, questioning whether her price had been set too low. However, Lan Taijun did not leave after acquiring the floral dress. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Zhang Meiyue, mistakenly believing that she had conceived the design. Consequently, he sought to entice her to join him at the Blue Sky Garment Factory, envisioning her as a designer for his products. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Meiyue was merely a contractor and explained the dress's origin. Upon learning that she intended to produce similar floral dresses for sale while providing a commission to Chen Tong, Lan Taijun devised a plan, a buyout. He offered 200 yuan to secure exclusive rights to the dress's production, preventing the Mimi tailoring shop from creating it any further. Given that Huayin County's garment factories were not limited to his own, he recognized the necessity to seize the market opportunity for a lucrative sale. However, there was a stipulation. Zhang Meiyue must introduce him to Chen Tong. The 200 yuan would be given to her as a referral fee. Lan Taijun was determined to hire Chen Tong, for anyone capable of designing such a dress was undoubtedly talented, potentially the key to unlocking the entire municipal market. Initially, Zhang Meiyue was reluctant, feeling as though she was being outmaneuvered. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that she could not compete with the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Had Lan Taijun not been so forward-thinking in his desire to meet Chen Tong, he could have silently taken the dress back to his factory and dismantled it piece by piece. Within days, Huayin County would be flooded with copies of that design. What significance would her floral dresses hold then? The 200 yuan represented a means of peace of mind, prompting her willingness to introduce Chen Tong to him. The power dynamic was evident. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, 200 yuan was no trifling sum. It exceeded her tailoring shop's annual profits. Chen Tong nodded, intrigued. To be hired? He wondered what the remuneration would be. Coincidentally, the family's eel and loach farming enterprise was nearing completion, signaling that it was time to venture beyond the confines of Qinghe village. This could prove to be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Indeed, Lan Taijun exhibited audacity, and he too wished to make his acquaintance. Upon hearing Chen Tong's agreement, Zhang Meiyue nearly leapt with joy. No longer would she need to craft the floral dress, and she would conveniently pocket an additional 200 yuan. Was this not akin to a pie falling from the sky? Thus, next Monday, around this same hour, I shall instruct him to wait for you at the shop. No problem. Chen Tong accepted the 2 yuan handed to him by Zhang Meiyue, tucking it into his pocket with a sense of satisfaction as he sauntered away. Chapter 72. The quandary of Panjiagu. Chen Tong had lingered at Mimi's tailor shop for quite some time. Upon returning home, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Chen Hao had long since sold out of the yellow eels and loaches and had returned. Now, he had successfully established the yellow eel and loach breeding base in their village, as well as in the villages of the mountains and Wujia Fortress. The remaining tasks were straightforward, to simply relax at home while reaping the financial rewards. Of course, this was contingent upon securing the cooperation of Dongjiakan and Panjiagu. Chen Tong was familiar with Panjiagu, which was not far from Qinghe village. The walking distance was not much different from that to Shanshan village. His sister-in-law Li Hong hailed from Panjiagu. The people there were known for their simplicity and pure thoughts. With one shovel after another, they cultivated the barren land, planting seedlings. Each individual firmly believed in the principle of prospering through hard work. Sister-in-law Li Hong was a quintessential example, managing all household affairs meticulously without neglecting any detail. As for Dongjiakan, its reputation was decidedly poor. He vaguely recalled that his aunt, Yang Sume, was from Dongjiakan. One must choose the soft persimmons to squeeze. First, he would focus on Panjiagu, and then consider Dongjiakan. Every one of the 5 yellow eel and loach breeding bases was crucial. The midday meal was prepared by sister-in-law Li Hong, with young Wenjing assisting nearby. Second brother Chen Hao collected the yellow eels and loaches brought by the villagers. Surprisingly, he had transitioned from the busiest individual to the most leisurely one, becoming a hands-off manager. With some time on his hands, Chen Tong wandered into the kitchen, then strolled through the yard to inspect the loaches and yellow eels, and meandered through the vegetable garden in front of the house, unsure of what to do with himself. Ah, such a life of toil. He shook his head, placing his hands behind his back as he merrily made his way to his yellow eel breeding base. Strolling leisurely along the ridges of the fields, the ground was firm, impervious even to substantial flooding. The small yellow eels and loaches in areas 1 and 2 had vanished from sight, completely buried beneath the soil. Chen Tong walked a circuit along the ridge, eventually arriving at the large waterhole. For some reason, he felt that something was amiss. Despite considering the loach and yellow eel breeding base to be quite perfect, he walked along the largest tributary of the waterhole that led deep into the back mountains. He ventured quite a distance, approximately 2 miles, until he stood atop a small hillside, gazing over the rice fields of Qinghe village. Suddenly, he was struck by a revelation. The arable land in Shanshan village descended in layers. The land at the village's entrance was the highest, while that at the village's end was the lowest. The farmland near the large waterhole was nearly the lowest in all of Qinghe village. All the water would flow through this large waterhole. If, as summer approaches and the rains begin to pour, the water levels surge dramatically, the vast puddle nearly aligns with the current eel farming base. Chen Tong could hardly bear to contemplate the potential devastation that could ensue from even a moment's reckless interference. At night, when the eels and loaches emerged to forage, they would inevitably wander into the expansive puddle and follow the river's flow to escape. The financial loss would be staggering. One must not harbor ill intentions. Yet one must remain vigilant against the intentions of others. His family relies on daily meals, purchasing donkeys and engaging in aquaculture. Surely, envy lurks nearby. Fortunately, he had a moment of leisure today, which allowed him to notice the impending danger. It is never too late to mend the fence after the sheep have strayed. Chen Tong casually snapped a willow branch on his way home, leaving a trail of crushed greenery along the dirt path. Upon arriving home, dinner was just being served. Young Wenjing, adorned in a floral dress, exuded grace and beauty. Chen Tong could hardly avert his gaze. A fleeting, bashful glance from Yang Wenjing conveyed a silent message. Others were present. Yet, Chen Tong feigned ignorance. Alas, how enchanting his own wife appeared. After the meal, Chen Tong began to tidy up the donkey cart. Chen Hao, puzzled, remarked, "We no longer need to collect eels and loaches from Shanjikan and Wujia Fortress, do we? Brother, I intend to visit Panjiagu this afternoon to gather eels and loaches." Panjiagu? Chen Hao scratched his head. His father-in-law resided there. Let me go instead. He rubbed his hands together. He was quite familiar with Panjiagu and unlikely to encounter the same troubles as in Shanjikan. Even now, the memory lingered uneasily in his mind. "Brother, I must personally visit both Panjiagu and Dongjiakan. Indeed, those two villages are also my targets. Chen Hao nodded. Very well. This matter truly requires Chen Tong's personal attention. It seems my own words may not suffice. Chen Tong secured the empty wooden barrel and basket with twine and set off with the donkey cart. He had visited Panjiagu once during his wedding procession, albeit he was quite young then. The route was faintly etched in his memory. An hour passed uneventfully, and Chen Tong arrived in Panjiagu. The terrain here resembled that of Qinghe village, with rice fields reliant on irrigation ditches and a well-developed water system. At this moment, many villagers toiled in the fields, gathering eels and loaches for 2 dimes a pound. Chen Tong shouted, his voice echoing far and wide. Then, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. The villagers, who had been laboring diligently, scattered in panic, leaving their shovels abandoned in the fields. He even observed a man whose liberation shoes had slipped off, yet he did not turn back to retrieve them. Chen Tong was left bewildered. He had merely called out. It was not as if an earthquake had struck. Was it his appearance that had frightened them? How could it be that within 2 minutes, the fields were devoid of villagers? By the rice paddies, only a solitary figure remained, accompanied by a donkey and cart. The donkey brayed in a manner befitting the moment. Chen Tong sat on the cart, lost in thought, when he was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps, the distinct noise of bare feet striking the hard ground. He looked up and was astonished to see at least dozens of people rushing towards him, some carrying wooden barrels and basins. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the bustling scene at a factory during mealtime. He realized he was late. There would be no food left for him. Leading the pack was a young lad, not much older than a teenager, with the second person trailing behind by a considerable distance. The boy, dark-skinned with bright eyes, held a bamboo basket that dripped with water. Here, how many pounds of eel and loach do you want? Chen Tong, filled with curiosity, extended his hand to receive the basket. He waited. 8 pounds. $1.60. Without hesitation, Chen Tong handed over the money. The boy leaped with joy, holding the cash aloft and shouting, Dad, it's real, it's real. This excitement spurred the villagers who had yet to arrive to hasten their pace. Fearing they might miss out, Chen Tong, though still somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, continued to collect eels and loaches. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to earn some money. Villagers crowded around him, and he methodically weighed and accounted for each transaction, maintaining a swift and orderly pace. Half an hour later, the first wave of eels and loaches had been accounted for. The number of villagers in the rice fields had more than doubled since Chen Tong's arrival, all bent over, diligently catching eels and loaches. Just as he took a moment to rest, an elderly man wearing a faded military green hat approached him with long strides. The hat prominently displayed a bright red star at its center. Even from a distance, the man extended his hands, his posture slightly hunched, and his emotions visibly heightened. Chen Tong was perplexed but nonetheless stepped down from the cart, standing upright and offering his hand. The man's hands were dry, thin, yet strong, with thick calluses that felt rough against Chen Tong's skin. This was Chen Tong's immediate impression of the hands. Looking down, he noticed the man had only 7 fingers. Comrade Chen, hello. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The frail hands enveloped Chen Tong's right hand, shaking it vigorously. Hello, do you know me? Chen Tong was truly bewildered. His arrival at Panjiagu had proven to be entirely different from his expectations. Comrade Chen, your name is known to all in Panjiagu. The elder tightened his grip even further. Chen Tong felt an overwhelming urge to say, Sir, please ease up. You might break my bones. He grimaced in pain, managing to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Yes, sir. Could you please loosen your grip? We can talk slowly. There's no rush. The strength of the elder's grip was remarkable, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. I am Pan Yunhua, the village head of Panjiagu. The elder introduced himself with utmost seriousness, clearly pleased with his name. Chen Tong Chao, the elder, smiled in response, acknowledging the greeting. Village head Pan, it seems you were aware of my arrival, Chen inquired, voicing his curiosity. Indeed, we have been eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence, Pan Yunhua replied, sensing Chen's intrigue. The matter of collecting eels was brought to my attention by the villagers of Qinghe. The other day, while accompanying my grandson to the market, I chanced upon Wang Er from your village, and we engaged in a leisurely conversation. Pan Yunhua recounted the events to Chen in meticulous detail. Wang Er had boasted about the situation, reveling in his recent good fortune of feasting on white rice for several days, and thus had to share his news with anyone he encountered, especially with familiar faces like Pan Yunhua's. They have a young entrepreneur in their village. Can you believe it? Collecting eels and loaches for 2 maos per jin. It's an extraordinary opportunity, practically gifting them money. The entire village has benefited, experiencing a remarkable elevation in their standard of living. They walk with newfound pride. While Wang Er spoke without malice, Pan Yunhua listened intently, discerning the underlying importance of the information. He learned that Chen Tong would be traversing the nearby villages to collect eels and loaches. Concerned that Wang Er might have misled him, he prudently consulted several villagers from Qinghe, receiving consistent affirmations. Consequently, he summoned the villagers early to gather eels and loaches, eagerly awaiting Chen's arrival. However, as days passed, he grew increasingly perplexed. This is peculiar, he thought. Logically, Chen should have reached Panjigo by now, given its proximity to Qinghe. Why has he not yet appeared? Meanwhile, the eels and loaches collected by the villagers were beginning to perish. Had it been anyone else, there would have been unrest. But due to Pan Yunhua's esteemed reputation and the villagers' trust in him, they remained patient. Thus, for several days, the villagers awaited the individual who would arrive on a donkey cart to collect eels and loaches. Once the details of the situation were clarified, Chen provided a brief explanation. During the days Panjigu had been waiting, he had been occupied with the eel farming base in Wujia Fortress Mountain. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. While Chen conversed with village head Pan Yunhua, even when villagers came to deliver eels and loaches, they stood patiently by, refraining from intruding. A testament to their genuine respect for Pan Yunhua. This respect stemmed from the fact that everything in Panjigu had been built through his diligent leadership. Chen also shared insights on the cultivation of loaches and eels, to which Pan Yunhua, without a moment's hesitation, agreed wholeheartedly. Whatever you suggest, I shall comply without alteration, he declared, calling upon someone to diligently record Chen's instructions. Immediately, someone was dispatched to commence work. Thus, the yellow eel and loach breeding base in Panjigu came into being. As dusk approached, nearly 800 pounds of yellow eels and loaches had been harvested. Pan Yunhua sat beside, observing with a joyful smile that illuminated the creases of her weathered face, reminiscent of a child's glee. Chen Tong bid farewell to Pan Yunhua and the villagers of Panjiakan as he trod upon the fading sunlight, guiding his donkey cart back home. Another yellow eel and loach breeding base had been successfully established, filling his heart with satisfaction. The grand vision for the development of Qinghe village was now nearly complete, with only the final piece of the puzzle in Dongjiakan remaining. Leaning against a wooden barrel, Chen Tong pondered the potential developments in Dongjiakan. As strategies surged forth in his mind, ready to counter any challenges that might arise, no one would disrupt his meticulously crafted plan. Upon returning home, villagers from Shanshi and Wujiaba had delivered yellow eels and loaches, though in noticeably lesser quantities, only 300 pounds. The contributions from his own village were even more meager, totaling merely around 200 pounds when combined. However, this was all within Chen Tong's expectations. No matter how abundant the yellow eels and loaches, they could not withstand relentless harvesting day after day. He remained unperturbed. The trade in yellow eels and loaches was a long-term venture, not a fleeting transaction. If he was not mistaken, both Shanshi and Wujiab had deliberately reduced the quantity of yellow eels and loaches delivered, not for any other reason, but to allow the mature eels to spawn more. This strategy aligned perfectly with Chen Tong's intentions. Exploiting the resources too quickly would lead to greater losses for them. In the courtyard, the soft, warm glow of the lamps enveloped the family as they gathered around a modest table for dinner, creating an exceptionally cozy atmosphere. After the meal, his second brother, Chen Hao, took little Jiang He in his arms and departed with Li Hong, who had given him a knowing glance. Among all, it was Li Hong who noticed the most significant change in Yang Wenjing, especially evident that very morning. Upon seeing Yang Wenjing, tears glistened in her eyes. A softness infused her essence, and an unintentional allure emerged. She recognized that last night, both Yang Wenjing's body and spirit had undergone a transformation, starkly different from the days prior. Only a woman nurtured with care could bloom like a flower in springtime. Thus, she signaled to her somewhat oblivious husband. For she too was a flower in need of nurturing. The more she was tended to, the more vibrant she would become, especially in recent times. With ample nourishment and minimal physical exertion, the old adage rang true. A satisfied belly stirs thoughts of romance, though she wondered if Chen Hao, in his simplicity, understood this. Chapter 74. Obstacles in Dongjiakin the following morning, as dawn broke in the east. Chen Tong prepared the yellow eels and loaches harvested the previous day. His second brother, Chen Hao, and Han Guoqing arrived shortly thereafter. The three of them set off with their donkey cart, reaching the county town just as the clock struck 7. At this hour, the streets were bustling with small vendors selling vegetables and breakfast. Upon arriving at the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, they proceeded to sell their yellow eels and loaches. Chen Tong and Han Jiang set off on a donkey cart towards the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Chen Hao delivered the remaining loaches and eels to the eel noodle shop, while the mountain goods were sent to a small noodle stall. Their household now consisted of 5 people for meals. Each morning, everyone enjoyed a boiled egg, and the afternoons were filled with the fragrant aroma of steamed rice. The food was consumed rapidly, necessitating timely replenishment. Han Jiang awaited at the entrance of the cooperative, and shortly after, Chen Tong emerged with numerous bags, placing them on the donkey cart. He was never one to be frugal when it came to food. Upon returning home, Chen Hao had not yet arrived. His sister-in-law, Li Hong, assisted in carrying the items to the kitchen. Over the past 2 days, the number of villagers bringing eels and loaches had significantly dwindled, leaving the once bustling courtyard eerily quiet. The two sisters-in-law found themselves with little to occupy their time. Li Hong had subtly suggested to young Wenjing on multiple occasions to whisper sweet nothings to Chen Tong at night, urging her to be more economical with their spending. In just a couple of days, she would cease her assistance, leaving them to prepare meals at home. Eating nothing but rice and pork was proving intolerable for their stomachs. Accustomed to a life of hardship, one could hardly adapt to a daily diet of pork. Yang Wenjing understood that this was merely a pretext crafted by her sister-in-law, who was genuinely concerned about the days to come, fearing a shortage of eels and loaches that could leave the family destitute. In these times, earning a living was exceedingly difficult. Today, Chen Tong intended to visit Dongjia village. He had prepared meals early, dined, and then readied the donkey cart, setting off with haste towards his destination. Dongjia village was the most populated among the surrounding areas, yet it faced a pressing issue: an abundance of people but a scarcity of land, insufficient for equitable distribution. The national policy allotted 1 acre per person. Yet in Dongjia village, it was 2 people per acre, with much of the terrain being mountainous and unsuitable for rice cultivation. This stark disparity had led to severe polarization between the impoverished and the destitute. Conflicts over land distribution had erupted multiple times, each resulting in violence. With no food or drink, many villagers resorted to theft, robbing passers-by, leaving a trail of victims in their wake. Thus, the reputation of Dongjia village was severely tarnished. Arriving at Dongjia village with only 100 yuan in his pocket, Chen Tong aimed to assess the situation while also acquiring eels and loaches. The sound of jingling bells resonated, offering a refreshing breeze to the sultry afternoon. As he stepped into the village, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixated on him. A man driving a donkey cart, a prime target, especially with such a sizable donkey. It could provide sustenance for several days. Little did Chen Tong know that as soon as he entered Dongjia village, his path back would soon be obstructed by stones and dead branches. After venturing about 2 miles deeper, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Such a delectable target was not to be let go easily. The presence of more wolves clad in human skin would soon become apparent. At that moment, it would be insufficient to divide the spoils. Dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the nearby low hill, obstructing the path ahead. Each held a club as thick as a wrist, standing a mere few dozen meters from Chen Tong, their cold gazes fixed upon him. A chill ran down Chen Tong's spine. He sensed the gravity of the situation. These individuals were clearly formidable, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the previous ruffians from Wu's stronghold insignificant by comparison. Without uttering a word, their mere presence emanated a powerful pressure. Chen Tong clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Esteemed gentlemen, I come bearing funds for Dongjia village." No one responded. They merely continued to gaze at him with icy eyes. "Funds? What kind of funds? Do you take us for fools? Or have you simply lost your mind? Babbling nonsense?" A sudden fit of coughing erupted from behind him. Turning around, Chen Tong found 3 men had appeared, brandishing machetes. It seemed these 3 were the ones who would speak. "Where are you from?" inquired a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, sporting a scruffy beard, bare-chested, and lean yet muscular, his body marked with numerous scars, and a menacing gash across his face. He spat on the ground and approached, inspecting the donkey. "There's meat here, enough to last several days." Chen Tong interjected, "Excuse me, but do you mind? This is my donkey." The middle-aged man, irritated by Chen Tong's silence, advanced menacingly, brandishing his machete. However, he was halted by a glance from the middle-aged leader, retreating instead. "I'm from Qinghe village," Chen Tong replied. The man frowned. "From the neighboring village? A hole in the hills, you say? You mentioned coming to deliver funds." "Indeed, I am here to collect eels and loaches at 20 cents per pound." "Is there truly someone who consumes such fare?" The middle-aged man pondered this. He had tasted eels and loaches before, and it had left him nauseated for several days. The mere sight of them made him feel queasy. Even dogs would refuse to eat such things. Yet, someone was here to collect them? "People in the county may eat them, but we mountain folk do not. I intend to sell them in the county." The middle-aged man nodded. "Do you have any money with you?" Chen Tong glanced at him, choosing not to respond. The question was absurd. Who would come to collect eels without money? That would surely invite trouble. The middle-aged man rubbed his buzz cut and spun his right hand twice. "Leave the donkey and the money, and be on your way." He was surprisingly polite, not out of goodwill, but because his second sister was married into Qinghe village to a family with the surname Chen. Thus, he refrained from delivering a punch directly to Chen Tong. Dongjia village, though sparsely populated, was rich in small streams where eels and loaches thrived. At 20 cents per pound, one could easily catch dozens or even hundreds of pounds with little effort, yielding substantial earnings. "Are you truly not considering this opportunity?" Chen Tong gazed at the middle-aged man and remarked, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" The man's expression darkened as he raised the machete in his hand, giving a light pat on Chen Tong's cheek. Chen Tong's eyelids flickered. He was aware that visiting Dongjia village would entail some challenges. However, this individual appeared utterly unyielding. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, suggesting a considerable number of individuals were approaching. Chen Tong discreetly stepped back a few paces, his gaze circumventing the middle-aged man. To his astonishment, over a dozen men appeared, wielding either machetes or clubs, confronting the initial group armed with sticks. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Chen Tong, his brows furrowed, then turned to see Dong Yajun arriving sooner than anticipated. Chapter 75. A donkey's role in inciting conflict. Dong Yajun, one of the two bullies of Dongjia village, was the arch-nemesis of Yang Qiwei. These two represented the extremes of poverty, with Yang Qiwei epitomizing the more destitute side. Otherwise, he wouldn't be perpetually accompanied by a band of followers, lurking in the low hills along the roadside to commit robbery. Dong Yajun, grasping a machete, let out a cold snort and boldly pushed through the throng of obstructing men. Approaching the donkey, he began to pat and prod the creature, visibly pleased. "Is this donkey yours?" he inquired, pointing at Chen Tong. "Indeed. What purpose do you have in bringing a donkey cart to Dongjia village?" Chen Tong replied, "I'm here to collect loaches and eels. At a mere 2 miles per gene." Dong Yajun raised his machete, pausing momentarily. "You must understand, the consequence of deceiving me is the severing of your tongue. I am from Qinghe village, merely collecting loaches and eels to make a modest living," Chen Tong asserted. Upon learning he hailed from a neighboring village, Dong Yajun was somewhat convinced. He provocatively glanced at Yang Qiwei, then smacked the donkey's rear with his machete. "Come with me. Today I'll ensure you gather 1,000 or 1,800 gene of loaches and eels, not a single cent less. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Collecting loaches and eels was precisely in line with Dong Yajun's interests, as his faction thrived in rice paddies abundant with such creatures. They could easily catch them by the handful. Conversely, Yang Qiwei's faction primarily received dry land, where water could not reach, rendering it nearly useless for cultivation. This was why Yang Qiwei had ordered Chen Tong to leave upon hearing about his venture for loaches and eels, if he could not profit from them. Neither would his rival, Dong Yajun. Why should he endure the humiliation of watching them feast? Chen Tong remained still, partly due to Yang Qiwei's watchful gaze, and partly because he genuinely lacked sufficient funds. 100 yuan could only procure 500 gene of loaches and eels. "Get lost." Yang Qiwei impatiently spat, directing his ire at Dong Yajun. Dong Yajun's expression immediately soured, growing longer than that of the donkey itself. "Damn it, Yang Qiwei. Do you intend to monopolize such a large donkey?" Dong Yajun showed no signs of backing down from Yang Qiwei. He raised the machete in his hand. "This donkey, this cart, and this person, I'll take them all. You'd better not lay a finger on them," Yang Qiwei declared emphatically. "This donkey was mine first. Did you, Dong Yajun, even ask for my permission before trying to intervene? To hell with you." Dong Yajun spat, and his saliva landed squarely on Yang Qiwei's face. Bang! Damn it! Chen Tong was close enough to witness the entire scene unfold. When Dong Yajun hurled his phlegm at Yang Qiwei reacted. His right hand formed a fist, and with tremendous force, he struck Dong Yajun squarely in the face. In midair, a horrific splash of red mingled with a half-tooth belonging to Dong Yajun. This punch carried immense power, leaving Dong Yajun sprawled on the ground, dazed. After a moment's pause, he shouted, "You bastard! Get up!" Dong Yajun scrambled to his feet, calling out to his comrades behind him, and brandished the machete at Yang Qiwei, swinging it downwards. Yang Qiwei, undeterred, raised his own machete, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Not far away, others joined the fray, a chaotic melee of 20 to 30 individuals, punctuated by cries of anguish. Chen Tong watched in horror as he retreated to a safe distance. He thought to himself, this Dongjia village resembles a den of bandits. Regret washed over him. He truly regretted being there. His heart raced, lodged in his throat. As he hid behind a large rock, his body tensed. How could these people resort to violence over a mere disagreement? Did they not care about earning a living? They must have been out of their minds. Should he run now? Observing the tumultuous crowd engaged in fierce battle, he realized no one would notice him. You little brat, if you dare to flee, you won't keep your legs. Yang Qiwei's voice echoed in his mind, convinced he had Chen Tong cornered. Chen Tong thought to himself, are you a parasite in my stomach? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Qiwei's voice leapt into his ears. With a mournful expression, Chen Tong felt paralyzed. We're all from the same valley. Can't we show some courtesy? Such a commotion inevitably stirred the entire Dongjia village. Within 10 minutes, a large throng of people armed with shovels and hoes arrived. Chen Tong estimated there were at least 100 individuals among them. They began to separate those engaged in the brawl, pulling Dong Yajun and Yang Qiwei apart. Both men had drawn blood. Yang Qiwei bore a gash on his arm, a wound several inches long, with red flesh spilling out, continuously bleeding. Meanwhile, Dong Yajun had a cut across his chest, from left to right, his clothing torn and stained crimson. However, he appeared stable, suggesting his injury wasn't too deep. What are you doing? What is this? Such wickedness. An elderly man forced his way through the crowd, pounding his chest in despair. Tears streaming down his weathered cheeks, looking utterly pitiable. The individual in question is Guobaolai, the village chief of Dongjia village. However, he wields little actual authority, as neither faction pays him any heed. This matter does not concern you. Lai Shu, Yang Qiwei interjected. Old Gua, step aside, you might get hurt. Today, the situation was far from easy to resolve. Dong Yajun spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, tearing off his tattered clothing and baring his scarred torso. Brandishing a machete, he pointed at Chen Tong. You come here. Chen Tong, internally seething with frustration, thought, why am I being dragged into your quarrel? Is it because I'm the easy target? He yearned to voice his thoughts. Gentlemen, continue your brawl. I'll just observe from the sidelines, as I dare not flee. Anxiety gripped him. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. These men could resort to anything. Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Even a fierce dragon fears the head snake. Emerging cautiously from behind a large stone, his legs taut with tension, he confronted them. What do you want? Say it again. Panting heavily, Dong Yajun tore his ragged clothing into strips, binding his chest wounds. I am here to buy eels and loaches. How much per pound? 2 dimes a pound. What? He demanded, raising his voice for the villagers of Dongjia to hear. 2 dimes a pound. How much do you have? I want it all. In that moment, Chen Tong suddenly recalled his purpose. He was here for business. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. 2 dimes a pound. Is that true? Are you genuinely buying these? Dong Yajun glanced at Yang Qiwei, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. If you, Yang Qiwei, obstruct this, you will be hindering many from their livelihoods. 2 dimes a pound. For this impoverished mountain village, it was an extraordinary price. Yang Qiwei's expression darkened. He realized the day's events would not unfold easily. No one wished to stand against profit. Chapter 76, The Land. You shall divide. Yang Qiwei regretted engaging in idle chatter with Chen Tong. He should have simply seized the donkey, stripped it of its burden, and sent him packing, leaving no further complications. A man should never exhibit undue kindness. Chen Tong's cooperation with Dong Yajun was precisely what he needed, as he could bring wealth to Dongjia village, thus providing him an opportunity to leave safely. As for Dong Yajun's desire to outmaneuver Yang Qiwei, let him proceed. It was of no concern to Chen Tong. Upon hearing about the purchase of loaches and eels, Guo ceased his weeping, wiping away his tears and snot with his sleeve. Young man, are you truly buying eels and loaches? Chen Tong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, at 2 dimes a pound. As for what is most plentiful in the rice fields and ditches these days, aside from water, it is eels and loaches. These creatures, while not particularly palatable, also damage the roots of seedlings. For a village as destitute as Dongjia, this is a win-win situation. Guo rubbed his hands together, sniffling. Xiaowei, what do you think of this? Yang Qiwei remained grim-faced. It is not that I am unwilling to allow the villagers of Dongjiakan to profit. Rather, the initial distribution of land was inherently unjust. Today, if this young man is to gather eels and loaches, what shall we, the dryland villagers, do? Shall we merely stand by and watch? While others feast, shall we not even have a sip of the broth? Yang Qiwei understands that he cannot resist the majority. Therefore, he must speak to rally some support, while simultaneously addressing the land distribution issue through the gathering of eels and loaches. Is collecting eels and loaches a cash transaction? Yang Qiwei inquired. Of course, payment is made upon delivery, fair and square. Upon hearing that payment would be in cash, the crowd became agitated. The villagers without rice paddies exhibited even more excitement than those with them. Who would not wish to earn money? Who would turn their back on profit? However, today, unless the land distribution matter is clarified, no one shall profit. This reflects the inherent flaws of human nature. I could have earned alongside you, but I have suffered from unfair treatment, which has led to the current situation. You can still profit, while I cannot. This is non-negotiable. Either we all earn together, or none shall profit. Dong Yajun believed that Yang Qiwei had relented, but little did he know that just a few words deepened the conflict and complexity of the situation. If so many were to rise in protest, it would not be a trivial matter. The scene would be beyond anyone's control. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The land had originally been distributed by Yajun's father, and it was due to this very issue that his father, Guo sighed. He understood that prolonging this matter would eventually lead to significant trouble. Initially, it was also because of the land that the former village chief, Dong Weigua, had. However, which villager who had already received rice paddies would willingly yield? Guo found himself at a loss. Thus, half an hour passed, and the villagers began to stir restlessly once more. Time spent idling meant lost opportunities. After all, this was money. They had no such chances. Eels and loaches fetched a mere 2 cents per pound. The ease of making such money was almost surreal. Yang Qiwei, my family has half rice paddies and half dry land. You have no authority over me, do you? Indeed, my relationship with the Dong family is merely average, and my rice paddies are entirely legitimate. You cannot stop us from catching eels and loaches. Exactly. This won't do. I am going to the fields to catch eels and loaches now. In the crowd, some villagers could no longer contain their impatience, tiptoeing and scanning for companions. Everyone, stay put. Today, until the land distribution matter is resolved, no one shall catch even a single eel. Yang Qiwei shouted, brandishing a machete, his eyes wide with fury. Who do you think you are, Yang Qiwei? Dong Yajun stepped forward, confronting Yang Qiwei. You have no rice paddies. That is your fate. Today, by preventing the villagers of Dongjiakan from earning money, you are opposing the entire village. Bah! Yang Qiwei spat. If it weren't for your dead old man, would it be like this? Upon hearing Yang Qiwei berate his father, Dong Yajun immediately erupted in fury. Brandishing a cleaver with eyes ablaze, he was ready to charge forward. But fortunately, several individuals behind him held him back with great strength. However, this confrontation served as a catalyst. To sever someone's financial means is akin to slaying their parents. Those who possessed farmland could no longer remain passive. In a mountain village that had languished in poverty for generations, financial resources were desperately needed. Let us fight. Who is afraid? I'm determined to earn this money today. Stop. Stop. If this continues, someone will surely perish. Guo shouted, his face flushed with urgency. I am the village head of Dongjia village. Whether you acknowledge it or not, today, I shall resolve this matter. Our ancestors have been in kinship for generations. Why must we descend to this conflict? If not, then you may strike me down. Guo, tears streaming down his face, trembled as he slowly knelt on the ground. Uncle Guo, village head Guo. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd. It was known that he was over 60 years of age, yet had knelt before all the villagers. His tears flowed freely. Today, regardless of your sentiments, this land shall be redistributed. Those unwilling to partake may tread over my body. In that instant, no one uttered a word. Nor did anyone dare to step over Guobaolai. Dong Yajun bowed his head, his fists clenched tightly. He was aware that his father's land distribution had been unjust, yet he grappled with the fact that it was still his father's legacy. Because of the land dispute, a life had been lost, and he was left to safeguard the mistakes his father had made. Youth, you shall dictate how this land is to be divided. Guobaolai gestured towards Chen Tong. Me? Chen Tong's face displayed confusion. He had merely come to observe the situation, not to resolve the land division of Dongjia village. He had only intended to collect loaches and eels. Indeed, as an outsider, your perspective is the most impartial, Guobaolai insisted, kneeling before Chen Tong. Chen Tong gulped nervously and discreetly stepped back. He was no fool. Any decision regarding the division would certainly offend many. After such an allocation, he would fear traversing the village at night. Today, the division shall be your responsibility, ensuring fairness and equity. Yang Qiwei concurred with Guobaolai's sentiment. It was indeed inappropriate for any villager of Dongjia to decide on the distribution. Only a person unassociated with the village could provide an unbiased opinion. With a sigh, Dong Yajun approached to assist Guobaolai to his feet. Let the land be divided. If you do not divide it, you will remain entangled in Dongjia village. Continuing this turmoil is not a solution. Must the descendants of Dongjia village be embroiled in conflict for generations to come? Chen Tong interjected. Damn it. I'm just a bystander here. As a side note, I will do my utmost to respond to the comments that follow. Please speak kindly. Chapter 77. Huaxi Village. Bring it on. Chen Tong found himself thrust into the flames, tasked with dividing the land of Dongjia village. Isn't this a bit absurd? Dong Yajun supported Guobaolai as they advanced further. Chen Tong involuntarily took a step back. After walking for quite a while, the distance remained unchanged. You little rascal. Keep hiding, Dong Yajun said fiercely. Thus, Chen Tong stood still, forcing a smile. Guobaolai approached with a sigh, understanding the difficulty of dividing the land. However, it truly is only fair if you are the one to divide it. Otherwise, the villagers would have much to say. Chen Tong, steeling himself, nodded. He knew he had to divide the land, whether he wanted to or not. Otherwise, what was the alternative? Enter the village first. Let some people catch eels and loaches while I see how to divide your rice paddies. For now, he was still blocked on the road into the village. Having not even seen the fields yet, what is the point of division? Naturally, no one would object to any profit-making ventures. Chen Tong drove his donkey cart, following hundreds of people, and entered the village in a grand procession. Dongjia village had limited rice paddies, totaling only a few hundred acres. Upon arriving at the fields, Chen Tong glanced around. These fields seemed like a game of Go. In Go, there are black and white stones. In Dongjia village, each rice paddy was separated by a small water hole. Nevertheless, this was indeed a suitable place for breeding eels and loaches. How many acres of land does your village have? Chen Tong inquired. Since there was no escaping it, he decided to accept the situation. There is a saying, when faced with life's relentless challenges, if one cannot resist, one must quietly endure. Let us divide the land then. Chen Tong understood that regardless of what was being divided, the fear of scarcity and inequality loomed. As long as the rice paddies and dry lands were evenly distributed, it would suffice. He also realized that such a simple solution could not have escaped the villagers of Dongjia. It was merely that those who occupied the rice paddies were unwilling to share, especially with Dong Yajun shielding them, thus prolonging the matter. To not seize an advantage would be foolish. The 99 acres of land, as you have seen, were all separated by various water holes. Guobaolai gazed at the rice paddies with a sense of melancholy. So many water holes, even filling them with soil would be a challenge. Village Chief Gua, have you considered breeding eels and loaches? Just as Guobaolai knelt down, he heard someone call him village chief. Yet, this position felt rather constricting. Breeding eels and loaches? Guobaolai looked perplexed. I invited you to divide the land, not to discuss aquaculture. You brat, stop rambling. Just divide the land as instructed. No need for nonsensical chatter, Dong Yajun retorted, filled with frustration. Your village has only about 100 acres. How much land would each person get if divided equally? Half an acre. And then every household adds a ridge of land. Tell me, how much land can possibly remain? Think a little. If this land is divided, it might end up being even less than the original 99 acres. Chen Tong shot a glance at Dong Yajun. I'm here to help you resolve this matter. Is it too much to ask for a courteous tone? Then what solution do you propose? Yang Qiwei looked at Chen Tong. Chen Tong, Discerning the flaws in the land distribution, proposed an alternative solution. Must the land be divided? Why not cultivate it collectively? He recalled Huaxi village, where land was consolidated and entrusted to skilled farmers, allowing the majority of laborers to transition into enterprises. The situation in Dongjia village could similarly be adapted. Although Dongjia village lacks enterprises, it is abundant in ponds. Thus, why not cultivate eels and loaches as an enterprise? At this moment, it seemed to be the opportune time for reform, just as in Huaxi village. These thoughts struck like thunder, leaving the others in stunned silence. Collective farming? The land had only recently been allocated to households for individual management, ensuring that every family had land to cultivate. Guo Baolai fell silent. Dong Yajun remained quiet. Yang Qiwei was also at a loss for words. It appeared that Chen Tong was stirring the pot. Dong Yajun interlaced his fingers and nervously fidgeted, while Yang Qiwei weighed the machete in his hand, observing Chen Tong closely. He continued, "Let us not forget. I am the one purchasing eels and loaches at 2 yuan per pound. Given the abundance of ponds in Dongjia village, have you considered the potential income from cultivating eels and loaches together? If we farm collectively, we can all profit. Wouldn't that be preferable to the ongoing strife?" After voicing his opinions, Chen Tong fell silent. He was merely a suggester. The ultimate decision rested with the villagers of Dongjia. Yang Qiwei and Dong Yajun exchanged glances. Their brows furrowed. The idea of collective farming and aquaculture seemed plausible. At the very least, it could mitigate significant conflicts. With shared resources, they would all eat together or starve together, leaving no one to blame. "Young man, what do you think of this plan for loaches and eels?" Just then, a villager approached, holding eels and loaches, each clutched between his fingers, and presented them to Chen Tong. "I shall weigh them," he replied, extending a bamboo basket. The villager placed the eels and loaches inside. After accounting for the weight of the basket, it totaled 1 9/10 pounds. Even if rounded to 2 pounds, that amounted to 4 yuan. Chen Tong handed over the cash, and the villager's face lit up with joy as he hurried back to the fields. Soon, other villagers, eager to catch eels and loaches from the rice paddies, gathered around. "I have 3, you have 4. He calmly weighed and paid each villager in turn, distributing cash notes. Guo Baolai and the others watched, their eyes gradually gleaming with hope. Perhaps it was worth a try? What if the situation could improve, rather than worsen? The 3 remained silent, observing Chen Tong until he ran out of cash. After all, he had only brought 100 yuan with him. "Village chief, should we give it a try?" "A try? I also believe it is worth a try. Let us proceed. This opportunity is genuinely substantial." The village chief, Guo Baolai, approached, clasping Chen Tong's hand firmly. "Young man, we shall follow your advice. I truly appreciate your assistance. On behalf of all the villagers of Dongjia village, thank you." Chen Tong offered an awkward smile. "May I take my leave now?" At that moment, he yearned to return home swiftly, to embrace young Wenjing and ease his slight anxiety. "No way!" Don Yajun and Han Guoqing exclaimed in unison, blocking Chen Tong's path. Chen Tong's heart, which had just settled, began to race once more. "Tonight, you will stay in the village for dinner. After the meal, I will arrange for someone to escort you home," Yang Qiwei reassured him, patting Chen Tong on the shoulder. "Indeed, stay for dinner." Don Yajun concurred. Chen Tong longed to inquire, "Can you offer plain rice and pork?" Chapter 78, Wife. "We had barbecue for lunch today." Chen Tong peeled the skin off a sweet potato, the heat making him blow gently on his hands. He took a bite and found it surprisingly delicious. This was indeed the finest dinner that Dongjia village had prepared for him. During the roasting of the sweet potatoes, Chen Tong had already established a partnership with Guo Baolai, Don Yajun, and Yang Qiwei. In return, their village would send eels and loaches to Qinghe village at 2 jiao per jin. Naturally, Chen Tong also advised them against overfishing, emphasizing the necessity of sustainable development. A reliable supply of eels and loaches could be maintained, initially delivering 500 to 800 jin daily, and later transitioning to deliveries every 3 to 5 days, ensuring that the ponds remained populated with eels and loaches. This way, their village would enjoy continuous income. Guo Baolai and the others nodded in agreement. Recognizing the viability of this strategy, Chen Tong consumed 3 sweet potatoes and drank a bowl of hot water, initially intending to limit himself to 1 to save room for a better meal at home. However, Guo Baolai and his companions were exceedingly hospitable, particularly Don Yajun, who frequently fidgeted with a hatchet. Chen Tong could only eat with tears in his eyes, Even a person who had weathered many storms must yield to their fervent hospitality. The sound of a bell chimed melodiously, echoing far and wide, resonating throughout Dongjia village. Chen Tong, driving a donkey cart, was accompanied by 3 individuals who were to escort him home, while also familiarizing themselves with the route, as they would need to deliver eels and loaches the following day. An hour and a half later, Chen Tong returned to Qinghe village. The trio did not linger, returning home promptly. A meal awaited him at the table. "Why are you so late today?" Yang Wenjing inquired with concern. Chen Tong smiled and replied casually, "Oh, I was allocating land for Dongjia village." He spoke lightly, not wishing to elaborate on the accompanying risks. If he did, the family would only worry, especially Yang Wenjing, who was with child and should not bear any additional burdens. Allocating land? What land? Upon hearing about land allocation, his sister-in-law Li Hong and elder brother Chun Hao leaned in with curiosity. This matter certainly seemed intriguing. There is little of significance. The Dongjia village has scant rice fields and an abundance of puddles. Chen Tong fabricated a few remarks, merely to deflect the conversation. After dinner, in the courtyard, under the dim, yellowish glow of the lamp, Chen Tong felt a wave of nausea. He had overeaten. The evening air carried a slight chill. Yang Wenjing and sister-in-law Li Hong were engaged in hushed conversations within the inner room. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers, Chen Tong and Chun Hao, sat in the small courtyard, conversing. "Brother, we have also secured the eel and loach breeding base in Dongjia village. In another half-month, father should be discharged from the hospital. You ought to consider moving here. It would be lively for the family," Chen Tong suggested. This time, Chun Hao refrained from contradiction. He understood that with Chun Tong's restless spirit, he would not be content to remain in Qinghe village. He would inevitably venture beyond this secluded valley. "In some time, I wish to visit the county town. If things stabilize, I will bring Wenjing along. However, we cannot neglect the family business, and you will need to look after things. Brother, let us not dwell on the past," Chun Hao interjected, halting Chen Tong's words. He had witnessed Chen Tong's transformation and all that he had done for the family. Were it not for the profits from the eels and loaches, this family might have already faltered. How could their father, Chun Wan, rest easy in the hospital? Would Zhao Dainio have easily let things go? Chun Hao patted Chen Tong's shoulder and said, "Go on, I will manage things at home. The money from the eels and loaches, I will keep for you. Just let me know whenever you need it. With me here, you need not worry about our parents. Besides, you still have your sister-in-law. As long as you remain steadfast and take one step at a time, even if times are tough, I will be content." This was the first time the typically taciturn Chun Hao expressed such sentiments, leaving Chen Tong slightly taken aback. He touched his nose and smiled. At the break of dawn the next day, just as the rooster crowed for the second time, Chen Tong rose to his feet. He tidied up the eels and loaches in the courtyard and searched for quite some time, finally locating what he desired, several iron rods approximately a meter in length, about the thickness of half a pinky finger, rusted and worn. He used a ladle to scoop some water and moisten the rods. With fervor, he began to grind and polish them. His intention for these iron rods was not for mere utility, but to fashion skewers for barbecuing, allowing Yang Wenjing to savor a delightful treat. In these times, savoring barbecued meat would likely make her the first to indulge. Chen Tong reveled in this thought. After laboring for half an hour to polish 6 iron rods, his hands grew numb. Nevertheless, the prospect of enjoying barbecued meat at noon brought him a small measure of joy. Once the rods were polished to a gleaming finish, his second brother, Chen Hao, and Han Qing arrived. Chen Hao was taken aback by the shimmering rods. "What are you up to?" he inquired. Chen Tong, beaming with pride, waved the rods with enthusiasm. "You'll find out at noon. By the way, brother, I will not be going to the county this morning. You and Uncle Han can go. The accountant and the weights personnel at the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative are already familiar with you. I have previously made their acquaintance. So if there comes a day when I cannot attend, you can handle the money just the same." Chen Hao cast a glance at Chen Tong, his heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. It was not for any trivial reason. The several thousand jin of eels and loaches represented a fortune exceeding 1,000 yuan. With such a substantial sum tucked away, Chen Hao felt hesitant to even walk. "Second brother," Chen Tong said, shrugging his shoulders as he spread his arms. He had ventured into the county town, but it was Chen Hao who had to sell the family's eels and loaches. Carrying such a large sum was simply a matter of time. Chen Hao understood his brother's implication and set off on the donkey cart alongside Han Guoqing to deliver the eels and loaches to the county's aquatic product distribution center. Meanwhile, Chen Tong prepared breakfast and busied himself. He took the remaining pork, slicing it into evenly sized pieces, and placed them into a basin. He then added soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, salt, and a sprinkle of sugar, finishing with a dash of scallion and ginger water to marinate for half an hour. Outside in the yard, he lit a pile of firewood, tossing iron rods onto it to eliminate bacteria and odors. Just then, young Wenjing awoke and, yawning, stumbled upon the heap of firewood in the yard, her expression one of bewilderment. Chen Tong, noticing her confusion, approached with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Wife, we're having roasted meat for lunch today?" This revelation left young Wenjing even more perplexed. Roasted meat? What could that be? It's incredibly fragrant. Enough to make the neighbor's children cry for it, Chen Tong exclaimed, smacking his lips at the mere thought. "Are there children next door?" Yang Wenjing asked, her large eyes glancing towards Yang Sumei's house in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her voice. "Aren't they about your age? How to explain to my wife that this roasted meat could tantalize the neighbor's children?" Chen Tong pondered. Chapter 79. The barbecue gathering. Yang Wenjing's adorableness brought a smile to Chen Tong's face. "Dear, go to the field and pick a few chili peppers. I will prepare the grill." Yang Wenjing nodded and departed. Chen Tong's so-called grill consisted of several green bricks stacked neatly to form a structure about 30 centimeters high, uniform on both ends. He retrieved 6 iron rods from the extinguished fire pit and arranged them meticulously. Thus, a rudimentary barbecue rack was created. Chen Tong gathered a pile of dry firewood and ignited it. Given the low height of the grill, open flames were not advisable. Instead, the meat needed to be roasted using the residual heat from thoroughly burned wood, ensuring it would be crispy on the outside, yet tender and juicy within. Yang Wenjing sat nearby, her curiosity piqued as she observed Chen Tong. Roasted meat? What a peculiar term. Is it even edible? Yet, she recalled the first meal he had prepared for her after his transformation, which featured grilled fish, though it had been rather ordinary in flavor. The memory remained etched in her mind. Years later, when Chen Tong casually inquired about the best dish she had ever tasted, Yang Wenjing unhesitatingly declared it to be the grilled fish. With the barbecue rack ready and the pork marinated, there was still ample time ahead. Chen Tong glanced at the chili peppers on the rickety table. The barbecue provisions seemed rather scant. He took up a hatchet and a bamboo basket, setting off to the back mountain in search of fresh ingredients. "Wife, I'm heading to the back mountain to gather some supplies," he called out, before trudging away. Before long, he arrived at the rear slopes, where a thick layer of fallen leaves had accumulated over the years. Scattered about were numerous decaying trees, their lifeless forms half-rotted. These withered trunks were precisely what Chen Tong needed, for near them thrived a bounty of wild mushrooms, varied in size and shape, each delectable in its own right. Bending down, he pinched one between his thumb and forefinger, and it came free effortlessly. Unbidden, he began to hum a familiar tune associated with mushroom gathering. Half an hour later, his bamboo basket brimmed with an array of mushrooms and wild greens, a veritable treasure trove from the mountain. As he descended, he also procured a few bird eggs, each roughly the size of a half-chicken egg. Upon returning home, a flurry of activity ensued as he cleaned the mushrooms and sliced them. 2 potatoes remained, leftovers from his sister-in-law, Li Hong, and they too succumbed to the knife. At last, the preparations were complete, and just in time, his older brother, Chun Hao, returned. "Brother, we're having barbecue for lunch. Go call sister-in-law," Chen Tong announced. Chun Hao unhitched the donkey cart and filled a basin with water for the donkey's trough. "What did you say? Barbecue?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Yes, barbecue. I promise, it will be unforgettable," Chen Tong replied. Armed with his homemade brush, a piece of cloth wrapped around a pair of chopsticks, he dipped it into the oil and began to coat the iron grill. He picked up a slice of marinated pork and placed it on the hot grill, where it sizzled and crackled, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the air. Chen Tong inhaled deeply, satisfied with the fragrance. He followed with a second and third slice, laying green peppers, mushrooms, potato slices, and bird eggs at the ends of the grill. Before long, the entire yard was suffused with the mouth-watering scent of food. Yang Wenjing, drawn by the aroma, emerged from the house. "Wife, come quickly and taste the grilled meat," Chen Tong urged, placing a slice of garlic atop the sizzling pork. He then pinched a leaf of freshly washed wild greens, deftly rolled it with chopsticks, and presented it to Yang Wenjing's lips. "Ah," Chen Tong prompted, signaling her to open her mouth. Yang Wenjing blushed, eyes closed, as she complied. The moment she took a bite, her eyes flew open in disbelief. Such delicious barbecue. The wild greens tempered the richness of the pork, while the garlic enhanced its savory essence, a delicate saltiness colliding with the subtle sweetness of the leaves. The mouth was filled with an indescribable delight. Is this what barbecued meat is? How did Chen Tong conceive of this? Darling, is it delicious? Yang Wenjing could only nod in agreement. So fragrant. The courtyard door swung open, and Chun Hao and Li Hong entered, their nostrils flaring at the rich aroma of meat. Li Hong could not help but swallow hard. Second brother, sister-in-law, come and taste. Chen Tong repeated his process. He rolled a piece of barbecued meat and handed it over. As the succulent morsel entered their mouths, Chen Hao and Li Hong fell silent, utterly captivated by the exquisite flavor. Next door, at Yang Sumei's home, the air was saturated with the same enticing scent. Yang Sumei was cutting pig feed when the aroma wafted into her nostrils, infiltrating her throat and stomach. The fragrance was simply overwhelming. A pang of envy surged within her. It was evident without a doubt that the delightful smell was emanating from Chen Tong's household, where they were once again indulging in meat. But why was it so incredibly fragrant? Setting down her chopping knife, Yang Sumei quietly rose, tiptoeing to her own courtyard door, which she opened just a crack to peer outside. The surroundings were deserted, and she stealthily approached the entrance of Chen Tong's yard. The enticing aroma intensified. Yang Sumei swallowed repeatedly, craning her neck to catch a glimpse through the narrow opening. For individuals were gathered, animatedly chatting and laughing. What was Chen Tong feeding Yang Wenjing? She was engrossed in her observation when a voice startled her from behind. What are you doing crouched at their door? How fragrant! Yang Sumei jumped in surprise, quickly retracting her head and patting her chest in shock. It was Chun Wenhui returning home, and her irritation flared instantly. Lowering her voice, she chided him while tugging at his ear. You see what is happening? Useless thing. Chun Wenhui's ear turned crimson as he leaned against the entrance of Chen Tong's yard. What were these people doing? Curiously peering for a while, he spotted the food resting on the iron grate. Oh my! Potato slices, chili, and glistening pork? No wonder it smells so good. Chun Wenhui swallowed again, freeing himself from Yang Sumei's grasp. It's just meat. What's so unusual about that? Everyone in the village eats meat, but only my nephew's family makes a fuss about it. Yang Sumei's frustration boiled over. Not unusual? Not unusual? They've turned pork into a delicacy. She lamented. You're utterly useless. I can't rely on you for anything in this lifetime. Suddenly, Yang Sumei thought of her brother from her maternal family. If she couldn't depend on Chun Wenhui, perhaps she could share this lucrative opportunity with him and benefit in some way. Her aspirations were modest, just a daily serving of pork. Chapter 80. Meeting with Lan Taijun. This small barbecue feast had thoroughly captivated the three, of course. It was their appetites that had been conquered. There is no need to rush the donkey cart to collect the eels and loaches. Chen Tongla enjoyed a leisurely moment, dozing off for a while. Upon awakening, he noticed the sky had darkened. His elder brother, Chen Hao, was busy in the yard sorting the eels and loaches that had been delivered. This afternoon, the Wu family from Wujia Fort and the villagers from the mountain had not sent any eels. However, the Panjiagu and Dongjiakan villages had collectively delivered 1,000 jin. Why didn't you call me? Chen Tong washed his face with cold water, feeling a bit dazed from his extended slumber. You've been working too hard lately. Chen Hao replied without looking up, engrossed in his task. All right, I shall prepare the meal. The following morning, as dawn broke and the eastern sky turned a shade of fish belly white, Chen Tong readied the donkey cart and opened the yard gate, waiting for his brother Chun Hao and Han Guoqing. It was Monday, and he had an appointment at Mimi Tailor Shop with Zhang Meiwei, as well as a meeting with the owner of Lantian Garment Factory, Lan Taijun. Lan Taijun was a legendary figure, now 50 years old, having single-handedly managed such a large garment factory. Most impressively, he had risen from humble beginnings, starting with a mere 3-square-meter tailor shop, persevering and gradually developing it into the largest garment factory in Huayin County. He was a formidable person. Soon, Chun Hao and Han Guoqing arrived. The three of them worked together to transfer the eels and loaches from the basket to the cart, securing them with hemp ropes before setting off with the donkey cart. After an hour and 20 minutes, they reached the Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where they sold the eels and loaches. Chen Tong left first, arriving at Zhang Meiyue's shop just as she opened her doors. Instantly, Zhang Meiyue's face lit up. Brother, you came so early. Chen Tong smiled and nodded, accustomed to not keeping others waiting. In his business dealings, he was never late and always arrived early to await his appointments. After a brief conversation, they heard a knock at the door. Zhang Meiyue's face brightened, knowing it was time for Lan Taijun to arrive as he had said he would come at 9. Upon opening the door, indeed, a middle-aged man entered the tailor's shop. Chen Tong observed him. He was not very tall, had a crew cut, was quite slender, and stood very upright, dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit. It was clear that Lan Taijun regarded this meeting with Chen Tong as significant, hence his formal attire. In contrast, Chen Tong appeared much more casual, his clothes adorned with 5 or 6 patches. Behind Lan Taijun appeared a woman, clad in high heels, nearly as tall as he was. Her hair was styled in an updo, with 2 curled strands framing her face, swaying gently, accentuating her beauty. She had delicately arched willow leaf eyebrows, captivating peach blossom eyes, a petite, elegant nose, and luscious red lips, charming yet sensual. She wore a splendid peony-patterned qipao, which perfectly showcased her figure, accentuating her curves, both alluring and tasteful, complementing Lan Taijun's formal attire. However, judging by her age, she couldn't be older than 30. Director Lan, this is Chen Tong, the one who brought that garment. Zhang Meiyue introduced the two. Xiao Chun, this is Director Lan. She gave a subtle signal to Chen Tong, suggesting he should greet him. In her view, meeting Lan Taijun was a stroke of fortune for Chen Tong, especially considering he always appeared in tattered clothes during his visits to the shop, undoubtedly hailing from the countryside with little money in his pockets. Once Lan Taijun approved, Chen Tong would gain entry into the largest garment factory in Huayin, and the benefits would be undeniable. She felt she had done a good deed, in a sense. However, it was Lan Taijun who spoke first. Hello, I am Lan Taijun from Lantian Garment Factory. He extended his hand and took 2 steps forward. Chen Tong nodded and offered his hand in return. Chen Tong. It was their first meeting in Zhang Meiyue's charming tailor shop, and as the intermediary, she was bound to earn her commission of 200 yuan. As Lan Taijun released his hand, a woman behind him approached with the sound of her high heels echoing and her figure swaying gracefully. She extended her slender fingers and spoke in a soft voice. Hello, I'm Tang Xiaoye. Chen Tong exchanged a brief glance with Tang Xiaoye before extending his hand. Their fingers barely touched before he withdrew. Tang Xiaoye was momentarily taken aback. How intriguing. Other men lingered on her hand as though it were glued, yet this young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, at the peak of his vigor, had merely offered a fleeting touch. Was he apprehensive of Lan Taijun? Regardless, the 3 were now acquainted. Zhang Meiyue presented 3 stools and led them into the inner room. There were certain matters she preferred not to vocalize. Did you conceive that floral long dress? Lan Taijun asked directly. Even after hearing Zhang Meiyue's account, he wished to hear it firsthand. Yes, Chen Tong nodded. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Lan Taijun's eyes, and a hint of a smile broke through his serious demeanor as he exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Xiaoye. Your floral dress has caught Director Lan's attention, and he wishes to invite you to work at Lantian Garment Factory, with meals and accommodation provided. At a monthly salary of 55 yuan, Tang Xiaoye announced, adding, in addition, there are gifts and bonuses during holidays. 55 yuan. Lan Taijun extended a sincere offer, significantly higher than typical salaries in public sector jobs. The additional bonuses and gifts during festive seasons made the proposition even more enticing. Clearly, that floral dress had captivated Lan Taijun's interest. As Tang Xiaoye laid out the terms, she observed Chen Tong's composed expression, momentarily at a loss for interpretation. Was he stunned by the generous salary or dissatisfied with the offer? This young man, barely 20, exuded such calmness and poise that she found it difficult to gauge his reaction. There was an air about him that reminded her of Lan Taijun, depth and sophistication. Worn and tattered clothing adorned his figure, while a delicate visage still bore traces of youth. Tang Xiaoye found herself in a state of bewilderment, perhaps overthinking matters due to the exhaustion of the previous night. Chen Tong, after some contemplation, did not hastily acquiesce to Lan Taijun's proposal. 55 yuan, inclusive of meals and lodging, was indeed a considerable amount. However, for him, it was hardly noteworthy. He yearned for more, being a shrewd businessman. To have him labor for Lan Taijun, such a talent, at a mere 55 yuan a month seemed rather meager. He appreciated Lan factory director's kind intentions, but had grown accustomed to the comforts of his own home after a life of leisure. Tang Xiaoye's brows furrowed slightly. Chen Tong's words clearly conveyed his refusal. The offered price was undeniably too low for his liking. After all, he earned only 60 yuan a month. To find 55 yuan insufficient was indicative of a deliberate attempt to inflate his worth. Tang Xiaoya cast a glance at Lan Taijun, who nodded in understanding. Chen Tong was resolute. He aspired to expand and strengthen his enterprise, aiming to become the leading garment factory in Huayan City and even venture into the provincial capital. That floral dress was a promising omen of his ambitions, thoughts that no one could substitute. Chapter 81. A tug-of-war. Chen Tong's refusal took Lan Taijun by surprise. Previously, he had gathered information meticulously. Zhang Meiwei had mentioned the numerous patches on his clothing, his unkempt appearance, and the worn-out liberation shoes on his feet, suggesting he hailed from a rural background. Moreover, he had a pregnant wife, and that floral dress was originally tailored for her. Based on these deductions, Lan Taijun inferred that while the family could afford to eat, they were merely scraping by. After a year, 55 yuan amounted to a substantial sum of 660 yuan. He had no reason to decline. Yet, unexpectedly, the refusal was indeed pronounced. Internally, Lan Taijun felt a ripple of surprise, though his face remained impassive. He did not rush to respond, allowing Tang Xiaoya to inquire further. 60 yuan a month. Would that be acceptable? Her soft voice resonated in his ears. Director Lan, it is not merely a matter of money. I genuinely find it uncomfortable to live away from home. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Tang Xiaoya remarked, why forsake a golden nest for one's own? Is that not foolish? Yet, she understood that this was merely Chen Tong's pretext. 60 yuan a month was equal to her own earnings, and yet he remained unsatisfied? How insatiable human desires can be. 70 yuan a month, an increase of 10 yuan this time. You may bring your family to stay at the factory, with meals and lodging included. She presented an enticing condition. Director Lan, it truly is not a matter of money. I simply wish to reside at home, Chen Tong replied with a smile. Tang Xiaoya, Lan Taijun. This young man certainly knows how to take advantage of an opportunity. With such generous terms offered, he remains dissatisfied? Lan Taijun maintained his composure as he considered the conditions he had proposed. In the entire Huayin County, there exists not a second garment factory. Moreover, if his intuition serves him correctly, this young man is employing a long-line fishing strategy, patiently awaiting the moment to ensnare his catch. At such a tender age, he is remarkably astute. Lan Taijun has now entirely convinced himself that the floral dress was crafted by Chen. It is this belief that empowers him to maintain his price. However, after years of experience, can Lan Taijun truly be outmatched by a mere 20-year-old? Has he endured all these years only to falter now? Thus, he decides to test a small tactic of his own, unaware of the vastness of the world. Lan Taijun cast a discreet glance at Tang Xiaoya and subtly raised a finger. Tang Xiaoya paused, momentarily taken aback, before falling silent. She understood all too well the significance of his raised finger. 100 yuan per month. This is an exorbitant price. Is it truly worth it? What if that floral dress fails to sell and becomes a burden? This thought reveals Tang Xiaoya's recognition of Lan Taijun's insight and audacity, which far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Having spent decades in the clothing industry, Lan Taijun possesses a keen understanding of both styles and market demand. Regaining her composure, Tang Xiaoya's soft voice broke the silence. Mr. Chen, would you consider 100 yuan per month? Chen feigned contemplation for a moment. Director Lan, such a high salary. It's not that I dislike money. Tang Xiaoya interjected. Could you not rephrase that? It's the same line over and over. Is this a game? Is it amusing? Lan Taijun nodded. 150 yuan. Tang Xiaoya's lips parted slightly. Director Lan, Chen began. 200 yuan. Tang Xiaoya countered. Director Lan, Chen repeated. At this point, Tang Xiaoya found herself utterly exasperated. Her thoughts clouded. 200 yuan. Good heavens. That is a full 200 yuan, not merely 20. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, to grab Chen by the ear and shout, Are you hard of hearing? Do you not comprehend the value of 200 yuan? How much rice can that buy? How much pork? Nevertheless, Lan Taijun remained steadfast like a mountain, feigning difficulty. His brows furrowed together, forming a distinct crease. The Mimi tailoring shop fell into a brief silence. Zhang Meiwei, eavesdropping from the back room, sensed the tension in the atmosphere. The price was soaring, sending shivers down her spine. She dared not even breathe. She too yearned to burst forth and confront Chen, demanding, What is your game? ISN T200 yuan a fair price? Are you not satisfied? You who come from a farming background, have you never seen such a sum? 15 long minutes passed before Tang Xiaoya spoke again. 250 yuan. She could hear the tremor in her own voice. 250 yuan per month. What does that signify? She dared not even contemplate it. Why does Lan Taijun persistently urge her to raise the price? At this moment, if Tang Xiaoya were aware of Chen Tong's thoughts, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of expletives. This is because Chen Tong perceives the figure of 250 as an affront. A monthly salary of 250? Is that not an unequivocal insult? Thus, this time, Chen Tong remained silent. He had no desire to respond to such a derisory sum. 300, 350, 400. When the figure reached 400 a month, Chen Tong's eyelids flickered. In this era, to offer such an exorbitant price signifies a grand vision on Lan Tiejuan's part, and he felt a twinge of intrigue. Of course, it was not merely the 400 that captivated him, but rather the audacity and determination exuded by Lan Taijun. He believed that collaborating with Lan Taijun could be worthwhile. This 400 could serve as a stepping stone. For the profit he could generate for Lan Taijun in a month would far surpass that amount. Little did he know, this subtle movement of Chen Tong's was keenly observed by Lan Taijun. He understood that the fish had taken the bait. Sometimes, the transition of a fish occurs in an instant. Very well, since we have displayed such immense sincerity, if Brother Chen is still unwilling to agree, then let this be the end of it. Lan Taijun rose from his seat, hands clasped behind his back, leaving Chen Tong with his retreating figure. This was one of Lan Tiejuan's clever tactics, offering a high price and decisively concluding the negotiation when one is most tempted, allowing one to plummet from the heights of hope into the depths of despair. After that, any price would be negotiable. Were it an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly be filled with regret and self-reproach at this moment. Why did I not agree when the figure was 300? Even if not 300, 250 would suffice. If that fails, 200 is still acceptable. If one were to concede further, 150 would still be a princely sum. However, he had misjudged the individual. It was a grave error to have engaged with Chen Tong. Upon witnessing Lan Tiejuan's nonchalant departure and the utterance of such words, Chen Tong paused momentarily. Was this tug-of-war already concluded? Then, realization struck him. When Tang Xiaoya mentioned 400 a month, Lan Taijun had denied him the chance to respond, deliberately intending for him to regret his indecision. Following this, he would dangle the prospect for another 10 to 20 minutes, launching a second wave of pressure. What a cunning old fox, Chen Tong mused to himself. He almost fell into Lan Tiejuan's trap, believing that he might genuinely be offered a lavish salary, only to discover it was all a ruse. Chapter 82. Collaboration. Chen Tong overestimated Lan Taijun, while Lan Taijun underestimated Chen Tong. Each harbored ulterior motives, and neither party was a fool in the business realm. Both were calculating the other's moves. After delivering his remarks, Lan Taijun exited through the door. Tang Xiaoya promptly rose, nodding at Chen Tong before also stepping out. Within the inner room, Zhang Meiwei could no longer contain herself upon hearing the door open. She rushed out in a flurry, and upon seeing both Lan Taijun and the other emerge, she lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Why didn't you agree? I could hear everything clearly from inside. It was several hundred a month. Have you been rendered speechless by fear?" Zhang Meiwei was both infuriated and vexed, anxiously pacing. Chen Tong almost wished he could answer on behalf of Zhang Meiwei. He looked at her and smiled. Could it be that his clothing factory was the only one in Huayin County? Zhang Meiwei adjusted her hair. There are no fewer than 5 clothing factories in Huayin County, but the largest is undoubtedly the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Who else besides Lan Taijun could offer such exorbitant wages, along with meals and accommodation? Have you ever considered how much profit that floral dress could yield for Lan Taijun? However, that dress is yet to be sold. How can you be so certain about the quantity it will sell? Zhang Meiwei asked, perplexed. You may doubt me, but you must trust Lan Tiejuan's judgment. Chen Tong's words carried weight. While he might not fully grasp the intricacies of the clothing market, the owner of the largest garment factory in Huayin County certainly would. That floral dress is bound to be a sensation in Huayin County. Lan Taijun could foresee this. Yet, his vision extends even further. In just a couple of days, other factories will replicate the designs, vying for the same market share. The pie is only so large. It cannot all be consumed by Blue Sky Garment Factory alone. However, Lan Taijun has simply secured the largest slice. Is he only focused on this single hit product? Clearly, that is not the case. To expand into the city and provincial capital, he must accumulate substantial funds. And how will these funds be generated? Through a series of hit products. Who holds the ideas for these hit products? The answer is evident. Before coming here, Chen Tong had indeed inquired about Blue Sky Garment Factory, a long-established clothing manufacturer that has dominated Huayin district for over a decade. They have long aspired to penetrate the city and provincial markets. Unfortunately, they lack sufficient capital and their styles are not particularly innovative or fashionable. After all, Huayin County is a small place. Trends only reach the county after they have already gained traction in larger cities. 20 minutes later, Tang Xiaoya entered again. Both she and Lan Taijun were surprised to find that this young man could remain so composed. The sound of her high heels echoed as she gracefully entered. Her figure captivating. She plopped down onto a chair and pressed her fingers against her forehead. She began, "Director Lan would like to know your thoughts." "I wish to collaborate with your factory," Chen Tong replied calmly. "Collaborate?" Tang Xiaoya was taken aback and casually inquired, "What kind of collaboration?" "You can inform Director Lan that for every piece of clothing I conceive, I would like a commission of 1 yuan for each sale, along with a monthly salary of 100 yuan, including meals and accommodation." This was the first thought that sprang to Chen Tong's mind upon realizing that Lan Taijun was considering hiring him for Blue Sky Garment Factory. It was utterly impossible for him to work solely for Lan Taijun. Tang Xiaoya was momentarily speechless. Who could possibly agree to such conditions? Why don't you just take it by force? Given Blue Sky Garment Factory sales prowess, once a finished garment is produced, it wouldn't be long before 4,000 to 5,000 or even 1,000 to 2,000 of the same style vanish in the blink of an eye. Your words carry a commission of $1 per item. Just imagine the total. Even Tang Xiaoya hesitated to tell Lan Taijun the truth, opting instead to weave a casual lie to deflect. She well understood the unpleasantness of inciting Lan Taijun's ire. It was simply necessary to convey the facts to Director Lan. He would provide a response. Tang Xiaoya was oblivious to how she exited the Mimi tailor shop. Meanwhile, Zhang Meiwei was equally astonished. At the Blue Sky Garment Factory, she possessed a clearer understanding than Chen Tong. Upon entering the county's department store, the Blue Sky Garment Factory had its own shop right at the entrance. It is worth noting that those who patronize the department store are invariably affluent. Of course, the Blue Sky Garment Factory extends beyond that one shop. The entire county boasts no fewer than 8 or 10 outlets. The key lies in the prominence of the Blue Sky Garment Factory sign, which guarantees the garments sell remarkably well. Often, items are displayed in the morning and are sold out by afternoon. Why is this so? It is solely because of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. The quality and craftsmanship of the clothing are beyond reproach. Although the prices are somewhat elevated, they sell effortlessly. This is the reputation of the long-standing factory. In business, one must not only sell goods, but also their reputation. Thus, Chen Tong's proposition of $1 commission per garment genuinely astonished Zhang Meiwei. The Blue Sky Garment Factory is not akin to Mimi Tailor Shop, where she toils from dawn till dusk, managing to produce no more than 2 garments a day. What would that yield in commission? Merely $2. How much would the Blue Sky Garment Factory earn in commissions daily? Zhang Meiwei dared not contemplate it. She was unaware of the volume of garments the factory sold each day. This comparison rendered Chen Tong's disdain for a monthly wage of several $100s unsurprising. Zhang Meiwei swallowed hard. "Do you think Director Lan would agree?" Chen Tong rubbed his nose and shrugged. "I have no idea." Subsequently, Zhang Meiwei fell silent, standing at the doorway of the inner room, scrutinizing Chen Tong. Goodness, is this young man truly only 20 years old? Such audacity at 20, to dare challenge Lan Taijun, the director of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. He appears quite confident in his position. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. Half an hour passed before Tang Xiaoya finally returned, her face a canvas of astonishment. Director Lan stated that $1 per item is excessive. "If you are willing, it will be 50 cents per item, and you can commence work at the Blue Sky Garment Factory tomorrow." Chen Tong shook his head. $1 per item, not a penny less. In his previous life, he had dabbled in the garment business, though he suffered losses due to entering the field too late. The process from design to production is intricate and time-consuming. Furthermore, if Lan Taijun aims to maintain a competitive edge and prevent other factories from imitating, he must stockpile inventory. Once the garments are produced, they need to be stored in the factory warehouse until a sufficient quantity is amassed for sale. This entire cycle takes no less than half a month. The latest clothing style is once again produced by the Blue Sky Garment Factory, and naturally, the price is not low. Only a specific group of individuals can afford such luxury. Consequently, the production volume remains modest, ranging between 2,000 to 3,000 pieces. Each item yields a mere 50 cents, and it takes half a month to earn between 1,000 to 1,500 yuan. Naturally, Chen Tong is displeased. Chapter 83. Becoming a worker. Tang Xiaoya is aware that a deep-seated concern has always lingered in Lan Taijun's heart. The aspiration to establish the Blue Sky Garment Factory firmly in the provincial capital within his lifetime. As for the origin of this fixation, she remains oblivious. However, when Lan Taijun agreed to Chen Tong's terms, Tang Xiaoya felt as if she no longer recognized the man she had been with for 5 years. This 50-year-old man, who had entered alongside her, wore a smile on his face. "I admire your courage." He boisterously praised Chen Tong, a mere 20-year-old lad, who exhibited greater composure than himself. "Director Lan, you flatter me." "I am merely taking a gamble," Chen Tong replied with a hearty laugh. You possess the same vigor I had in my youth. Time is of the essence. Let us dine together at noon." Chen Tong nodded in agreement, not declining the invitation. Zhang Meiwei swiftly closed the door and followed suit, for she had yet to receive the 200 yuan owed to her. The matter was already settled. After the meal, Lan Taijun would surely provide it. Zhang Meiwei felt a sense of delight. The quartet arrived at a quaint establishment nestled in a narrow alley. State-run restaurants required tickets, leading to the emergence of numerous private eateries in such alleys. These establishments, devoid of ticket requirements, were run with great care by their owners, offering delectable dishes. The only drawback was the somewhat steep prices. The restaurant had 5 or 6 tables, appearing rather ordinary, yet the surfaces were impeccably clean. At this hour, mealtime, the place was empty. Upon noticing the arrival of guests, the waiter greeted them warmly. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" The 4 of them settled at a square table. To Tang Xiaoya's right sat Chen Tong. Lan Taijun ordered a bottle of Red Star Erguo II. Tang Xiaoya then took the menu and selected a dish of pork stir-fried with chili, wild small fish, potatoes braised with wild chicken, stir-fried rabbit meat, and a bowl of cabbage soup. "Mr. Chen, what else would you like to order?" she inquired, extending the menu towards him, her body nearly brushing against Chen Tong's. The fragrance emanating from her was palpable. Chen Tong subtly shifted his posture to create some distance. "No need. We have ordered quite enough," he replied. And as Tang Xiaoya retrieved the menu, he felt a fleeting coldness brush against the back of his hand. A shiver ran through him. It was intentional on her part, her fingernail. He glanced at Lan Taijun, who was engrossed in drinking water, entirely oblivious to the interaction at their side. Once the dishes arrived, the group engaged in casual conversation, and within half an hour, the table was cleared of all food, utterly spotless. After all, wastefulness is a shameful act. Chen Tong exchanged a few words with several individuals before departing. Tomorrow marks the beginning of his laborious journey as a worker. The spirit of toil resides within him. For to labor is to ascend among men. He needed to return home early to inform young Wenjing. An hour and 20 minutes later, Chen Tong arrived home just in time. His elder brother Chun Hao and sister-in-law Li Hong were present. The pot simmered with hot water, and there was a meal prepared for Chen Tong, yet he felt no hunger. He simply drank a bowl of warm water and seated himself in the courtyard. "Elder brother, I have something to discuss," he called out. Upon hearing Chen Tong's voice, Chen Hao set aside his task, and Yang Wenjing along with Li Hong approached him. "Elder brother, I found a job in the county and will begin work tomorrow." Chen Hao paused, and both Yang Wenjing and Li Hong were momentarily taken aback. "You found a job? Starting work?" Especially Yang Wenjing, who had not been informed of this during their private conversations at night. "You and sister-in-law should move over this afternoon," Chen Tong suggested. Glancing at Chen Hao, he was to work at the Blue Sky Garment Factory, and his family's well-being weighed heavily on his mind. Yang Wenjing was expecting a child, and with the live eels and loaches collected during the day still in the yard, he was concerned about leaving them unprotected. Once he became acquainted with his new surroundings, he would bring Yang Wenjing to join him. The household still required someone to stay behind. Chen Hao nodded. "Focus on your work in the county. You can rest assured about home. I will go with your sister-in-law to help move your things shortly." Chen Tong smiled. "I will assist as well." "What are you going for?" "Stay home and keep your sister-in-law company." Chen Hao stood up, called for Li Hong, and they left. The courtyard was left with only Chen Tong and Yang Wenjing. She lowered her head, her mood somewhat despondent. The eel and loach business had been flourishing. Why was he suddenly going to the county? "Wife?" Chen Tong shifted the stool closer to Yang Wenjing, taking her hand gently in his. "Wife, she responded softly. Chen Tong leaned forward, resting his forehead against her rounded belly, while his other arm encircled her delicate waist, gazing at her with tenderness. Their eyes met, and Yang Wenjing's cheeks flushed crimson, for Chen Tong's demeanor seemed rather inappropriate, akin to a hungry gaze. The door is still open, and it would not look well to be seen by passing villagers. Wife, you need not worry. The place provides food and accommodation. Once I am familiar with the surroundings, I will return to bring you over. I do not wish to go, Yang Wenjing stammered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What could she, a pregnant woman, possibly do there? She felt utterly incapable and did not want to burden Chen Tong. Staying at home suited her just fine. Upon witnessing Yang Wenjing's distressed expression, akin to a pitiful and wronged little kitten, Chen Tong's heart ached for her. He lifted his gaze to the door, ensuring no one was around, and cradled her face in his hands. Yet, this time, before Chen Tong could utter a word, he felt a gentle kiss upon his lips. Yang Wenjing was inexperienced in the art of kissing, relying solely on instinct, and with earnestness. She pressed her lips against Chen Tong's. He was momentarily taken aback, and then she withdrew, her cheeks flushed to the point of near bleeding. Tears glistened in her eyes as she gazed quietly at Chen Tong. Thank you, Chen Tong, she stammered. A mischievous smile danced at the corners of Chen Tong's mouth as he reciprocated the kiss, parting her lips with his tongue. An hour later, Chen Hao arrived with a donkey cart, laden with a hodgepodge of items, clothes, shoes, pots, bowls, and pans, truly leaving nothing behind. I've even brought Mom and Dad's clothes. Once Dad is well, they can stay here directly, Chen Tong said, helping to organize the belongings. Everything seemed to fall into place as they unloaded the cart. Chen Hao set off for a second trip while Li Hong busied herself at home. Despite their modest means, the house was filled with an abundance of items once they began to tidy up. After several trips back and forth, they finally cleared out the contents of the rear mountain house, returning to the old residence where they had lived for decades. Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, content in the comfort of family togetherness. In the courtyard, under the dim yellow light, the family gathered around a small, rickety table to share a meal, radiating warmth and coziness. Chapter 84. Blue Sky Garment Factory. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Tong awoke to find Yang Wenjing still peacefully slumbering, her head resting on his arm, sleeping soundly. Chen Tong leaned down to place a gentle good morning kiss on her lips, careful not to rouse her. As light as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. In her dreams, Yang Wenjing felt a coolness upon her lips and instinctively pursed them, remaining in a deep slumber. After getting out of bed and completing a simple morning routine, Chen Tong gathered a few changes of clothes and prepared some congee. Before long, Han Guoqing arrived, bearing a nylon bag and knocking at the door. The mountain was abundant with wild produce, thriving in this season, yielding a bounty of mushrooms, black fungus, and wild greens daily. Chen Tong weighed the goods and settled the payment. Why are you up so early? Chen Hao, having heard the knock, emerged from the east room. I'm used to it. I can't sleep, Chen Tong replied with a smile. In truth, Chen Hao had risen even earlier than Chen Tong. But knowing that Chen Tong would be working in the county that day, he refrained from waking him too soon, concerned that any noise might disturb the two. Once Yang Wenjing and Li Hong were awake, the family sat down for breakfast. An air of solemnity hung over the table, with no one speaking. After the meal, Chen Tong prepared to head to the county for work. Yang Wenjing and Li Hong stood at the door as he loaded his fresh clothes onto the donkey cart, waving goodbye to Yang Wenjing. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears. The sound of the copper bell echoed softly, gradually fading into the distance of Qinghe village. After an hour and 20 minutes, the trio arrived in the county. Chen Tong ventured alone to the Blue Sky Garment Factory, which was remarkably easy to locate. Any passerby could direct you to its general vicinity, as it was quite renowned in the small county of Huayin. There were a total of 5 garment factories of notable repute, all bearing government-issued signs. However, 3 of them were privately owned, not assigned by the state. During this period, although the government had relaxed certain policies, the regulations surrounding factories remained stringent. Small workshops and businesses were overlooked, provided they did not exceed 7 in number. Surpassing this limit could lead to significant troubles if discovered. The Blue Sky Garment Factory, while labeled as a state entity, operated as a private establishment, thriving on annual bribes. Since the factory provided meals and accommodation, Chen only brought along a few dozen yuan as a contingency. Half an hour later, Chen arrived at the Blue Sky Garment Factory. From a distance, he spotted the gleaming golden letters shimmering in the sunlight, almost blinding. As he approached, he noticed the red iron gate, 5 meters wide, rusting and closed. The mottled white wall bore a production slogan in bold red letters. There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on deities or emperors. The happiness of humanity is solely created by ourselves. Chen touched his nose, finding the slogan quite fitting for the factory. He stepped forward and rapped on the window of the guardhouse. An elderly man, dozing at a table, jolted awake at the sound of the glass. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he glanced at Chen with impatience, asking, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Chen smiled and replied, "Sir, I'm here to start work." The old man eyed him skeptically and waved his hand dismissively. In his memory, there were hardly any male workers at the factory, let alone someone so young. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The old man jolted awake, his eyes wide with alarm. Recently, Director Tang had emphasized the need for vigilance, forbidding unfamiliar faces from entering, as 2 spies had been uncovered in the factory, allegedly sent by the state-owned second factory. He was unaware of their ultimate fate. The old man tugged at his shirt and combed what little hair he had left in the mirror before addressing Chen. "Wait here, I'll inform Director Tang." A glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes at the thought of apprehending a spy, for there would be a reward. Moments later, Tang Xiaoya appeared alongside the elderly guard. Today, she was dressed in a crisp white shirt, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and clad in black flared trousers. The sound of her high heels echoed with a sharpness that conveyed her competence. "Director Tang, this is him," the guard pointed at Chen. "He claims he is here to work, but he looks shifty, definitely not a good person. I suspect he is here to gather intelligence." Tang Xiaoya furrowed her elegantly arched brows and replied, "Li Shu, this is the new designer hired by the factory, specifically to create our garments." The gatekeeper suddenly panicked, realizing that this young man was indeed here to work. He hurriedly opened the red iron gate, which creaked as it swung open. Tang Xiaoya stepped forward, surprised by his early arrival. "Let me take you to your dormitory first," she said. "There isn't much to see there. We should explore the factory first." Chen Tong carried only a small package containing a change of clothes and followed Tang Xiaoya. After walking about 50 to 60 meters and turning right upon entering, they arrived at the entrance of the first workshop. It was a long, brick-built flat structure, extending over 100 meters. Upon arrival, they could hear the rhythmic clatter of machines from within. "Our Blue Sky Garment Factory is a public enterprise," Tang explained. "We have 3 large workshops, 2 smaller ones, a warehouse, and a cafeteria. The 3 adjacent large workshops are dedicated to sewing machines, while the 2 smaller ones are for cutting fabric and ironing. One of the large workshops houses 50 sewing machines, primarily for making individual items." Tang Xiaoya guided Chen Tong on a brief tour of the factory, which lasted about half an hour, as instructed by Lan Taijun, to showcase the strengths of Blue Sky Garment Factory and to let Chen Tong see who he would be working with. After touring the factory, Tang Xiaoya led Chen Tong to his dormitory. It was spacious, measuring about 15 square meters, furnished with a bed, a long table, a square table, and several benches. The bed was neatly made with blue and white striped sheets, emblazoned with 5 small red characters, Blue Sky Garment Factory. The quilt was pure white, also adorned with 5 small red characters. Beneath the bed were a porcelain basin, a porcelain jar, and a thermos. The long table was equipped with towels, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. Chen Tong even spotted a tin of Friendship Snowflake Cream among the essentials, evidence that Tang Xiaoya had personally prepared everything. "If you need anything, feel free to come to me. I live next door," Tang Xiaoya said with a charming smile before departing, her figure swaying gracefully. Chen Tong felt a slight unease. He was not naive. He had sensed the subtle relationship between Lan Taijun and Tang Xiaoya during their first encounter. However, he had no interest in gossip. That was someone else's private matter. He had come to Blue Sky Garment Factory with his own plans for the future. After lunch, Tang Xiaoya brought Chen Tong to Lan Taijun's office. Upon seeing Chen Tong, Lan Taijun nodded and asked, "How's it going? Are you settling in?" Chen Tong rubbed his nose and replied with a smile, "The environment is quite good." He spoke the truth. Having a single room in this era was indeed a privilege. "Not worse than your doghouse, I presume," Lan Taijun teased, prompting laughter from the 3 of them. "Now, go fetch the floral dress. Once you've had your fill, it's time to get to work." Lan Taijun wasted no time. Tang Xiaoya entered the inner room and brought out the floral dress hanging on a rack. Placing it before them, Lan Taijun got straight to the point. "This floral dress features a unique design and innovative style. In comparison to the currently popular checkered and floral shirts, this creation is bound to garner greater admiration from the younger female demographic. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 fabrics from the drawer, each distinct, solid colors, checkered patterns, and polka dots. However, the floral fabric appeared somewhat monotonous. Thus, I envisioned incorporating all 3 materials. Moreover, the collar is merely a conventional round shape, the sleeves lack uniqueness, and the waistline is set too high. Initially, this floral dress was a casual thought by Chen Tong, inspired by the dullness of women's fashion in this era, intended for his daughter-in-law. To his surprise, Zhang Meiwei insisted on crafting an additional piece, the very one now displayed before the trio. Furthermore, this piece was tailored specifically for Zhang Meiwei. Does Director Lan wish for further modifications? Chen Tong inquired with a smile. Lan Taijun's discerning eye is indeed remarkable, a testament to his decades of experience in the garment industry, constantly striving for perfection and refinement. I am aware that even without alterations, this floral dress, once completed, would sell exceptionally well, with no rival in Huayin County. Yet, after Director Tang tried it on, I felt the collar required some adjustments. Chen Tong nodded, acknowledging Lan Taijun's insights. Do you have paper and a pen? He asked. In his past life, he had engaged in the trade of ancient calligraphy and painting, necessitating a bit of expertise in drawing and appreciation. Sketching was not a challenge. Tang Xiaoya handed him paper and a pencil, and Chen Tong settled into a chair opposite Lan Taijun, immersing himself in his work. As he organized his past memories, a clearer image began to form in his mind. Designs for cheapao collars, doll collars, large lapels, and small lapels, as well as the arrangement of buttons on the chest and cuffs. On the white paper, a more intricate garment design emerged. In this era, where certain laws still penalize, he opted for a small lapel, incorporating 7 buttons from the neck down to the navel. The waistline was repositioned from below the bust to above the hips, and the cuffs were transformed into a double-layered style, adorned with varying colors. He specifically noted that the double-layered cuffs would pair with solid colors, while polka dots would complement the floral patterns. Within 20 minutes, he presented the sketch to Lan Taijun, who took it and fell silent, his eyes wide with astonishment. Despite his extensive experience in fashion, he had never encountered such a design and combination. Could a lapel truly be applied to a dress? In his memory, lapels were synonymous with Zhongshan suits. Nevertheless, the design of this dress aligned perfectly with his vision. If a perfect score were 100, he would undoubtedly award it 101. Lan Taijun raised his ceramic cup, sipping tea to calm his excitement. It seemed he had indeed found the right person. Observing Lan Taijun's prolonged silence, Chen Tong felt puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. After his modifications, the dress had become even more fashionable and elegant. Was Lan, the factory director, dissatisfied? Chen Tong gently called out. Lan Taijun finally reacted and said, Xiao Chun, this dress is just a little bit floral, polka dot, solid color. What do you think? Tang Xiaoya paused for a moment. What do you mean? What do you think? The usually decisive Lan Taijun had surprisingly sought Chen Tong's opinion. This nearly dropped Tang Xiaoya's jaw in astonishment. Chen Tong smiled and replied, It's up to Director Lan to decide. Very well, Director Tang. Please discuss the details with Xiao Chun. I want to see 3 finished pieces in my office tonight. After the details were settled, evening had already fallen. The workers would soon finish their shifts. Tang Xiaoya hurriedly made her way to the workshop, leaving Chen Tong with nothing to do. He began to stroll idly around the factory. He had countless ideas for modifying the dress in his mind. However, he thought it wise to keep a few cards up his sleeve. Regardless of whether the floral dress was improved or not, once the finished product hit the market, it would undoubtedly sell well, and at a good price. As for how much profit could be made, it depended on the costs and how long they could sell it. Once the floral dress appeared in Huayin County, it would certainly show up in other garment factories within an hour, where it would be dismantled, recreated, and brought to market. At that point, it would be a race against time. An extra hour of sales meant extra earnings. Why am I thinking of my wife right after coming out? Chen Tong lay on the grass, a blade of grass in his mouth, staring blankly at the sky. Should I go home and see my wife? She must miss me terribly. I miss her too. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. Suddenly sitting up, Chen Tong resolved, All right, let us go home and find my wife. Just as he reached the entrance of the red iron gate, he heard Tang Xiaoya's voice behind him. Chen Tong, where are you going? The finished garments are ready, and Director Lan is looking for you. Upon entering the office, he found 3 finished pieces already completed. The polka dot dress was playful and charming, the solid color exuded elegance, and the floral design was fresh and vibrant. Each piece shared the same style yet achieved distinct effects through different fabrics. Lan Taijun was thoroughly pleased. "Director Tang, why don't you try them on?" Tang Xiaoya shyly nodded and took all 3 dresses into the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged. Lan Tiejuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The first dress she tried was the polka dot floral skirt. With willow-shaped eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, crimson lips, and cascading long hair. She paired perfectly with the playful polka dot dress. The visual impact was immense, creating a striking contrast. Tang Xiaoya's maturity was accentuated by the polka dot skirt, making her appear several years younger, embodying both sophistication and charm. She was both enticing and pure. Chen Tong watched with great interest. This dress truly looked stunning. Lan Taijun nodded, unable to hide his delight. A well-crafted garment not only enhances the wearer, but is also elevated by the person who wears it. Mutual enhancement is essential to ascend to a higher echelon, instilling a desire to purchase. Chapter 86. The 3 styles of skirts are a resounding success. Tang Xiaoya has donned each style, and every emergence evokes a distinct sensation. Each person is unique, and she embodies this diversity. Elegance, purity, allure. Lan Tiejuan's eyes momentarily blinked. Of course, Chen Tong merely glanced at her upper attire before lowering his gaze, consumed by one thought. What would my wife look like in this? Surely, she would surpass Tang Xiaoya in beauty. Early the next morning, as the workers arrived, Tang Xiaoya announced the production of 1,500 pieces of a single style, totaling 4,500 garments. It was not a matter of desire for greater output, but rather the limitation of materials stored in the warehouse, which could only yield that quantity. After all, the warehouse was finite, filled with both fabric and unsold garments. Additionally, financial constraints posed significant pressure. One must always leave a path for retreat, not risking all one's fortune on the initial wave of skirts. With Chen Tong present, the first wave of sales would undoubtedly lead to a second and third, allowing for the accumulation of sufficient funds to venture into the city. As for the 3 styles of skirts, they were produced separately. The first workshop handled one portion, the second workshop another, while the third was responsible for the synthesis. 2 small factories managed the final processes, ensuring that the design of the skirts remained confidential. During this period, all other clothing production was halted to focus solely on these 3 styles, hastening the process to ensure their market debut within 5 days. The finished skirts posed a risk of leakage if stored in the warehouse. Furthermore, for those 5 days, Chen Tong could not leave the factory. Until the skirts appeared on the market, he was confined within its gates. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 5 days had elapsed. The 4,500 skirts were completed as scheduled. The factory was staffed with experienced workers, diligent and efficient, leaving no room for delays. Chen Tong exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had been incarcerated. Rising early, he yearned to stealthily return home, missing young Wenjing terribly. A day apart felt like an eternity, and 5 days equated to an agonizing 15 eternities. Chen Tong felt pain everywhere. His heart, liver, and stomach ached. Just as he reached the red iron gate, Tang Xiaoya's voice echoed in his ears. "Chen Tong, where are you off to so early?" Startled, he chuckled and stretched his arms, claiming he was merely engaging in morning exercises to shake off the lethargy of the past few days. Lan Taijun had particularly instructed him to accompany him to the department store that morning to assess the sales of the skirts and gauge the market response. However, Chen Tong was reluctant. Nothing could compare to the allure of returning home to see his wife. Around 8 in the morning, a thunderous rumble resonated outside the factory, shaking the cement ground beneath. The sound grew closer until it halted at the factory entrance. Lo and behold, a pair of magnificent Dongfeng trucks had arrived, majestic and resplendent. Like 2 formidable iron beasts, they exuded an intimidating presence. Tang Xiaoya stepped forward, waving her hand. The driver opened the door and jumped down. "Director Tang, where to today?" "Just a few old shops, but this time, let us not delay on the road." As she spoke, several male workers from the factory emerged, carrying neatly bundled skirts, each draped in an inconspicuous fabric cover. An hour later, the 4,500 skirts were meticulously arranged. "First, let us deliver to the department store. We shall follow shortly." Tang Xiaoya restrained Chen Tong, who was about to get into the car. "We'll take Director Lan's vehicle." No sooner had she spoken than a black Hongqi sedan emerged from the courtyard. Chen Tong paused momentarily, having lingered in the factory for several days. He had not noticed the presence of a Hongqi. Yet, he was aware that in those times, few private individuals dared to drive, for fear of attracting unwelcome attention. How audacious of Lan Taijun to take it out. Then it struck him that the Blue Sky Garment Factory was under public ownership. Surely, this car belonged to that realm. As the factory head, Lan Taijun could drive it as he pleased. Lan Taijun lowered half of the window. Get in. His command was succinct and authoritative. Chen Tong willingly opened the front door and settled into the passenger seat. Tang Xiaoyan naturally opened the rear door, bent down, and entered the vehicle. The car did not traverse swiftly. Soon, they arrived at the department store. The large Dongfeng truck had already completed its delivery and departed. The trio disembarked from the Hongqi, with Lan Taijun leading the way, striding towards the entrance of the department store. It was already past 9 o'clock, and people were beginning to filter in. The Blue Sky Garment Factory shop occupied the prime location right at the entrance of the first floor. The majority of foot traffic would inevitably pass through this door. Aside from the back entrance, one could discern that while Lan Taijun appeared relaxed on the surface, he was undoubtedly anxious within. The floral skirts, polka dot skirts, and solid-colored skirts represented styles and designs that had never before graced the city of Huayin, capturing the attention of passers-by. Although Huayin was beginning to embrace external cultural influences, Lan Taijun held no absolute confidence in their acceptance. Upon reaching the entrance, a throng of people had already gathered in front of the shop, creating quite a commotion. A cursory glance revealed a multitude of young women, with a few young men mingled among them. Lan Taijun stood at a distance, observing quietly. Chen Tong also gazed at the Blue Sky Garment Factory's shop, where 3 walls were adorned with an array of skirts, devoid of any other clothing types. The sheer visual impact was undeniably staggering. What exquisite skirts! So fashionable and beautiful. Indeed, I've never seen such skirts before. Look at those tiny floral patterns and the collar. Where did this design come from? I've not encountered anything like it in the city. Hearing the continuous compliments, Lan Taijun finally exhaled in relief. Clearly, the reception was overwhelmingly positive. Can I try on one of these skirts? I wish to purchase. Yes, how much is each? Everyone. Please be patient. The young girl was the first to arrive, so we invited her to try on an outfit. The sales assistant, having worked in the store for several years, was adept at handling any situation. She encouraged a rather attractive young lady at the front to select her preferred style and led her to the fitting room. It was a polka dot dress. When the young lady emerged, the entire room gasped in admiration, and many eyes sparkled with delight. My goodness, this polka dot dress is simply exquisite. The woman's graceful figure was flawlessly showcased, playful yet charming, mature yet vibrant. The collar, along with the 7 buttons resembling white jade adorning her chest and the embellished cuffs, transformed her entirely. She looked tenfold more beautiful than before. It was as if she had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. What do you all think? The sales assistant inquired at the perfect moment. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. I can hardly believe it's the same person. Bring me that floral one. I want that polka dot dress. Give me a solid color. At that moment, the store was inundated with a throng of eager customers. A large crowd gathered, creating quite a commotion and attracting even more passers-by, encompassing all ages and genders. Lan Taijun patted Chen Tong on the shoulder and said, "Let's go have a drink." Chapter 87. Waiting in the courtyard, it was evident that Lan Taijun was exhilarated. Although these garments had bolstered the reputation of the Lantian Garment Factory, which was already well regarded, witnessing such fervent purchasing was a first for him. Fashion-conscious young women were buying, and even women in their 50s were partaking. He even spotted 7 or 8 men shopping, undoubtedly purchasing for their wives or the women they admired. Chen Tong and the others climbed into a Hongqi sedan. This time, they were heading to a state-run restaurant, which appeared quite upscale from the outside. Just as they disembarked, 3 individuals approached them. The central figure, similar in age to Lan Taijun, wore a crisp white shirt and fine leather shoes. The 2 flanking him dressed more casually but appeared quite imposing. "Isn't that Director Lan?" came a peculiar voice from the bald man beside him. Lan Taijun raised an eyebrow, feeling disinclined to engage, and attempted to sidestep. However, the bald man blocked his path. "Director Lan, you certainly have a grand demeanor. Are you refusing to acknowledge us from the Lanyan Garment Factory?" The bald man's mention of the Lanyan Garment Factory referred to one of the top 5 garment factories in Huayin County. However, It was a complete imitation, modeled not after another factory, but directly after the Lantian garment factory, with the names differing by a single character. One is Lantian, and the other is Lanyun. Many consumers are often confused, mistakenly believing they are the same factory. Whenever Lantian Garment Factory releases a new style, within days, Lanyun Garment Factory will unveil a nearly identical design at a lower price. A considerable number of individuals were drawn to make purchases. After all, in the early 1980s, the concepts of counterfeit and piracy were virtually unknown, not to mention any awareness of copyright. Goods that were both affordable and aesthetically pleasing, with quality that was not significantly inferior. Who wouldn't want to buy such items? Only a fool would refrain from making a purchase. Consequently, a small workshop rapidly evolved into a reputable garment factory in Huayin County. "Do you have business?" Tang Xiaoya inquired, her brow furrowed, as she squeezed in front of Lan Taijun. "Ah, Tang Beauty," exclaimed a bald man, reaching out to pinch Tang Xiaoya's chin. However, she deftly evaded him, her expression revealing her disdain. "Huh, little lady," the bald man persisted, extending his hand once more toward Tang Xiaoya's mature visage. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a crisp white shirt interjected. He was Feng Yun, the director of the Lanyun Garment Factory, a former figure from the streets who had, for reasons unknown, transitioned into the garment industry within a mere span of 5 or 6 years. Upon hearing Feng Yun's voice, the bald man promptly withdrew his hand and retreated obediently. "Director Lan, I've heard that the Lantian Garment Factory has just released new products. I am quite eager to see them." Lan Tiejuan's expression remained impassive. He was well accustomed to such encounters. He understood that not only the Lanyun Garment Factory was aware of the new clothing hitting the market, but several other establishments were also in the know. Throughout the entire exchange, Lan Taijun remained silent, not out of fear, but rather due to his deep-seated disdain for them. After a few jests, Feng Yun and his entourage ceased their advances. After all, they were standing at the entrance of a state-run hotel, frequented by prominent figures. No one wished to become the subject of ridicule. Upon returning to Qinghe village, darkness enveloped the landscape. The village appeared shrouded in pitch blackness, as most households seldom utilized electric lights and had no entertainment, leading them to retire early. Chen Tong arrived home to find a dim yellow light glowing in the courtyard. Why is the light still on at this late hour? He wondered, glancing at the unlocked gate. He pushed the door open to find young Wenjing seated on a small stool, her head resting against the door frame, deeply asleep. The sound of the door did not rouse her. Instead, lights flickered on in the dark room beyond. Chen Hao opened the door, hesitated for a moment, and then lowered his voice. "Why are you back at this hour? Second brother, why are you still awake?" Chen Tong replied, also speaking softly to avoid waking young Wenjing. "You've been away for several days. How could I possibly sleep? Not only I, but your sister-in-law also couldn't find rest." Upon hearing these words, Chen Tong felt a warmth accompanied by guilt in his heart. At that moment, Li Hong emerged from her room, draped in a shawl. Seeing Chen Tong, she sniffled and said, "During your days in the county, your sister-in-law has waited for you every night at the front of the house, leaving the door open, and eventually fell asleep while waiting. I, along with your second brother, dared not retire early. The gate to the yard remained ajar. Each time, it was only when my sister-in-law awoke from her slumber at the door that your second brother would muster the courage to rise and secure both the lights and the gate." After listening to sister-in-law Li Hong's words, Chen Tong turned to glance at Yang Wenjing, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt in his heart. "Fortunately, your second brother had found employment at the Lantian Garment Factory. However, the elderly guard refused entry. Yet, he remarked that with someone of your caliber present, he felt at ease." Sister-in-law Li Hong, empathetic towards Yang Wenjing, uttered a few more words, only to be met with a glare from Chen Hao, prompting her to hastily fall silent. "Let us first carry the sister-in-law inside," Chen Tong suggested with a nod. He moved quietly, bending down to cradle Yang Wenjing in his arms. Despite being 5 months pregnant, her weight was still manageable, as her condition had been favorable, and she weighed no more than around 90 pounds. Suddenly, while in deep slumber, Yang Wenjing opened her eyes. "Who is it?" Once she adjusted to the dim light of the yard and recognized the familiar silhouette, her nose tinged with emotion, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Chen Tong held Yang Wenjing, lowering his head, his lips parted as if to say something, but ultimately, only 2 words escaped his mouth: "Wife." The following morning, Chen Tong rose quite late. Yang Wenjing lay in his arms, akin to a docile kitten, sleeping exceptionally soundly. Chen Tong gazed at Yang Wenjing, who appeared infinitely more beautiful than before, and could not resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. A wife deserves tender care from her own husband. By around 9 o'clock, the couple finally got out of bed. Sister-in-law Li Hong had prepared breakfast, steamed buns, porridge, eggs, and pickled garlic from their own kitchen. As they ate, Chen Hao engaged Chen Tong in conversation about the collection of yellow eels and loaches. Recently, the supply of yellow eels and loaches in Qinghe village had dwindled, with villagers rarely managing to catch any. Even when they did, only smaller specimens were brought in. Chen Hao accepted these without hesitation, placing them in the loach and yellow eel breeding facility. The frequency of deliveries from the other 4 villages had also decreased significantly, with the quantity substantially lower than before, except for Dongjia village, which still provided a slightly larger supply. Fortunately, the quality of what was delivered remained high, vigorous, and robust. All of this was within Chen Tong's expectations. He was not surprised. However, he had heard that recent issues had arisen in Dongjia village. Chen Hao paused for a moment, revealing that some individuals were unwilling to sell yellow eels and loaches to them. Oh, Chen Tong replied, somewhat taken aback. Was there someone in Dongjia village unwilling to sell yellow eels and loaches to him? To whom, then, would they sell? Frankly speaking, Dongjia village was known for its abundant water resources and plentiful yellow eels and loaches. If they had truly discovered a new avenue, the losses for Chen Tong would be considerable. He furrowed his brow, contemplating. Only 2 people in Dongjia village could be considered influential, Dong Yajun and Yang Qiwei. As for the village chief, Guo Baolai, his words held no weight. This indicated that one of these 2 might have ventured out to seek alternatives. Or perhaps both had decided against collaboration. Yet, the volume required was substantial. Ordinary individuals would find it difficult to consume such quantities. The Aquatic Supply Cooperative in the county town would never accept it. He remained unconvinced. Would the villagers of Dongjia truly part with several hundred yuan to present to Li Shan? No worries, second brother. The eels and loaches from Shulio town are not easily sold. Let us observe for the time being. Please keep an eye on the situation in Dongjia village, and we shall discuss it further upon my return. Chen Tong was currently preoccupied, lacking a full understanding of the circumstances. There was no rush to act. The momentum at the Lantian garment factory was quite favorable. The first batch of garments he had improved was selling remarkably well. 4,500 skirts were dispatched in the morning, and by the time he returned in the afternoon, they were all sold out. The speed of sales genuinely astonished Lan Taijun. After breakfast, Chen Tong had to return to the county town. Last night, while engaged in a hushed conversation with Yang Wenjing, they had made arrangements. Chen Tong would inform the others and return in a couple of days to fetch Yang Wenjing to the county town. After bidding farewell to Yang Wenjing and his sister-in-law Li Hong, he boarded the donkey cart and headed to the county town. Today, there were not many eels and loaches. He would only deliver to the eel noodle shop, so there was no need to visit the Aquatic Supply Cooperative. Upon arrival, after exchanging a few pleasantries, the 2 brothers parted ways. Chen Tong leisurely made his way to the Lantian garment factory. With the exceptional sales of these 3 skirt designs, Lan Taijun had placed considerable trust in him. His work schedule did not require him to adhere to the same constraints as ordinary female workers. After all, designing clothes necessitated wandering about in search of inspiration. This was something Lan Taijun surely understood well. As he entered a deserted alley, Chen Tong found himself reminiscing about the softness of his wife in his embrace from the previous night. Suddenly, a few individuals approached him. He hardly noticed them at first. The alley was narrow, barely wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Thus, he halted and turned slightly to allow them to pass. However, as they drew near, they crossed their arms and leaned casually against the wall, blocking the path. Chen Tong's heart raced. Were they attempting to rob him? Fortunately, he had little money on him. The few dozens he had brought were still at his lodging. He feigned nonchalance and glanced back. To his dismay, 3 more individuals appeared, wielding steel pipes. His escape route was also obstructed. Goodness, what trouble had he stirred upon just arriving in the county town? As Chen Tong racked his brain to recall whom he might have offended, a voice pierced the air. "Changguo, is that him?" Accompanying the words was a bald man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, swaggering as if he owned the place. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and flicked it away. "Indeed, take him away." Chen Tong's anxiety escalated. Were they not going to ask any questions? They were simply going to take him away? This was entirely unorthodox. He scrutinized the bald man speaking. He looked familiar. Collecting his thoughts to regain composure, he realized. This bald man was someone he had encountered just yesterday. During their meal, Tang Xiaoya had specifically mentioned this matter. He was from the Lanyan garment factory. The factory director was named Feng Yun. This bald man was one of his trusted aides, named Li Chong, known for resolving matters through force. Changgu. Chen Tong feigned calmness and called out. Li Chong squinted, rubbing his bald head. Our factory manager wishes to befriend you, thus we must invite you along. Chen Tong chuckled. Is this an invitation? Why not carry me in a grand sedan chair? This seems rather inappropriate, as we are not yet acquainted. The first meeting is awkward, the second familiar, and by the third, we shall be brothers in the trade. Rest assured, the manager assured me that as long as you obediently follow, not a single hair on your head shall be harmed. Chen Tong replied, then let us proceed. There's no escaping, nor can I overpower them. He is no Donnie Yen, capable of taking on 10. My apologies. The bald man produced a black cloth bag and swiftly placed it over Chen Tong's head. After approximately half an hour, they halted. Chen Tong heard a knock on a wooden door, followed by a creak as it opened. He was ushered inside, and the hood was removed. He blinked, adjusting to the harsh daylight. It was a small courtyard with a clean, cement floor. A woman knelt beside a rectangular table, preparing tea. Do you remember me? A man beside her spoke, smiling warmly at Chen Tong. You are. Chen Tong feigned ignorance. Feng Yun, the manager of Lanyan garment factory. Feng Yun waved his hand, and the woman along with the ruffians departed. In the courtyard, only the bald Li Chong, Feng Yun, and Chen Tong remained. Chen Tong inquired, I wonder what manager Feng seeks from me. Deep down, he was aware it was undoubtedly about the Lantian garment factory. As expected, Feng Yun began. When did you join Lantian garment factory? A week ago. What were you doing? Working. Huh. With your slender arms and legs, what work could you possibly do? Amuse the ladies? Feng Yun teased. Manager Feng is jesting. My family is from a remote area, struggling to make ends meet. So I thought to come to the county to find work and support my wife and children. Feng Yun regarded Chen Tong with a knowing smile, nodding. I believe you. Ah Chong, give 50 yuan to the young brother. Chen Tong was taken aback. What scheme is Feng Yun up to now? Li Chong handed over 5 large bills. Chen Tong did not accept them. Feng Yun, undeterred, chuckled. I am in this line of work. Upon seeing you yesterday, you reminded me of a long-lost brother. No ulterior motives, merely seeking friendship. Damn. Chen Tong internally scoffed at the cliched excuse. He could easily deduce Feng Yun's intentions. Hey, Li Chong shot Chen Tong a glare, stuffing the 5 large bills into Chen Tong's hand. Ah Chong, take your younger brother around the county more often. Expenses are on me. Li Chong nodded and led Chen Tong away. Feng Yun finished his tea in one gulp, watching Chen Tong's retreating figure with a profound smile. Chen Tong followed closely behind Li Chong, turning left and right, meandering back and forth, until they finally exited the alley. The factory director instructed me to take good care of you, ensuring you enjoy delightful meals and entertainment. You should return to the Blue Sky Garment Factory. I will come to find you. Li Chong patted Chen Tong's shoulder, then turned to enter the alley, yet he did not depart. He discreetly observed Chen Tong. Chen Tong shrugged and tucked 50 yuan into his pocket. He shrugged again, embracing the philosophy of confronting challenges as they arise. Chapter 89. The Blue Iron Army seeks to capitalize on its victories. Tang Xiaoya knocks on the door at night. Chen Tong arrived at the Blue Sky Garment Factory at 10 in the morning. Tang Xiaoya was searching the yard, and upon spotting Chen Tong sauntering through the iron gate, she felt both exasperated and amused. The Blue Iron Army had awaited him for over an hour, yet he appeared unhurried. Why have you only just arrived? Tang Xiaoya's soft voice carried a hint of lament. Chen Tong shivered at her words. Her voice possessed an enchanting quality. Ahem. I encountered some matters on the way that delayed me. Let us hurry. Director Lan is looking for you, he muttered, following Tang Xiaoya in silence. Looking for you. It was undoubtedly about designing clothes. The first batch of skirts had sold remarkably well, and the momentum was undeniable. Lan Taijun was not one to hesitate. He must be eager to press forward. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Xiaoya tapped on the door. Come in. They entered, finding Lan Taijun engrossed in a newspaper. His head bowed low. A strong scent of ink filled the air, mingling with the aroma of a single boiled egg resting on the table. Sit, he commanded, not lifting his gaze from the paper. After taking a seat, Chen Tong glanced at the newspaper, The People's Daily. To his surprise, Lan Taijun could read. Before long, He set the newspaper aside. This newspaper is purchased weekly by Director Tang. It has never faltered. Chen Tong nodded, acknowledging the good habit. Lan Taijun picked up the egg from the table and gently tapped it against the corner. This, too, is boiled by Tang Xiaoya. 1 egg daily, without fail. Your success with the skirts is commendable. You should rightfully receive a commission of 1 yuan for each garment sold. Lan Taijun paused, directing his gaze at Chen Tong. Chen Tong responded with a smile, knowing there was a caveat. 4,500 skirts meant 4,500 yuan, a significant sum for the Blue Sky Garment Factory. He was unaware of the production costs or the selling price. Although he had been at the department store, he had left too early to learn the pricing. However, I aspire to acquire superior materials and make a significant move into the municipal market. The recent success of the skirts had instilled great confidence in Lan Taijun. He not only intended to capitalize on his current success, but also aimed to seize opportunities in the city market. This time, he was determined to make a bold move. He dared to gamble and to strive. In these times, with sufficient audacity, one could easily carve out a path to success. Chen Tong furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Was Lan Taijun attempting to pull a fast one, or was he merely painting a grand vision? It seemed rather premature to exhibit such impatience. Xiao Chun, do you have confidence? Lan Taijun inquired with a smile, glancing at Tang Xiaoya, who nodded and entered the inner room. Director Lan, to be frank, I have yet to visit the city even once. Chen Tong did not directly respond to Lan Taijun's question. The absence of a commission payment left him feeling somewhat uneasy. In truth, Chen Tong had been to the city before, having built a successful business in his previous life where he had made numerous acquaintances across various circles, both legitimate and otherwise. However, since his rebirth, he had not set foot in the city even once. As he pondered, Tang Xiaoya emerged from the inner room, carrying an enamel plate that held a neat stack of cash, which she placed on the table before Chen Tong. This is a reward from Director Lan, separate from your commission, totaling 500 yuan. Tang Xiaoya gazed at the stack of money, her eyes widening in astonishment. 50 crisp bills, enough to quicken one's breath. Chen Tong glanced at the cash, but remained unmoved. 500 yuan was indeed a significant sum, especially in these times when many toiled throughout the year yet struggled to gather a few dozen yuan. However, in comparison to the 4,500 yuan, it felt rather paltry. Rest assured, this is your reward. Once the market stabilizes, your commission for all clothing sales will be provided, Lan Taijun confidently declared. Swallowing a peeled egg whole, he was certain of victory, believing that this 500 yuan would serve as a comforting assurance for a young man from the countryside, who would likely be dazed by such a sum, perhaps forgetting his own identity. With a deep sigh, Chen Tong reconciled himself to the situation. 500 it is, then. I will accept it. Thank you, Director Lan. Subsequently, the three engaged in discussions regarding their strategic entry into the city market, working through the afternoon into the evening, with meals brought to them. However, Chen Tong merely nodded along, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Ultimately, Lan Taijun made a decision to proceed with skirts, opting to modify the designs of the floral, polka dot, and solid-colored skirts, and to select superior fabrics. His vision was clear: unique styles, premium materials, and competitive prices would surely allow them to establish a foothold in the city market. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Tong placed the 55 bills neatly against the wall on the straw mat, arranging them in tidy rows. Just as he finished washing up, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Tang Xiaoya, clad in a crisp white shirt, the buttons fastened only to her chest, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, dazzling under the dim light. Director Tang, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chen Tong inquired, puzzled. Tang Xiaoya's alluring red lips parted as a soft, gentle voice emerged. Will you not invite me in for a moment? That seems rather impolite. Chen Tong touched his nose, unable to comprehend Tang Xiaoya's actions. Could it be that Lan Taijun could not satisfy her? Ah, how absurd. What foolish thoughts. Rest assured, Director Lan has already returned home, and the factory workers have clocked out. Only a few remain. After saying this, Tang Xiaoya slipped into the room like a slippery loach, settling herself by Chen Tong's bedside. Chen Tong stood at the entrance, the door wide open, not daring to step inside. He was puzzled by the purpose of Tang Xiaoya's visit. Money? That was inconceivable. She dined lavishly with Lan Taijun. Short on funds? As for companionship, though he was relatively handsome, he was at least a decade younger than her. Besides, Tang Xiaoya had encountered all manners of people at her current station in Huayin County. What man had she not seen? An old cow grazing on tender grass? No, no. It should be a rabbit nibbling on grass near its burrow. Tang Xiaoya's audacity was astounding, especially beneath Lan Tiejuan's very nose. Chen Tong found himself baffled. Director Tang, is there something you need so late at night? He was feeling somewhat agitated, hoping for a drink with his younger brother Chen. Tang Xiaoya produced a bottle of Hongxing liquor, the very brand favored by Lan Taijun, placing it on the table. Moreover, the buttons of her polyester shirt had come undone, revealing a generous expanse of her ample bosom. Chapter 90. Who gets drunk by whom? That remains uncertain. Tang Xiaoya shifted from the bed to a stool, tilting her head, her long hair cascading casually down her back. With a significant portion of her shirt undone, one snow-white shoulder was left exposed. She tilted her head slightly, her red lips parting in a seductive smile, her gaze enchanting enough to intoxicate. What's wrong? Afraid I might devour you? Upon saying this, she could not help but cover her mouth, giggling dreamily. Cough, cough. Director Tang, it's getting late, and we have work tomorrow. Chen Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tang Xiaoya's sudden allure was relentless, indeed overwhelming. A woman of 30 possesses the charm of her age, while one of 20 bears youthful innocence. Tang Xiaoya balanced both qualities perfectly. She was the type whose body filled out in all the right places, without an ounce of excess in others. Such a display of springtime beauty left one unwilling to refuse her. There's no rush. The materials for the factory have yet to be procured, and the garments won't be ready for quite some time. Tang Xiaoya interrupted Chen Tong, effectively blocking any retreat he might have had. Tonight, she had come to share a drink. However, it was not of her own volition. She retrieved 2 iron porcelain cups from the table, one belonging to Chen Tong for rinsing and the other for drinking. Tang Xiaoya showed no disdain, opening the bottle of Hongxing Erguo Tu and pouring generously until the liquor in both cups was nearly level. She held a cup in each hand, languidly leaning against the doorframe, exuding an array of charms. Meanwhile, Chen Tong retreated into the courtyard. Here, Chen Xiaodi, what do you think? She extended her tongue, licking her lips, rendering them even more alluring. Chen Tong touched his nose. Tonight's escapade is inescapable. The wine must be consumed. Should he abstain, Tang Xiaoya would undoubtedly prolong the evening until dawn. However, he has never feared a challenge when it comes to drinking. This night, it remains uncertain who will intoxicate whom. A man must never concede defeat. Chen Tong stepped forward, sidestepping through the doorway and into the courtyard. Tang Xiaoya was overjoyed. Just as she turned, she spotted Chen Tong emerging with a stool. Come, let us drink in the courtyard. Toast to the moon. Tang Xiaoya gritted her teeth, initially believing Chen Tong's youthful vigor had overtaken him. Nevertheless, sharing a drink brought them one step closer to their goal. They sat across from each other, a slight distance separating them. Here's to you. Tang Xiaoya raised her iron porcelain cup, her gaze ablaze as she locked eyes with Chen Tong. He clinked his cup against hers. Tang Xiaoya drank heartily, taking a generous gulp. Her brows knitted together, and after a moment of contemplation, she smacked her lips. After all, this Red Star Erguo Tu is a spirit crafted from grains, potent enough that most women would struggle with it. With the first sip, Tang Xiaoya's cheeks flushed. The alcohol had an immediate effect. Cheers to double the good fortune, she exclaimed, taking another hearty swig. The contents of her cup diminished by half. Chen Tong gave her a thumbs up. Tang Xiaoya's drinking prowess was genuine, surpassing that of many men. Director Tang, you have quite the capacity for spirits, Chen Tong remarked with a smile. Tang Xiaoya waved her hand, covering her mouth, her cheeks now a rosy hue. It was her first experience with such strong liquor, and she was unaccustomed to it. She spoke the truth. She seldom indulged in alcohol. The reason for this strong drink was simple. Either he would become drunk, or she would. Ideally, both would succumb to intoxication. Inebriation would liberate them, allowing for some enchanting occurrences. Here's to you again, for a triumphant opening for the Blue Sky Garment Factory, she declared, not pausing for Chen Tong's response before downing another large gulp. A true heroine among women, Chen Tong noted. There were no accompaniments. Yet she drank 3 substantial gulps in quick succession. With 3 drinks consumed, Tang Xiaoya felt the effects take hold. She rose unsteadily from the stool, swaying as she approached Chen Tong. Am I not attractive? She stammered. You are indeed lovely, Chen Tong replied sincerely. Tang Xiaoya laughed gaily, leaning close to Chen Tong's ear, her breath fragrant. Are you moved? Chen Tong felt goosebumps rise along his skin, a chill running down his back. He stood, distancing himself from Tang Xiaoya. Director Tang, You've had too much to drink. However, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that to uncover Tang Xiaoya's intentions for the evening, he must indulge her further. Regardless of whether her demeanor was genuine or merely a performance, the course was clear: to keep pouring. He resumed his seat, the proximity between them palpable, each able to sense the other's breath. Chen Tong initiated another toast. Come, Director Tang, this cup is for you. He took a small sip. Yet Tang Xiaoya downed another hefty gulp as though it were mere water. This is Hongxing Erguo Tu. It is liquor, not water. Drinking like this will surely lead to intoxication. It seems that Tang Xiaoya indeed harbors secret concerns. She is very close to Chen Tong, her arm draped over his shoulder, her long hair cascading down. Their heads are nearly touching. Chen Tong glances at her cup, now empty. He lifts his own and pours a generous amount into it, lamenting the absence of food to accompany the drink, which makes the experience rather unpleasant. Tang Xiaoya's enchanting eyes are half closed, shimmering with allure. She takes another large sip, her body succumbing to a languid state as she leans against Chen Tong. At this moment, he feels tension coursing through him. Could this be a reckless turn of events? You. Tang Xiaoya's words are slurred, fragmented. Am I not beautiful? Why do you treat me like this? Chen Tong, perplexed, scratches his nose. Realizing she has revealed her feelings without prompting, Tang Xiaoya presses herself against his back, the scent of alcohol heavy in the air. He can feel her warmth. I am so cold. Hold me, please. She wraps her arms around his neck, whispering in his ear. A pang of anxiety grips Chen Tong. Perhaps she is not as intoxicated as she appears, instead employing cunning tactics to ensnare him. Drink up, Director Chun, she urges, taking another hefty gulp, her body growing warmer. Her breath is hot against his ear as she pleads, hold me, I'm so cold. Chen Tong's body stiffens. He refrains from moving, fearing that if he stands, she might fall into his embrace. Time passes, and soon Tang Xiaoya's arms dangle limply in front of him, swaying without strength. He hears the soft sound of her breathing, a gentle snore. The night breeze carries a hint of dampness, sending a chill through him, and he suddenly feels more alert. Reflecting on all that has transpired with Tang Xiaoya that evening, was it a beauty trap, a test of his resolve, or was it indeed Wang Tiejuan's intention for the night? He rises, supporting the semi-conscious Tang Xiaoya, and makes his way to her room. He gently pushes the door, relieved to find it unlocked, and lays her down on the bed. Just as he turns to leave, he hears her murmur, tinged with a sob. Daddy, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Her fragmented words continue for several minutes before she finally falls into a restless sleep. Chen Tong is taken aback, gazing at Tang Xiaoya's alluring, mature visage. It is astonishing. She is truly something. Chapter 91. The first step of Lan Tiejuan's grand plan. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Chen Tong rises and begins his morning routine. As he brushes his teeth, Tang Xiaoya emerges from her room, carrying a basin, with a towel and toothbrush placed inside. Upon seeing Chen Tong, she offers a slight smile, seemingly having forgotten the events of the previous night. Was she genuinely intoxicated, or was it merely an act? Chen Tong muses, feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he is setting a trap? The heart of a woman is indeed as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. In a past life, navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce, I witnessed numerous men succumb to the allure of feminine charms. An empire painstakingly built can collapse in an instant. After freshening up, Chen Tong retreated to his room. Shortly thereafter, Tang Xiaoya brought him a bowl of porridge, a steamed bun, and an egg. Eat first. When you're done, just leave the bowl here. I'll come by tonight to collect it. I need to speak with Director Lan first. I'll be outsourcing materials shortly. A chill ran down Chen Tong's spine. Coming back tonight? Isn't that a bit excessive? Is she determined to push me over the edge? Meanwhile, in Director Lan Tiejuan's office, Tang Xiaoya lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, Lan Tiejuan's right hand tapped rhythmically on the desk, his head tilted as he gazed out the window. After so many years of following me, this is your first failure. Do you have anything to say? His voice was low yet commanding. The failure he referenced was rather straightforward. This was not Tang Xiaoya's first time in such a predicament. She was not only Director Tang, but also the public relations officer for Lantian Garment Factory, and, of course, Lan Tiejuan's lover, a woman of many identities. Part of Lan Tiejuan's rise in Huayin County could be attributed to Tang Xiaoya, though that was a tale from 2 or 3 years prior. Tang Xiaoya remained silent, her head bowed. No matter what she might say, it would be wrong. How could a young man in his 20s, full of vigor, be so inept? After a pause, Lan Taijun spoke again. Come here. His tone softened considerably. Tang Xiaoye approached him, and he grasped her hand, guiding her to sit upon his lap. He buried his head into the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her scent. Then, he unbuttoned her shirt, exploring with his hands. Time is short. I'll give you 2 days, he murmured, his hands moving forcefully. Tang Xiaoye's delicate brows furrowed slightly in discomfort, yet she dared not voice her pain, for he was Lan Taijun. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Tang Xiaoye quickly rose, fastening her buttons and adjusting her attire before opening the door. Chen Tong had arrived. Ah, little Chun is here. Let us be on our way. Their destination was the largest textile factory in Huayin County, the Huayin Textile Factory. This establishment was genuinely a public entity, not a mere private enterprise masquerading as one. The factory manager had been dispatched from higher authorities. Most of the fabric for Lantian Garment Factory was sourced from here at significantly lower prices than the average. The three of them climbed into a Hongqi sedan, and after half an hour, they arrived at the factory's entrance. The horn honked twice, prompting the guard to peek out. Recognizing the Hongqi sedan as belonging to Lantian Garment Factory, he hurried over to open the gate, even offering a salute. Once the vehicle was parked, the trio exited. Tang Xiaoye was well acquainted with the Huayin Textile Factory and had engaged with the factory director, Lin Dalong, on numerous occasions. Each time the garment factory needed to negotiate prices for materials, it was she who handled the discussions, as Lan Taijun seldom took the initiative himself. However, Lan Taijun's involvement often signified substantial orders. Standing before Lin Dalong's office, Tang Xiaoye knocked on the door. Come in, came the voice from within. She opened the door, allowing Lan Taijun to enter first. At that moment, Lin Dalong was busy organizing the invoices delivered by the accountant. Although the Huayin Textile Factory appeared prosperous, its finances were dwindling. This predicament was not due to any fault of its own, but rather the result of unsold fabric from recent productions, which had accumulated for far too long. If this situation persisted, there would be no funds left to pay wages. The factory's cadre members, complacent in their positions, seemed indifferent to the dire circumstances, relying solely on their fixed salaries. The warehouse was overflowing with fabric, yet few took responsibility for its fate. The meager profits from sales hardly incentivized anyone to take action, leaving Lin Dalong in a state of despair. He had been sent by the organization to revitalize the factory's efficiency, yet he found himself at a loss. When Lin Dalong looked up, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lan Taijun, whose face seemed vaguely familiar. Behind him stood a young man whose identity eluded him entirely. Who were these visitors? Lin Dalong's frustration mounted, and just as he contemplated asking them to leave, a graceful figure caught his eye. It was Tang Xiaoye. His expression brightened, and he quickly rose. Momentarily puzzled, Director Tang? He inquired, glancing once more at Lan Taijun. Director Lan, Lin Dalong exclaimed, extending his hand and striding forward. He was acutely aware of Lan Taijun's significance as a major client for the textile factory, and he dared not offend him. Half of the factory's revenue stemmed from the Lantian Garment Factory. However, Lin Dalong felt a twinge of confusion. There was an existing contract between the two factories, with payments settled quarterly and materials delivered every fortnight. Why had Lan Taijun come in person this time? He picked up a kettle from the floor and poured hot water for the three of them. It's an honor to welcome you, Director Lan. I wish I had been informed in advance to prepare for your visit. Lan Taijun smiled and got straight to the point. I've come to present a gift to the Huayin Textile Factory. A gift? Lin Dalong replied, his face a mask of confusion. What kind of gift? Nevertheless, the very fact that Lan Taijun had taken the trouble to deliver a gift personally hinted at its significance. Lin Dalong felt a flicker of excitement and anticipation. The factory has accumulated quite a stock of materials, hasn't it? I possess a solution to help you sell all of it, Lan Taijun said nonchalantly. Lin Dalong, comparing himself to Lan Taijun, noted that he was relatively young, around 30 years of age. His assignment to the small county of Huayin seemed like a mere gilding of his resume. The stockpile of materials had been largely a consequence of Lan Taijun's decisions. The seasoned veterans in the factory were already dissatisfied with the sudden promotion of this newcomer, leaving Lin Dalong with little support. Yet, upon hearing Lan Taijun's assurance, he felt a glimmer of hope. His breath suddenly became rapid. The Huayin Textile Factory had amassed quite a stock of materials. Just the cost of acquiring all the goods would amount to tens of thousands, wouldn't it? Does Lan Taijun possess such remarkable capabilities? I kindly request Director Lan to elucidate. Lin Dalong was somewhat perplexed. From Lan Tiejuan's words, it seemed that it was not the Lantian garment factory intending to make a purchase. If that were the case, how could he assist in consuming such a surplus of materials? In this vein, Lan Taijun lifted his iron ceramic cup, took a sip of hot water, and articulated his thoughts. Chapter 92. The first step. Lan Tiejuan's intentions were quite straightforward and easily comprehensible. The vast quantity of fabric accumulated at the Huayin textile factory was too much for any one company to digest in one go. Moreover, these fabrics were not essential materials for current garment production. Otherwise, they would not be languishing in stock, unsold. What Lan Taijun aimed to do was to circulate rumors regarding the Huayin textile factory's intentions to hoard fabric extensively. However, Lan Taijun did not genuinely intend to purchase this batch of fabric. In other words, he planned to create a facade of buying these useless materials while secretly aiming to procure the finest fabrics currently available. The Huayin textile factory possessed those superior materials as well, albeit at a higher price. Hence, Lan Taijun's strategy was meticulously conceived. First, by assisting the Huayin textile factory in selling their surplus of useless materials, he could subsequently drive down the prices of the superior fabrics. Second, by securing the finest materials, he could produce finished goods, some of which would be sold in the county market while the remainder would be marketed in the city. Other textile factories would find it challenging to acquire quality materials in the short term, leaving no competitors to share in this lucrative opportunity. The profits anticipated were beyond imagination. With Lantian Garment Factory's established reputation in the county, the sales would undoubtedly flourish. Not only would the initial investment be recuperated, but there would also be a substantial profit. With money in hand, one could remain untroubled. Having more funds would facilitate the promotion of sales in the municipal market, allowing for a swift establishment of a foothold. Lin Dalong's face brightened as he grasped Lan Taijun's intentions. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully offered it. Lan Taijun was truly saving his life. Lan Taijun squinted as he accepted it, his close-cropped hair lending him an air of sharpness and competence. The garment factories were all seasoned players. To ensure their complete trust, he needed to convey that he intended to transport a portion of these materials back. As for the deposit, Lan Taijun glanced at Lin Dalong. Oh, what deposit? I have faith in Director Lan. Lin Dalong understood well that this opportunity was singular. If he were to dawdle over such matters, it would indeed be an underestimation of him. This lifeline was one he would cling to with all his might. Given this, arrangements would be made to disseminate the news in the afternoon, and 2 large Dongfeng trucks would arrive punctually. However, some matters needed to be addressed beforehand. Please, do share. Lin Dalong replied with utmost courtesy. If this batch of fabric could be successfully resolved, yielding benefits for the Huayin garment factory, then his visit would not have been in vain. Not to mention, it would serve as a notable highlight in his experience. As for the finest cotton fabric from the Huayin garment factory, I desire to acquire it at a low price. As for how low, Director Lin may contemplate. This statement struck Lin Dalong like a bucket of cold water, instantly stirring his excitement. He had intended to sell this batch of materials to recoup his losses from stockpiling, though he was uncertain about the potential profits. Yet, even a modest recovery would suffice. The words of Lan Taijun felt to him like robbing Peter to pay Paul. The ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Observing Lin Dalong's troubled expression, Lan Taijun reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, I will find a way to raise the price for that stockpiled fabric. As for the batch I wish to purchase, it suffices as long as the price is reasonable. Director Lin need not feel overly pressured. You can be confident that we will ensure a satisfactory price for the Blue Sky Garment Factory." Lan Taijun nodded, revealing a hint of a warm smile. He had exerted considerable effort to gather intelligence on Lin Dalong, confirming that he was indeed sent from above. Although he had connections, he also had adversaries. The reason for his assignment to this small county was likely due to concerns about his rivals interfering. How could his backers be unaware of Lin Dalong's true capabilities? To be prudent, they had come to Huayin County. At 3 in the afternoon, 2 large Dongfeng trucks arrived as scheduled at the Huayin textile factory. Chen Tong had come alongside Tang Xiaoya. In Lan Taijun's words, "You two are my right and left arms. It is imperative that you deepen your understanding." Furthermore, the appearance of Director Tang at the entrance of the Huayin garment factory significantly enhanced credibility. Lin Dalong watched as the first batch of materials was loaded onto the truck. Feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, Simultaneously, the heads of several garment factories received word that the Blue Sky Garment Factory had commenced a massive procurement of fabric, indicating they were gearing up for production. How little time had passed since their last successful launch of a hit product. Were they to innovate once more? During the previous endeavor, they had all tasted some success, understanding the critical importance of seizing market opportunities. To earn more, they needed to act swiftly in replicating garments and put effort into sourcing raw materials. The lower the costs, the greater the profit. The garment factories sprang into action. Before Chen Tong and Tang Xiaoya could return, they had arrived at the Blue Sky Garment Factory. A bald man, striding with an air of arrogance, approached Chen Tong, smiling and waving, making his way over. This individual was none other than Li Chong from the Blue Cloud Garment Factory, followed closely by Feng Yun, the director of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. As he drew near, Li Chong wasted no time in throwing an arm around Chen Tong's shoulders, his face beaming with joy. Brother Chen, your Blue Sky Garment Factory is moving at lightning speed. Have you already loaded 2 trucks? Such a large cake, and yet we haven't received a slice. Chen Tong refrained from responding, well aware that Li Chong harbored ulterior motives. Director Tang was also present, looking even more radiant after a few days' absence. By the way, Director Tang, could you share the price of the fabric your Blue Sky Garment Factory purchased? Just a hint would do. We at Blue Cloud Garment Factory cannot compare. But every penny saved counts. Tang Xiaoya regarded Li Chong with disdain as the conversation unfolded, and in the midst of their exchange, Feng Yun also arrived, patting Chen Tong on the shoulder. Ah, Xiao Chun, do not forget our agreement, chuckled Feng Yun, her laughter resonating loudly and drawing the attention of several onlookers. Isn't that Feng Yun? Why is she so cheerful? Beside Feng Yun stood Tang Xiaoya from the Lantian Garment Factory. Well, look at these two conversing amicably. Feng Yun's words did not concern Chen Tong, as the clumsy ruse was apparent even to the blind. Noticing that the directors of several garment factories had entered, Feng Yun no longer lingered, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Tong before leading Li Chong into the Huayin Garment Factory. We should head back, Tang Xiaoya remarked, appearing somewhat fatigued as she rubbed her temples and climbed into a Dazhongfeng vehicle. The following morning, rumors began to circulate throughout Huayin County. The directors of several garment factories had erupted into a heated argument in the office of Lin Dalong, the director of the Huayin Garment Factory, all vying for a stockpile of fabric, the price of which escalated dramatically. A confrontation nearly ensued. Lin Dalong, finding himself at a loss, could only utter, "You all discuss amongst yourselves. There is a finite amount of fabric," before vacating his office, a crooked smile gracing his lips. Chapter 93. The next step, as anticipated by Lan Taijun, the directors of several garment factories resorted to fierce competition over the fabric. Moreover, Lin Dalong was ruthless, well aware that he could only exploit this opportunity once. The fabric remained withheld, and he fanned the flames with cryptic remarks. The previously unsellable stock began to soar in price. After a night of negotiations, the directors' faces flushed with exertion, while Lin Dalong savored his breakfast, thoroughly content. When this batch of fabric arrived, its price had not yet been negotiated with the various factories, and a gust of wind from the port city rendered it useless. Lin Dalong had approached each factory, but with prices not aligned, no one dared to take on the burden. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. This time, under the orchestration of Lan Taijun, he found his retribution served on a silver platter. The satisfaction he felt was unparalleled. Throughout the night, the directors of several garment factories remained at the Huayin Textile Factory, napping on sofas when weary and dining at Lin Dalong's table when hungry, all fearful that the remaining fabric would be swiftly depleted. If that were to happen, the proverbial cake would vanish entirely, leaving nothing behind. After breakfast, Lin Dalong, hands clasped behind his back, strutted about with his head held high, akin to a victorious rooster flaunting its vibrant plumage. Entering the room, he was immediately invigorated by the sight of the gathered directors. "Director Lin, we cannot afford to waste time." One exclaimed. "Indeed, Director Lin. The price of the fabric has surged beyond what it was when you first arrived." Another added, "If this continues, even if we manage to produce finished goods for market sale, our profits will be minimal." The directors spoke in unison, hoping Lin Dalong would release the fabric. "I can afford to wait," they insisted, "but the factories cannot." Lin Dalong relished the sensation of being sought after, observing them through flared nostrils. "My friends, we are old acquaintances, you know me well enough. However, A portion of the remaining fabric has already been earmarked by the Lantian garment factory. Although it was merely a verbal agreement, the price you offered, Director Lin, is significantly higher than ours. You mentioned it was just a verbal arrangement without any deposit. Our price is much more appealing. Are you truly not considering it? Indeed, Director Lin, time is of the essence, and delays are unacceptable. The remaining materials have all been claimed by the Lanyan garment factory, and as for the price, you shall dictate it, Feng Yun boldly proclaimed. His words immediately provoked discontent among several individuals. Claimed all? Just your Lanyan garment factory? Are you jesting? I do not require the entirety. We are all from the same locality. I only ask for 1/3, and I assure you, Director Lin, the price will be satisfactory. Yes, we do not possess such grand appetites. They are oblivious to their own limitations. Feng Yun wore a knowing smile, undeterred by their veiled mockery, persistently raising his offer with an air of inevitability. Director Lin Dalong sat leisurely at his desk, savoring tea. Meanwhile, at the Lantian garment factory, in the office of Lan Taijun, Tang Xiaoya was providing him with a shoulder massage. Time was pressing. Securing Chen Tong swiftly was imperative. Once this endeavor successfully penetrated the municipal market, you need not remain in the shadows any longer. You could move in with me. Lan Taijun spoke with his eyes closed. Tang Xiaoya remained silent. She was a woman, but not one devoid of dignity. This would be the final occasion. Lan Taijun gently patted her hand. Behind every successful man, there is often a woman who silently sacrifices. However, in this case, Tang Xiaoya had sacrificed considerably more, accompanying him in meals, drinks, and intimacy. Whenever Lan Taijun needed to curry favor with someone in a higher position, she was obliged to comply. Not only that, but she also had to exert all her efforts to ensure those above were well attended to. Tang Xiaoya felt that her contributions far exceeded what Lan Taijun had ever given her. She recalled vividly his promise to formally marry her, assuring her that she would no longer have to accompany anyone else. Yet now, those words seemed rather laughable. Indeed, she could hardly count how many men's beds she had graced. Why would Lan Taijun choose to marry her? Did he find her less than desirable? After a series of escalating offers, Director Lin Dalong finally settled on a price. This figure was the result of meticulous calculations. Although it was high, it was not exorbitantly so. From the procurement of materials to the finished products entering the market, the profit margin had diminished compared to before, yet it was still worthwhile. The residual fervor from the previous hit product of the Lantian garment factory had yet to fade. Seizing the opportunity to follow suit and earn a modest profit was better than earning nothing at all. Which factory does not need to support its workforce? All of them are publicly owned enterprises, and benefits during holidays cannot be overlooked. Director Lin, could the payment for this fabric be deferred for a while? Feng Yun also requested several thousand feet of material, his expression revealing concern. How can that be acceptable? Director Lin furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, it was you, Feng Yun, who insisted on claiming all the materials, pricing at your discretion. Are you attempting to secure something for nothing? Without funds, you still wish to procure fabric? I'll take the fabric. I won't mind having more. Another factory director chimed in, eagerly preparing to closely follow the Lantian garment factory's lead this time. Indeed. Director Lin, why not distribute the fabric that the Lanyan garment factory has just verbally promised among us? Feng Yun's expression darkened as he feigned anger. Director Lin, I assure you that the funds will be delivered within a month, Feng Yun declared loudly, thumping his chest. A month? Lin Dalong tapped his fingers on the table, perceiving this as a mere disruptive ploy rather than a genuine intent to purchase. Could it be that Feng Yun had discerned something? He could not acquiesce to such terms. Lin Dalong's face betrayed his dilemma. I apologize, Director Feng, but our factory has many mouths to feed. I cannot afford to wait. Moreover, I must report to higher-ups next month. Time is of the essence. He emphasized the term higher-ups, subtly indicating to Feng Yun not to jeopardize the arrangement. Feng Yun maintained a sullen demeanor, dragging on for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, the fabric Feng Yun initially secured was divided among several factories. Upon exiting Lin Dalong's office, Feng Yun felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the other factory directors were occupied with signing contracts, allowing him to exit first. He turned back with a cold smirk, then spat forcefully onto the ground. With a pat on his backside, he departed. That evening, Lan Taijun received news that the batch of materials from Huayin Textile Factory had been swiftly snatched up at prices even higher than anticipated. Gazing out the window, he fell into deep contemplation. Should he sell the initially received batch of materials? As for returning them to Huayin Textile Factory, that was out of the question. Having helped Lin Dalong resolve such a significant issue, he was acutely aware of the implications. After some reflection, he summoned Tang Xiaoya. Chapter 94. Tang Xiaoya's bold move under Lan Tiejuan's directive. Tang Xiaoya was tasked with covertly selling the hoarded batch of fabric acquired from Huayin Textile Factory, using the competitors' funds to enrich their own coffers. Tang Xiaoya had always admired Lan Taijun for his audacity and willingness to fight. To expedite the relationship between Tang Xiaoya and Chen Tong, Lan Taijun called for Chen Tong. The batch of materials brought back from Huayin Textile Factory now needed to be sold entirely, though not in a straightforward manner. Lan Tiejuan's meaning was clear. The Lantian Garment Factory, large and prosperous in the small county of Huayin, sometimes needed to act discreetly to avoid creating enemies. Chen, I know your capabilities. You and Director Tang handle this matter, he instructed. Chen Tong nodded in agreement, not refusing. Since he had little else to do, it was an opportunity to reconnect with familiar faces from his past. The two exited the Lantian Garment Factory. Although Lan Tiejuan's words implied trust, Chen Tong understood that they were mere formalities. He had only just arrived, while Tang Xiaoya had been there longer. Lan Taijun was not likely to trust him so readily. Yet, he found Lan Taijun's intentions somewhat inscrutable. Do you have any good ideas? Tang Xiaoya asked, her brow furrowing and her red lips parting in a feigned display of difficulty, evoking sympathy. She was aware. Men are inherently imbued with an inexplicable desire for conquest and an air of confidence. She sought to seize this opportunity to elicit a response from Chen Tong, and then, as the saying goes, to ride the wave of success and offer him lavish praise. This would provide her with a convenient pretext for an evening of revelry upon their return to the factory. Chen Tong shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned modesty. Director Tang, you truly overestimate me. I hail from the mountains and am unfamiliar with the county of Huayin. Chen Tong did not engage with Tang Xiaoya's overtures, leaving her at a loss. The first destination chosen by Tang Xiaoya was a town beneath Huayin County, named Woolly Town. Woolly Town is comparable in size to Shuliu Town, where Chen Tong resides, yet it is situated closer to Huayin County and lacks the mountainous barriers. After a half-hour's walk, they arrived. They were greeted by a middle-aged man named Guo Ben, an acquaintance of Tang Xiaoya. As for the specifics of their relationship, Chen Tong did not inquire further, nor was he particularly interested. You need only to casually reveal to Qingqing Garment Factory that you possess the fabric they require. As for the price, it should not be exorbitant. Tang Xiaoya refrained from simultaneously divulging this information, fearing that those cunning old foxes might catch on. This fabric could only be sold to one or two buyers. Should they remain vigilant and inquire among themselves, they would soon realize that someone had orchestrated this situation. Once matters were settled, Tang Xiaoya did not linger and returned to the county with Chen Tong. Along the way, it was evident that her spirits were low, as she remained silent and deep in thought. The journey was devoid of conversation until they reached the garment factory's entrance. Tang Xiaoya did not enter, but left directly. Chen Tong returned to his residence, contemplating family matters. The situation regarding the eels had stabilized, but the question of income remained. In due time, his father, Chen Wenkai, would be discharged from the hospital. The funds would suffice to purchase imported medications necessary for his recovery. He had been preoccupied lately and had not visited the hospital. He was grateful for his sister-in-law, Li Hong, who tirelessly attended to matters daily. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Xiao Chen, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought some cooked food and wine from outside. The voice of Tang Xiaoya penetrated Chen Tong's thoughts, causing his heart to race. What was Tang Xiaoya's true intention? Was she making advances towards him? Could it be that Lan Taijun, due to his age, was no longer fulfilling her needs? However, upon reflection, it was plausible. Tang Xiaoya was in her 30s. As the saying goes, at 30, one is like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. At 50, one can suck the earth dry. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Tang Xiaoya harbored such thoughts. This realization sent a shiver down Chen Tong's spine. Had this been before his rebirth, in the throes of youthful vigor and without regrets, he would have readily succumbed to such a sweet temptation. A fleeting romance, indeed. Chen Tong opened the door to his room. Night had fallen, and before he could utter a word, Tang Xiaoya slipped inside. She appeared even more radiant than before. Clad in a white shirt, buttons fastened to her chest, revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Director Tang? Chen Tong hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Come now. Xiao Chun, I am a few years your senior. Call me Sister Yu. Tang Xiaoya was resolute, fully aware of Lan Taijun's temperament. Today, she was determined to capture Chen Tong by any means necessary, whether gentle or forceful. Director Tang, this is inappropriate. It would not reflect well if it were to spread. Chen Tong stood at the doorway, which was ajar. However, in the vast courtyard, apart from a few dim lights providing illumination, only the faint moonlight lingered. Not a soul was in sight. Come, let us drink and feast. Director Lan has said that the clothing sales have soared, and you are the key contributor. Tonight, you must indulge. She casually picked up a porcelain cup and filled it for Chen Tong. Not minding at all, she took Chen Tong's toothbrush cup, rinsed it briefly, and filled it as well. Tang Xiaoya tilted her head back. Her long neck was as white as jade, with a few strands of hair cascading carelessly, exuding an irresistible allure. She took a large gulp of the clear liquor and began to serve herself food. Pausing briefly, she added, Xiao Chun, if you do not drink tonight, Director Lan has stated that it would reflect poorly on me and could lead to a deduction from my salary. With such words spoken, Chen Tong had no choice but to accompany her, taking a sip of the liquor. Observing Chen Tong drink, Tang Xiaoya seized the opportunity to follow suit. Downing another large mouthful, her fair skin took on a delicate flush, and her flowing hair revealed the undeniable charm of a mature woman. Any man would find it difficult to resist Tang Xiaoya's temptation. In no time, she had emptied her cup of liquor. Rising, she noticed that the buttons of her white shirt had mysteriously come undone, boldly revealing her alluring figure. Chen Tong, sensing the unfolding situation, understood the predicament. Just as he stood up, Tang Xiaoya lunged into his embrace, her softness enveloping him. He realized the gravity of the moment. Should anyone enter now, he would be beyond redemption. Fortunately, it was not a trap, as no one intruded upon this enchanting scene. Director Tang, you've had too much to drink. Let me escort you back, he offered. Tang Xiaoya's strength was formidable, her arms clinging to Chen Tong's neck like an octopus, her waist twisting closely against him. The hour was late, and her patience had worn thin. She had to take matters into her own hands. With a dazed look in her eyes, her crimson lips began to kiss Chen Tong's face fervently, like a sudden storm. Chen Tong, feeling helpless, pleaded, Director Tang, please wait for me to take off my clothes. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoya's grip noticeably loosened. Inwardly delighted, she thought to herself, after all, he was still a 20-year-old man, unable to resist her seduction. Lan Taijun, you will never repay what you owe me, she murmured as she released her embrace, shedding her white shirt and unfastening her belt. Then, she froze. Chapter 95. A glimpse of understanding. Tang Xiaoya stood bare in the moonlight, gazing intently at Chen Tong. The influence of alcohol had rendered her mature allure inescapable, her every movement imbued with seduction. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of red. At this juncture, how could Chen Tong remain impassive? Seizing the moment, he slipped towards the door. Was she merely past her prime, or was he, like Lan Taijun, faltering? No, he thought. Standing at the threshold, his gaze clear, he regarded Tang Xiaoya. The last time, he had dismissed it, attributing her actions to intoxication. But this time, it was evident that Tang Xiaoya was intent on pursuing him, and it had happened twice at his residence. If there were no ulterior motives, Chen Tong would be incredulous. What's wrong, Xiao Chun? Is it that I'm not attractive enough? Or perhaps my figure leaves much to be desired? Tang Xiaoya was unwilling to concede defeat. She faced Chen Tong with an earnest demeanor, feigning a pitiable appearance. Having come this far tonight, should she fail now, future prospects would be bleak. The image of Lan Tiejuan's cold visage sent a shiver down her spine. Director Tang, you are indeed beautiful. However, I am already married, and my wife is 6 months pregnant. Chen Tong replied with a measured tone. Rest assured, I will not divulge anything. I simply wish to spend a delightful evening with you. Tang Xiaoya purred, sauntering closer. Xiao Chen, do you know? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued, she professed with a gaze full of admiration. Is it Lan Taijun? What is his purpose in compelling you to act this way? Chen Tong inquired abruptly. A fleeting unease flickered across Tang Xiaoya's face, only to be quickly masked. Xiao Chun, I assure you, this is entirely my own volition. It is not Director Lan's intention, she attempted to explain, but was swiftly interrupted by Chen Tong. Director Tang, I cannot bear the weight of charges of indecency, he stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon her. He suspected that Lan Taijun was observing their every move from the window of his office, given its direct line of sight. With a casual glance over his shoulder, he noted that Lan Tiejuan's office was shrouded in darkness. Ouch! As Tang Xiaoya approached Chen Tong, she inadvertently stumbled and fell to the ground. Quick, quick, Xiao Chun, help me up. Sister Yu has twisted her ankle, she exclaimed, unadorned and exposed. While Chen Tong regarded her theatrics with a cool detachment, her performance was painfully inept, akin to a lackluster actor who fails to garner even a modicum of pity. In an era teeming with illustrious film stars, she would merely play the role of a palace maid, hardly lasting beyond a couple of episodes. Reflecting on it now, had he not been reborn and seen through myriad schemes, he might have indeed fallen into Lan Taijun's trap and found himself in Tang Xiaoya's bed. If his suspicions were correct, he too was a pawn in Lan Tiejuan's grand design. Lan Taijun aspired to penetrate the municipal market. His options were either to wield financial clout or leverage innovative products as a selling point. However, it appeared that he lacked the financial capacity to do the former. Thus, he was left to rely on products. And who was the mastermind behind these products? Indeed, it was Chen Tong. He intentionally allowed Tang Xiaoya to draw near, releasing the allure of a mature woman and extending her overtures. It would be difficult for any man to resist such advances. Moreover, in terms of appearance and physique, Tang Xiaoya was undoubtedly commendable. In this era, how many rural women were not weathered and sunbaked? Compared to Tang Xiaoya's slender waist and curvaceous form, they were worlds apart. Who could refuse such temptation? This was a sugar-coated bullet, and the allure of seduction wielded the sharpness of a knife. With leverage in Lan Tiejuan's hands, a man of his cunning would surely devise numerous strategies to counteract Chen Tong. The most straightforward approach would be through the realm of seduction. Countless elite businessmen have succumbed to such charms, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Lan Taijun sought to bind him to his will through Tang Xiaoya's body. As for the duration, it likely depended on how much value he held. Should he refuse to submit and attempt to depart from the Blue Sky Garment Factory, Lan Taijun would undoubtedly devise a means to accuse him of heinous crimes, perhaps even resorting to violence. However, what Lan Taijun failed to anticipate was that he was not a mere youth in his 20s. To attempt to manipulate him was a grave miscalculation. Chen Tong stepped back, standing in the courtyard with his arms crossed, coldly observing Tang Xiaoya. Director Tang, please inform Factory Director Lan that I shall leave once the payment is received tomorrow. The commission for those skirts, 1 yuan each, must not be diminished by even a fraction. Suddenly, tears streamed down Tang Xiaoya's face as she supported herself on the ground, looking pitifully at Chen Tong. Little Chun, could you not show some compassion for your sister? I am 30 years old and have never experienced a moment of happiness. Please help me fulfill this wish. Rest assured, no one will know of tonight's events. It is entirely voluntary. She spoke with trembling emotion. Chen Tong remained unmoved. Despite Tang Xiaoya's few capabilities, she was still unwilling to surrender her hopes, her determination unyielding. It was a pity that she had been exploited by Lan Taijun. With a heavy sigh, Chen Tong shook his head. She was indeed a pitiable woman. The two remained in a stalemate for half an hour, after which Tang Xiaoya rose silently. Picking up her white shirt and pants from the ground, she exited Chen Tong's room, opening the door to her own. Before departing, she turned and asked, Little Chun, have I aged? Not at all, he replied. Tang Xiaoya's floral beauty and slender figure could inspire thoughts in any man. And you? Having thoughts does not equate to action. While thoughts may be difficult to control, actions can be governed, Chen Tong stated before retreating into his room and closing the door. With Lan Tiejuan's scheme thwarted, he would likely contemplate his next move. Of course, the events of the night would remain unspoken. The following day dawned as usual, and life continued. He would not leave the garment factory so hastily. Delaying the commission for the skirts was merely one of his strategies. Nonetheless, Chen Tong was aware of the necessity to mitigate losses. From the moment Lan Taijun laid eyes on the exquisite garment displayed at Mimi Taylor's shop, his scheming had likely commenced. Upon realizing that Chen Tong was a mere 20-year-old from a rural background, his plans gradually became transparent. It was unfortunate that Chen Tong, having lived a second life, could discern these machinations. Otherwise, Lan Tiejuan's plan might have been flawless. Chen Tong had received a night of grace from a beautiful woman, yet still felt indebted to Lan Taijun. He could very well have become steadfastly loyal to him. Chen Tong gathered the 50 large bills he had laid beneath his mat, securing them close to his person. A premonition stirred within him. The commissions for those thousands of skirts might well amount to nothing. However, should that prove true, he would not hesitate to engage in a ruthless confrontation with Lan Taijun. ensuring that the latter would ultimately suffer even greater losses. Chapter 96. Resolute departure the following morning. As dawn broke with just a hint of light on the horizon, the door to Chen Tong's room echoed with a knock. "Who is it?" Chen Tong inquired, hesitating to open the door, wary that Tang Xiaya might not have given up. "It's me," came a steady voice, imbued with the charm of a mature man. Lan Taijun had arrived. Chen Tong rose and opened the door. The two exchanged a glance, each discerning unspoken meanings from the depths of the other's eyes. Lan Taijun entered the room and settled onto a stool. "Young Chen," he began, "Director Tang mentioned that you wish to leave the Blue Sky Garment Factory? You've only just arrived, my young friend. One must learn to be patient." Lan Taijun immediately placed a label on Chen Tong, his tone laced with reproach and disappointment, aiming to seize the upper hand. Chen Tong offered a faint smile. Such tactics were child's play to him. It was a method of exploiting the mindset of those in power to suppress those beneath them, a strategy that would prove effective in future workplaces. Little did he expect that even in this era, there were those who were well-versed in such ways. Noticing Chen Tong's silence, Lan Taijun paused for a moment before continuing. "Young Chen, you must understand that our garment factory is merely a step away from entering the municipal market. I assure you, once we establish ourselves in Huayan City, you will be the greatest benefactor. Not to mention the commissions from the dresses, you will receive much more. As a young man, it is vital to have foresight." Lan Taijun, a seasoned veteran, continued to weave grand visions for Chen Tong, promising a bright future. After Tang Xiaoye's repeated attempts to probe had failed, he had no choice but to settle for a secondary approach. Upon seeing that exquisite dress at the Mei Mei tailoring shop, his ambition had been rekindled. He no longer wished to wait. Upon being introduced to Chen Tong through Zhang Meiyue, he felt that many matters were already decided. A lad in his 20s, hailing from the mountains, would surely be easy to manipulate. 2 steps would suffice to secure his compliance. Money and beauty. In an era where one could barely earn a few coins over the course of a year, he had presented Chen Tong with 50 bills of great unity. A public institution barely offered a few dozen coins per month. This was more than an entire year's salary for many. Moreover, with the enchanting Tang Xiaoye accompanying him, who could resist such an opportunity? Should he not feel grateful? Yet who could have foreseen that while he accepted the money, he would not gain the woman? This step had slightly deviated from Lan Taijun's plans. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to retain Chen Tong by other means, through promises. "Director Lan, you know I come from humble beginnings, with limited experience and no grand ambitions. I simply wish to earn some money to renovate my leaky, drafty home," Chen Tong replied, not engaging with Lan Taijun's words. Clapping his hands, Lan Taijun summoned Tang Xiaoye, who entered with a porcelain plate. She placed it on the table and stood behind him. It seemed the events of the previous night had been forgotten. "Lift the cloth and take a look." Lan Taijun gestured toward the porcelain basin covered in red fabric. Chen Tong unveiled it, revealing a stack of bills. He mentally counted. There were indeed 50. That amounted to 500 yuan. While 500 yuan was a considerable sum, it paled in comparison to the commissions from thousands of dresses, which were significantly greater. Chen Tong remained unmoved. "What is the matter? Do you find it insufficient?" Lan Taijun inquired coolly. "Though the sum may seem considerable, it pales in comparison to what I am truly owed." Chen Tong was unreserved, now that he was departing. There was no need to spare Blue Iron Army's feelings, for who knows, we may still find ourselves as rivals in the future. The expression on Blue Iron Army's face instantly turned frosty. "Do you comprehend the significance of the Blue Sky Garment Factory in Huayin County, Chen?" Chen Tong nodded, then shook his head. Blue Iron Army was attempting to exert pressure through authority. While it was true that the Huayin Garment Factory dominated the industry, it was not to the extent of overshadowing all others. As long as he refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics, he had no fear. "As long as you remain here, with me, Blue Iron Army, providing sustenance, you will also have your share of comfort. In a matter of days, several garment factories will falter. At that juncture, Blue Sky Garment Factory will command 70% of the market share in Huayin, with a mere 10% allocated to you. It will suffice for you to live comfortably without worry for the rest of your days." Blue Iron Army did not lose his temper. Instead, he presented Chen Tong with a promising vision, willing to relinquish a portion of the market share to him. This opportunity was undeniably grand. "Since Director Blue is so generous, why not settle the payment for my skirt today as well?" Chen Tong remarked to Blue Iron Army with a nonchalant tone. Despite Blue Iron Army's mastery of restraint, He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Chen Tong. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Can a mere few thousand yuan be compared to a 10% share of the Huayin market? Shouldn't your perspective be more far-reaching? Blue Iron Army narrowed his eyes and coldly stated, Chun, I speak to you from the heart, hoping you will reflect carefully. Do not sacrifice future wealth for the sake of immediate gain. Chen Tong shrugged, feigning difficulty. Director Blue, each family has its own burdens to bear. I ventured out to earn a living, and as for future matters, we shall address them in due time. Chen Tong was impervious to reason. Blue Iron Army seethed with frustration. There are certain truths and matters I shall not articulate explicitly. We are all aware of them. I merely hope for an amicable parting, as I shall be leaving Blue Sky Textile Factory at noon today. Chen Tong had always held disdain for bosses who painted grand visions. Every one of them failed to fulfill their promises. As a renowned entrepreneur once stated, you are all my brothers, only to dismiss them in an instant. More importantly, he understood well the implications. Tang Xiaoye's shameless desire to seduce him was merely a means for Blue Iron Army to hold leverage over him. Engaging in such dubious conduct would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Why would Blue Iron Army harbor ill intentions while remaining here? That would be the epitome of foolishness. Chen Tong's unwavering stance surprised Blue Iron Army. He furrowed his brows and turned to gaze outside, recalling everything Tang Xiaoye had said about Chen Tong. Could this truly be a 20-year-old from the mountains? Tang Xiaoye's beauty was undeniable, and with 500 yuan in hand, was he truly unmoved? Blue Iron Army found it impossible to comprehend. Deeply perplexed, he fell silent and rose to leave, hands clasped behind him, pacing slowly. What had he been like at 20? Could he have withstood the advances of a beauty like Tang Xiaoye? Can one resist the allure of 50 large bills? He cannot. Not only can he not, he believes that no vigorous young man of 20 can withstand such temptation. Why should Chen Tong be any different? Lan Taijun left without uttering a word, and Tang Xiaoye was left in a quandary, unsure whether to take the 50 large bills from the table or not. For she understood that what awaited her was the boundless wrath of Lan Taijun. Tears welled up in Tang Xiaoye's eyes in an instant. Chapter 97. Departing from the Blue Sky Garment Factory to visit her parents in the hospital, Tang Xiaoye could not recall how she exited Chen Tong's room, feeling as if her very soul had been lost. She had invested so much for Lan Taijun, yet what had she ultimately gained? She did not know. She felt like a mere dog at Lan Taijun's side. However, reflecting back, before she had encountered Lan Taijun, she was even less than a dog. Chen Tong leaned against the doorframe, coldly observing Tang Xiaoye's retreating figure. He raised his gaze to Lan Taijun's office, finding the window empty. Chen Tong waited until noon, but neither Lan Taijun nor Tang Xiaoye appeared. He gathered his belongings and took the 50 large bills from the table. What Lan Taijun owed him was not something he owed in return. Closing the door, Chen Tong strode purposefully toward the factory's entrance. At the entrance, Tang Xiaoye stood alone. Adorned in a qipao, her figure curvaceous. Was she truly going to leave? Her voice was soft, almost pitiful. Do you know why Lan Taijun insists on having you seduce me? Chen Tong's words were harsh. Tang Xiaoye wiped her tears and shook her head. Do you know what a crime of seduction entails? It is punishable by gunfire, Chen Tong stated coldly. No, that's impossible. Director Lan isn't that kind of man. He is merely concerned about your loneliness and wants me to keep you company. It's just my shamelessness that drives me to seduce you, Tang Xiaoye interjected. Chen Tong waved his hand, interrupting her. This woman was beyond redemption, still defending Lan Taijun. Her condition was grave, utterly hopeless. On the third floor, Lan Taijun watched Chen Tong depart with a cold gaze. The feeling of losing control ignited a fury within him, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. Yet he remained just a 20-year-old youth. His plans had yet to unfold fully, but already a pawn had escaped his grasp, an unprecedented occurrence. Lan Taijun felt a fleeting illusion that lingered in his mind, as if Chen Tong had already discerned all his moves. The unspoken understanding was palpable. However, Lan Taijun had not emerged empty-handed from this scheme. He was, in fact, the one who had triumphed. Next in line was Lin Dalong, who had effortlessly acquired a batch of goods from the Huayin textile factory, nearly all of which he had sold to the Qingqing garment factory, thus securing a substantial sum. This was akin to pulling off a con with empty hands. Lin Dalong would not only refrain from mentioning this matter, but would also smile broadly, offering him the finest batch of fabric at the lowest price. That would bring in yet another significant amount. Yet, Lan Taijun perceived these merely as embellishments. Trifles in the grand scheme of things. What truly mattered was, the Huayin garment factory is witnessing a series of unfortunate closures. With the Qingqing garment factory being the first to succumb, Lin Dalong purchased a substantial stock of materials at a premium, followed by an additional 2 truckloads. Incurring a significant expense, the factory is not far from its demise. Contemplating this, Lan Taijun felt a renewed sense of control and his spirits lifted. He glanced at Tang Xiaoya, who remained dazed at the entrance, her figure alluring. A surge of desire stirred within him. He found himself perplexed. How could Chen Tong possibly resist Tang Xiaoya's charms? Meanwhile, Chen Tong left the Lantian garment factory but did not rush home. Instead, he headed towards the hospital. He had been exceedingly busy lately, with barely a moment to breathe. After arranging for his father, Chen Wenkai, to be hospitalized, he had not visited again. A pang of guilt washed over him. In his previous life, he had been a scoundrel, making grave mistakes without remorse. And by the time he realized the error of his ways, it was too late. Money cannot solve everything. No amount of wealth can bring back those he longs for. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Tong arrived at the county hospital, ascending to the 3rd floor where his father's ward was located. The doctor had just departed, and Han Guoxiang stood at the door, wiping her tears. She felt as though divine providence had smiled upon them. Her husband's health had improved considerably, and he would soon be discharged to recuperate at home. The expenses incurred at the hospital were staggering, and Han Guoxiang felt a deep sense of anguish. Although both of her sons were earning substantial incomes now, the loss of 1,000 yuan still weighed heavily on her heart. How long would it take for them to earn such an amount? Moreover, the eldest son's wife, Li Hong, visited the hospital daily, bringing meals of white rice and meat buns, accompanied by fragrant stir-fried dishes. Such delicacies seemed like a stroke of fortune in their lives. The nurses tending to him often stared in disbelief, several times swallowing hard at the sight. During his stay, it was evident that the couple had visibly gained weight. With a little grooming and new attire, who could dare label them as mere villagers? They would undoubtedly pass for city dwellers, walking with their heads held high. Of course, these were the thoughts swirling in Han Guoxiang's mind. Just as she wiped away her joyful tears, she heard someone calling her name. Looking up, she spotted her younger son. Initially doubting her eyes, she rubbed them to confirm the sight before her, and tears streamed down her face once more. Xiaotong, what brings you here? Your sister-in-law comes every day. You should spend more time with Wenjing at home. Despite her words, she hurried toward him. Chen Tong's transformation often left Han Guoxiang feeling as though she were in a dream. Each night, when she awoke startled, she would silently pray that even if it were a dream, she wished it would last longer, perhaps forever. Mother, I came specifically to see how father is doing. Is there enough money for expenses? If not, I can help. With that, he reached into his pocket for money. Held firmly by Han Xiang, Chen Tong replied, Yes, indeed. The 1,000 yuan you gave me is yet to be spent, and my sister-in-law brings food daily, leaving little need for expenses. As they entered the room, Chen Wenkai had overheard Chen Tong's voice from his half-reclined position on the bed, squinting his eyes slightly. He remarked nonchalantly, Do you still remember your old man? However, there was no hint of reproach in his tone. Chen Tong chuckled and ruffled his hair. How's the eel business lately? Chen Wenkai inquired. It's mostly been managed by my second brother. Hasn't my sister-in-law mentioned it? Chen Tong casually asked. Then where have you been? Chen Wencai's eyes widened. Fearing that Chen Tong might have reverted to his old ways, concerned that a bit of earned money might inflate his ego and make him forget his roots. It seemed he broached the topic. Chen Tong mumbled to himself before smiling brightly. Don't worry, old man. My second brother is handling the eel and loach business while I'm exploring ways to earn money in the county. Nonsense. You know your second brother's temperament. Besides, how could you possibly make money selling eels and loaches in the county? Chen Wenkai was somewhat irritated. This kid seemed oblivious to the hardships of earning a living. He needed a stern lesson today. Chapter 98. Qingqing Garment Factory. When Chen Tong laid out 100 bills of the large denomination on the bed, both Han Xiang and Chen Wenkai shuddered. Chen Wencai's words caught in his throat, nearly choking him. How much money is this? Where did you get all this cash? After much stammering, he finally managed to utter these words. Han Xiang gazed at the money, tears streaming down her face. She was at a loss for how to express herself. This is 1,000 yuan, earned from aimlessly wandering around the county, Chen Tong said with an air of nonchalance. Yet to the elderly couple, it felt akin to a thunderclap. Aimlessly wandering in the county? And you managed to gather 1,000 yuan. The tangible sight of 1,000 yuan was far more weighty than mere words could convey. It was akin to the difference between merely having a small goal and genuinely possessing one. The disparity was monumental. The former was merely a verbal delight, while the latter brought a euphoric sensation that lifted one's spirit. After a long pause, Chen Wenkai spoke again. You've become quite capable, haven't you? Heaven has opened its eyes. Han Xiang wiped her tears and echoed Chen Wenkai. Yes, indeed, heaven has opened its eyes. As Chen Tong left the hospital, he insisted on giving Han Xiang 5 more bills. He understood that offering too much would likely be declined. After some gentle persuasion, she reluctantly accepted them. Holding the tangible 50 yuan in her hand, tears flowed anew. Chen Wenkai found it exasperating. This woman only knows how to cry. She cries when there's no money and cries even when there is. It's like a funeral. Upon leaving the hospital, Chen Tong didn't rush home. Instead, he sat by the roadside, carefully contemplating the words of Lan Taijun, seeking potential business opportunities within them. Due to the collaboration between Huayin Textile Factory and Blue Sky Garment Factory, a substantial stockpile of fabric has been sold to several other garment manufacturers, inevitably leading to an overwhelming surplus. This is what emboldened Lan Taijun to confidently proclaim that it will not be long before Blue Sky Garment Factory captures a market share of 70%. Without delving into whether Lan Taijun's assertion contains elements of exaggeration, it is evident that the garment factories purchasing this batch of fabric will experience fluctuations in their financial chains. Given the significantly inflated prices, they are purchasing with gritted teeth, hoping to wrest the Huayin market from Lan Taijun and secure considerable profits. However, the funds have already been expended, and the delay in transforming the fabric into finished garments for sale has resulted in a lack of cash flow, creating considerable pressure. Suddenly, Chen Tong recalled a particular garment factory. It was the one mentioned by Tang Xiaoya during their previous visit to Woolly Town, where they sought discreet ways to sell the fabric. If his memory serves him correctly, it was named Qingqing Garment Factory. He was uncertain of the capabilities of the various garment factories, but if he was right, Qingqing Garment Factory had acquired the largest quantity of the stockpiled fabric, thus bearing the greatest burden. The initial supply had already overwhelmed Lin Dalong, the head of a genuine state-owned entity, and a factory masquerading as a public institution, yet primarily driven by personal profit, would undoubtedly face even greater challenges. Consequently, he resolved to locate Qingqing Garment Factory and observe it for a few days to gauge the situation. Much like Blue Sky Garment Factory, Qingqing is also a well-known establishment in Huayin County, making it relatively easy to find. After inquiring around, he discerned its approximate location. After about half an hour, Chen Tong arrived at the entrance of Qingqing Garment Factory. In stark contrast to the grandeur of Blue Sky Garment Factory, it appeared quite ordinary. The weathered red iron gate was closed but not locked. After waiting for the workers to finish their shifts, Chen noticed nothing unusual. He pondered that perhaps they had not yet detected the situation, and that further observation over the next day or two would be necessary. Having left Blue Sky Garment Factory, he found no lodging available in the county, as accommodations in this era required proof from a local brigade. Thus, Chen Tong decided to return home. On his way back, he learned that the owners of several garment factories had received some insider information. They were closely monitoring the progress of new products from Blue Sky Garment Factory. With so many workers, they were bound to gather some insight. The information they obtained indicated that no new garments were being produced. The current production mirrored previous outputs without any notable changes in processes. The factory managers were bewildered. How could this be? Logically, Blue Sky Garment Factory should be seizing the opportunity to swiftly produce new items, yet there was no sign of activity. This was unusual, very unusual. The absence of sample production was equally perplexing. Given that they already knew what materials were needed, it would be expected for samples to be created prior to fabric procurement. Especially the owner of the Qingqing Garment Factory, Yu Haiping, is currently sweating profusely with anxiety. He has staked everything this time, hoping to secure a substantial profit. He has utilized all the available funds in the factory to purchase this batch of materials. Previously, they had been the last to follow the trend and thus reaped the smallest rewards. Therefore, this time, Yu Haiping is determined to take a gamble, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. To this end, he has spent a significant amount to bribe several female workers from the Lantian Garment Factory, eagerly awaiting their news after work. With his hands clasped behind him, he paces back and forth in the room. A young man stands at the doorway, head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. He has come to deliver the news, which he received from the female workers at Lantian Garment Factory. The news is that the Blue Iron Army has not produced any new products, and the female workers have secretly observed the warehouse, confirming that the fabric Yu Haiping mentioned is not present. They are all seasoned workers. They know their materials well and would not make a mistake. A sense of foreboding creeps into Yu Haiping's heart, yet he forcefully suppresses it. It cannot be. It cannot be. The Huayin Textile Factory is a genuine state-run entity, and Lin Dalong is a representative sent from above. How could he conspire with the Lantian Garment Factory to deceive them? That would be too audacious. What benefit would there be in betraying them? After all, it is not only Lantian Garment Factory that has business dealings with Huayin Textile Factory. Qingqing Garment Factory does as well, along with several others. Yu Haiping takes a deep breath, rubs his face, and solemnly inquires, "Are those female workers truly veteran employees of Lantian Garment Factory?" The young man, still averting his gaze from Yu Haiping, replies, "Yes. One of them is a distant relative of mine. They each received 2 large tokens of unity. They would not deceive me." Upon hearing this, Yu Haiping feels lightheaded, nearly collapsing to the ground, his eyes blazing with anger. "I refuse to believe that Lin Dalong possesses the audacity to collude with Blue Iron Army to deceive our garment factories." He calls a few brothers to accompany him to Lanyan Garment Factory. After a moment of thought, Yu Haiping adds, "Let us book a table at a restaurant." Chapter 99. Opportunity. When Chen Tong returned home, Yang Wenjing was sitting in the courtyard lost in thought. Xiao Jianghe was diligently working on his homework, head bowed in deep concentration. His elder brother Chun Hao and sister-in-law Li Hong had gone to visit the eel and loach breeding base. "Wife," Chen Tong announced from the doorway, striking what he believed to be a charming pose, gazing affectionately at Yang Wenjing. She looked up, momentarily taken aback, still in a daze. However, it was Xiao Jianghe who set down his pen and bounced over, sweetly exclaiming, "Uncle is back." During this time together, he had long ceased to fear Chen Tong as he once did, instead growing quite fond of him. Yang Wenjing looked at Chen Tong and softly asked, "Have you eaten?" Chen Tong shook his head. "I'll go prepare something for you." As Yang Wenjing rose, Chen Tong swiftly stepped forward to support her, then tenderly placed his hand on her slightly rounded abdomen, while his other arm encircled her waist, with a child still in her womb. How could you expect her to cook? The heated breath brushed against Yang Wenjing's fair neck, causing her face to flush instantly. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Xiao Jianghe is still watching." Clearing his throat, Chen Tong managed to restrain himself somewhat. The recent flirtations from Tang Xiaoya had left him genuinely unsettled. After all, he was a young man filled with youthful vigor, and he found himself quite tormented. He was not a paragon of virtue, yet he would never betray Yang Wenjing. Due to Chen Tong's late return, no one was aware of his arrival, so Yang Wenjing and the others had already dined. Fortunately, there were a few leftover buns. He was not picky. After warming them in the pot, he consumed 2. Just then, his brother Chun Hao and sister-in-law Li Hong returned, their faces lighting up at the sight of Chen Tong. "You rascal, why didn't you send word of your return so we could eat together?" Chen Tong sipped a bowl of warm water and smiled at his darker-skinned brother. "We're family, no need for formalities. How's the eel and loach breeding business going?" "Rest assured, I visit the fields nearly every day. Everything is going well." The 2 brothers conversed casually in the courtyard, aware of the significance of the eel and loach venture that Chun Hao had taken on, and he was diligent not to neglect it. Moreover, compared to his previous reticence, he had become quite loquacious. In business, one must be articulate. Li Hong, standing by, signaled to Chun Hao to wrap up their conversation, wishing to reserve the precious evening hours for the young couple. "Time flies. Xiao Jianghe has school tomorrow. It's best he gets some rest," Li Hong hinted to Chun Hao. "You take Jianghe inside to sleep. I'll keep my voice down while speaking with Tongzi." Hearing this, Li Hong felt a pang of frustration. She ushered Xiao Jianghe into the house and then approached Yang Wenjing. "It's quite chilly tonight. You should rest indoors." At that moment, Chun Hao realized his oversight and smacked his forehead, almost forgetting that Chen Tong had just returned. "Make sure to spend quality time with your sister-in-law." He patted Chen Tong's shoulder before heading inside. As soon as Yang Wenjing stepped into the house, Chen Tong followed closely, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Did you miss me?" he whispered softly in her ear. In an instant, Yang Wenjing's face turned crimson. What was he saying? How could he be so direct? It was utterly mortifying. Noticing her silence, Chen Tong persisted, asking again, "Wife, did you miss me?" Meanwhile, his hands moved mischievously upward, wandering indiscriminately. Yang Wenjing's face flushed deeper. The lights in the room were still on. I'll turn off the lights, she stammered, her throat dry, attempting to escape Chen Tong's embrace, but her efforts were in vain. Tell me, did you miss me? Chen Tong's lips nearly brushed her earlobe. Yang Wenjing's face was so red it seemed it could bleed. Eyes shut tight. She whispered, quieter than a mosquito, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Chen Tong once again wrapped his arms around Yang Wenjing's waist, inhaling her delicate fragrance. He then playfully nibbled on her earlobe, causing her legs to weaken. Chen Tong promptly turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness, unaware of the beauty of the moment. The following day, the young couple rose late. With the sun high in the sky, Li Hong looked on, amused, knowing well that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Women understand what women truly need. Her sister-in-law was indeed fortunate. Chen Hao, who had risen early, intended to call Chen Tong for breakfast, but was stopped by Li Hong. Why disturb them when all seemed well? Chen Hao scratched his head, puzzled. Was it a mistake to invite them for breakfast? After lunch, Chen Tong was not idle. After a brief rest, he prepared to head to the county town. Yang Wenjing watched eagerly, remembering that Chen Tong had promised to take her along next time. Was he merely being dismissive? Noticing her downcast demeanor, Chen Tong reassured her, My dear, I'm just going to gather some information in the county. I'll be back by night. Really? Yang Wenjing's bright eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, Chen Tong smiled. Hearing his affirmative response, Yang Wenjing let out a sigh of relief. Please be careful on your way. I'll wait for you to have dinner together. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Tong traversed between home and the county town, leaving Chen Hao bewildered. The young man was not supposed to be working in the county. How was he now able to come and go so freely? Several times Chen Hao contemplated asking, but swallowed his words. On the evening of the 4th day, Chen Tong returned, his face alight with excitement. Upon entering the house, he immediately embraced Yang Wenjing and kissed her fervently. The Huayin garment factory had only 5 worth mentioning, 3 of which had purchased a stockpile of fabric that was now lying idle. It was uncertain what garments or trousers could be made from it. Particularly, the Qingqing garment factory faced immense pressure, as it had hoarded the most stock and now lacked operational funds. If this situation persisted, bankruptcy was imminent. Chen Tong had once seen the factory director, Yu Haiping, from a distance, his face haggard, eyes red and bloodshot, clearly overwhelmed by the predicament. He was currently scrounging for loans to maintain cash flow, with payday approaching in a few days. Failing to gather the necessary funds would spell disaster. Chen Tong recognized that his opportunity had arrived. He had awaited this day. Now, he needed to devise a plan to take over the Qingqing garment factory and purchase the stockpile of fabric at the lowest possible price. While others were clueless about its potential, he was not. On the morning of the 5th day, Chen Tong rose early, sensing that the time was ripe. After breakfast, he informed Yang Wenjing and set off towards the county town without delay. In recent days, his attention had not been solely fixated on the Qingqing garment factory. Indeed, he had also been monitoring 2 other garment establishments that had stockpiled fabric. One was the Haomei garment factory, and the other was the Deyuan garment factory. Their respective purchases of surplus materials paled in comparison to that of Qingqing, thus alleviating some of the pressure. However, having been deceived by Lan Taijun, he felt an insatiable urge for retribution, akin to a myriad of claws scratching at his heart. Lin Dalong was undeniably a staunch employee of a public institution. Having suffered a loss, he could only swallow his indignation. Yet, Lan Taijun was different. He merely bore the insignia of a public entity. To not avenge this grievance would be unworthy of a gentleman. An hour and a half later, Chen arrived at the entrance of the Qingqing garment factory. Having taken his position early, sitting by the curb in anticipation of the female workers' arrival, the factory commenced operations at 8 in the morning, providing meals at noon and concluding the day at 6 in the evening. Chen had risen early, reaching the factory around 7:30. Soon, the female workers began to arrive in small clusters, whispering among themselves, their expressions revealing discontent. Yesterday marked their payday, and they awaited this money to sustain their families, to purchase a pound of pork or a few eggs to nourish their children. However, they found themselves waiting from morning until noon, from noon until afternoon, and from afternoon until evening, yet not a single coin was in sight. Furthermore, rumors had proliferated over the past few days, suggesting that the owner, Yu Haiping, had hoarded a significant amount of useless fabric, investing all available funds into it, leaving the factory on the brink of closure. Initially, many were skeptical. dismissing such claims as mere fabrications. After all, this was a public factory. How could it simply cease operations? Yet, it seemed that some were unwilling to see them thrive. But now, with the absence of yesterday's wages and no word from Yu Haiping, these rumors had gained substantial credence. By 8 o'clock, the factory's exterior was nearly deserted. Chen did not rush to depart. He was waiting for someone. The factory's director, Yu Haiping, soon appeared, a middle-aged man hastily approaching with a bag in hand. He appeared even more haggard than in the days prior, with disheveled hair and swollen eyes resembling large bulbs. This time, as Qingqing Garment Factory faced a financial crisis, he was acutely aware of the old adage, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Not only was borrowing money out of the question, but he could not even gain entry into the doors of other factories. Previously, he had enjoyed a cordial friendship with Feng Yun of the Lanyan Garment Factory. Although they were competitors, their rapport had always been amicable. Several times, when Feng found himself in dire straits, pleading for assistance, Yu Haiping had shown compassion and extended a helping hand, enabling Lanyan Garment Factory to gradually carve out a niche in Huayin County. Little did he anticipate that when he himself encountered a crisis, Feng would feign ignorance of their past friendship, a true ingrate. Yu Haiping felt a bitter pang. If the workers' wages could not be gathered, he would have to resort to selling machinery to make up for the deficit. At that moment, he found himself devoid of the capital necessary for a resurgence. His steps grew increasingly sluggish. Afraid to enter the garment factory, he was uncertain of how to confront the old workers who had steadfastly followed him. Furthermore, he was at a loss for words when it came to addressing the factory director. Suddenly, Yu Haiping seemed to hear someone calling him, and his unfocused gaze regained a flicker of light. Glancing around, he spotted a casually dressed young man, in his 20s, standing several dozen meters away, waving at him. Yu Haiping pondered for a moment. He should not recognize this individual. Could it be that he misheard? Shaking his head, he intended to enter the garment factory. Director Yu. Chen Tong approached him with a smile, extending his hand. Yu Haiping halted, remaining in place without reciprocating the handshake. Chen Tong, undeterred by the awkwardness, spoke up. Director Yu. You may call me Xiao Chen. I can resolve the crisis currently facing Qingqing Garment Factory. Chen Tong was straightforward, unwilling to beat around the bush. He understood that at this juncture, directness might yield better results. Upon hearing Chen Tong's words, Yu Haiping's eyes brightened momentarily, only to quickly dim again. A chill settling on his face. Where are you from? Do not speak recklessly. Qingqing Garment Factory is doing just fine. There is no crisis. Yu Haiping's expression darkened. How could an ordinary person possibly know of the crisis afflicting Qingqing Garment Factory? The workers were left to speculate. How could a young man he had never met before possess such knowledge? Thus, he suspected that it was a scheme orchestrated by Lan Taijun or Feng Yun, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. It was a reasonable conclusion, for there are few who offer help in times of need, while many delight in kicking one when they are down. Chen Tong remained composed, recognizing that his initial overture to Yu Haiping was unlikely to yield results. Director Yu, rest assured, I am not sent by Lan Taijun. You are overthinking it. I come here with sincerity. Yu Haiping cast a discerning glance at Chen Tong, saying nothing, and entered the factory. At this moment, he found it hard to trust anyone. Having been deceived once, he was understandably wary. Moreover, merely judging by the young man's attire, how could he possibly resolve his financial crisis? The lack of funds was no trifling matter. Could a youth in his 20s amass such a sum? To speak so boldly was either foolishness or the machinations of Lan Taijun or Feng Yun behind the scenes. He simply couldn't believe otherwise. Chen Tong observed Yu Haiping's upright figure, still wearing a smile. The first attempt at persuasion may not succeed, but he would return. If the second attempt faltered, there would be a third. Just as Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage of Zhuge Liang, how could Yu Haiping afford to be dismissive? After all, he had numerous mouths to feed. Chen Tong had thoroughly understood that compared to Lan Taijun and Feng Yun, Yu Haiping was an honest man, imbued with a sense of responsibility. Ironically, this very honesty and sense of duty could ultimately lead to Yu Haiping's downfall. Chen Tong patted his own backside and turned to leave. The message had been conveyed. Yu Haiping would undoubtedly keep it in mind, not for any other reason, but because at this moment, no one else was willing to assist him. When he returned to seek Yu Haiping's counsel a second time, Yu Haiping would surely be inclined to sit down and engage in a meaningful conversation. Chen Tong was also curious about the veracity of this lifeline he had thrown. In truth, he harbored some trepidation. Although he aspired to acquire the Qingqing garment factory, he was uncertain about the extent of capital required. This was no trivial matter. He would have to stake all his assets in order to negotiate with Yu Haiping.